building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10.
Finger licking machine.
The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Roll out. Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on the DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
San Jose, mostly sunny skies going up to 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
Oh, boy. Well, leave it to Pablo Torre to drop a bomb this morning. Unreal. The substation talk has reached Pablo Torre, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know, formerly of ESPN, Meadowlark Media, and he's been all over the Kawhi Leonard, Steve Ballmer stuff. He's an investigative reporter. In an era where investigative journalism, at least in the sports realm, seems to be dying out a little bit.
Agreed.
Not for Pablo Torre, though, who will let you know about it because he is on Twitter. He's on the socials, and he dropped a pod this morning. So a lot of people are waking up, and we welcome you for just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, whatever. It's Spadoni and Shasky here. We got Sam, we got Chase, and shout out to all of you joining us again this morning for the next 4 hours. And the phone lines are open. The text lines are open. Same number, 888-957-9570. But Joe, let's start here. There's been a lot happening in the Bay the last 24 hours. There's been a lot happening for the San Francisco 49ers injury-wise for years now. And this whole substation theory, I guess we could call it, the EMF waves, whatever deep dive you've been doing on it, it just hasn't gone away.
So, the beginning of the episode, Pablo Torre, whatever you want to think about him, he's one of the few out there doing crazy investigative journalism. And I think they have an incredible team. They've clearly dedicated their staff to it. Imagine if we put, 2 different shows and all the producers all on the hunt for something and had no timetable to when you needed to produce the results. You'd be able to get a lot of work done.
Right.
And what he did was he partnered with another woman from Australia who runs a podcast who is basically, the only way I can describe her is she's some form of a Mythbuster podcaster.
Okay.
I love the Mythbuster guys. They're from San Francisco.
Yeah, they're great. They're Bay Area, yeah.
And so, look, I don't know if this is going to be sufficient enough to tamp down the naysayers or appease people that have questions. I still have more questions. I think it did a pretty good job being as thorough as they could. Here are some of the facts, and I'm just going to roll through these things. You could stop me at any moment. All right, Joe?
Okay.
EMF waves are real.
Yes.
Let's start there.
Sure.
So for all of you saying that they're real, we acknowledge they're real. There is a electromagnet kind of wave all over the place. My cell phone has it. This computer has it. There's basically a circuit, if you will, kind of hovering around said item.
Yeah.
Now, such a minimal level, you're not going to notice anything to your body.
Yeah.
All right. Wi-Fi has kind of like a circuit up in the air, if you will. This is why when you touch stuff at the park, you get like an electromagnetic shock.
Static.
Why there might be, sometimes during storms, you get electromagnetic lightning or thunderbolts, things like that. It's all over the place. So EMFs are real. The levels of the EMF waves, okay, that was a big conversation. Meaning, what are the levels directly close to this substation? Well, they're higher. But to John Lynch's point from about a month and a half ago, when he said, we think they are 400 times
safer
you're in the safe zone 400 times.
Stanford educated. John Lynch.
He ended up being right. So I'm sitting on my couch. I'm watching TV. I got my phone to my left. I got my remote on my right, right?
Yes.
What are the EMF wave levels? Well, the word is milligauss, okay? So it's about 3 to 5 milligauss when I'm sitting on the couch.
How do you spell that for me? Seriously.
Milligauss.
Milligauss. Okay, it's like a German.
I can't believe we're doing this. I got into sports. I did not think we were doing milligauss talk.
Yeah, a Gauss is a unit of measurement of magnetic flux density, B.
God, I sound like an idiot. All right.
Named after the German mathematician and physicist Carl Friedrich Gauss. There you go, 1936.
The guy who brought this whole thing to Substack and wrote a Reddit and then posted on the internet.
That's where it came from originally, this theory, whatever.
He is a high school dropout. So am I. Although I went back and got my diploma.
You did.
High school. I'm not discrediting him. Because I know people are going to discredit him. I'm not discrediting him. All right, but just hear me out. He is a high school dropout musician who also was a hacker and then became employed by a program software company, and he's a little older. And how did this whole thing get into his brain? He was watching 95.7 The Game.
No, he
wasn't. I swear to God, Willard and Dibbs, I swear to God, it's in the Pablo Torre episode. Willard and Dibbs are doing an interview with John Feliciano.
Oh, my God.
You can blame 95.7 The Game for the beginning of all this, and now people are saying he was in the chat.
Oh,
he was in the chat.
Maybe you should get out of the chat. Maybe they got the EMF waves there.
They even have Willard asking John Feliciano about the injuries, and he laughs. And John Feliciano goes, yeah, we say, it's the nuclear power station next door. Ha, 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 ha. And the guy who started this whole thing was like, that's what started my research. And I was like, oh, God.
And then the rabbit hole began.
Gun.
It was
We're patient zero.
Right. It was Alice in Wonderland when she first falls into the hole, and we've been lost ever since. It's just
Willard
unreal.
did have a point.
So I'm not done.
Well, Willard was laughing at it.
We all have laughed at it at some point.
It's like when
I'm still laughing at it.
Who was the correspondence dinner for the president one day? Who was it? Seth Meyers that was making a joke about Donald Trump, and he was in the crowd. Then he became president. Then it became real. So you don't laugh; it'll become real.
So that same guy, he published this long paper, and there's a lot in there that has kernels of truth, but there's a lot in there that has misinterpreted studies that are inconclusive.
Okay.
It cherry picks certain data, which is real, but it cherry picks certain data while omitting other data.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
So it's not the most robust kind of...
It's not comprehensive.
Enough to appease everyone who are scientists.
If you're doing a deep study about this on the effects on the body, you should probably be comprehensive. To your point.
The problem is that I just think in general, EMF substation studies are few and far between, not robust enough, and that's the number one takeaway from the entire thing in regards to like these studies. All the information, whether you still believe it, you don't believe it, you're going to watch the episode yourself. It's about an hour. I watched the whole thing. I wrote down a bunch of notes.
Pablo Torres?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would just say to everyone, I think it's enough to appease my mind overall, but there's just still not enough data in general about the whole subject. But on the substation, we've been operating with misinformation.
Okay.
I think the number one smoking gun for most people isn't like the EMF waves or whatever. It's 2014. Why was there a rise at 2014? It come to find out, the Silicon Valley Power Company upgraded the substation. Well, one of the journalists that Pablo Torre works with took the PowerPoint presentation from the Silicon Valley Power Company and put it up on the screen for you. They took the presentation. I didn't know there are like 5 or 6 substations in that area, in that general facility, in that general area. The one that got upgraded was not the one next door to the 49ers substation. Like the one right next to the field, the one that we all believed was upgraded in 2014 was actually not the power station that was upgraded.
I'm sorry, that's just really funny to me. We had the wrong substation. We were freaking out this whole time.
Exactly. They have them named. Each one of them is named. And the one that got upgraded, okay, is one that's a mile or maybe 2 away.
Okay. I'm following. I'm trying here.
But Joe, wasn't that one of the smoking guns?
People tried to equate the upgrades to a substation, and they thought it was the substation directly across from the 49ers training facility. That was the reason. So that is debunked now.
Debunked.
Okay, that is debunked.
That specifically, the upgrade and the power station, debunked.
Okay.
The other thing that was debunked, and they had on a very specific individual, the Australian International Commissioner on Nuclear Safety.
Australian?
Yes.
And the Niners will be week 1. Coincidence? I think not.
Continue. It's actually ironic. And radiation protection. He also sits on the board of the International Commission on Nuclear Safety. Okay? He's an expert. All right? He's an expert.
Sure.
He basically laughed at the entire thing. And what his whole point is that proximity to these substations is obviously a real deal. The farther you get away from them, the less EMF waves you're going to get. That is real. That is real. People are right on that. But the levels that people are talking about to where they can be harmful for the body, based on the studies that he knows and all the very specific trials that they've done on people who work at substations, the levels are so minute, it would have zero effect. I'm talking serious health effects on anything, okay? On any adult. There is no correlation toward major injury. There is no correlation, and this is the kind of the word that I saw being bandied about for the last couple of months, and I want to make sure that I get this down. It's like a phrase, okay? Oxidative stress.
Oh.
Meaning the tendons get depreciated by the EMFs, meaning like your ligaments. Why do the Niners have all these soft tissue injuries? Right?
Yeah, it's an imbalance between unstable molecules caused by, it doesn't matter, and the body's ability to neutralize them with antioxidants, and it could lead to, cell breakdowns, stress and injuries, et cetera, et cetera.
So like
heart disease, diabetes, and other things, correct, also.
Exactly. Now, I brought up hey, when I'm sitting on the couch with my cell phone, I've got, let's say, 5 of these milligauss. It's a unit of measurement of these waves.
Yes.
Okay? Well, on that field, that guy who listened to 95.7 The Game and published this long report that started this whole thing, he had some sort of unit of measure device that measured 50 milligauss on the field. And he was like, wow, that's a lot. Now, I thought it was a lot too. Come to find out, you need to be in the hundreds of thousands of milligauss
for it to actually
have some effects on the body at even the most minute levels.
So this was like a drop of water. And he
not
thought,
even.
And he thought, no,
not even a drop of water.
This is a bead of sweat.
Speck of water.
It's a speck of water, and he thought it was a waterfall. I mean, come on, man. Like, what are we doing?
I'm laughing so hard at all of this.
How could you get it that wrong if that was your, if you were an expert?
So maybe the guy off the internet wasn't the right guy to trust. Sorry, Shasta.
No, it's okay. Like, look, we've been talking about the substation for months on end, have we not?
We have, and it's gotten to Pablo Torre of all people.
Which I love that he actually did the work.
Thank you so much, Pablo Torre.
I agree with that. Now, so the number one thing to take away, let's debunk. I'm big in facts. Like, obviously, the EMF thing is real to a degree.
Yeah.
But the levels with which that we should be worried about, it's exaggerated. That part is exaggerated. And I'm not diminishing it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's been dramatically exaggerated. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I think another element, okay, there is zero study that has been done around the world that indicates a correlation to exposure to any levels of EMF and rising oxidative stress levels.
Okay.
So to the people that think just being near the substation and the EMF waves and all that, it's going to slowly over time depreciate your collagen levels or your tendons and how strong they are. There's really no study that says, yep, it is a correlation and this is real and this is something that needs to be worried about. In fact, there has been so many studies going on. There's some studies that indicate, which we've kind of heard rumors on, it might increase collagen levels. and make you stronger.
That's what John Lynch was kind of referring to?
Well, I go to the Fred Warner. He's become X-Man.
he's Weapon X. He's Wolverine.
Weapon X.
Okay.
All right. Now, I think another element of this, which they addressed in this, is that there are a lot of people, and look, this is a real thing. There are a lot of people that turn off their Wi-Fi in the middle of the night because they're afraid of the EMF levels. They don't have their cell phone near them. They turn that off. Christian McCaffrey is one of those individuals. He's openly discussed it, and they discussed that in the podcast. And so he clearly takes all of this very, very serious.
Well, I would if I was him because I've been injured so much in my career. So like any little thing that maybe he believes could help him not get hurt, he's probably going to do it. I don't begrudge him for that. I would never do it, but I don't begrudge him for thinking that way.
Well, you know, I have a line. I've got a couple buds. I've got a couple friends.
Sure.
It's like, you know, they were so worried about the COVID shot. And look, I'm not trying to re-adjudicate the COVID shot. Yeah. I took the shot. Yeah. You know, like I wanted my life to be easier. Looking back, I don't even know. Who knows? Like, who knows? That's why they're doing stuff right now. I don't know. Yeah. But it's like the people that were the most adamant against it were the ones snorting cocaine off of a toilet seat
it's the same
in the
people
middle of their 20s.
Same people that'll call 911 and get a doctor for help if they have a heart attack. But continue. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Sorry. Okay. Just please don't. But stick with the EMFs.
There's no studies that they indicated through all the people that they referenced and they looked at, all right, that show there's EMF is going to the EMF levels that are adjacent to that field are going to dramatically injure people. So then they brought in just an injury expert in the NFL, a guy who breaks down all the injuries, right? And looks at all the injuries from an independent point of view. And there's ways that you can kind of manipulate the data.
Okay. I hate when people do that. Yeah.
Well, like, let's look at it this way. Do you want all the overall injuries, meaning raw overall injuries? Do you want that?
Sure.
Okay. Raw overall injuries, the Niners are in the bottom of the league.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't make them the worst. They're not the worst at all overall injuries.
Oh, do you have who is?
New York Giants.
Oh, interesting. Well, that field. Oh, my gosh.
All injury, and this is the part that the guy said. Also, that team's been bad, and so they've deliberately put certain players at the end of seasons on IR when maybe if they were a more competitive team.
Oh, that's true.
They might have gutted through and played.
Is that how they're measuring it? Players on IR?
No, that was just all raw injuries.
Okay.
Well, don't a lot of they measure it in just total games missed.
I'm getting to that.
He's getting to it.
I'm gonna get out of the way.
No. So this injury expert then said if you adjusted, okay, all injuries causing games lost, regardless of whether you're a starter, a backup, or a practice squad player.
Okay.
The New York Giants are number 1 over that time period. Number 2, the Niners. Meaning they have the second most games lost due to injury.
Wow.
Now, why are the Niners the team that everyone identifies? His point was they've lost high-profile players, which fantasy football makes it more dramatic.
Yep.
They're a winning team since 2014.
So they've been in the public.
And people see at the playoff level where they play more games than anyone, which can cause more injuries and be more highlighted. They've been on your television screen and been relevant more in December, January, and February. The Niners competed for Super Bowls, and so we talk about them more, was basically how he boiled that down. Now, if we go AGL, adjusted games lost, meaning starters.
Yeah.
They are hands down the worst, but not by a lot, was his point. Not by such a dramatic number that, oh my God, something crazy is happening with the Niners. They are the most, but not by that much.
And it makes it feel like the way we talk about them, that they are that much more injured than everyone else. Like it feels like there is a wide gap, but you're telling me right now, and Pablo Torre doing the data. Raw data is telling you it's actually not the case. They are the worst, but it's not by like this Grand Canyon-esque gap.
So one of the things that they broke down was culture and coach, meaning what's the culture of the players on it? Well, don't we kind of know toughness is the culture of the Niners? You play through this injury.
Yeah, they practice hard. They do.
Well, I'll get to that.
Yeah.
But playing through the injury is something, correct?
Correct.
All right, like that's kind of why they were a little bummed with Pearsall last year, was that he wouldn't want to play through the injury. Well, not only does this team play through injuries, which causes more injuries, They also have changed their practice regimen. They were one of the few teams in the league that did 3 days in a row with pads with 1 day off. What are they doing this year? 2 days in a row with 1 day off.
They had to make an adjustment. Let's pick this up on the other side. Yeah, if you're just joining us, Pablo Torre, investigative journalism. He works with Meadowlark Media, formerly of ESPN. You've probably been following along the Kawhi Leonard, Steve Ballmer stuff going on there. He was at the forefront of all of that, and he just dropped his latest pod this morning, diving into this whole substation thing and whether it's real, whether it's fake. We have all the sound. Shout out Chase, who came in early today to cut all the sound for us. We're going to hear from Pablo Torre. Can we finally put the substation to bed?
Nope, it'll never go to bed, ever. I'm tired of it, but I'm glad this came out, but I still think that there's going to be naysayers. And I'll read one of the comments in there that I think it just sums up why this will never go away.
And we'll get to all of it. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Up of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Serramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. That's SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're diving into this substation thing again, and hopefully Pablo Torre, investigative journalist and sports journalist, that is, for Meadowlark Media, has done just that. Hopefully he has kind of calmed the waters of the 49ers fandom, and quite frankly, just the NFL fandom at large that thinks the substation has a lot to do with the injuries that have taken place with the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to start here. There's a lot to get into because he dropped a podcast this morning. He mentions 95.7 The Game by name, Willard and Dibbs.
Multiple
times. There's an interview with John Feliciano, obviously former 49ers.
Multiple Grant Cohn appearances.
There's a lot in this. I want to start here, though, Joe, and throw it out to the audience at 888-957-9570. Pablo Torre, to sum it all up, basically saying the evidence isn't there to suggest the substation is causing all these injuries. Take a listen. Oh, can you pop me up, Sam? One more time. I'm going to 3, 2, 1. There you go.
There is this concept, Pablo, in psychology called the deep story. And it's basically the story that everyone believes, this emotional story that everyone's pulled into, whether it's true or not. And so I think the deep story here is that the 49ers are plagued year after year after year with crazy amounts of injuries. When really, when you look at the stats, they're not doing great. I'm not out here saying that like this is that they're the best in the league, healthiest in the league. Absolutely not. But they are not doing crazy bad, crazy enough that we need to reach for substations to explain what's going on. So I think, bottom line, we could safely say the substation, the evidence just isn't there that is to blame for the injuries the 49ers have had.
This feels comprehensive in a way that a blowout loss tends to feel.
Exactly. That's Wendy Zuckerman, who is a part of this whole thing with him, as you've referenced. She's an Australian science journalist. She's also an investigative journalist when it comes to all the science stuff. So we got the sports journalism aspect of this.
Yes.
We have the science journalism aspect of this, and they're coming together and to basically say right there that, yeah, they get injured a lot, but it's not this Grand Canyon gap that everyone thinks it is.
No.
And it's not enough to suggest that this substation is the cause.
Well, and they kept alluding at the end. Now, she's not some giant sports fan.
No.
So she doesn't care one way or the other.
No, she's a big science like
She just wants the truth, which I actually really appreciate. She kept coming back to these two factors, culture and coach, meaning the culture of the team, the culture of the sport, and the coach himself, and maybe what they're putting through. And what have been the variables that I keep bringing up when I said the audit? Remember, I was like, hey, if I was running the Niners, I would ask for an audit. How are we practicing? How are we recovering? How are we maintaining our bodies? How are we stretching? How are we doing preventative maintenance? How are we doing recovery? How are we doing strength training prior to all of these things? How are we practicing?
Yeah.
How many days a week are we practicing? How many days in between X amount of days practicing per week? Everything should be up in the air, correct?
I agree.
And I think we've spent so much energy and time as a fan base pointing the finger at the substation. And while it's been hilarious, it's just there's really not a lot of evidence saying that it's causing anything.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. Like the whole Kawhi Leonard, Steve Ballmer thing, that's really kind of put Pablo Torre on investigative journalism like on the map the last few years. It's been so much stream where I kind of tune out. It's just a lot of a story that
you know it's real.
No, it's legit. He's done his research. He did his work. For me, the story has just gone and it's like, all right, well, I don't care enough about the Los Angeles Clippers as an entity for me to be super deep dived into it. But this does affect me locally. This has been a local storyline. This is the San Francisco 49ers, who we're going to be talking about for the next 6, 7, 8 months, whatever. We're talking about them all year, quite frankly. That's what the NFL has become. It's 24/7, 365. And the story has just not gone away. And I'm with you, Joe. I don't think this is going to put it to bed in the sense that people are going to keep posting memes, doing all that stuff. But if you are a Niner diehard and you had some like reservations about this guy did the research. I urge you to go listen to it. We're going to play a lot of the sound and how it started, but I'm just asking the question at 888-957-9570. If Pablo Torre and Wendy Zuckerman, who was on the podcast with him, if two of the best investigative journalisms in their respective fields, sports and science, are both saying the evidence really isn't there, then we can put this to bed, right? Right?
I'm ready to.
I'm ready to, but our
Regardless
Niner
of the
fans ready
memes.
to. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm here for the memes, but
just to laugh is like a joke kind of a thing, not to like take it seriously. But because I think a lot of the Niner fans are taking it seriously still, and I hope they're not, and I hope this does put it to bed, and that's what I'm asking at 888-957-9570.
I think one of the things that really stuck out to me, I'm not, God, I sound like a moron bringing this because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just going off the professionals.
Sure.
The radiation protection and nuclear safety agent guy that was on there, the expert, he essentially said, hey, your cell phone alone has these transmitting antennas, all right? So if you're using a smart TV, if you're using a fridge, a microwave, if you have headphones, if you have a cell phone.
Basically anything electronic.
Yes. You're exposed to these things all day.
All the time.
And they're all such low levels of frequency that it's not going to affect you dramatically.
Yeah.
And similarly, the substation is such a low level of frequency, it's not going to change you either. And they've done the research on how much energy is it emitting, and it's not enough to affect you. But again, you say all that, and Christian McCaffrey turns off his Wi-Fi at night and admits this, and I think it's been a convenient excuse for a lot of people, players, opposite personnel people in other departments. I think it's been a pitch against the Niners, I'm sure, in free agency. But I don't think there's a correlation to this.
No. And Mike Evans, their biggest free agent acquisition, one of the best wide receivers in the NFL when he's healthy, he came here and said that didn't even register.
Now here's
he literally said, he's like, the substation meant nothing to me.
Here's the one thing that I would say that did kind of stop me in my tracks. And we need to be fair on this. When they're doing all the research, they're researching all these guys that worked at nuclear power plants and kind of some of the levels, and then people that live near them. A German study, German scientists, they noticed that there was a slight uptick for children, not for adults.
This is nuclear power plants or just
near a nuclear substation?
Nuclear. Got it. Okay.
That there were higher cases of leukemia in the children.
Okay.
And it basically was 1% to 4% higher. Now, it wasn't like direct correlation. It was just, there just happened to be a slight uptick. And that was in children, not in adults, not in people that worked at.
And that wasn't an electronic substation. That was a nuclear facility.
Well, they said that they all emit the same types of EM. Joe, I'm so out of my skis. I'm not pretending like I know. I'm just listening to what the guy said. All right. Okay. And, it basically broke down to 6 kids out of 13 million. Now, I would argue one child is too many. But
when it goes to
a minute number.
Yeah, for data purposes, that's like nothing.
So getting back to my original.
Which I don't mean to sound so cold and cold-hearted, obviously. No one wants a kid to suffer like that. But 6 between, what do you say, 10 million or something like that?
Extremely more likely to die in a car crash.
It's 0.00,
But I think the point that I was trying to make is I have no problem practicing next to it. I just wouldn't want to have my house there.
Sure. That's
Which
fair.
has kind of been my point from the beginning.
That's understandable. I mean, who wants to look out their house and see a substation? It's just not appealing to look at.
Listen to.
No, but that's the other thing. They said that there's a sound that comes out of it, and they actually did the study, and they listened. I think Chase pulled the noise, and I didn't realize it hummed like that.
No, there's been a lot of these news stories
My
here.
fridge hums.
There's a lot of these super centers being built, these data centers. A lot of them, a lot in rural areas too, or in quiet areas, and it really messes with people trying to sleep at night. All right, you know what did not mess with my sleep last night? I actually slept great for the first time in a while. Maybe because the Golden State Valkyries got their 5th straight win. Now it's time for the teamwork play of the game, Joe, brought to you by El Camino Health. That's right, the Valks rolled to their 5th straight victory, beating the Chicago Sky 91-71, pulling away in the third quarter with a nice mix of turning defense into offense, like when Gabby Williams set up Veronica Burton with this steal.
Vandersloot across the timeline. Vandersloot to the left side of the floor. Back Stevens looking inside. Stolen by Gabby Williams. Leading the 3-on-3 for the Valkyries. In and out dribble to the right wing for 3. For Burton, it's good. And she's 3 of 4 from deep. She's the 3rd Valkyrie player with 11 points on Zedot. 48-42, joining Gabby and Tip.
Zedot. I love Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Hurting for a Burton. That was the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, we're togethering heals. We're going to try to heal the 49ers community on the other side. Pablo Torre and Wendy Zuckerman, who was this other, host and executive producer of Science Versus, which is a very popular podcast where she tries to debunk all these other, scientific theories out there. They're basically saying the evidence isn't there to suggest all these 49ers injuries are due to the electronic substation that they practice next to. Is it enough for you to put this story finally to bed? 888-957-9570.
You think the players is enough for the players?
I think it should be.
I think so too.
We'll discuss more. Sponsored by Front Bank, here for you, here for good.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you right willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
Hey there, it's Bonte, and I'm excited to tell you that summertime is a great time to discover the islands. River Islands, that is. They're located in Lathrop, right over the Altamont, and have become the best-selling lifestyle community in Northern California. Currently, there are 15 model complexes open for touring. This gives you all the choices you're looking for in size, location, and price. Take your pick from neighborhoods built alongside lakes, near parks and trails, or looking out on the San Joaquin River. This month, a brand new K-8 school is opening, the 4th built inside the community, and River Islands High School is welcoming students back for the fall term. Over at the Town Center, activity is everywhere at the Redwood Cafe, and a new community amphitheater gets closer to completion. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the $600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com and see for yourself how the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Bodoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Not gonna lie, I can go for some Laughing Monk right now. Sounds delicious. Check them out. Sunnyvale, they got multiple locations, but I prefer the Sunnyvale location, and believe we'll be back there for all of the 49ers home or check that away preseason games. Not preseason, but regular season games with Evan and Lorenzo Neal. But we've been talking a lot about the 49ers with this substation, I think we owe it to the listeners. And I get it. There's some of you in your car right now listening, or on the Odyssey app where we're streaming, or on YouTube, like, I am so damn tired of the substation talk. Trust us.
We're hoping this ends it.
I want this to be over after today.
Yeah, I hope this ends
I hope Pablo Torre has ended it for everyone out there.
I mean, if the Niners didn't send a fat check to Pablo Torre after this one, what are they doing?
John Lynch has promised to be on his next pod.
I just had a moment where I felt like I'm LJ in the future.
What? I need to tell you about the future.
Watching the boss try to navigate a YouTube page and Google search.
Everything for the next 15 years.
Hey, Grandpa Daddy, do you not know how to use the internet?
Was he struggling that badly? What was he looking for?
He is not a millennial.
He was like typing into Twitter to get to Pablo's. Just go to YouTube.
You go to YouTube. Yeah.
You're wasting
Was he typing with 2 fingers?
Oh, that's pretty good, Sammy. I'll give you a 4 for that this morning. Well, speaking of that, what was he looking for when Pablo Torre referenced 95.7 The Game, correct?
The very beginning, John Feliciano. So basically,
I got it right here, yeah.
Dibbs and John Feliciano started this whole thing. Play it right now.
And this is from Pablo Torre in his latest podcast. You can find it. It's called Pablo Torre Finds Out, and this time it's about the substation. He does a deep dive into the electrical substation, and it starts with the origin of this all, and it's right here.
And then somewhere along the way, Peter stumbles across a radio interview on a local Bay Area sports station that he likes to listen to. And it's an interview with ex-49ers player John Feliciano.
This is September 2025. It's 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and John Feliciano is the guest.
For 49er fans, where it seems like, and actually the data suggests it doesn't seem like, it's fact. Usually, and almost always, the 49ers are one of the most injured teams in the league.
And the hosts are talking about all of these injuries that the 49ers are getting.
And it's gotten to the point where people are like, it can't just be dumb luck. Like, there's got to be something to it.
We used to joke that it was the power plant behind the practice fields.
Apparently, that's where this whole thing started. It was Feliciano with our very own Mark Willard. I mean, come on, man. We got to give ourselves a pat on the back and a round of applause.
I love
95.7 started.
Real journalism here.
It's called 95.7 The Conspiracy now. There we go.
Well, they referenced how I didn't realize Rogan talked about it.
Oh, my God.
Obviously, Pat McAfee. We've seen Pat McAfee talking about it. Everyone on the internet has taken this power station story and ran with it.
Of course.
The guy who put out the original Reddit post, he had 500,000 views in like a week. How many views do you think he has right now?
Millions.
At the point where they published this episode, 22.5 million views.
Oh, my God. And they go even more into this deep dive. So it started there, Joe. Here's more about the buzzing sounds.
This is actually hilarious.
The buzzing sounds at the substation.
Sounds like my microwave.
He is worried that substations emit electromagnetic fields. And basically these fields are waves of electric and magnetic energy that move together. And Peter wonders, what if John Feliciano is right? What if those fields are harming the players and increasing their risk of getting injured?
When you go up, you walk up the back steps, you're looking right over the substation. And it's just, you can hear it buzzing and stuff. And
So how much buzzing are we really talking about?
Great question. We actually sent a reporter to the site, and look, she went to the loudest point that she could find, and here's what she said to us.
I feel like data centers have been absorbing a lot of the criticism for just ungodly noises emitted by electrical facilities. I feel like the substation is rightfully now in the conversation.
It's not birds tweeting. It's not a nice sound. That's for sure.
The buzz sounds.
But for me, that sound like my PS5 after 6 hours of playing.
Oh, like overheating?
Yeah,
that's exactly what it sounds like.
And I'm not
Red Ring of Death on your 360.
But like that, like, you know what I mean? And look, some people are like, you shouldn't be playing, you shouldn't. Remember when my mom used to say, you stare at the TV too long.
Your eyes aren't going to work anymore. Yeah. TV rots your brains. Yeah.
Well, Fox News did that to a certain generation of people. CNN did that to a certain generation of people.
It's the same thing when your parents would say, stop making that face or it's always going to be that way when you do a funny face. Yeah.
But that sound is not, it's not abnormal.
No, it doesn't sound like it's that annoying, right? Like,
but it is a sound, right?
It is. No, Joe, it's in my headphones, and I'm sure people driving around in their cars right now or listening, however they're listening, heard it, and it is noticeable. It is. So they go through that. All right. They reference John Feliciano, reference the sounds and all that, and the station next to it. Okay. What about those measurements that were done, right? The milligauss.
The milligauss.
All right.
Which I'd never heard of.
Well, here we go.
And he ultimately decides to go to the practice area and measure the electromagnetic waves. He drives up to the substation, parks nearby, and he starts measuring.
So, this is as close as I could get. But even right here, I'm reading almost 9 milligauss. Definitely a concern. The reading I had was between 8.5 and 9 milligauss. So the first thing I'm thinking when I see that is that's way higher than I would want to be exposed to.
And so a milligauss as a unit of measurement, that is a lot?
Normally, if you're just on your couch, say, you'd be exposed to about 1 or 2 milligauss. So 8 or 9, it is higher than normal. And at one point, he actually measures 50 milligauss.
Okay, so we're establishing that. Again, this goes back to the waves and what you're exposed to when you're like.
I was trying to explain this earlier.
Yeah, no, you were.
I hope I did. Maybe I didn't.
No, you're fine. You got a lot of information in 30 minutes. You can only do so much. Now,
just one man.
Here's more on why 50 milligauss is actually, well, not that high.
Because I thought it was a lot at first when I heard 50.
The guy makes it sound like it's a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
Apparently it's not.
Peter, with his Gauss meter, was recording, a 50 milligauss rating.
So I asked him, what about the 50 milligauss? Is that high? How worried should we be here?
So 50 milligauss is higher than what's normally encountered. However, it is still below, much, much lower than the limit. So the limit
what's the limit?
For the general public is 2,000 milligauss.
Whoa! Oh, okay.
Right.
And what happens at 2,000?
Well, nothing happens at 2,000 milligauss.
Right.
Because there's safety factors built within the limit.
So this is an enormous development for my numeracy around the milligauss.
You were worried that 50 milligauss was a shit ton. For narrative tension purposes, I didn't reveal that actually 50 milligauss is not particularly high.
Yeah, it's 2,000, which is a lot, not 50.
And the guy who was with the Australian voice was the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agent, who is also a commissioner on the board of the International Commission of Nuclear and Radiation Safety. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, but he didn't post on Reddit, so... I'm kidding.
No, I'm giving you his credentials. I'm just giving you his credentials.
All these people are very credentialed. Even Pablo Torre, if people are going to poo-poo Pablo Torre, guy's a Harvard-educated journalist, all right? He's got a degree from Harvard. Guy's smart, all right? Now, he might have some stories that, go over your head and go over my head sometimes, but this one does pertain locally, and they are kind of putting the kibosh, if you will, on this whole substation theory. And they keep going, and they get the scientist's opinion on whether or not he would play for the 49ers.
This is great.
Take a listen.
This is great.
Okay, so knowing what you know, would you feel comfortable playing football for the 49ers?
I would be ecstatic. Imagine how much money I could make. I could make way more money than sitting here talking about the adverse effects of life.
What about your Achilles?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't be worried.
I talked to Peter about it's kind of more broadly that I just didn't think the evidence was there that substations were.
You said you'd wipe your ass with the studies. It's very gentle of you to now say that you approached Peter delicately with evidence, but you wiped your ass with his evidence.
Well,
no. Do you have the part where they So Peter is the guy that listened to our station.
I have
and he's the guy that kind of started this whole thing. She comes back with the rebuttal from the scientist and then asks him directly. I thought this was the most fascinating part of the whole thing.
And apparently, it was the wrong substation, Joe.
Oh,
it was the wrong substation that they were talking about. Take a listen.
Because it actually names where all the substations are, because there's substations everywhere, right? So there's the one right next to Levi Stadium. It clearly says it's called the NRS. Mostly it's called the Northern Receiving Station. But the one that we just read this whole thing about, like, oh, it was this big expansion, the Mission substation, it's way over there.
So people were saying a substation upgraded in 2014, but it is a different substation.
It's a different substation.
This admittedly terribly made graphic does make clear that the thing that apparently has expanded, which is called Mission Substation, is off in the bottom left-hand corner and not at all the substation or either of the substations near Levi's Stadium.
It's not the same one.
How far away is that?
It's like a mile away, which is really far in the world of electromagnetic radiation because that field drops off extremely quickly with distance.
So the notion that it was a supercharged substation because of the upgrades that were done a decade plus ago, it wasn't even that substation. It was a different one.
How did we all miss on this?
Well, I think it was one person that missed.
That might be the funniest thing out of this entire thing.
To me, like, I know there's all the, because I think there's a healthy skepticism from a certain segment of people that are never going to believe any of the studies and the science. But it's inarguable. The substation upgrades weren't even in 2014, weren't even to that substation adjacent to the practice field.
No.
It was a mile away. To me, that's like damning, is it not?
It is.
Well, I just think, again, this is, because I've been this entire time, I've been one of those, it's not the substation, it's probably something else. And my whole frustration with all of this is that we've listened to people with zero qualifications, like Chase Sr., putting up this nonsense, being like, oh, well, I saw this little Reddit post that says this, so it must be true. And we all take what he says as fact, but then actual people whose job it is to know this stuff come out and say, no, it's not the substation. But it's like, well, I don't know. This guy on Twitter said that he had his little Millhouse counter there. That was around 50. That seems like a lot. And I know we kind of were down that theory too, but it's just this whole so what if this is like, maybe we should listen to people whose job it is to know these things instead of, dingbat 1, 2, 3 on the internet.
And if people have a problem with Wendy Zuckerman, who's obviously in a part of all this conversation, she does have a degree in biomedical science and law.
So one of the comments that I saw on YouTube that I think there's still going to be, there's going to always be naysayers, right? There's just, you say the sky is blue, some people say it's gray or it's red or whatever. I mean, that's right. That's life, right? Will we agree?
Yeah.
Not everyone's going to have consensus on anything. But I read one comment, and I thought it was an interesting one, where it said basically, hey, I've been an electrical engineer for over 25 years. I've worked in a variety of different power plants. Maybe you should have spoken just to hear the evidence, yay or nay. He wasn't making a decision, but maybe you should have spoke to an electrical engineer or someone who has a doctorate in electrical engineering and maybe the effects of that. And so I was like, that's interesting. But that will exist regardless of listening or not to this hour-long episode.
Absolutely. And it's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. 1 hour down, 3 to go here. Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast. And we're discussing the latest podcast from one Pablo Torre via Meadowlark Media. His podcast is called Pablo Finds Out. And this episode was doing a deep dive on the electrical substation next to the 49ers training facility that we've been talking about now.
I can't believe this.
It feels like 4 years, and we have now learned that the inception point of all of this was right here on 95.7 The Game.
Isn't that
with
even
Willard and Dibbs talking to
Chef's
John
kiss.
Feliciano, former Niners offensive lineman, and he was kind of just poking fun about it being a nuclear facility next to him, and then that caused a Reddit post. They went through the Reddit post. They refuted a lot of that information with scientists. They interview Australian, the guy, one of the top scientists when it comes to nuclear facilities. You just said so. It's
radiation protection,
nuclear safety.
Clearly knows his stuff.
Yes, it's his job to know about safety.
Clearly knows his stuff.
So they refute all of this. Basically, it wasn't even the right substation that people were talking about for most of this time.
Crazy.
It seems like. I mean.
Joe, I wonder with the new knowledge that we have that Feliciano broke this on Willard and Dibbs, I wonder, will that crack the top 15 greatest moments for Dan Dibley on the next 15 years?
Well, it'll probably be top 20 for the 20th anniversary.
It should.
I told him yesterday at the big sales meeting, we had everyone here, and I was like, dude, that list was terrible. He's like, you do your own list. You do your own list.
Was he really mad?
Thanks.
Dude, I can think of 15 things that happened this week that were better than those 15.
Was he really mad?
Oh, he was upset. He can say he wasn't. He's upset.
Oh, no. You're listening
his list was awful.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
I'll die on that hill.
And Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors of Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. All right. Not the end. We're going to play all these cuts because God bless Chase, who's up for Rookie of the Year, Rookie Producer of the Year, doing a deep dive on all of this stuff.
Dude, you did a great job listening and going through the whole thing. I mean, you listened to because I got the whole hour, all right? I watched the whole hour this morning. I woke up super early. I was packing my bag.
Well, I was listening to all the Lake Up conversation because that was also a big story of the last 24 hours.
We can get to that.
And then I see a text, you got to check out this Pablo Torre thing. I was like, all right, well, now I got to switch my podcast and stuff. So I haven't completely gone through it, but we're all going through it as a show together right now.
So, Chase, you and I both watched the whole thing, listened to the whole thing, and I kind of went over certain segments. My biggest takeaway is that there's so much misinformation and cherry-picked data that has been exaggerated across the board, and just the big thing for me was I thought the substation was upgraded in 2014. I was like, wow, there's a direct correlation. 2014, a ton of injuries. This thing got upgraded. That's not true. So now I just throw that out the window. But all the other stuff, it's like flimsy at best. Right? Like flimsy at best.
My take on it is that, it's a complete sham.
Yes,
whatever this guy came up with,
he
clearly didn't do his research, clearly didn't know what he was talking about, and he started this entire conversation, but I don't know if you're the Niners, I think you're happy about this because this was never going to go away. Say that Pablo Torre did his research and found out that there actually was an impact on the injuries with these substation, but now you're kind of looking at Kyle Shanahan, at least I was, and it's like, okay, is it your practice routines that are causing 100%. These injuries? Is it the fact that you're drafting all these injury-prone players and signing these older guys who've already had injuries? I don't know. I thought they solved some questions, but some other questions came up from it, too.
Well, I think my number one takeaway, which was at the very end, was like, clearly, and I'm going to go back to what I said 2 months ago, clearly, whatever the Niners are doing when it comes to the human part of this, how many days in a row are you practicing? How hard are you practicing? What's the space in between them? What's the recovery? What's the strength and conditioning program? What is the culture of the team in terms of fighting through injuries?
Right.
Like now all the stuff we know about Achilles injuries, because Dr. Nirab Pandya put out a big study on how the more they've seen more data suggest that when you're really pushed to the brink, that's when your Achilles snaps more often.
Yes.
And I'm really boiling that down because that does not sound scientific, what I'm saying. But like, I put more into culture, the players, the practice habits, the strength and conditioning, and they have gotten a complete pass during this substation conversation.
And they bring that up towards the end right here, why the 49ers practice might be to blame.
There could be other much cleaner explanations, like, I don't know, culture, coach.
Or both. For instance, how many practices in a row 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan was mandating during training camp in 2025?
Way to build your body to make it to a year is building that callus. All right. I really believe in 3 practices in a row as we go through camp. I can't always do it, all right, because of scheduling and stuff, but that's what our goal is. All right. The more we can practice 3 days in a row and fight through soreness and stuff is the more you build that callus.
But this is yet another human decision that Kyle Shanahan now says is becoming a bit more relaxed because the 49ers are no longer practicing 3 days in a row. Kyle Shanahan is changing his mind. He's now limiting it to 2.
That is a big deal. That is. What's up, Sam?
Well, no, because there's a couple other things here this kind of remind me of. One is, I went back, I looked at the NFL Player Association surveys they do at the end of every season.
Yeah.
And they rank, among other things, the training facilities and training staffs of every player. last 3-4 years, the Niners training staff, training facilities routinely ranked at the very bottom of the league, as according to the players. And another thing is we know Kyle Shanahan, ever since he started here, he's not a big believer in, I guess they call it static stretching, which where you're standing still and stretching out your ligaments and stuff that way. Conversely, way back when Harbaugh was running the team, Harbaugh and his coaching staff, they loved the concept of static stretching before practices.
I stretch before everything I do. Golf.
Exactly.
Any activity, I am a sit there, stretch. I ease into my workout.
Yeah, and the Niners have been known to, they kind of phased a little bit of that out when Shanahan took over. That's why when people kind of point at Levi, it's like, well, ever since the Niners moved to Levi's, they've had more injuries. Well, Kyle Shanahan's been the head coach for all but 2 of their seasons at Levi.
And Harbaugh left after 2014.
Exactly.
Correct.
So obviously there's going to be the correlation's going to kind of, there's going to be a similarity there. That does, like, there's a correlation. That doesn't necessarily mean causation there.
Yeah, it could be coincidence.
Exactly. So basically what I'm saying is there's been lots of other things that the Niners have been doing that kind of play into that cut we just heard there, where it's just like there are things they're doing inside the building that are contributing to this that they need to fix.
That's a great point. And I think, I'm going to be real. McCaffrey looks a little goofy in this one.
Of course he does.
Well, they bring up the Wi-Fi thing, and Pablo just kind of like laughs. He's like, I sleep on my phone. And look, like, they have different prerogatives, like you brought up McCaffrey's been injured a lot.
McCaffrey's been injured a lot. So if he believes that anything that could cause an injury, like if he could like dominate the controllables there and do away with that stuff, he might do it, which is his prerogative. We might find it all silly, but if it helps his mentals turning off the Wi-Fi, whatever, man. But it does sound kind of ridiculous. I would never do that.
Between you and me. You're playing football and you're worried about the Wi-Fi?
Well, that's the other thing, Joe.
Am I the only one that's like
no,
really?
No, Joe, like that's the absurdity of all this. Like
you're playing football and you're worried about the Wi-Fi?
And you're a running back, dude.
Am I tripping?
I'd be more concerned about, Did
you see Roger Craig?
Well, I didn't want to get into that, but it's a seriousness. You see Roger Craig, you see Chris Johnson?
Yeah.
The brain trauma of being a running back right now, like, not right now, always, but with CTE going around and we're worried about, Wi-Fi? I mean, it does, when you put it that way,
that's all I was saying.
It's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
And again, I usually, the amount of people I know, I only drink whole milk. Dude,
I do love whole milk.
You smoke Swisher Sweets, bro. That's horrible.
Oh, that's raw. You're thinking of like raw milk, whole raw milk, which is different. That's more expensive.
I only eat organic. Full, extra large Coke, please.
Thanks.
Yeah, the organic lettuce is really going to save you.
Well, remember, if you're watching any of those YouTube videos or whatever, the TikTokers of saying, you don't eat these things because all this stuff in there is poison, more likely than not, they're trying to sell you a supplement that helps you.
I've been eating microplastics my entire life.
Yeah, they're good for you.
We all have.
Yeah,
flavors of the food.
Yeah, there you go.
And I'm not giving it up.
Did you know the sticker is edible on fruit?
You know why? Because for every individual that gets injured, another individual becomes X-Man like Fred Warner.
There you go. It's the trials. I just finished the boys, right? The V trials, Sam. Some people it works, some people it doesn't. Our Red and Gold
If you were sleeping in my house, you guys all came over and you're like, got to turn the Wi-Fi off. Come on, look at you.
No,
first thing I'm doing when I walk into your house,
telling that to Michelle. And Michelle, I'd really appreciate it if you guys could turn the Wi-Fi off. She would look at me and just not say anything and just leave.
No, you can't use the microwave.
We can laugh a little bit, like each their own, You can't use the microwave. My son, we have the microwave in a cabinet at the river, and he will sit down on the ground and stare into the microwave. I'm like, please don't do that.
Oh, now you're actually not
you guys have an electrical stove? I can't eat here. I'm sorry. I can't. Only gas.
It's the whole, when cell phones first came out, it's like, it's going to give you a brain tumor. It's like, stop.
Oh, God. Our Red and Gold Summit is back for another year. Maybe we'll talk.
Live with it.
Are we going to talk about this at the Red and Gold Summit? Please, for the love of God, no. Thursday, September 3rd, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Dids from 2 to 6, and all the hosts from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. And guess what? Our very own NFL Network analyst, Odyssey insider, Brian freaking Baldinger is going to be there as well. That's right. Baldy Breakdowns at the Red and Gold Summit. And that's all sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Chicken Boneless, Skinless Breasts or Thighs value packs, just $2.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home.
But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Do you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act.
One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
To the physicality or something else that makes more 49ers go down than others?
We used to joke that it was the power plant behind the practice fields. I chalk last year up to them being late in the postseason for the last 4 years or whatever it was. We practice hard. Those last two training camps were probably the most physical training camps that I've been in. I think that's why they were so good in the postseason for the last 4 years or whatever it was. We practice hard. Those last two training camps were probably the most physical training camps that I've been in. But I think that's why they were so good.
There's not a doubt in my mind the culture of the 49ers is play hard as hell.
Yeah.
And be physical. Although, why are they starting fights every single day?
Yeah.
But as I continue to keep saying, we're talking about the substation this morning. If you're just waking up, coming in, Spadoni, Shasky, the substation was essentially debunked. And all of the stuff surrounding it by Pablo Torre Finds Out, which is a podcast that also added in a science podcast. They kind of merged together to do the show and the episode simultaneously, and they put science behind what's real and what's not regarding the substation. And they essentially said it's not real.
Yeah. But what is real is how the 49ers practice.
Exactly.
And that could be the problem when it comes to all these injuries. And they even referenced, and they played a sound clip of Kyle Shanahan himself saying, hey, even if you're sore, the goal is to practice 3 days in a row. Well, they don't do that anymore. That is what they used to do, was 3 days in a row. If they could, the schedule allowed it, 3 straight practices. Well, now it's 2 straight.
Let me just stop you right there.
Yeah.
I think back in the day, a lot of the training habits that we had regarding getting ready for a season made sense. So let's go back to pitchers, for example. It made a lot of sense for baseball pitchers to ramp up in spring training because they really hadn't thrown a lot during the winter back in the day.
Yeah.
Now we have 365 a year regiments. In the NBA, how many guys work just as hard, if not harder, in the offseason?
Oh, a bunch.
Than they do in the regular season?
A bunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
no days off is like kind of a motto now.
And why do we have ACL, Achilles, injuries galore, foot injuries galore? The body's just not meant to be played that often.
Overworked.
All that, exactly.
Yeah, overworked.
Now let's go to the NFL. It literally used to be, and I'm going back to the 60s, but like there were guys that were milkmen in the offseason. Bob St. Clair, he worked for Strauss Milk.
Yeah.
Clover Milk, excuse me. There were guys that were pro wrestlers or cops in the offseason. And yeah, they would come into training camp and they would get ready for the season. And that made a lot of sense.
But they didn't make a lot, so they had to have legitimately 2 jobs.
Yeah. Exactly. Now, like, look at someone like Ricky Pearsall. Every video he posted was him doing what? Workouts?
Workout, yeah.
Now, he enjoyed his offseason, and he went to Japan, but the entire time in his Japan trip, what was he doing? He's working out.
Working out. When the body probably, in hindsight, might have just needed to relax.
Exactly. Yeah. I think the thing that we actually don't understand the most is the correlation of rest and recovery to the body. That's something that I'm learning. And so when you said that Kyle Shanahan thought that 3 days in a row to build the callus of hitting made sense, and that's how he wanted to do it. Well, that makes sense because he's old school, and that's the era that his dad came from. And I think in that era, that made a lot of sense. But in this era, I think you need to ever be evolving, no?
I agree, and it's interesting you put that because producer Chase, who's been at a lot of these 49ers practices, gave us this little nugget because he's been there, right? And he noticed the Titans, who've been doing the joint practices. They play tonight at Levi Stadium, obviously, and we'll dive into that a little bit later as well. But he was noticing the stretching regimen of the Tennessee Titans, and as compared to the non-stretching regimen of the San Francisco 49ers. And he's like, that's kind of interesting considering who the head coach is of Tennessee. That would be Robert Saleh, who has been a defensive coordinator last year for many years under Kyle Shanahan. And he seems to think stretching, and it's a big deal. Maybe he wanted to do that when he was here in San Francisco, but Kyle Shanahan, he's the boss. He calls the shots. That's on him. That's what he does. Okay. They're not big believers in stretching. I'm not saying that's the correlation, causation of all this stuff.
One of many things that needs to be evaluated.
It's just something that you think about now as we're diving into these practices. What could be fixed? Is it the training room? Is it the rest and recovery? Do you need more ice tubs? Do you need more hot tubs? Do you need to tell players in the offseason to relax and take a pill and chill? I don't know. But everything is up for debate now because it's clear that it's not some Fugazi substation. This is happening in-house and they need to fix it. And I don't know what the answer is, though, Joe.
I don't either.
But they're also relying. See, this is
it's also player to player.
No, it's the player to. Is that Mark Randy? It's player to player, and also you're relying on a lot of older guys with a lot of wear and tear.
That's
the problem.
Element. That's a whole. But then why are all the young running backs hurt?
Well, that's a great question.
You know what I mean? I hear you. You're right. They do have an older team, but even the young guys.
Well, Ricky Pearsall was
young.
Michael is young, right?
I mean, that's football.
It's football, and again, unlucky aspects to this. Fans don't want to hear that. We're just unlucky, but sometimes it is just luck, which sucks.
I'm a big believer though in time off. Mental exhaustion is real. Spiritual exhaustion is real. Physical exhaustion is obviously real.
Right.
And I don't know, man. I think modern sports has gotten so refined and so specialized that I do think we've almost gone just slightly too far with some of these guys' bodies, and the normal way of getting ready for the season from a team perspective has been kind of altered because of the individual training of each player and what they go through to stay at the top of their craft. And I get it. It's how they make their money.
I was going to say, do you think there's an element of this? And, we know how stubborn Kyle Shanahan could be, but he's also been open and willing to have conversations with people about it. But do you think the fact that they've reached 2 Super Bowls, right, under his tenure as San Francisco 49ers head coach, doing all this type of practices and doing everything that works leading up to those Super Bowls, you think that's also jaded him a little bit in light of all these injuries?
What do you mean jaded him? What do you
mean? Hey, guys, I know what I'm doing here. Right, we might be unlucky.
The results
have spoke for themselves.
They've solidified the process.
We've gotten to 2 Super Bowls doing what we've been doing always.
I would go in the other direction.
Okay,
See, I actually think I look back at the Warrior run that they went on. It almost felt inevitable. Everyone went down. Dude, you played longer than everyone for 6 straight years.
Yeah. And
then trained like crazy in the offseason.
It's funny you bring that up. Kobe talked about that a lot. One of his biggest regrets was, towards the end of his career, not being able to play that long. Obviously, he had the Achilles injury, but part of that, and maybe what, Doc Pondia and these studies are getting at, overworking, the guy was addicted to working out always.
Yes.
He built his whole brand and career on wanting to work harder than you. I'm going to beat you in the gym, and then I'm going to beat you on the court. We revere him for that Doc, the Redeem team, right?
Yeah.
They're all going out and wanted to hang out and party, and Kobe's there working out and be like, oh, okay. And that inspired the rest of his team to want to buy in and work out harder. But there's working out and wanting to, better yourself, but also recovery is so important. And not only just the physical body, but I think the mental aspect of this.
Jerry Rice pushed himself, right?
Yes.
Jerry spoke about how at the end of his career, when he really got into golf, it was a great mental break for him to completely focus muscles on different, his energy on different muscles and different stuff. He still worked out.
Right.
And that's why he lasted as long as he did. But I also think the other element is nutrition. I'm a big believer in the nutrition part of it and what you put into your body. And
TB12 method.
You led me right to the water.
I didn't mean to.
You led me right to the water. You can't tell me, Tom Brady worked hard. I'm not saying he didn't.
Yeah.
But his nutrition is absolutely a factor. And also, I think his understanding of not pushing too hard.
Oh, Joe, it might have been a factor of why his relationship fractured with his head coach.
I would agree.
He was that in on nutrition, and his guy, Alex Guerrero, who's his personal trainer, who I think is part of the Raiders' personal trainers now too, something like that. But that was a big point of contention that Tom really relied on this guy for nutrition and for working out. and he was around the Patriots facility, and Belichick was like, whoa. We have our own way of doing things here. You could have him, but he's not going to, infect my guys and do this. I'm still the leader of this. We're going down a different rabbit hole there. But I agree with what you're saying. Like, look at Tom Brady's body from when he was in his 40s just to when he became a pro.
I know.
It's like night and day.
I know, but he's not.
He was like in better shape in his 40s, it looked like, than he was in his late 20s.
But
it sounds insane.
But he's not like overly bulky.
No.
Like I look at some of the guys on the Niners, and it's look, on one level, you're like, dude, I don't question your commitment and your level of training and all that. Like, I look at McCaffrey and I look at Nick Bosa's legs, and I'm like, it's just somebody's bodies, like Kittle's body. Let's get to Kittle's body for a second. Because Bosa and McCaffrey's legs are just monster. Some people's bodies, the muscles get so big on the frame can't withstand it. You see this in pro wrestling a lot. Right? Where guys put on so much extra muscle, then they tear a labrum or they tear this. And I look at Kittle's body. Look at the transformation of his body. It's a wonder that Steph Curry has been able to add the layers of muscle onto his thin frame that he had originally. And I think one of the elements of Curry is, I think he definitely works out. He definitely works hard. But I also think he also does enjoy himself a little.
Yes.
And throttles down a little. I think part of LeBron's overall being able to stay at where he's at is he's actually cycled, and I don't mean cycle drugs. I'm talking about cycled.
Cycling.
Bicycling. Yeah. And I actually think that's leaned out his frame a little over the years, and I think that he doesn't overly get muscular.
Because he couldn't put all that extra weight and stress, on his body.
100%.
I always loved, Julian Edelman was asked about this. I think it was on a podcast, maybe it was on Colin Cowherd or whatever, because he's part of Fox Sports. But he played with Tom Brady forever, right? That was like his only quarterback. I think he only stayed with the Patriots his whole career. And he was like, I don't like my quarterbacks jacked. Like, he was kidding, but also not kidding at all. He's like, no, you need a little pudge. You need a little, you can't be over it because those guys get hurt. He says, dude, I don't know if there's a study, but the guys that are super jacked from the quarterback perspective always got hurt. Will Levis, the guy that's going to play tonight.
Kaepernick. I thought Kaepernick got too jacked.
Yes.
And he was jacked.
Cam Newton's
a good one. That's actually a really good one.
We don't have any studies behind this stuff, but it just felt like that was the case.
Look at Frank Gore. Frank Gore did a lot of boxing training.
Yeah.
And if you look at Frank Gore, he's in shape, but he never looked like, oh my God, what a specimen.
No.
And yet he lasted forever. There's an art to Frank's game. Obviously, he never got squared up. I look at some of the guys that were the physical freaks in like Calvin Johnson. His body just, it gave out on him.
And of course, there's unicorns in all of this.
Adrian Peterson.
Derrick Henry's a guy that I see his workout videos in the offseason all the time. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, well,
this guy's like a running sled up like a sand dune.
He's an outlier.
But he's one of the greatest of all time.
James Harrison.
Yeah, James, there you go.
Look at the muscle on that frame, and you're like, what?
Exactly.
Doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't. Apparently, Jim from San Francisco has the solution to the 49ers. He has the solution for the injuries, I guess. What's up, Jim?
Okay.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
I'm good. How y'all doing this morning? Thanks for having me on.
No worries.
Now, I didn't call because I had to hear y'all repeat something twice before I called because I wasn't sure that I heard what I was hearing, But the fact that you say that Coach Shanahan does not believe in stretching.
He doesn't do it to the degree of some of these other teams.
Static stretching he doesn't believe in, which is like standing there and leaning over. Like I do leg stretches and groin stretches and arms and fingers. Like imagine you would calisthenics, if you will, is what I used to call it back in the day.
Okay. Now, I have grown to not believe in stretching either. Okay. I'm not saying it's not good, but I don't do it anymore.
Okay.
But the fact that he has all of those professional people there and allow him to not do that type of stretching, that's criminal because you have to do something. Now, stretching is not it's just not for me anymore because I learned something better. I used to watch my uncle work out when I was a kid, and then I perfected what he did. My uncle was super strong, super athletic, and so I was, I've been an athlete all my life, and I'm almost 80 years old now.
Wow.
And I used to run almost 60 miles a week, never had one injury because of the way I used to work out. But it's not the way you work out. It's what you do before you work out, and it's what you do after you work out That makes the difference. Working out doesn't hurt you as long as you prepare before you work out and you do the right things after you work out. You can work out all you want to. It's not going to hurt your body. Working out is good for your body because the more you work out, the better your body, better shape your body gets.
Would you agree on rest though? Like, because you're talking about afterwards. I do believe there's like a fine line on rest and recovery. I mean, I love the hot tub, for example.
What do you do, Jim?
I don't do ice and I don't do any of that stuff. I don't believe in icing.
What do you believe in, Jim? What do you believe in? Like, what do you do?
Well, wait a minute now. You want me to tell you what I do?
I want the secret. I want the secret, Jim. You're almost 80, and it sounds like you're chiseled out of granite.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like you could choke me out right now through the radio.
I can't. I give it to you. You listen. This is why I'm not a millionaire. I've given away all of my everything, my secrets and everything. People say you're crazy to keep giving away stuff. That's why you're not a millionaire. So I just, I would love if the 49ers would want to pay me to do it. I'm going to tell you how I'm so sure about what I know.
Just tell me, Jim. I won't tell the Niners. It's just between us.
Hold on a minute.
Jim, it's just between us.
How sure I am.
Yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm so sure of my methods. I would give the 49ers and say, you pay me this amount of money. Put the money in escrow. If it doesn't work, you don't owe me anything. That's how sure I am.
How much? How much do you think that the you want from them, or they'll be willing to pay? How much?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How much you think it would be worth if they could cut down their injuries, say
millions?
Yeah, I think they would pay millions to do
millions.
95%. If they cut down the injury 95%, how much that would be worth if you was giving them the information?
Probably $95.7 million.
Okay. Then that's what it'd be worth to me. I wouldn't charge them that much.
What about me? Can you give me a free trial? Bro, Jim, give me a free trial. I just want to know what you're doing. What are you doing, Jim?
A free trial?
Yeah.
If I tell you what to do, you go straight to the 49ers and say, hey, give me so much money and I'll tell y'all what to do.
Oh, Jim, I want to ask you a question.
Here's what I'll do, though. Here's what I'll do.
Yeah.
If you guys put me in touch with the 49ers and say, we got a guy can solve your problems.
Okay.
Then you'll get a finder's fee of
finder's fee.
You do it, or both of you do it, you get a finder's fee of 15%.
Oh, wow, 15?
Whatever they pay me, you get 15% of it.
That's Jim, do you believe in the substation theory?
No, it's nothing to that. Not at all.
Yeah, because Jim,
not at all.
Jim knows. He's no dummy. Thank you, Jim. We appreciate it. It was an elite call. Thank you so much for screening that, Chase. You knew you found gold when he called into the station.
I was listening to Chase go back and forth with him, just like, what is he dealing with? You want to finish it, Chase? Like,
yeah, no, because I was just cracking up. He's like, I'm telling you, I had the strategy for the 49ers. And I'm like, you got to tell me. He's like, why would I tell you? I'm losing all these millions. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to put him on air. This guy's hysterical. So, oh my God, Jim from SF, call again, man.
Why are you mad at me? You know why you're mad at I'm mad at you. No, I actually don't.
Legitimately, I don't know.
Then you're a bigger dummy than I thought.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go play Xbox. Right? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that'll make it better.
I tried, guys. I tried to get the secret sauce out of Jim. I just, even a free trial? No.
This Pablo Torre episode dropping this morning, like debunking the substation, is going to take away from the fact that yesterday during the Giants game, I saw the worst ever throw I have ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, Willie.
From shortstop to second base on a double play. LJ could have thrown that ball on a tighter rope than what Willie Adames did. He is horrific defensively. And if he's injured, and like this is a legitimate question.
When I seen him throw that ball.
No, Joe.
As a throw of the baseball.
We're talking a lot about injuries this morning, right?
Yeah, he's been dealing with his back forever.
Okay, so can we have like a sincere sports conversation about this? No. This is
no.
Let's
have it, please.
Like Warriors, Niners, Giants. On one level, I love seeing my athletes fight through things and gut it out there and play. Love that. Like that's in one sense admirable. Okay. On another sense, where's the line on diminishing returns for the team itself? For example, last year I was questioning, like, is it better for Purdy to just like get his toe right and then come back like when he's 100% healthy, and just let Mac take over? Like, is he hurting the team or helping the team? Well, he got over the injury and then he was awesome and he plowed forward. I think we've asked this about Draymond Green in the back that he's had, where it's been tender at times. Like, should he just sit for a couple weeks?
Right.
Or like, and get right? And or is he hurting the team by trying to gut through it, even though it's admirable, and trying to fight through it, right?
Yeah.
So Willie Adames had this back injury forever, and there's a big part of me that's like, hey, I honestly, like, I'm being real here. I appreciate that he's trying to fight through it. Like, you guys making a lot of money, and I get it. He wants to gut through it or whatever. It's hurting the team. It's hurting the team. Now, he gets hurt. He gets hurt and he puts himself on IR, meaning he acknowledges the injury and puts himself on IR. Oh, see, the expensive guy got injured again. Like, I feel like we can't have it both ways, and I'm not sure where the line is. I'm thinking about George Kittle right now, right? Dude, George, you're getting ready for week 1? Pump the brakes, dude.
Yeah.
Do I want to win week 1?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I want to win week 1. You know what the last thing I want to do is jeopardize whatever few years are left on George Kittle's career just to win week 1. Knowing that week 1 might determine whether you make the playoffs or not because of the way the NFL is.
Sure.
But like, the end doesn't justify the means. So I don't really want to see Kittle bust his hump to get back week 1. I kind of want him to slow play it.
It's an interesting point that you put out there, because I do think it's player specific and how we view said player given a fan base, right? You mentioned George Kittle, one of the most beloved 49ers of all time.
Greatest center tight end. Greatest center tight end ever.
Might be, he's a Hall of Fame tight end. He is. He's probably going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's one of the great characters and people in the NFL. Everyone loves George Kittle. So everyone would understand, hey, George, protect you from yourself, bud. Come back whenever you want. We're going to love you regardless. Same can't be said for Willie Adames. If George Kittle is at the top of beloved athletes list in the Bay Area, where do you think Willie Adames is right now?
He's relatively low in terms of beloved level.
Probably at the basement, right? As far as guys, probably at the basement of guys getting paid that much money.
He's not at the Jake Moody level of the basement.
No, we're not ready to ship him out here for peanuts on end. Although we had a lot of conversations and fans have been calling in about this guy for a long time. That being said, I say all that to say this. It's a no-win situation for a guy like Willie Adames when your Q rating within a fan base is so low. So on one end, I agree with you, Joe. It's great that you're trying to gut it out there. But on the other end, you're not playing well enough for me to justify keep putting you out there. If not only are you a bad guy at the plate, you're not producing there. You're striking out at a historic rate. You've been awful there. You're also just hurting the team defensively, and you're not an elite shortstop as is. Hell, you're not even above average shortstop as a. You are borderline average when you are out there with your glove. So any little small thing that you're dealing with injury-wise is going to make you that much worse, because that is a very demanding position, is it not? Probably the most demanding.
Yeah, but on one level, like,
so you're hurting your team when you're out there defensively, right?
No, he is, but would he get more or less grief going on to IR? I'm being real.
At this point, I don't think there's any more grief that we could hand out to him.
No,
so
fair.
I think he should have nipped this thing in the bud. But this is where also the player's part of it. But this is where, if you're Buster Posey, dude, you got to get this guy healthier. Don't you want a better version of Willie Adames to show up if he's healthy towards the end of the season?
Take the decision out of his hands.
Yes,
he's not, because like Steph Curry, if you want to go power, like player empowerment, Steph controls when he plays and when he, like, if that's on the high end. Okay.
Right.
Steph controls when there's backup, right guard is at the bottom.
Correct.
He doesn't get to determine anything. No. Where's Willie on this spectrum? How much has he earned? He's one of the most expensive players on the team.
Clearly, the Giants are telling us by putting him out there with his bad back that Willie controls this. And you know what?
Should
his voice within that locker room? No, he shouldn't.
Okay.
No, he's making way too much money, and he has not contributed at a high level enough for me to give him that benefit of the doubt that he's going to figure it out with his bad back. Dude, go on the IL. You should have gone on there months ago, it seems like, so that somehow, some way, you could salvage what is a horrible season. I would love nothing more than for Willie Adames to finish this season on a somewhat high note, get hot. Can he bat, I don't know, 280, 300 the final month of the season? and just get his power back and feel confident for something heading into next season. Because Lord knows no one's touching that contract with a 10-foot pole. I need Willie to play well if I'm a San Francisco Giants fan. That's what I want. What's the best path forward for him doing that? Getting some rest.
Yeah, but
healing the back, right? Joe, do I sound insane when I'm saying
you
this?
don't sound insane, but then you're going to look at his baseball card and you're going to do what we're doing with Matt Chapman right now. Old injured player. Look how many games he's missed. I'm trying to play like the robust argument here. Like, and then who are you going to put at shortstop?
You figure that out. I mean, we're playing. It's an audition tape for a lot of these guys right now, right? You have a bunch of people in the minors for the shortstop position. Bring someone up.
Yeah,
no, but that's what. Like seriously, this season's already lost
the team
for me.
at all. Or do you fault the player, or is it just a little bit of blame all over?
Well, Lord knows Tony Vitello's not going to tell him that he's out.
I think that's a big problem for me.
No, but it is.
Would Bochy have sat him?
Probably. Bochy's got the juice.
Gold standard. Yes, exactly.
He's got the juice in the organization. Tony doesn't.
Okay.
He just has no juice.
So let's play this out. Nick Bosa's feeling 50-50 week 1. Has Nick Bosa earned the right to determine whether he plays or not?
Yes. But also, Nick Bosa.
We paid him a lot of money.
Nick Bosa has this, aura around him, however you feel, this preconceived kind of, I don't know what the word is. People have this viewpoint of Bosa that he's always going to protect him. He's
a mercenary.
He's the bottom line Bosa's, I think Bonte said.
That's a good way of putting it.
That's what they want to do.
Do you view McCaffrey the same way? He sat out the last couple of days. That to me feels precautionary.
I will never question Christian McCaffrey's
I agree with you,
heart
100%.
and he wants to play always.
Okay.
You were at the NFC Championship game. Wasn't who was it? Tim Ryan telling you that like he was shocked that he even played in that game.
Okay, so now let's go
bruised everywhere.
Like I think this is just an injury conversation in sports. When Fred Warner had the hurt leg that year, I thought he was doing more harm than good.
2 years ago, you're saying?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
When he wasn't all pro.
That he tried to fight through it.
Yeah.
He was a shell of himself.
Yeah.
But I love that he tried to fight through it. And obviously, we love Fred Warner, and he got I think he was an all-pro.
He was an all-pro,
I don't think he deserved it.
No.
I thought
when he was a shell of himself at that position, he still was one of the best linebackers.
Sure, but it was so down from what I'm accustomed. And I was like, Fred, just get the surgery. Just get the surgery. I care about you way more for like the long term. That's the way I view Kittle. Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah.
Does he get any benefit of the doubt?
No. He has what has he done in Golden State to give him any benefit of the doubt?
He's the orchid.
He can't stay healthy. He's either, and I don't want to laugh at this.
No,
but he's either sick or he has a legitimate injury.
So, but does he get the power to determine whether he plays or does it on the team?
I mean, he probably does have that power, right? Like if he's feeling bad one day, like, I don't know, the POTS, whatever it is, if he's feeling like flu-like
it's very unknown.
It's unknown, but if he's feeling that morning his flu-like symptoms, I'm sure he does have the power to tell management and head coaches like, guys, I don't feel good today.
So this upcoming year with Steph Curry,
which wouldn't fly, by the way, in a lot of other places, but that they have to take him at his word for that.
This upcoming year with Steph Curry, let's say his knee's not feeling right and you're like 2 weeks into the season, 3 weeks into the season. Do you shut him down to make sure that you don't jeopardize like a year down the line or 2 years down the line? Or like how much does the state of the team factor into how you view the Steph Curry maintenance throughout the year?
That's a great question because I think if that was the case last year, like if we were heading like this same Steph Curry situation heading into last season, I do think people would be pissed because there were some legitimate playoff expectations.
But not this year?
But not this year. I think people will understand, given the moves that they have made, given the comments, and trust me, we'll get to some of the comments from Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, who was on the TK show, an Odyssey podcast here in the last 24 hours. It sounds like he's going to be on board with whatever they want medically. So whether that's not playing in back-to-backs, whether that's not like, traveling a bunch or all these long road trips, not playing in some of those games, I think he will buy into whatever upper management will tell him.
Right.
Because Steph is unique that way, right?
I agree. He's a legend.
Yeah.
Mike Evans is a legend in the NFL. If Mike Evans is feeling some kind of way, he's on a 1 year deal. And obviously you have a lot of respect for him. You haven't built up this big equity with the fan base or the organization, but you respect him to the fullest. If he's like, I'm kind of 50-50. I don't know.
That's an interesting one. He dealt with a hamstring strain last year. If it's hamstring related, sure. But Joe, this also goes back, and you bring up Mike Evans. We were talking about a toe injury for a majority of last season for the quarterback. Now, we learned After talking to the Drew Bledsoes of the world, talking to, who was it, Jake Delhomme who had it, talking to Lorenzo Neal, all these different positions, they don't like that it's just called turf toe because it just sounds like it's a
soft injury.
A soft injury, thank you. When it affects everything. We did the whole science of it. We talked to Dr. Nirav Pandya. It affects your mobility in a massive, massive way. And these guys have to have metal plates in their cleats. So we learned a lot about the pain tolerance, and it is where your standing is at within an organization. Are you a quarterback? Are you a Stephen Curry? Are you making a lot of money? Are you a guy that's on a rookie contract? The situation, I think, matters in this. But ultimately, I think what you're asking is at 888-957-9570, should the decision of a player playing through an injury be on the organization or be on the player?
Well, I'm watching Willie Adames, and he needs to sit down.
I agree.
He made the worst throw I've ever seen on a double play in my life. But, I come back...
Shouldn't Posey or someone be in charge of that, too?
Look, but again, I would be lying to myself. I didn't say, on some level, it is admirable that you're out there suiting up.
Now,
and you are the highest paid player. And I feel like I'm contradicting myself because it's on one level, it's not fair for me to criticize him going out there and playing poorly because he is playing hurt. But on another level, well, if you're that hurt and you're not playing well, then just sit.
Right.
But then I'd also be at the front of the line ripping him for being out.
I mean, who should
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Before I get to Willie, because this is where I'm really conflicted. I have a hard time bashing Ricky Pearsall.
They told him to rest, right? They told him to not elect to get the surgery.
And then he played through the injury. He did not look right.
No.
And now he's going to lose a year of his prime.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him. And what is everybody in the fan base doing? Crushing Ricky Pearsall. And
I think they're crushing the pick more than everything, but it lands on him, which sucks.
I get it, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to but I just don't think it's this cut and dry. I don't think that he's this bum or whatever.
Right.
I feel bad for the guy. Javon Kinlaw had the messed up knee.
Yeah.
It's on the Niners when the medical told you before you drafted him that the knee was messed up, and then how it maintenance and all that stuff. That's a whole separate conversation. Ricky was fully healthy in college.
Yeah.
Right. And I feel bad for the kid. And yet I see him getting crushed by everyone. And I get it. I do think it's part of him being a first round pick.
It is. You are a product of where you were drafted. And first round picks are just graded differently. And that's just it. Michael Williams will be the same thing. Sucked that he tore his ACL.
Great point.
Sucked that he tore his ACL his rookie year. But you know what? It's just another guy that got hurt for Niner fans.
Well, and then
it's just another young player that got drafted and got hurt. And you're pissed off and you're angry. And I get it. Try not to be angry at the player because these are freak things, man. A lot of this stuff is freak injury stuff, and it happens. But we're also talking about the practice habits. Maybe it's not a freak injury. Maybe you're practicing too damn hard. There is a give and take. I get it. You could practice hard, and maybe that shows up in the regular season, and you're more ready to go than some of these other teams, and maybe you want it a little bit more, and that leads to more wins. But also, that leads to more injuries, and your ceiling is reduced because of it. So you get what I'm saying?
I do, but I'm listening to Mark Willard the other day, and love you, Mark. He said, I don't want to hear about injuries. It shouldn't be. It's a major part of sports now.
Joe,
stretch more.
Injuries are a part of every single season for our big three sports this year.
It's not even a debate.
The Giants, think of all the injuries that they've had this year. You go to the Golden State Warriors. Their whole season was injuries. And the San Francisco 49ers, it defined their season last year, but almost in a way that we've never seen before because they were able to overcome it. Mm-hmm. It's what made the season so special that they won in Philadelphia is despite all those injuries. So, I get where Mark is saying it sucks that we have to talk about, but we have to talk about it.
It's the story.
We have to.
It's the story.
It's the big story, right?
Why did the Indiana Pacers not have a good year?
Because of Tyrese Halliburton's Achilles injury, which was the story of the finals and then story of this past season.
When I look at the Warriors, part of why they're stuck where they're at, Jimmy and Moody. And it's not their fault. It's just they're screwed.
Boston Celtics, Jason Tatum.
Yes.
There you go.
The Niners right now.
Yeah.
They're in a tough spot. This Bosa injury could be lingering all year, and I don't know how to work it.
Dr. Nirav Pandya joined Willard and Dibbs the other day and talked about how to manage the knee tendonitis that he is currently dealing with. I promise.
I think the biggest thing is just decreasing down load. I mean, honestly, with this, the injections, things like that around tendons can cause a tendon to be weaker, which is the one thing you don't want to do around that knee, particularly doing things like cortisone, et cetera. So it is a lot of just like resting, icing, making sure you're not loading that area, which then becomes problematic as you get a little bit later in the season because the preseason is necessary to kind of build up everything strength-wise. So we do see players who don't necessarily have that preseason workload. They can be at risk for injuries later down the road. So it is one of those things you have to worry about because if you're not practicing, you can't build that natural strength and explosiveness that you need, which can then be problematic as you get later in the season.
And again, this isn't unique. We've talked about this injury before. Christian McCaffrey deals with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Now, it wasn't really brought up last year, but it's something that doesn't really go away. You just have to deal with it. Steph Curry is now going to be dealing with tendonitis and runner's knees basically the other day. Like, you got to rest. Like, that's ultimately it. And I think Ryan from San Bernardino brings up an interesting point. He's going to join us right here. Ryan, what's up, man? You want to talk some Niners?
What's up, Ryan? Yeah, my brothers. Good morning to you guys. How we doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing spectacular. Hey, I know Nick Bosa makes a lot of money, but I know he's also in a void year where they could, bail out of the next year. So what I was thinking was if we're fortunate enough for Nick Bosa to come back semi-healthy, I think the 49ers have enough run stoppers to where on first and second down we'll be okay. I think we could possibly, I know he makes a lot of money again, to get him started, use him kind of as a third down situational pass rusher, kind of like we're going to be doing Romello Height on the other side. And then one further thing I wanted to say to you guys is just, throw it up to you guys, see what you think. Going forward from this moment forward in their careers, do you guys think Vita Vea will have a better career or Nick Bosa?
Oh, it's an interesting question, Ryan. Thank you for the call. I have no idea to quantify that. Vita Vea is also getting up there in age. Buccaneers don't want to pay him. He's a defensive tackle. Again, I have no idea to answer that question. We'll see. I got to see both those players play this year, too. But the idea of Nick Bosa as a third down specialist, Joe, early on in the season, is that does nothing for you?
It's an interesting thought. It's outside the box. I just feel like if he's going to suit up, he's going to play.
I agree.
Way more than that.
I agree. And Ryan failed to mention, he's like, yeah, we got some run stuffers on the first and second down. Yeah, what if they pass? Ryan, what if they're passing on first and second down? Who's going after the quarterback then? Romello Height? I hope he's a beast. I hope he's a stud. He just described Bryce Huff last year. Can Nick Bosa be Bryce Huff? Oh, God.
Similar to the Jimmy injury, putting a monkey wrench in what you do on the floor and then capping what you can do financially.
Yeah.
A Bosa injury would be the equivalent.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it would.
It would diminish you on the field and it would hamper you in the salary cap column and it would just be, it'd be an anchor.
Should players have more say or less say when it comes to playing through an injury, you think? Should they be protected from themselves a little bit more than it seems to happen?
I think in general they should. I think in general. And also,
they should have the say to be able to.
I think in general, I think the teams, look, if I was investing hundreds of millions of dollars into someone, I should have a little bit of input in that. I am your employer.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that I know your body better, but also you shouldn't force someone to play when they're not ready to play. Because I think we keep talking about coming off the field.
Right.
I also don't think it's fair to force someone to play when they're not ready.
No.
You've got to feel confident. And if you have even a slight bit of doubt in sports, that's when you get truly injured.
Well, and also in this sport, you can get forgotten very quickly. And you're on the bench for a while. This is the sports psychology and all this. Hey, out of sight, out of mind becomes real in any sport.
Alex Smith.
And someone takes your job and then they don't look back.
Alex Smith and Kaepernick.
Absolutely. It happens everywhere.
Like that.
Yeah. So
Teddy Bridgewater with Herbert.
So yes, a lot of these guys, right? No. Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor. There
I think Teddy Bridgewater just retired, by the way.
No, it was. You're right. It was Tyrod, and he got
got shot in the lung.
Yeah.
They tried to give him
bizarre.
some sort of medicine. He got his lung punctured.
He was probably going to get replaced anyway at some point that season, but it was just crazy that he got thrown into that spot.
And that's what happened, right? So, I don't know. I say all that to say it's a fine line right now between letting a player play through an injury, but also having the cojones, if you're the training staff or the coaching staff, to tell a player no, right? There was no way Stephen Curry was playing through that hamstring strain in the playoffs. There's just no way.
No.
He meant too much to that team and organization. Now, it sucks that you lost, It sucks that we have the what if, man, if we just had won one more game, maybe he could have been playing in game 6 or wherever it was. Like, didn't happen that way. It didn't happen that way.
Trey Greenlaw this year.
Yeah.
He's going to want to play.
Yeah, yes.
You almost have to protect him from himself.
And this goes back to Christian McCaffrey, who I think is probably one of the biggest stories this season is
maintenance
on him.
Yes, 100%.
But what we know about Christian is he doesn't want that. He wants to play every single down.
If I told you Bosa was out for the year or Christian was out for the year, I'm just going extreme hypotheticals. What would have a more diminishing effect on the record?
If Bosa was out for the season or McCaffrey was out for the season.
They both missed the last, significant amount of time.
Can I answer that after the injury report?
Yes.
And this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good. And why wasn't Janelle Salon on the court last night? The Valkyries forward was a game-time decision, but was ruled out a half hour before tip-off with soreness in her right knee. It was her first missed game of the season. The hope is that the injury will not keep her out past next Monday night's game against the Dallas Wings. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always out in the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, halfway home here on the Morning Roast. It's Spadoni and Shasky with you, talking about, injuries right now, which seems to be the dominating storyline in Bay Area sports. Injuries galore. And you just posted an interesting question to me, Joe. Reiterate it one more time for me.
So, a couple years ago, if I would have said, we could lose McCaffrey, but you can't lose Bosa, I think a lot of people would agree with me. Now I think it's like the reverse. I don't think they can lose McCaffrey. So if I said to you, extreme hypotheticals, what affects their win-loss record more? Losing Bosa for the year or losing McCaffrey for the year? I think it's losing McCaffrey for the year. I really do.
This is a really tough one for me.
When they didn't have McCaffrey for 2024, look at what the offense looked like. Look what Brock looked like. Look what the team looked like.
It's not good.
And then look at who's behind McCaffrey right now.
Oh, they just brought in Zamir White they signed yesterday.
It
was
is
a flame out from the Raiders.
Dire.
Yeah.
Now, is their defensive line excellent? No. It's pretty dire behind Nick Bosa. It's pretty dire opposite Nick Bosa right now, sight unseen. But for some weird way, I think losing CMC is significantly more impactful than losing Bosa. Not to say Bosa's not important. He obviously is. But CMC is, besides Brock, he's the most important guy on the team.
Here's where my mind is going.
Maybe Trent.
And why I might be leaning that they might miss Bosa this season, if that's the case, more so than Christian McCaffrey. Only because I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan offensively to get the job done somehow, some way, that he can figure it out, whether it's Kalen Black, whether it's Jordan James, I know both those guys hurt, whether it's Khalil Herbert, whether it's Zamir White, he figures it out with his running back somehow, some way, if it has to be running back by committee. Not to minimize what Christian McCaffrey means in the running room, also the receiving room, mind you. He is an ultimate Swiss Army knife. He is incredible. But I have faith in Kyle Shanahan. I don't have any faith because I don't know who Raheem Morris is right now as a defensive coordinator for the 49ers. What's his defense going to look like? We could be looking at a scenario, Joe. Maybe this tendonitis keeps Bosa out week 1 against the Rams, and no one sniffs or touches Matthew Stafford. Well, then we're all saying, oh boy, we're in big trouble. We need this guy back immediately. That is a very realistic scenario. On the flip side, I'm sure this is where your mind would go. Yeah, but I could also see Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald being a part of the conversation week 1 and absolutely destroying the 49ers run game because they don't have Christian McCaffrey. That means you have to go to a short passing game. Oh, you don't have CMC out there either for those intermediate passing routes. So I don't think there's a wrong answer here. They'd miss both of them tremendously. But if you're asking me, if one of those guys had to miss time, I'd rather McCaffrey miss the time than Bosa because I just think this defensive line is not very good.
Yeah, but they survived last year.
Survived. Not in a great way.
Did they survive in 2024 without McCaffrey? And they had Jordan Mason.
No, but that was again, I'm going to sound like I'm making excuses, but I am. Super Bowl hangover. There was a lot that was, the whole season was toxic. Okay. The whole drama with the offseason it just was bad vibes throughout the whole season. Would you agree?
Sure.
It was bad all around. That being said, they tremendously missed CMC. Jordan Mason was good, but he also ended up getting hurt that year. Yes. But you had Jordan Mason at least, right? God, I wish I had Jordan Mason.
Khalil Herbert might be RB1.
Hey, Khalil Herbert's done some stuff. He's no slouch. You heard Bonte yesterday, gassing him up.
I mean, it's Khalil Herbert.
Khalil Herbert, by the way, he has rushed for almost 2,000 yards in his career, 9 touchdowns. He could do a little receiving too, 74 targets, 54 receptions. So he can do a little bit of everything. Again, if it has to be Khalil Herbert, I'm just telling you, he's not some, scrub. He actually has had some success, albeit as a number 2 back with the Chicago Bears once upon a time. He was with the Bengals last year, played in 8 games at 28 carries, only for 114 yards.
If you said Shanahan was
that was 2 years ago, he's the Jets last year, excuse me.
If you said Shanahan was the most important, Brock's second, or vice versa, I think Trent, CMC, in that order. And then Warner. Oh. Then I get to one of the receivers. Then I get to Bosa.
Who is the player outside of Brock Purdy? Because we go to the quarterback. It's whoever you could least afford to lose for a given stretch of time. Who is it for 49ers fans? 888-957-9570. We're talking about all these injuries right now. Who could the 49ers least afford to lose outside of the quarterback? But hell, you say the quarterback. I mean, you lost him for a chunk of games last year. Mac Jones looked pretty good, although...
He did look good, but he didn't unlock the offense the way Brock did.
No, he did not.
Brock's play... His play was at a higher level.
We also graded Mac a little bit on a curve last year because he was a backup.
He was throwing to nobodies.
And there were some moments there where it looked like, yikes, this guy, I mean... I keep having that image at SoFi Stadium where he's laying on the ground and they go to commercial break.
Adrian Martinez.
I was like, is he dead? And yeah, whoever that coach was like gassing up Adrian Martinez.
Everyone was like, no.
He had the 1,000-yard stare. Adrian Martinez was like, oh God, am I going to have to play on Thursday Night Football?
I've got 5 guys at some point this morning, 5 guys that I'm very pumped up to see tonight. And then 5 guys that I don't need to see at all in preseason.
Okay. You don't need to? Hey, well, is it possible we could see George Kittle ready for week 1? Doc Pondia was asked about that.
I think this is insane.
Here's what he had to say.
I think it's absolutely a possibility, and I think this really speaks to how surgical techniques have really changed a lot. Is that, you would never think that a player coming off an Achilles would be even thinking about playing week 1 based on when he had a surgery. But as we've seen, the techniques allow you to rehab a lot more strongly. He had a little bit of a different kind of tear, as they described, that has better blood supply, so that heals better, as was reported in the media. And he looks great. Like, he's running, he's sprinting. So if his conditioning is there and he's not having any soreness, it is totally not out of the realm that you could see him week 1. I think the biggest thing is going to be that travel. Do you hold him out and just kind of say, hey, you're going to stay back and not kind of stress your body? But he looks great. I don't see anything in his videos that's of concern.
Wow. Doc's pretty high on the recovery from one Nick Bosa, but George Kittle. So that's,
I'm scared.
Does it give you a little hope there that,
I'm scared.
I think you'll be scared no matter what because of the Achilles and his age in that position and how he plays that position. Like, is there a possibility Kittle will have to adjust his game or the 49ers will adjust his game when he does come back this season? Meaning maybe you don't use him as much as a blocking tight end this year. I know that's why he's so special on this team is that blocking element and what he means there. But God, I would love for him to kind of like have that Travis Kelce role right now where he's just the guy that catches the balls.
That's just not his nature.
I know it's not, but
it's just not.
Hey, Joe, going back to our conversation, protecting the player from himself. If Kyle told him that, I think he would respect Kyle's decision. Hey, George, you're coming off this Achilles, dude. Like, we love you. We want you to be a 49er for life. We want you to be an elite pass catcher for this. Maybe situationally we'll have you blocking sometimes, but for the most part, you're going to be a passing and catching tight end. Would you be okay with that? I think he'd buy in. I would.
Yeah, but it's just part of what makes him is the ability to do all those things.
Well, you can't do everything forever.
No,
I mean, eventually Antonio Gates had to just be a touchdown guy. Eventually Tony Gonzalez couldn't block anymore. Eventually, even Rob Gronkowski had to transition at some point in his career, even though he retired a little bit younger. But you get what I'm saying. Like, you got to transition. And hell, Travis Kelce was never really that blocking tight end. That's what makes him and Kelce's, Kittle's so different from each other is how they approach the tight end position. And it's why we, view Kittle a little bit higher in a higher regard than some of these other guys that are just glorified pass catchers that are big bodies. It's because he does the dirty work and he gets nasty and he gets in there and he doesn't mind running and running and running when every other tight end wants to get their passes and catches in and yards after catch and all of that. He could do that too, but it's why we love George Kittle. God, that would be something. God, I can't imagine him being available though for week 1 in Australia and that flight. I don't want him doing that.
I have a hard time believing
Me
that.
too.
I'm super pumped for this game tonight.
Are you?
Yeah, and then by
It sounded like I was talking about 7 minutes in, you're
I'm
out.
gonna be like, oh God.
Is it on like any other like special broadcast? I know like ESPN has
it's
a couple
usually
games.
KPIX
No,
local.
I know it usually is, but like ESPN has been doing a couple
I think
games.
Fitz is doing the TV.
Fitzy, is he? Cool.
I think so.
I'm just picturing. I have my Warriors Fitz mode hat on. I mean,
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
I mean, Will
This
Levis
works only 25.
Will Levis can't keep this up.
Size matters.
Will Levis can't keep this
He
up.
can't keep these touchdowns going. I mean, he's got to regress to the mean at some point.
They're converting on 38% of
Sam-
fourth downs.
At some point, these Mac Jones passes are going to connect.
Sam wanted to jump in. These are just great looks. I mean, you take that all day. I love Fitz
This
so much.
official needs to realize this game is not about him.
It makes me laugh. Sam is in his bag today for the Fitzy stuff. All right. Preseason game 1.
So what?
Is anyone going to the game tonight?
Yeah, I gave my tickets.
Chase is going?
Chase is going?
He's going.
Nice.
They got me going to the game today, so I'm going to be trying to get as much content as possible from the game. But I mean,
if you leave right now, you'll be able to get there for kickoff.
No, come on. Preseason? Does it get packed?
You might have to move some traffic cones to get through the traffic on that one.
Dude, the other day
I'll be just trying to get videos of Shanahan dapping up Saleh. I feel like that's what's going to be hidden.
So
today,
I have
but
full
we'll see.
disclosure. The other day I was leaving the Giants.
By the way, you can
parking
stream it
lot.
on ESPN tonight.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I was leaving the Giants parking lot the other day, and it was dark, and I couldn't see. And so I
that's scary.
reversed, and then I went forward, and I guess I ran over a cone, and the cone got stuck underneath the car.
Oh, no.
And then all the people that were also leaving the Giants stadium were like looking at me, and I was like, I'm good. As I'm dragging.
So you got a new cone now.
So the cone is underneath the car.
Not Grant Cone.
No, not
okay,
Grant
not
Cone.
okay. Just
Although
make sure.
I love Grant Cone.
Okay.
Prominently featured in the Buffalo Tory doc. I reverse to get out from under the cone. The cone's there. I roll over and I just like,
Oh, no.
I couldn't get out of there quicker.
Oh, boy.
I was filled with shame.
Thanks.
I know many of people that have like gone after concerts there when it's like super like dark in the parking lot, and they know where their car was. Like they legitimately like lost their car. Like I've multiple stories
Seinfeld episode?
about leaving. Yeah, basically. Now I'm one of those people that like I park like I just my mind automatically goes back. I knew where I left, so like my mind works that way. If I've driven to some place, like I'll always remember it. It's weird. I know it's like one of the
driving like shit.
It's like
it's so not funny, but it is.
It's so not funny as you're laughing your ass
So that
off.
Candlestick when he used to leave?
It's okay. He's alive.
Thank God.
The other person's
Thank
alive.
God. Thank
he's,
God.
He's gonna laugh about it at some point. We can laugh at it right now.
No,
it's fine. All right. He's okay.
At Candlestick, my boy Mikey C used to jump out of the car and throw the cones to the left or the right. And like, to like move around.
I do that when people try to like cone off their own space in front of like their house. When I'm just trying to park real quick to go pick something
People
up.
put cones out?
Yeah, I was like,
I've never told you what my dad used to do.
No, what did your dad used to do?
Well,
this is no. And by the way, this is a public residential neighborhood. You don't own this spot. I can park here.
Well, when you live in the Excelsior, you should like the spot in front of your house should be yours by the moral of the code of the streets.
When you're near multiple apartment complexes,
I understand
Code
that.
of the streets.
Kick rocks.
I just love that statement. The code of the streets.
That's my parking spot in front of my house.
My
Streets talking.
No,
There's a
you guys
code.
don't understand. So you guys don't live in San Francisco, so you don't get it. So
I
like,
have off-street parking. It's pretty
It
nice.
drives me nuts. I agree. A major thoroughfare with a lot of like condos or apartments, like it's open game.
Yes.
But it bugs me when my neighbor parks right in front of mine. So I'm like, dude, your spot's down there. This is my spot.
I shouldn't have to park 5 blocks away during a street sweeping day. That's all I'm going to say.
But my dad used to put out. So he worked at the station treatment plant, and they would have a dump behind there. Well, he found an old velvet rope movie thing.
You did mention this.
And so my dad would leave it in the garage, and when he would move his car to go anywhere,
he would like rope it
pull the velvet
Can I park here?
thing.
Nope, you're not on the list.
The bouncer, Sam's out there. I don't see your name. You're not allowed.
You got ID? No, this is fake. Get out of here.
No, not allowed to happen.
I don't care what anyone says. I will die on this hill. Like, that's my spot, and I do look at you sideways when you park in my spot. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
Now, will it be like some random person that parks there you're going to be mad at? What? Or if it's like a regular that does it?
We'll pick this up. Neighborhood specific.
Okay.
But in front of my house, that's my spot.
Hey, what if the next round of golf could change lives? It can. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for their 11th annual charity golf tournament at Harding Park, supporting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area on Friday, September 11th. Learn more at PettinelliFP.com. What's coming up with the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All right. Preseason, game 1 tonight, Levi Stadium. Let's talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from David from Modesto. Aaron did a great job in repairing our commercial roll-up doors. Would recommend RNS to anyone needing door installations or repairs. Our company has used them for many years for all of our roll-up door needs. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was my
line. Stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hey there, it's Bonte, and I'm excited to tell you that summertime is a great time to discover the islands. River Islands, that is. They're located in Lathrop, right over the Altamont, and have become the best-selling lifestyle community in Northern California. Currently, there are 15 model complexes open for touring. This gives you all the choices you're looking for in size, location, and price. Take your pick from neighborhoods built alongside lakes, near parks and trails, or looking out on the San Joaquin River. This month, a brand new K-8 school is opening, the fourth built inside the community, and River Islands High School is welcoming students back for the fall term. Over at the Town Center, activity is everywhere at the Redwood Cafe, and a new community amphitheater gets closer to completion. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the $600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com and see for yourself how the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust
Trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
It's Brian Baldinger. Next starts now with the Road to Kickoff. Brought to you by Hyundai. A new coaching era begins for Big Blue in New York. All eyes will be on their second-year quarterback to take the leap, while a revamped defense looks to bring a physical, dominant identity back to the field. Can the G-Men reestablish themselves in a very tough division? Next starts now with the Road to Kickoff. Brought to you by Hyundai. Get the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries, now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
My son's asleep upstairs.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
I've always loved Casey Schmidt's defense. I love tap dancing. I love Festus. I love ice cream. I love having fun. I love the DH. God, I love chimichurri. I love golf. I love Tony Vitello. You know, I love Kyle.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I love football. But do you love preseason football, Joe? I think we're going to discuss why you should care if you're a Niner fan tonight as the Niners take on the Tennessee Titans.
Have you ever met anyone who doesn't like football? Because you just said, I love football. Is there anyone in the world who doesn't like it?
Every relationship I've been on, my significant other at the time did not like football.
Really?
Yeah, they don't really care about it. A lot of people don't.
You can sure pick them.
Oh, well, I don't care that they don't like football that much. They pretend to like it for me. That's fine. That's fine enough. Like,
oh, I thought you were going to go like Michelle Beadle on me.
Oh, what? What did she say?
Oh, well, she wanted the sport to be, destroyed, eviscerated.
Why?
Eliminated.
Why?
I don't know. She's just a hater.
She's a hater?
And then, years later, she popped up at the Super Bowl. It's like, I thought you wanted the sport done.
Football coverage.
That'll make me like football, too.
Football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right. Yeah, I don't think not everyone in your circle has to love sports, but most people in my circle do. See, You've
never heard the Dave Chappelle?
No.
Well, you got to have some common interests. You can't be like, what are you going to go do? I'm going to church. Well, what are you going to do? I'm going to the block to smoke crack rock.
Yeah, there's other common interests. I golf with people that don't really watch golf or watch other sports, but they like golfing. That's okay. It's a common interest, right, Joe? Yeah. No? You don't really like.
I don't think I could ever date someone at any level who didn't like sports a little.
But you like video games. Does Michelle like video games?
Well, she'll play them. She doesn't like me playing them.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Big difference.
Okay, there's a big difference there. Okay.
Does she beat you?
No, she plays like Tetris or she's one of those.
She's like an app like
yeah, she's obsessed with Candy Crush.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
That counts.
No.
Every woman plays Candy Crush. That doesn't count.
Video games have to be console related, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't consider phone games and video games the same thing.
I just assumed the two of you played on PCs.
No, I played on PCs. That was World of Warcraft I played on. Yeah, because that was
I would never learn to base myself. I'm a PlayStation guy.
Well, you play all of them if you are really elite like I was. You play all the consoles.
Tonight,
Nintendo.
6 o'clock.
Wow.
You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching on my PC. I won't be. No, but I am ready. Listen, I was the one that was excited about it yesterday, and you looked at me like, preseason. I could never be excited about that. There's no storylines. This is the future, right,
I hate
Sam?
you guys.
Isn't this the future? Come on.
He's asleep upstairs right now.
All right. You have 5 players.
Needs to go to hell for doing all
We're
that.
going to do this segment at some point. I swear to God, we'll get into this segment at some point. Give me some music. Give me some NFL primetime. Let's start this thing off, Joe.
Okay, in a classic Shasky fashion, I can't just have 5. So here
You
are
have
the
honorable mentions?
Of course.
Okay.
Honorable mention.
5 people that I do not need to see in all the preseason. I don't care. Don't need
I
to
thought
see
it was
them.
me tonight. Not all of them now?
All of preseason.
Okay.
All of preseason.
And everything for the next 15 years.
Honorable mention.
Go! Yeah.
Eddie Pinheiro.
Oh, that was so dramatic.
I know what Eddie Pinheiro can do. In fact, I don't want him kicking in the preseason. I don't even want to introduce kicking issues on any level.
Missing his first
Nothing.
one.
Just
No.
Eddie Pinheiro. You do not have to play preseason.
Okay. I love games.
Another honorable mention. Dre Greenlaw. On some level, I understand someone wanting to see him, but I don't need to see him. We know what Dre Greenlaw is.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
A man on a mission.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right. Another honorable mention. Christian McCaffrey. It's pretty obvious.
There are a lot of honorable mentions.
Another honorable mention.
It's going to be more honorable mentions than actual players.
Okay.
Jed York.
And these are...
Don't need to see him in the preseason.
Don't need to see him at all.
Don't show me the press box.
Okay.
Don't need to see him. It's all good. We're
Got
good. We're good here.
Okay.
All right. Number 5. Guys I don't need to see in the preseason at all.
Okay.
Debo Samuel and Mike Evans.
Okay.
I want to see the young guys. We'll get to them later.
Wait.
Mike Evans.
Debo Samuel
It's my list.
and Mike.
It's my list.
Okay.
In the words of Dan Dibley, make your own list.
But why wasn't one of them
Make
just
your
an
own list.
honorable mention?
They're together. They're together.
Okay, that's fine. That's
the
fine.
substation has merged them into one entity. Debo, we're using Debo's legs with Mike Evans' hands.
You ever play Fallout 3? There's a guy that's like merged into a tree. That's what Debo Samuel and Mike Evans are. Continue.
Stop being a little tree.
Number 4.
Okay.
Guys, I do not need to see in the preseason. Dialmino Lenore. I know what he is.
You don't need to
see him.
No.
Too many jobs up for grabs in that secondary.
Yeah.
Number 3. Brock Purdy. Don't need to see anything from Brock Purdy.
Really?
Nothing. Not even a snap.
Josh Allen's playing. Did you know that?
Don't need to see anything from Brock Purdy.
I mean, if Josh Allen can play, why can't Brock?
Joe, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Don't need to see Brock Purdy at all.
Mac Jones!
He needs to play well. He's played terrible at practice. Number 2. Trent Williams. He has participated in almost everything at camp. What a change of pace from Trent Williams actually showing up and participating every single day in practice. Honestly, it's admirable at his age to be able to fight through it.
That's my guy, Trent Williams. Always had his back. All-pro last year. Going to have another all-pro season this year.
The number 1 guy that I don't need to see at all in preseason, Fred Warner.
Okay.
Fred, we're good here. We don't need you.
So you're starting wide receivers, basically. Evans and Debo, don't need to see. You're starting linebackers with Greenlaw and Warner, don't need to see. Don't need to see Trent.
Nope. I'm putting a lot of weight into the Chargers joint practice.
Okay.
The Niners will be playing the Chargers in a joint practice. I don't need to see any of these guys put on a uniform in the preseason.
I mean, with those two teams facing each other, hopefully someone walks out okay.
Yeah.
I mean, my God.
The goal
is to stretching in those ones.
Guys, the goal is to literally get out as close to unscathed as we possibly can in preseason. That's it.
Are you more like the Sean McVay method of just don't play anyone?
I've converted.
Okay.
I am now in the McVay
because
method.
this is what happens. See, I'm glad you brought this up. It's what happens in the early parts of like the regular season. Oh, see, none of these guys played in the preseason, and this is why they're bad, and this is why they're getting hurt. I was like, what is this? No. Let
me ask you this.
The Rams were in the NFC Championship game, and we're a quarter away or two of going to the Super Bowl. They don't play anyone.
Anything that happened in the preseason last year, besides Jake Moody missing and then eventually making, do you remember anything in the preseason that had an effect tangibly on the regular season?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I want you to think about that.
I don't think so, no. I don't remember.
Agreed.
Yeah, don't remember.
Other than Jake Moody. And when you came in, we were like, yeah, Jake Moody, game winner against the Raiders, which meant nothing.
Hold on.
Meant nothing.
Hold on.
Meant nothing.
Who was it? Baldy? He said, hey, it could mean something. Baldy had my back on that one.
Well, he was wrong. Love Baldy.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
It meant something until it didn't.
It's just dumb football.
Exactly.
It meant something until it didn't.
Are you ready for the 5 guys that I have to see tonight, and I'm so pumped up to see tonight?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Honorable mention. All the young offensive linemen. Carver Willis, Connor Colby. I want to see all the young guys that they've taken over the last few years.
Robert Jones.
Let's see it. Why not? Like, we've been talking a lot about offensive line protection, correct?
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about how this offensive line and the 49ers front office, they don't invest in it. They don't put the amount of draft capital that we want. Let's see if one, if not more of these guys can actually develop and be serviceable big men.
Okay.
This is our first chance, mine, I haven't been to any practice, which sucks, to see the young offensive linemen. So that's honorable mention. Number 5.
Number 5.
And I could have put honorable mention running backs, but I don't need to see, I don't need to see Herbert.
Khalil?
Well stated.
No one's healthy. Number
Zamir
5.
White? Yeah.
I'm the only one that cares. Who is the punt returner and the kick returner going to be on this team? I am open audition right now. Let's go. I want to see it. Number 5. Who is going to have a big return or muff a punt or looks, sketchy back there? This team was really good on special teams last year. It was one of the ways they won in the margins. Who is going to emerge as a punt return threat?
Well, on their depth chart on the website, they have Jacob Cowing listed as the punt returner and potentially the kick returner. Could it be Jordan Watkins? We'll see.
Well, I think it'll be Debo, but Debo's not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't want Debo to play because that was going to be my next question. It's like, well, it might be Debo Samuel in the regular season, but I would like for someone to emerge that fans could at least have some sort of excitement over. They need someone with burst, someone that can bring a speed element. Look at what Rashid Shaheed does with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Just completely changes the game.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not saying any of these guys are going to be Rashid Shaheed, but wouldn't it be nice to have that speed element?
Sure.
All right. So these are the guys you need to see. Whoever's going to be the punt returner. Okay, and kick returner.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Number 4.
Number 4.
Curtis Rourke.
Oh.
I want to see Curtis Rourke tonight. He played in Indiana before Mendoza, and he looked really good. He hurt his ACL last year. I've never seen him play. I want to see Curtis Rourke. Am I the only one that wants to see him? Not that he's going to take anyone's job, but aren't you a little interested? Just a little? Don't the quarterbacks intrigue you a little? Am I the only one?
Well, considering you thought you were going to be on your third string quarterback at times last year, it might end up mattering. For this team, it actually does matter how the third string could look. And no one had any faith in Adrian Martinez, who is battling out Curtis Rourke for this third quarterback spot. So I am interested in to see how he looks. But do I think he's going to somehow overtake in the preseason Mac Jones as QB2? No chance. No chance. I don't care how bad Mac looks in practice. He showed me enough in the regular season throughout his entire career to tell me he's QB2. What do you got, Chase? You want to jump in here?
Yeah, Shasky, I've been at camp. You're not missing anything with Curtis Rourke. I'm sorry. I know that we want to see him in an actual game, but from what I've been seeing, it's not even close with Mac Jones. Literally not even close.
I didn't even say that. I just want to see him.
Oh, okay. He just wants to see him. But Chase is telling you don't get your hopes up. But Curtis Rourke is here tonight at Levi's to prove it wrong.
I once was you with Brock Purdy. I said there's nothing to see here. And I was wrong.
I got an eye for talent. What can I say?
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right. We'll be the judge of that. All right. So I guess I'm the only one, huh? No one.
Chase rising up rookie of producer of the year at 95.7 The Game. He's calling his shot. No, Joe, I just said the whole soliloquy. The third quarterback might actually matter for the 49ers. So I am interested to see how he looks.
If Mac Jones is on a 1-year deal and he leaves this offseason, Curtis Rourke could
potentially
be your backup.
Absolutely.
And wouldn't you want to know if he looks solid or not? Is there anything there?
He could be your backup this year if you have to trade away Mac Jones at any point if another quarterback goes down elsewhere.
That's a great question.
So yes.
Great question.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm interested.
Number 3.
Number 3.
And in classic Shasky fashion, it's 2 guys. It's Nick Martin and it's Jaden Duggar. The 2 young linebackers.
Teach me how to Duggar.
Well, Duggar's been making a lot of waves in camp, and Nick Martin has apparently looked better. I want to see what these 2 look like. I was really encouraged with what I saw from Nick Martin preseason last year in terms of like speed, but he just was obviously a little over exuberant.
Yeah.
You know, so let's see it from Jaden Duggar and Nick Martin. I'm pumped to see these guys.
Yeah, I am very interested to see the linebacking core because it's been a position of strength at times for the 49ers under Kyle Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. But last year, dude, I mean, once Fred Warner got hurt, God love D. Winters. The coverage of these guys, and that's what I'm most intrigued by, Joe, is the coverage of some of these guys. Not if you can lay the wood, which that's great. If you can have a physical presence, can you cover something? Can you cover a cold in winter? That's what you need to do. Please, for the love of God. But they've been really good at identifying speed. And that is kind of the name of the game for linebacker now. It used to be like power, strength, all this stuff. But you have to have that speed element now. I know Nick Martin has it. Let's see what Jaden Duggar.
Range. Let's see how they can cover. I mean, this would be an interesting one. So the two linebackers. Number two. Guy I'm most pumped to see tonight, Romello Height.
Ooh.
Is there something there? Are we able to see a guy that could possibly by year's end look like a legitimate opposite player of Nick Bosa, or can he get to the quarterback all by himself?
Well, this guy, he's 25 years old. All right, so he's one of the older rookies, and I know there's a lot of those because of the COVID and all that and the extra eligibility in college, et cetera, et cetera. But you would think more polished, more mature. Could he have a breakout rookie season alongside or on his own, and not even alongside Nick Bosa? He needs to show some flashes. I'm not saying it has to be tonight, but during the preseason to make me feel at least better about the depth of this defensive line. Because right now, Joe, I am very concerned about it. I am.
And my number one guy that I'm so pumped to see tonight.
Number one.
It's got to be Deshaun Stribling, right?
Yeah.
Right? Top pick for the 49ers this year. Getting a lot of ranting and raving this week in camp. I mean, in the words of the Seinfeld episode, is it real?
Is it? It's
real and it's spectacular.
Is it real? Thank you. Deshaun Stribling has really been popping off social media. Chase has been over there. Bonte's been telling us about this guy. Let's see it. It's one thing to dominate in training camp. It's one thing to do it in joint practices. Now do it in preseason. And then the final test is the regular season. But you got to pass some of these tests early on. And again, it's going to be a little difficult because you have all these different quarterbacks throwing to him. Does he have better rapport for Brock Purdy? If Brock's not playing, how's it going to look with Mac Jones, Curtis Rourke, et cetera, et cetera? But I'm with you. It has to be Deshaun Stribling because everyone keeps telling us he's been dominating training camp. So those are your top five that you're most interested? Okay. You're not interested to see Kyle Shanahan at all on the sideline?
Nope. I know what Kyle brings.
Okay. Just, if his face, does he have any scars or anything? Is he that mustache? No? Nothing? We have a lot of overlapping in ours, and I don't think I have any players that that I don't need to see that overlapped with you. We're pretty lockstep in there. I'm very curious to see the secondary in general and who's going to step up because I'm with you. Deommodore Lenoir, I know who he is. I really don't know who anyone else is.
Marquise Siegel, I liked him last year.
We'll see. No, like legit, I liked him at times too. Jack Jones, Nate Hobbs, Ashton Davis. Renardo Green got an ass chewing by Kyle Shanahan. He seems to love Raheem Morris. That's another element. Relax. Raheem Morris. Is he going to show us? I know it's preseason. You don't show all your cards in preseason. Are we going to see anything differently tonight from the defensive front? Are they going to rush 4, 5? How the blitz is going to look? Like, I'm curious to see just schematically if anything's different with Raheem Morris taking over for Robert Saleh. Are you curious to see anyone on the Tennessee Titans tonight, Joe? Is Cam Ward going to play at all his second year?
Name 5 Titans.
All right, Tony Pollard, Carnell Tate, Cam Ward.
Cam Ward counts as 2.
No.
Because he's that good.
Oh, okay, 2. No. Robert Saleh.
Stop.
No, hold on.
Stop.
Hold on. Let me.
Ridley's still there, right?
He's not there anymore, is he, Calvin Ridley? No, don't mouth it to me, Chase. I could do this myself. Don't worry. No, I can't. Who else?
Robert Saleh can't even name 5 Titans.
Yeah, who else is on the Tennessee Titans this year? Wait, no, Solomon Thomas. Hold on.
Oh, God.
I can get one more. Solomon Thomas. Oh, Jeffrey Simmons. Let's go. Ha ha. Yeah. Now you name 5. You, Mr. Put me on the spot. You name 5, Joe.
Dan Moore, their left tackle, University of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Spears, their backup running
You're
back.
looking for sure. You're looking at the depth chart right now.
Well, I was looking at it
You're full
earlier.
of
Say the college kind of gave it away there.
Dan
You
Moore.
had us in the first half, not going to lie.
You know Amani Hooker is there?
It's a great name. See them a lot on International Boulevard in Oakland.
Yeah. I was thinking that you
They're
went
called
there.
Ladies of the Night.
No, didn't you? No, they're midnight ballerinas now. That's
Overnight dancers.
That's the next name I've heard.
No, that's a totally different profession.
What?
I can dance too.
Overnight dancers are they're working in a club.
Up in the club.
Ladies of the Night are working out on the streets.
They have
Big
multiple
difference.
jobs.
All right, so we're all
Tough
going to be
comedy
locked.
these days.
We're going to be locked in 6:00 tonight. A lot of preseason football action. Some other games around the NFL. Joe, do you want to hear some of the other preseason games taking place?
I mean, you want me to be honest?
Yes, actually, because Josh Allen's playing tonight. Don't you want to see Josh
I
Allen?
want to hear on a scale of 1 to 5 how interesting these other games are from you, Joe.
All right, not tonight, by the way. Saturday, Josh Allen's playing. But Lions Bengals 4:00. No, Packers Steelers. Colts Patriots.
I love how he fancies himself this like huge NFL guy. Like he's going to sit in front of the TV for the next 12 hours and just grind. Who was it? Packers who?
Steelers.
You didn't even watch. You were the most hyped for this
Aaron
Cardinal
Rodgers
game.
Bowl.
And you didn't watch 1 minute of it.
What Cardinal game?
You'll be watching Mendoza. I know that.
No, I watched a lot of the highlights that night of Carson Beck. He was the story of that Cardinal game, was he not?
I mean, sure.
He was.
He was.
Jared Hayne was the story of the preseason for the Niners 1 year.
It's actually going to be a rematch tonight of the two quarterbacks in the national championship game. Carson Beck v. Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Dude.
No, legitimately, though.
Sweet revenge.
Legitimately. That game starts at 5. You'll be watching Mendoza. You'll be interested to see what the number 1 overall pick looks like. Come on.
Probably not.
Really?
I mean,
that's actually surprising from you.
Like, Joe, real games trump fake games.
Okay.
So, like, my team, I'll watch the fake games. I don't.
You're not curious at all?
Don't care.
For like the number 1 overall pick?
You want me to be honest, right? I'll probably be golfing with my son down at the golf course, and then around 6:00, I'll have the game on the iPad while I'm driving around in the golf cart, and I'm going to watch the game, and then I'll go back into the house, and I'll probably rewatch the game like I always do and make all my notes. And yeah, I'm probably not going to find time. Newsflash, don't care about the Raiders.
No, I said Fernando Mendoza.
I don't really care about
Relax.
him.
Jesus.
I know, but I just don't.
I know you don't care about the
fine.
Raiders.
He's
the number
whatever.
1 overall pick. If this was Arch Manning, you'd be all over it.
I watched Arch Manning. He was okay.
You loved him though, leading into the season. You were like, "Oh, I love Arch. It's great."
I literally said last year that the hype is he's not going to live up to the hype.
I remember you walking in, Shasky, and be like, yeah, he's not an NFL quarterback. And I was like, well, yeah, he's going to have to stay another year.
Yeah, I know. And everyone was penciling him in as a top 5 quarterback. It's like, dude, watch the game. Like, he's got a long way to go.
That's going to be Dante Moore as of right now. He's going to be the number 1 quarterback taken next year.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We
will
will
see.
see.
Make sure you are signing up, Joe and Sam and Chase, all of you, to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts like Shasky, Guru, Steiny, myself, all the hosts, and exclusive content from events and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. All right. There's been a lot of sound from Mike Dunleavy, from Joe Lacob, about what did and did not take place for the Golden State Warriors in the offseason. What's going on with Stephen Curry? I heard a lot of chatter on our airwaves in the afternoon yesterday about whether or not Steph is going to stay a Warrior his whole career. Does he need to? It was all just like, we're jumping the gun here. I know he's due for a contract extension coming up in a couple weeks. He becomes max eligible for a contract extension, whatever. I believe it's August 29th. That really wasn't at the top of my mind listening to Joe Lacob in his sit down with a TK show in Tim Kawakami. He does a great job. He does it every year. And I love that Joe Lacob makes himself available first and foremost. And that's kind of what I want to get into on the other side. We love to hate in sports these days. We do. And I get it. It's really easy to do that. Specifically with the Warriors and how things went this offseason. They're running it back and they're signaling to the fan base, you're not doing anything. You have Stephen Curry. I'm seeing Nick Kostos, our friend over at Odyssey, right, doing the same thing. He's like, why should Steph stay here? Why do Warrior fans, You need to move off him, all this sort of stuff. Let's take a deep breath. Let's just take a deep breath. I'm going to explain on the other side why Stephen Curry is not going anywhere. He's not going to get traded. And even if you did trade him, I don't think you're getting back what you think you're going to get back in a return. I'll explain. Brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good.
Cap off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, trick trucks, and more. August 21st through the 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to UALocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car? Switch anytime. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
America's favorite car show, the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals, returns to the Bay August 21st through 23rd in Pleasanton. Check out the coolest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, and more. For info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys Car Show, visit 957thegame.com.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Why does everyone want Stephen Curry to leave the Golden State Warriors right now? Or are they scared that he's going to? Why? He's not going anywhere. Steph is staying in Golden State, all right? Now, will this next contract extension or non-contract extension, if he doesn't end up picking it up, tell us a lot about his mindset, potentially, and where he wants to be and where he wants to stay. But all indications have been and continue to be, whether it's through his quotes, whether it's through people around him that are close to him, that he wants to stay in Golden State. He understands what the team is doing right now. We might not like that as fans. We might be pissed off on his behalf. That's totally fine. But that's not going to change how he feels about the situation. I say all that to say, Joe, you sent this into the group text yesterday. And I love this guy. We met Nick Kostos. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard his voice if you're listening to our program on Odyssey. He does commercials. He does, You Better You Bet, BetMGM. He does a lot of different stuff. And, we talk shop with him at the Moscone Center for Super Bowl week. And
he wouldn't leave me alone.
He wouldn't, actually, because he was one of the only other guys that were up very early with us when we walked in there.
You got to tell me, what are your thoughts on this? Like, whoa.
He was.
You better, you bet.
He was. And then he also came on.
Him, though.
He also came on talking about, recently about the Knicks, right? And Steph Curry and Jalen Brunson and all that. Well, here he is talking about why Steph Curry should request a trade.
What is the purpose of Steph Curry finishing his career in Golden State? The Golden State Warriors, barring like them getting into the playoffs is like the 9 seed, and everyone else getting like the 2020 version of COVID where no one can play, they have zero chance of winning a championship. Mike Dunleavy says, well, I tried. Well, Mike, you did great. Anthony Davis is in Washington still. LeBron's in Philly. Great job, buddy. Awesome job creating this roster around Steph that can actually contend. Like, bang up work. And now he's saying, well, Steph's earned the right to come to us to ask for a trade. I'll ask you, why do you think he said it? Is something going on here? I have no idea if Steph Curry will ask for a trade. But from a basketball perspective, outside of, well, I'd like to finish, we want him to finish his career here. Or Steph, I want to finish my career here. What's the point?
That last part. What's the point? Well, the point is, Stephen Curry finishing his career as a Golden State Warrior and only a Golden State Warrior, I think matters a lot to the fan base. I know it matters a lot to you, Joe. I know it matters a lot to Sam Lubman. Every single Warriors fan that I know, it matters a lot for Stephen Curry finishing his career only as a Golden State Warrior. That being said, I think there is a legitimate conversation. If this is what they're going to continue to do, that being this, running it back, not committing to large contracts elsewhere after Jimmy Butler's deal's up this year, maybe they just move off of him. Draymond Green obviously has a 1-year deal. Maybe they don't. Maybe they move off of him. You have a lot of money set up elsewhere potentially, and you can go out and get a superstar, or you can try to trade for one. I have no idea. But if you're going to continue to not be a good team, if you're going to be a fringe play-in team for the next couple of years, I do understand if a fan's like, well, if that's the case, I really love Steph, and maybe I would like to see him play somewhere else and compete for a title elsewhere. I understand where Nick is coming from there because he's a national guy. He's a Knicks fan, right? Nick is a Knicks fan. So he wants to see greatness play elsewhere and compete for a title. I understand that. But at the same time, what has given the indication that Stephen Curry wants to play elsewhere? We are all seem to be so mad on Steph's behalf is what I always get at, where Steph seems to be, okay with what's happening here.
Let's separate two concepts.
Yes.
The concept that the Warriors have failed at the end. That's a real thing.
Sure.
But let's separate the other concept. You are required to compete for a title every year of your career because you're great. Now, we've done the exercise how many times in the NBA? I went through all the guys at the end of their careers.
So many.
That were considered top 15 players of all time, and very few competed for titles to the very end.
Very few.
And they certainly weren't the best player on their team when they did compete for a title at the very end of their career. Kareem on line one. That being said, it's not a crime against humanity that the dynasty's ending. They've made a ton of mistakes on why it's ended, and maybe they could have prolonged it a little long, like another year or two or whatever, and given themselves a way better opportunity. Separate conversation, all right? But it's not a crime against sports humanity that Steph only was in 6 finals. You know what's a crime against sports humanity? That Dwayne Wade was only in 4 finals.
Right.
That Dirk Nowitzki was only in 2 finals. That Reggie Miller only competed for 1 final.
Giannis might only play in 1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those are bigger sports crimes if we're talking about I'm just using examples.
Sure.
I'm just throwing them out there. All right? It's not a crime against sports humanity that Steph Curry was more prolific than the 1980 Celtics.
Yeah.
Now, I'm bummed that it's going to end this way. It sucks. I mean, it just does. It sucks. And I got a lot of issues with kind of their perspectives and the moves that have been made leading up to where we're at right now. But, I think the easiest thing that you can do if you're in any walk of life right now is the Warriors are just idiots. Trade Steph. You're not doing anything with them. Let me ask you this. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Be realistic here. How many teams are truly willing to trade their best max player for Steph Curry right now straight up?
Oh, God. Maybe a couple, but those are teams with that want to just move off that contract probably. You're not moving a max contract player if they're young that you think is good. So not a lot. Maybe 1 or 2, maybe, or maybe none. Yeah, I'm serious, Joe. You're looking at me like
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm just asking,
Yeah.
and I think you have to be realistic about this, and you need to step back and say, he is making max money. These deals regarding max money deals and looking I'm talking about from a national perspective. It's an easy thing to say.
Yeah.
It's a more difficult exercise to actually go through this. And then any of these hypothetical trades, why would the Warriors want picks 28, 29, 30, 31, whatever, from the San Antonio Spurs or the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't think they help them now. Now you might package them for something else. Maybe that's the rationale.
But I think it's a stupid.
But no, maybe that's the rationale for fans. It's hey, I can get these picks from the late whatever, and I can package them to get another star here that can take over for Steph, and we could build around star X player. That's the rationale. I don't think that's realistic, but that's how someone would sell it.
That's an unbelievable assumption.
Yeah, I know, but that's what fans think is easy. It's hey, Steph Curry's out there. We could get 4 first-round picks for him. I was you're not getting 4 first-round picks for Steph Curry right now.
Guys, look, I'm bummed.
People are asking for 3 first-rounders for Trey Murphy III.
That's just insane.
You're not getting 4 for Steph right now at this age.
It's just insane.
He didn't play half the season last year. See, and that's the other thing that's bothersome. You brought up some names there. We knew Dwayne Wade was cooked at the very end. You just knew. He was done.
He was coming off the bench for the Miami Heat.
You knew Dirk was cooked. You knew Tim Duncan was cooked. Kobe was cooked. Steph was an all-star last year. But what happened after that all-star? He was hurt. He was hurt. Wasn't even, at the all-star game. He was hurt. He's hurt.
I think Warriors fans,
that's the reality here.
Let's play this hypothetical out. Okay. So he's making $60 million right now. Let's say they traded either Jalen Williams or Chet Holmgren for Steph Curry.
Okay.
Who else are they giving up for him?
On the Warriors?
I'm talking about because you have to match salaries.
Oh, okay. How much is Jalen Williams making?
They're both making about 40.
Okay,
this upcoming year.
Okay. All right. Who else on the Thunder can you get? Hartenstein?
So they're trading away a guy in their 20s for a guy, and again, one of the all-time greats, a guy who's almost 40, who played 40-something games last year. All right, like you have to play these conversations out a little, and they sound a little less plausible when you play it out. All right,
were the Thunder a Stephen Curry away from beating the Spurs last year? Because
he would have helped.
He would have helped.
Oh, he would have absolutely helped.
But what is he doing?
Jalen getting hurt was a big problem.
What is he doing defensively?
No, I know, but and Jalen, when Jalen was healthy, he was the defensive guy that was stopping, Victor.
Exactly. Like that's what I'm getting at here. So like it's a double-edged sword. Like there's not many teams that can just absorb, to your point, Joe, a Stephen Curry without giving up a big pound of flesh within this new CBA. It's almost impossible.
Would the Phoenix Suns trade Devin Booker straight up for Steph Curry?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, because I also don't think that Phoenix is in a weird spot right now.
That's what I'm asking. I'm just asking. All right, what other max players would you be max?
Because I don't think the Suns are going to view as like, I don't think we're a Stephen Curry away from competing and winning anything.
I think Curry would make them a little bit better, but not like
that's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you need to make a Stephen Curry move right now if you're another team trying to acquire him.
That makes you infinitely better.
Infinitely better.
So let's go to the Knicks. They just won the title. Would they trade multiple of those guys for Steph Curry?
Probably not.
I don't think Warrior fans are like, I think a loud segment of them think that that's an insane sentence that I just said.
It's the reality, though. The guy didn't play half the season last year. You have to start talking about Stephen Curry. He used the word, and I'm glad Evan always brings this up when he's on, the new normal. And people don't want to hear that. He said it. The new normal is he's going to have to rest and recover a lot more with his knee. The runner's knee is real.
Yes.
It's not going away. Just because you want it to doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's not going away. He understands that. Mike Dunleavy understands that. Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob. I think we're all having a hard time just coming to that reality that he's going to miss probably a lot of back-to-backs next year. He's probably going to miss significant time at some point next year, which I don't want that to happen, but it probably is. He's getting older. LeBron James has been the gold standard of health for a superstar athlete his whole generation. Hell, just athletes in general. LeBron James has been the gold standard. Soccer, go anywhere. Football, doesn't matter. Him and Tom Brady, I guess. But LeBron is more physically, his body is, what he's been able to do is incredible. He missed months of the start of last season. He missed multiple months due to a sciatica. He's in his 40s. This is what you can expect now. So to expect anything else, to expect that Steph could play in 65 to 70 games next year is just unreasonable. Well, and when you say that, if I'm acquiring a guy that's not going to play that much, well, damn it, I better be deep behind him. The depth better be amazing, and I better be able to mitigate that. So the Sixers can do that.
Yeah,
right?
Let's have this conversation, though. I'm just going player for player. Not like take 4 used parts and a bunch of picks. Because the teams that would be trading you 4 used parts and a bunch of picks, why would they want to trade for an injured 40-year-old player?
They wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steph makes the most amount of money in the NBA this upcoming year. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I thought it would be like Jaylen Brown. Okay. All right. 63.
That's this year.
Oh, this year. Okay.
Just this year. Do you know that Jimmy Butler is 10th?
Wow.
They have 2 in the top 10. So, Steph Curry, would the Nuggets trade Steph Curry for Jokic straight up?
No.
Would the Boston Celtics trade Jason Tatum straight up for Steph Curry?
No.
Even though the Tatum's got a lot of injury concerns. I'm just asking.
But he's younger. He's just so much younger.
Would Washington Wizards possibly? Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I agree.
Although I don't know how much they'll win with him and Trae Young, but Debanza and Steph would be awesome to watch. Yes.
Okay. Giannis. Would the Bucks trade Giannis straight up for Steph Curry?
Ooh.
You mean the Heat?
Excuse me. The Heat.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
I was thinking Pat Riley too while I was saying. I was going to say.
Probably not, but that one's interesting to me at least.
It is.
Yeah, probably not though, because what he brings defensively.
Philly with Embiid.
His age. Ooh. Does Steph fit on that team? in Philly?
Well, the next guy behind Embiid, this is two guys making $60 million approximately, Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, see,
I think the Sixers would say just go
possibly.
I think they would say no Jaylen Brown for Steph. Warrior fans should say no Steph for Embiid, but I don't know if that's part of the equation.
I agree with you. And Embiid, like Anthony Davis, who's the other guy you've considered, major red flags.
I'm going player constructions because, to your point, Sam, people are going to look at what Embiid, Steph. I was like, no, but they're
looking deeper than that.
The roster construction, Embiid makes sense. The size makes sense with LeBron, with Tatum, and everything. Yes.
Devin Booker, who's the 8th highest paid player in the league. Steph for Devin Booker straight up. Would the Suns do that?
See, I said no, only because how old is Devin Booker? Do you have his age? He's 29.
Yeah, he's got 3 more years of team control.
He's 29.
And a player option.
I think I'm keeping Devin Booker.
Okay, Karl-Anthony Towns.
He's Mr. Sun.
Karl-Anthony Towns has a player option after this year, but he's making almost $57 million.
Oh, I'd do that if I was the Knicks, right?
I think I would too.
I would do that.
But
yeah,
Karl-Anthony Towns was excellent for them in the playoffs.
He was, but also he had some stinkers.
And they have a lot of really good players around them.
Yes, I would do that deal.
I wonder. I don't know. I wonder.
But now the Knicks love him now, though, so I don't know.
And then you look at these names after Jimmy Butler.
Say Paul George,
Kawhi Leonard. Would Cleveland trade Donovan Mitchell for Steph?
Oh.
You'd also have to attach $12 more million to that.
I actually think they would.
I do too.
Yeah. Well, Kenny Atkinson's the coach too. Like that would be actually interesting.
Here's where it gets interesting.
He was born in
Cade
Ohio.
Cunningham. No,
they would not do that.
Evan Mobley. I'm going in order of how much people make. Possibly, right?
Possibly. Probably not.
Jamal Murray. I think yes.
Yes, I would trade. Yeah, Steph and Jokic. Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
De'Aaron Fox. Yes.
In a heartbeat.
Bam Adebayo. I think yes.
Yes.
To be paired with Giannis.
Yes.
Luka.
No.
Trae Young.
Yes.
Okay. So notice the theme there. Most of the guys you said yes to, it's like about 5 guys, had major red flags with health or productivity.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what you'd be getting right now. And it wouldn't satisfy Warriors fans a lick. I just know them too well.
Of course not.
It would not satisfy
But you know what's not satisfying me? Hearing Joe Lacob and hearing Mike Dunleavy talk right now. I'm sure there's some obligation on why they needed to. I just think it was completely unnecessary.
Hey, well, this is what he'd like to say to the fans. Mike Dunleavy speaking to the media a couple days ago on, the ones that are upset that they're just running it back.
I would go back to last summer. I think going into the season, we felt really good about our team, right? Coming off of, Western Conference semifinals. Steph got hurt, missed 4 games. We added to the team with Horford, with Melton, brought Kuminga back, and then eventually turned him into Porzingis. So we really liked our team last year. Everybody was excited about it. Then we got hurt. So short of health, I feel really good about this team. We need to stay healthy. That's always the case. We've talked about at the end of the season the things that we need to clean up internally, control the things you can control, the turnovers, the game plan execution, late game stuff, all those things that, with Steve coming back, he's on top of, he's excited to tackle. But as far as this is a really good team that I would say underperformed last year based on injuries and some things we can control. So if people see us as, running back a 37-win team, I would say we've added to that team, from the way it started last year with a player like Porzingis. And then most importantly, we get into the season, we see how our guys come back from injuries like Moses and Jimmy. And then we have multiple ways to get better during the season, which is something we've done the last few years, whether it's adding Butler, adding Porzingis, you can go as far back as adding Andrew Wiggins. Like, I'd say we're pretty good about improving our team in the middle of the year. The most important thing right now is we got to get off to a good start. We can't get in a hole because of the guys who we have out. So we're going to have to do some lifting early on to hold down the fort. And then after that, I feel pretty good about our ability, if we need to get better, adding talent, like we can and we will.
Well, they're going to have to do something then, Mike, that they haven't been able to do is get off to a hot start. They just have not been able to do that. I'm sorry.
He can't be serious. Mike, we've got to stay healthy. Jimmy's out for 2 to 3 to 4 months to start the year. What?
Yeah, but when he comes back, it's going to be a boost for the team.
What does that mean?
Take it how you will.
Joe, do you know what day?
He should not have spoken to the media. I'm just going to keep it.
Yeah, I agree.
He should not have done that. What's up, Sam?
You know what I can't wait for is when we get up to the trade deadline and they don't make a move and then Jimmy comes back and they hit us with Jimmy returning is like a deadline acquisition. It's coming.
I do love those excuses.
Wait for that because that's going to be one of the dumbest things ever.
We try to do that as fans. Remember, it's like, well, that was last year with Ayuk. Well, if you get Ayuk back, that is your trade deadline acquisition.
Oh, that's the Farhan.
That's the Farhan. Yeah, it's like, well, it's like we did this. Oh, my God. It gets worse from some of the stuff he said, I'm going to be honest. But let's hear from the owner himself, because he kind of piggybacked off Dunleavy there. But
just for a second.
Yeah, for a second. But real quick, you're listening to 95 The Game, KGNC FM and HD1. San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. What you got?
Jimmy Butler got hurt in the Heat game, correct?
Yes,
okay.
At Chase Center.
It was January 19th.
Yes.
You were 25 and 19.
Yeah.
By the way, the time he got hurt, you were 24 and 19. What world does he live on?
Well, they would tell you that they are trending in a positive direction.
That was with Jimmy.
I know.
Jimmy will not play for months.
I know. But they seem to think he's going to be back sooner rather than later.
Oh, great. Well,
that's what they're saying.
I believe in the Tooth Fairy. I believe in the Tooth Fairy.
That's what it sounds like.
I mean, come on.
They sound very optimistic about Moses Moody too, which I think is even more ridiculous.
Poor Moses. But okay, look.
And I know I'm not trying to
sound like I'm dissing Moses. I I don't want to do that.
What's he going to bring?
What's he bringing?
I know.
I mean, that was a gruesome injury for him.
No doubt. But
to expect him to play this year,
pre-injury.
to expect him to play this year
Sam,
seems like a lot.
Stop worrying about the injury. Pre-injury, what was he?
Oh, I mean, he was a solid player, but like
as what?
Solid starting guard, bench guy.
No, he's not. He's not starting on a Western Conference playoff
I don't
team.
think he's like a game-changing player, though. But
he couldn't play in the playoffs a couple of years. He just couldn't play.
Yeah.
He was unplayable.
And I like the guy.
His shot wasn't
good. He's like an eighth man. Like what?
Hey, Joe Lacob, though, he likes the team. He doesn't understand all this he doesn't understand the negativity, though, Joe.
Oh,
he just doesn't understand it.
I'm actually excited about our team. I don't understand what all the negativity is about. There are those out there that are very critical, of course, about everything. There are always going to be some of that. Look, it's sports. Everyone has an opinion. They have a right to their opinion. At least we're being talked about. It's better than not being talked about, right? But I like our team. We did try to make a few moves that you alluded to, that there are 29 other teams looking to do these things, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. We just got Jimmy Butler in a very big deal. What was it, 17 months ago? I mean, I don't know what it was. That's a big move. That's a max salary slot. Unfortunately, he's injured. That kind of puts a crimp in some of the things you might be able to do or not do. You certainly can't add another max salary. We don't have any cap room. We have the largest. We're right below the second apron, like tiny amount. We, I think, have the second highest payroll. One team is over in the entire league. It's not like we don't spend money. We spend every resource to be as good as we can be, given the circumstances, every year. And I think we also don't view this as a one-time. I know everyone does this summer, but sometimes it works out to get somebody in the summer. Sometimes it's at the trade deadline. It's a continuous thing. To do a sugarcoat job.
Thank you.
I mean, what's he supposed to say, though? What's he like? Let me defend him again now. Let me be real. What's he supposed to say? I don't like my team. But if I was him, I would have rather this. Dude, we're bummed Jimmy's hurt. Like, why did he just put us in a really tough spot? We're going to try to do the best we can.
Why did he choose to do this podcast? Maybe it was scheduled. So
Dalton Lynch was like, "Yeah, we just been cold." Dalton Lynch was like, "Yeah, we just been cold calling." We'd all be like, "What? Do we have the right guy?" Cold calling?
We'll play that sound on the other side.
Word to use.
More from Joe Lacob, who did do a sit down with Tim Kawakami of the TK Show. You can find that in its entirety, on Odyssey, the Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Our Red and Gold Summit is back again for another year. Thursday, September 3rd, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Dibs get the party started from 2 to 6, and all the hosts together from 4 to 6, getting you ready again for another football season. And we are excited to tell you that NFL Network analyst and our very own Brian Baldinger will be there as well. And this segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey there, it's Bonte, and I'm excited to tell you that summertime is a great time to discover the islands. River Islands, that is. They're located in Lathrop, right over the Altamont, and have become the best-selling lifestyle community in Northern California. Currently, there are 15 model complexes open for touring. This gives you all the choices you're looking for in size, location, and price. Take your pick from neighborhoods built alongside lakes, near parks and trails, or looking out on the San Joaquin River. This month, a brand new K-8 school is opening, the fourth built inside the community, and River Islands High School is welcoming students back for the fall term. Over at the Town Center, activity is everywhere at the Redwood Cafe, and a new community amphitheater gets closer to completion. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the $600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com and see for yourself how the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones. Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Journavx Suzetrigine begins. Journavx is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Journavx with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Journavx may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Journavx, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Journavx.com.
Hey, it's Joe Spadoni. Bay Area homeowners, when you're improving your home, a strong lineup matters. This fall, Ashby Lumber and Milgard Windows and Doors are helping you buy more and get more. From September 1st through October 31st, order qualifying Milgard Windows through Ashby Lumber and receive a gift card code by email. Buy 5 qualifying windows and receive $200. Buy 10 and receive $600. Buy 15 or more and receive $1,000. This offer applies to V400 Tuscany Series and V300 Trinsic Series windows. Add a qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic patio door and receive $350 per door. Or receive $750 per qualifying VX350, AX450, or AX650 moving glass wall. Lock in rewards while you seal in comfort. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete promotion details. Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer.
Now through August 31st at Big O Tires, receive $80 to $120 in instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation bridges. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Now back to the morning roast.
Hi, how are you?
With Joe Spadoni.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
And Joe Shasky.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Joe Lake and Mike Dunleavy. Not a great 48 hours. Well, if you're a Warriors fan listening to them, you didn't love what they had to say. If you are a radio host or a someone in the sports talk biz and you love what they say, because we love the content, but sometimes it's best not to say anything. I know Bonte was telling us that yesterday. I think both you and I said the same thing. Why did Mike Dunleavy say anything the last couple of days? And I get it. Like, he hasn't made himself available that much.
Don't do that.
Like, that's why we love Bob Myers once upon a time, because Bob made himself available a lot. But Mike Dunleavy isn't Bob Myers. He's not. Joe Lacob, say what you will about him. He makes himself available sometimes, maybe too much for some fans' likings. But that's why we love Joe Lacob, is it not? That he has these opinions. He says these things. And he has won. He's brought 4 titles here. Got to give him his credit there. But it's been 4 years now since that last title, and things aren't going great. And people are angry, they're pissed, and there is blood in the water, and the Sharks are out. And when you have a comment like this one that you brought up, Joe, I'm going to play from Mike Dunleavy a couple days ago, it gets you a little annoyed.
I think as far as player movement over this past summer, no different than trade deadline, prior summers, different things like that. We're super aggressive. I mean, if people knew the cold calls I made offering a lot of stuff for players, I think they'd realize how hard we're trying. And frankly, it's not as much the guys that end up getting moved. There's a lot of guys that, we really, really value that don't get moved, and that's probably because so do those teams. So I think we call on the guys that we really think can make an impact and change our direction. But yeah, I mean, that's the nature of every offseason, every trade deadline. That's the way it works. I think as we get into this season, the trade deadline, the December 15th date, those things, I'm confident in our ability to do deals if we need to, based on a couple things. I mean, one, we've done them in the past, so we have experience with that. But then I think if you just look at our books, our assets, all that stuff, we've got a lot of ways to entice teams and make things available and worthwhile for them to do a trade with us. So for those reasons, I feel pretty confident that if we have to improve the roster in the middle of the season, we can.
I texted every girl on my phone, do you want to hang out? And they said no.
Damn. Even your mom?
I mean, like, seriously, like, listen to what he said. He said, he's like, basically, hey, dude, I was doing my job. Well, trust me, I tried.
Not to be devil's advocate, but that is what Warriors fans have just been wanting him to do. Hey, make some calls, get up off on your ass.
Joe,
he's telling you he has.
Joe, I worked in sales forever. You know what we care about?
Results.
What are the boxes on the truck?
Yeah.
All right. Now, the call reporting system that we used back in the day, the CRM, now it's Salesforce that people use. But, like, no one cares about activity unless you're not selling anything.
Yeah.
Because then they're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Right? And the only time that you need to show all your, like what's your activity? What is Joe Spadoni doing with his workday every day? Trust me, man, I'm making cold calls. Like, that only lasts for so long.
I'm talking to Sam Lubman. Trust me. We're hanging out.
Trying really hard, guys.
No one wants to hear about the amount of, balls you hit off the tee in warm-ups. They care about what your batting average is in game. And so, like, all this could be true. And honestly, I don't know what's sadder. The fact that you're telling me you have to cold call people to drum up interest and you don't have a lot of, like, actual, networking skills and people that you can work with, or the fact that you are begging people to take your junk because the team that you guys have assembled has no value league-wide. I'm not sure what's the sadder sentence.
Joe Lacob piggybacked this with Tim Kawakami yesterday on the TK show and said the Warriors made at least 2 big offers with picks.
It's like anything. It's like any other trade. We have to make a good trade. We have to make a trade that makes sense. If we thought we had a great trade in front of us, and by the way, without talking a little bit too much, more than I should, about secret, dealings that went on in the offseason, we made at least 2 very big offers in the last 6 months. Let's put it that way. Between the trade deadline and the summer, at least 2 were multiple draft choices. So it's not like wouldn't move them if we thought it was the right thing to do. We moved one for Jimmy when we got him then. I can tell you that our offers that we did make were more than 2. They were a significant amount of draft capital. They didn't work out. The cost was too high to be justifiable, or we weren't selected. I mean, these things happen. I've told you guys, I've told all our fans from day one, we're always, you know this, we're going to go after pretty much anybody who's a good player and check it out. Check out the situation at all times. We want to be as good as we can be this year. Okay, we're trying to be the best team we can do. We're trying to win an NBA championship. I think obviously we have a ways to go to do that, but we're coming off some big injuries. But the point is, we're always trying to be the best team we can be, and we're very aggressive about doing these things.
Yeah, but here's the problem I have with this. It feels like they were hunting for unrealistic, big pieces.
Right.
There are other moves you can make. And the sense that I've always gotten is that similar to the Parag negotiating tactic, I will only do the deal if I can win the deal.
If I could win, right. And you're not going to win every deal.
Well, and also you're not going to be swimming in the deep end on every move you make. Right. Some of them are shallow end moves, Like here's an example. Like, why did you have to bring Gary Payton back? I like Gary Payton.
Right.
Why did you have to bring Al Horford back?
Yeah.
Why were you married to bringing Draymond back?
Right.
Why are you married to not trading potentially a Podziemski, for example? Just someone who might have some value. Like, why bring Porzingis back?
Fair questions.
Why not try someone else?
They didn't want to.
Well, to me, that you're out here chasing the perfect trade.
Yeah.
You're out here trying to trade for like the perfect trade scenario, and you're missing on like maybe a smaller minimal upgrade.
Maybe they don't feel that small
or lose a trade. Well, like, show me something.
Right.
Be bold. Joe, I'm okay. Look, I'm dead serious.
They brought back Melton. He referenced Melton at one point in this interview, and he's like, yeah, we brought back Anthony Melton. And other fans like, we've gotten someone else that's comparable price. Yeah, we could have, but we wanted to stick with Anthony Melton. Like, that's a name. Like, had they gotten, I don't know, Anthony Simons instead of...
At least it'll be different.
Okay, so that... But would you rather have D'Anthony Melton or Anthony Simons?
Melton is a solid player. Yeah. But he's not making or breaking my team. That's the problem. All their moves are like, oh, that's solid.
Yeah.
In a vacuum. But then when you add them all together, it's like, oh, well, that's not solid enough.
Right.
So I either like try something different or like just go out on a limb a little. That again, Joe, I'm serious when I say this. One of the issues with sports is the fear of losing the deal is like destroying certain teams. I think the Farhan Giants were so scared of making moves, it really it ended up hampering them.
Right.
At least be aggressive and lose a deal. You know what I mean? It's okay. It's okay. Like, I'm serious. Like, just swing.
Right.
Take a swing.
Oscar from Stockton wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Oscar? How you doing, man?
How y'all doing today, my friends?
Oh, we're listening to Mr. Lakem and Mr. Dunleavy.
I just been taking it all in. I be out here listening every day to everybody's shows. But, as a CEO, I understand what Joe is what he's doing because he's waiting on everybody else to come along for the ride. The Warriors have been spending money for decades, and that's why they put this new rule in with the 2nd April. So I'm giving Joe all the credit in the world because he has built the number one franchise in the last 14 years, and the Warrior fans are just craving for another championship like it's been a decade. It's been 4 years. We understand that. We didn't make no moves at the deadline. We understand that because we made moves 17 months ago when we got Jimmy. Unfortunately, we had injuries. So my thing is this. We had good. They got the person who I wanted, Yaxel. We got LeJay James. We got a younger core. I don't know if everybody been watching, but they say the Warriors do not know how to bring young players up. Watch this season what's going to happen. So I'm with not making moves like that, and I'm glad LeBron move didn't go in. Anthony Simons, okay, that's not moving the needle for me. A lot of these cats y'all talking about, not moving the needle. So we stand and put. We're going to have a lot of money is coming off the books next year, and we're going to let the chips fall where they may because guess what? We got a player on that team that when you make rings, you don't have to chase rings, and that's Steph Curry. So all you fans out here that's crying, I understand because it's the off season, but remember, you're going to bite them Warriors because the Warriors are going to come back stronger with a younger youth core that we have, and with the older generation, we're going to keep them healthy. So, hey, I love what we did. Stay put, and guess what? Another ring will come, because every 4 years, the Warriors win one. So, hey, y'all have a nice day, and look, guess what? The Valkyries is another test of Joe Lacob persona. He's doing a hell of a job. Hey, so I'm standing with the number one CEO in WNBA and the NBA. The Warriors are going to be there, just like the Valkyries are going to win it this year. Y'all have a good day in the Bay, man. Go Warriors, man, all the way. Go Valkyries. Hey, I'm going.
That's Oscar from Stockton talking about a level of fandom that you could even hope to comprehend, Joe.
Jesus' disciples don't have as much faith in him as much as Oscar has in the Warriors winning the title.
Oh, you're Thomas right now, Joe. You're Thomas. You're doubting.
What? I love you, Oscar. What in the hell was that? What? Guys, we know what's going to happen with Kristaps.
Valkyries are free. I'll give him that.
The orchid is going to bloom for about 5 seconds, and then it's going to go back into hibernation, and we're going to be like, oh, God. Like, okay, over-under games played, 50. Kristaps.
Under.
Okay. Horford.
Under.
Steph.
What are you putting it at for Steph?
I'm the same thing, 50. I'm going 50.
I'll go over for Steph begrudgingly.
Melton.
I'll go over for Mel. He's a couple years removed now from the injury. I think he'll be okay.
And he brings up LeJay Jones. You think LeJay Jones is going to be on this team for 50 games this year? Yeah. I have a hard time seeing that.
Yeah, we'll see with that one. I don't know about that. Yaxel, I think, is going to play a lot.
I would agree. Yeah. If you know, I don't want to say it, but you know, I mean, like, who are we talking about? What are we talking about? You bringing up all these guys and these names. We're going to discuss them. This has become, the Warriors are turning into what I call the Bruce Ellington, Quentin Patton Niners, where there would be more articles about how Bruce Ellington figured it out this year for the Niners than actual snaps played in the year. We are going to have so many think pieces on the old guys and what they could do and what they couldn't do. We know where this is going.
So
That's my biggest problem is you put together a team, I can read it like an MRI scan. Right. I know exactly what's going to happen.
He thinks the team, though, Mike Dunleavy, could have been competitive, you know, without the injuries.
We did believe in the roster going into the season. And then you told me at the beginning of the season we were going to add Porzingis to that group. And the year before we went to the Western Conference semifinals and our best player was hurt for 4 of the games. We felt really good about the team, going into last season and then what we'd be able to do to upgrade it. So I think in terms of coming back this year with a similar group, I think the 2 areas I discussed were obviously the injuries, which you can control some of, you can't, and then some internal improvement stuff with we need to be better. We need to be better taking care of the basketball. We need to be better executing. We need to be better some game plan stuff. So I think we looked at it in terms of how do we put the best, most talented roster out there, and it ended up being bringing back a lot of the guys that we believe in and we like. And we just need them to be healthy, and we need them to, we just need to clean some stuff up. And I think that was the thought process. I wanted to be careful about just switching things up to switch things up. And then you end up with maybe lesser players, not as good of a team, not as good of potential. And I think that's where you can go wrong.
Yeah, but now you're heading into a season with no Moody, who was hurt last summer as well, but you knew he was going to come back eventually sooner rather than later. And then you're coming into a season with no Jimmy Butler.
So I look at of your top 12 guys.
And Kuminga's the big loss from that opening lineup last year, but now you got Kristaps Porzingis, who clearly, Mike, you feel will stay healthy because you brought him back.
All right. Over under 50 games. You said Horford, no.
No.
What about Steph?
Steph, I'll put him over slightly. I think Steph plays over 50.
I'll put him right at 50.
Yeah, it's Scar.
Okay. Who else no? Melton?
I'll put Melton over. I'll put him over. Who else? No. Oh, Horford. Porzingis.
Porzingis.
Yeah, no Porzingis. No. I don't know Draymond. I'm a little concerned about Draymond and his back.
Okay.
He's getting older, man.
Who else?
Who else is under? Am I missing anyone? Well, I don't look. Jimmy. He's Jimmy. Moses.
Moses. Yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got 6 guys of your top 12 who are making $140 million this year. 6 guys that you would pray to God if you get 50 games out of any one of those 6.
Yeah. They're going into it thinking that if they can stay healthy, they got a shot, which
You know, I could be wrong.
Seems laughable.
You know, Dunleavy, I've been his biggest, like, I really have. I feel like
you defended him.
I feel like I've been his biggest advocate. He's lost me.
Yeah.
He has completely lost me. And it's the more he talks. Dude, just let your decisions stand on their own. Yeah, every time you talk, you just put your foot in your mouth.
I mean, can you think of how shattered a trust of a fan base has become? Like this summer, just look at a couple teams. I give you the Giants, right? Horrible. They're just awful on the field. Not good. Yeah. They got a lot of bloated contracts. You don't have faith in your president of baseball operations and Buster Posey. He failed some of the tests of the Pride Night and that whole fiasco and how it's been bad. Tony Vitello seems in over his head. It's been awful. And yet, it doesn't feel as toxic from the fan base's perspective than it is right now with Golden State. Why is that? Well, because the Warriors have Stephen Curry.
Sure.
And they have legitimate championship expectations. Well, more recently than the San Francisco Giants, I'll say. But it's bad. It's gotten really bad this summer. I didn't expect coming out of this offseason for it to feel this toxic. From the fan base, no, it feels toxic right now.
Let's go back to the Pacers. I use them as an exexample. I think what the Pacers did was actually really smart. Really smart.
Just to eat it for a year.
They were like, dude, our best players, right? Like we're kind of screwed. So let's just reset these finances a little, and we'll gear back up. And it sucks. We were they half a game away from winning the NBA Finals.
Yeah. Well, they also kind of got hosed too because they did they didn't get that pick that they thought they were going to get, and they end up getting Zubac. That's kind of what they got this past year, and they didn't have a first round pick this year. So,
But in a weird way, like, aren't they better off having said goodbye to Miles Turner?
Yes. For sure. For sure. Yes.
So, like, I look at the Warriors situation, and I'm like, why couldn't I'm being serious here. Okay, you struck out in all these trades. Why couldn't you just go, you know what? Like the Pacers, dude, Jimmy got hurt.
Yeah.
It sucks. We're gonna try to compete. We're not gonna not try to compete. But we wanted to go in a different direction on a couple different spots on this roster because we just gotta mix it up.
Right.
37's not good enough. And look, it might be worse than 37. We're hoping it's better than 37. But we just needed to change some stuff.
Right.
Because we've kind of had similar team the last couple of years, and we just need to mix up some of the variables.
Right. Well, they could still...
Wouldn't you have appreciated that candor?
Well, they keep talking about, like, January and February, like, the trade deadline next year. Like, we'll be poised to do something. We always do.
Who wants Jimmy sight unseen?
See, I don't think that does anything for anyone right now. They keep talking about trade deadline next year and then the summer of next year in financial flexibility. That does nothing for us right now. And we're going to continue to be angry. And then, Joe, not only are we pissed off now, that's just going to put more pressure on you to actually do something when the time comes. So then what if you don't do anything?
Joe,
to Sam's point, he brought up, he could absolutely see them saying, well, I know a lot of fans are hoping we make this big trader acquisition, but we're viewing Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody coming back as our big acquisition.
And you know what Jimmy's going to do? Oh, man, my knee feels great, but it'd feel even better if I got an extension.
It's true.
Why are you laughing?
It's true.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's true. I'm laughing because of the absurdity of Jimmy Butler in the past. Although, I'll take Jimmy at his word right now because that's the only thing I could take. His name was being dangled out there in the offseason. He said, yeah, if they trade me, I get it.
All right, I'm going to say that. I'm going to say a sentence here, and I want you to I'm serious.
No, you are.
I believe we can eradicate fentanyl from downtown San Francisco more than I believe in Kristaps Porzingis playing 60 or more games.
God, I was so close to getting that burrito bet.
You weren't going to get that burrito bet.
I was like a game away. Wasn't I saying?
He was a game away.
You were never going to get that burrito bet.
And it's only because they rested him.
So far.
No, because they rested him at that last game, right?
Because you made a bad bet.
Damn. God, I was close.
And by the way, I do not believe we can fully eradicate fentanyl from these streets.
No, we can't.
Because I don't believe that you can. Nothing's a 0-0.
But I do believe the children are our future.
I believe in ghosts more than Kristaps Porzingis. I believe in these Nephilim that I've seen in the Book of Enoch.
You believe in
Kristaps Porzingis. I believe in aliens.
The substation or Kristaps?
I mean,
do you believe in Nick Bosa more than Kristaps?
Oh yeah, come on.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like, and again, I'm not like Kristaps, good dude. Like, I get it. Like, he's the orchid for a reason. He blooms occasionally, and when he does, it does look good. But he's going to let you down. Like, we know what's going to happen.
You want to know what gives...
Don't we?
This is what gives Mike Dunleavy confidence.
Am I wrong? No, I'm serious, Joe.
No.
Like, what I'm saying, is it that ridiculous? Is it really? I believe Bloods and Crips could get along better than Kristaps can navigate the regular season.
He hasn't been able to stay healthy for most of his career. So, yeah, it's not crazy to say that. And it's infuriating for a fan base that everyone else seems to see the problem with the health on it. And yet the owner and general manager are telling you they like the team and they like the construction, even with all the injuries and the injury history. That's the big disconnect right now, is that they have a bunch of old guys on the roster or guys that they are relying on to stay healthy that have shown and told you throughout the last couple seasons that they can't. And yet they still tell us that it's okay. They're lying to our faces, basically. And that's what fans are pissed off about.
I just don't
But we like to do that. Like, we've all of us do that.
No one told them that they had to bring back GP2 and Melton and Horford. No one said that. They let Pat Spencer go. Pat Spencer, who was a better Warrior last year? Like, on the totality of the regular season. Al Horford or Pat Spencer? Straight up. Pat Spencer.
Pat Spencer had some more moments.
Pat Spencer was more impactful throughout the regular season than Al Horford.
Both did nothing for me
Sure.
at the end of the day.
And Al hit big threes in that game.
Correct.
What if Al missed 2 of those shots and they lost to the Clippers? How would this offseason have played out differently?
Oh, get this guy off my team. I hope he retires. No, legitimately. He might retire next year. We'll see.
I spent so much time defending Dunleavy, and now I'm like having a change of heart.
Are you feeling like Paulie Walnuts? You feel like you've been stabbed in the heart?
I don't even know. I don't even know, dude. It's just...
I kind of want to play more of this sound. I know it's pissing you off more and more.
Crazy.
What gives you confidence, Dunleavy, in Kristaps Porzingis and Al Horford?
I mean, I would even say as far as with KP, he's had a tough few years, right? So I think we looked at it extensively, what's going on, how we can help him, how we can be better. And I just think the things that we've looked at and discussed and worked through lean in a direction of him having a healthier year. And so for that, we really wanted to bring him back. He adds a lot to our team. He's a unique player. And Al, at his age, he takes care of his body in a tremendous way, but I would say last summer was pretty challenging. Didn't officially sign him till, whatever it was, a day or two before camp. Had to move out to the Bay Area. It's an unsettling offseason. He's had a much better offseason this year, and I think it'll be a much better place to start the season. So we'll get those guys in the best possible shape we can. And then there's a little bit of keep your fingers crossed, right? As it is with all these guys, to try and keep them healthy and get through the long season.
No, there's keeping your fingers crossed, and then there's whatever this is. When it comes to the total, like the Philadelphia 76ers could keep their fingers crossed with Joel Embiid.
Sure.
That's fine. Keep your fingers crossed there. If he stays healthy, Sixers got
Joel's
action.
been more healthy than Kristaps.
Exactly.
And better.
I don't have enough fingers to cross with this Warriors team. That's the problem. I can't do it. I can't. Horford, Porzingis, Butler, Moody, Steph, Draymond. It goes on and on and on. I'm going to rely on Yaxel Lendeborg and Brandon Pajemski more often than not this year. That's who I'm going to be relying on.
My favorite part of all that is Al takes really good care of his body. Last summer was pretty tough, but, we think he can keep going because,
By the way,
there's one thing you say about a 40-year-old's body is that it's easier to maintain as it gets older.
But don't forget, last summer, he's like, well, you didn't sign until the day before. Why was that, Mike? Why was that, Mike? Because you guys couldn't figure out the Kuminga thing that everyone saw from a mile away. Did we not?
It's true.
Like, who had full control on that situation? You guys.
Yeah.
Insane.
Here, let's talk to a guy that's not insane.
The Warriors make me so sad.
He's the voice. This guy will make you happy, though.
I'd rather discuss Willie Adamas' throw to second base than the Warriors.
Talk to Filma Mike about it.
Oh,
he's on right now.
What's up, Filma?
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
I missed you, man.
Wait, what? Wait, it's his birthday?
What?
Wait, what? Happy birthday, Filma.
Happy 21st birthday again.
Hey, man. You playing a black one, too. I love you for that. Make sure you wash your back today.
Hey,
don't be dirty on my birthday. And it was an earthquake this morning.
Oh, it's total Filma.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It means that if God go return, he gonna return on my birthday, Spadoni. That's what that means, brother. If Allah returning, if Jesus coming back, he coming back on August 13th, baby. Hey, check this out, man. We gotta calm down, man. I done seen a lot of years of Warriors basketball. I swear to God, this is an old story, but you gotta appreciate the times.
Yeah.
We done won 4 or 5 ships. You feel me? Curry doing his thing. He got to make an executive decision. We here, man. Sometimes you don't win it all. You don't win every year.
I agree.
If you won every year, it wouldn't even be fun to watch sports.
Agreed.
This upcoming year is why we watch sports. Watch the Warriors do some numbers, have a good year, for real, for real. We need another We Believe out here in the Bay. If y'all don't believe, I believe. I believe in the Warriors. I believe in Joe. I believe in Mike Dunleavy, even though Mike Dunleavy is sort of a weirdo, but I believe in him because he's been in basketball his whole life. And he's actually made some decent decisions. He's been hamstrung.
I agree.
He couldn't have done nothing.
Phil,
That's all I'm saying. I appreciate the music in the background. The music in the background going crazy.
No.
I'm not going anywhere.
Turn that down, Lubman. Turn that down, Lubman. You know, Lubman, you know, he's of the culture, Philmo, if you don't know this.
Big Stevie Wonder guy.
He's a GOAT. Lubman is a GOAT.
He really is. Hey, if you could choose one meal for your birthday, cost is not included. What are you picking? I mean, you are as Frisco as they come.
I'm going to keep it real with you. We're going to keep it PG-13 because the other meal, you feel me? Yeah. But anyway, steak. I want some steak.
All right.
I want some, I want Bobos. I wanted Bobos last.
Chips.
I swear to God, I wanted Bobos, but they was like, we don't want to come to San Francisco. You got to go there. I'm like, damn. So we doing Fleming tonight, but
nice.
Bobos is my go-to meal. I like the crab a little bit more than the steak. But they steak go crazy.
I love crab.
How do you like your steak, Philmo?
Oh man, when I was young, it was burnt. It used to be blacker than me. But as I've matured and got older with my palate, right? I like it between medium and medium well.
Okay, not bad.
So a little bit in between there.
All right, so
I don't like it too. If it's too pink, I ain't with it.
I feel you on that. All right, now I got one more great question for you. Who's the greatest artist to come out of San Francisco? Can be any genre for you.
Oh my God,
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Carlos Santana.
You gotta go Carlos Santana.
Yeah.
You gotta go.
Yeah.
You gotta. Even though every time he did the national anthem, we lost. You gotta go with Carlos.
All right, now greatest rapper.
Greatest rapper.
You going Quinn? You going Selsky?
I'm going
Kubek?
Quinn and Mess.
Yeah.
Quinn and Mess. But you gotta show love to Forte, all the pioneers before that.
Agree.
But for me, it's like my Jordan era, Quinn and Mess.
Yeah, you know it's funny you bring up Forte. We used to when I went to Sacred Heart, we would like catch the 47, the 49, whatever, right there on Van Ness. And there was a round table that he used to always go to right there off of Ellis, and be like, "Hey, Rapper Forte said at round table." And then you'd have a bunch of Sacred Heart kids show up to go meet Rapper Forte. He was great. He was awesome. Hey, don't walk around any street with red on though.
Oh man, I don't know about that, but listen. Shout out to Black Sea, RBL Posse. Fedoni, stop calling everybody a Hall of Famer. I love you.
Wait.
Everybody is not a Hall of Famer.
Hey, that Micah injury hurt me last year, Philmo. He was going to be the DPOY too. He was. You know it. Happy birthday, man. I love you, man. Happy birthday.
As we get older,
I texted you, and you got to text me because I got your wrong number.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a new number. I'll text you, Philmo. I got you.
Yeah, he had haters, so he had to, to get a new one, new Metro.
Or an
Hey,
X.
happy birthday. We're about the same age, and I know you guys are all younger than me, but as you get older, it really is a blessing when you reach every birthday. Yeah. My buddy Guido just turned 43 the other day, and Rocco just turned 40. We're all getting up there in age. Bro, I can see 50. Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm looking at Dibs walking around, and I'm like, I hope that's not me one day. I see Steiny, and, he's got a great head of hair. And
yeah, but then you see Goo.
Well,
Come on.
But Goo is like he's a unicorn.
Not the same.
He's forever eternal.
He's LeBron.
He's forever eternal.
You feel Kristaps right now, and he's LeBron?
Dude, and Goo has never done the morning shift for as long as I have. It takes years off your life.
Sucks the soul out of you.
It does.
Slowly but surely.
Lubman, how many years have you been doing this? I've been doing 6 full years of this.
4.5 for me.
Okay.
Seen ghosts.
Hey, it sucks the life out of you.
Oh, absolutely. I can't remember what I was like before I started doing this show.
Happy birthday, Philmo. You had no hair. You're actually bald when you first started the show. Now you have all this hair.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah?
It's not totally inaccurate.
No, but you did have short hair. Now I can't even picture you with short hair.
Honestly, my last real haircut was like right before I officially got this position.
I got to go to the DMV like right after this show, and I'm really not looking forward to it. I really hope it's quick today. Final thoughts. Let's go. You ready, Sam? Here you go.
It's time for Final Thoughts. Wrapping up the show with our final takes on the Morning Roast.
What is worse PR right now, the DMV or the Golden State Warriors? Could both use a little facelift? I would do wreaths for the DMV. I can, if you guys let me go through quickly today, and it's a very pleasant experience, I will give you free publicity. I would love to do that. I'd also like to be paid for it eventually, but I'll give you the free pub first. Please make it easy. I have to get the ID, the real ID. I gotta do that because I'm flying in a couple weeks. So hopefully that all goes well.
Sure.
Oh, by the way, Sam, I need to print something out when the show's over.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Okay.
There you go. That was it. That was all. That was my final thought.
By the way, Sam, don't bother me today at all. Period. This is my final thought.
Whoa!
Honestly, dude, that Willie Adames play, that throw to
Is it coming up here on the stage, on the TV?
I swear to God, I work on double plays up the middle all the time with the kids. That's as bad as the double play throw.
That's the reason I get pissed.
I'm being real, guys. I've watched a million throws. I'd rather you airmail one into right field than throw it that way. I could not believe the throw that he threw.
Well, he has back spasms. What do you expect?
Bro,
He's hurt.
Threw like a lob pass you would throw to a 2-year-old.
He's hurt.
He definitely threw like a knuckleball.
He's hurt.
What was that?
You guys need to lay off. He's hurt. Come on.
No, he might be.
No, that was bad for even
it's
being hurt.
It's simultaneously the worst double play turn throw I've ever seen.
Have you ever been dealing with back spasms and trying to make a play like that, Joe? It's tough. It's very tough, Sam.
Yeah, no, that was really tough, and I do wonder, because they did take him out right afterwards. At some point, Willie, I love the fact that you want to be out there and play every day. I don't take that for granted. Bless your heart for wanting to do that. But, the season's going nowhere. You could take 10 days off on the IL to get that back right. It's not going to go it's not going to hurt you one way or another to do that. But, no, my final thought was just listening to Lacob on the Tim Kawakami show yesterday. Odyssey podcast, go check it out. It's like Lacob looked forward in time. He did the Doctor Strange. He looked forward in time, saw 14 million different outcomes, and then went on and talked about the one outcome where everything went well. It's sure, in theory, what he said could happen, but I'm not betting a single cent on Steph playing 65 games, Draymond playing 65, Kristaps 60. All the things need to happen for this season to go well. I'm with you guys. They would have been better served just not saying anything this week. Silence is golden right now. Let's just get to the regular season and go from there.
The silent game is underrated. As a father of 3 now, got to play that in the car all the time.
They should try that game.
Silent game.
Done leaving
the quiet game, the silent game, whatever you want to call it. Right, Chase? Chase, hey, real quick, got introduced in front of everyone yesterday. We had our little, our monthly meetings. We occasionally have quarterly meetings, excuse me. So we get the big boss here. And of course, by the way, before I get to you, Chase, the TV is not working for the presentation halfway through. Shout out Sam Meekley. He needed to be like Dr. Rick Celebrini yesterday and trying to fix that thing, and he just couldn't. Also, Nahikian winning the Game Changer Award. And the bosses of the stations should not be allowed to win. That's not fair. You can't be doing that. Taking away from, guys like Chase and Vic. Nahikian winning? Come on. Love you, Matt.
You're kind of taking away from Chase's moment right now.
Well, no, I'm giving him his moment there. That was it. That was it. What's up, Chase?
Appreciate it, Spadoni. You know what? This is on me. So I've actually had this question in my head for 3 weeks. I was listening to the Morning Roast one day when I wasn't in here, and I got to bring it up. Shasky, you were doing your NFL tiers, and you were doing it based on movies, right? So you wanted to do your first tier was The Godfather because that's the best movie of all time. But I was listening to it. I was thinking to myself, the second tier was The Revenant.
Yeah.
And I missed that part where he introduced The Revenant being tier 2. Is he saying that it's the second best movie of all time? I just had no clue where he was going with that.
We don't know what goes on in Shasky's mind. We can only
halfway
think
out the
to
door
comprehend.
right now.
Yeah, he's packing up everything.
He's not even listening what Chase has
was
to say.
asking you a question that whole
2 minutes left in the show. Shasky's already trying to leave.
The Revenant. Why do you think The Revenant as the tier list? Remember you were doing like a movie tier list?
It's not that great of a movie. It's not his best movie at all. It was a career achievement award. It was a very mediocre movie, if I'm being quite frank.
That's no problem, but you had it as tier 2.
Tier 2, though. So why?
Because, again, it's not his best work. I'm taking Departed, Leonardo DiCaprio over that. I'm taking Inception, Leonardo DiCaprio after that. I'm taking Shutter Island.
You're not understanding the prompt.
packing up and there's 2 minutes left.
Yeah, he's gone. He's out of here. He's gone.
The show's not even over yet. He's leaving. Team player.
So The Revenant, it's just the absurdity of this entire last couple minutes is great.
He's already out the door.
I liked The Revenant.
It's hard working right there.
I liked The Aviator as actually the best of it all. What? He's mad at me for walking out early. Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm sorry.
It's just, how do you think that mic's on that you turned on?
It's just not.
What are you doing right now?
Wait, where do you get your haircuts? Just get on here. Where do you get your haircuts? Come on. Give the shout out to the person.
Chris, a.k.a. Cream the Barber, Dog Packs Barber in Walnut Creek. Normally he's in the city. Today's in Walnut Creek. I got a jam out there.
Okay. Have fun.
You two chat the roasted a ghost because Shatsky's ghosting us.
The roast and the ghost, they're calling it.
Well,
because Shatsky's ghosting us.
My back hurts.
Brought to you by Front Bank, which is here for you.
Willie.
And here for good.
Cruise on out for the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 classics, Good Guys Autocross racing action, a huge automotive swap meet, and so much more. August 21st to the 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game. And now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026 with Stanford Federal Credit Union's Rewards Credit Card. Make the most of your miles. The Rewards Credit Card offers low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep?
Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, you'll hear true stories that will intrigue you, inspire you, and make you laugh.
He said, is there anything in your diet that might be spiking your blood sugar? I said, sometimes I eat pizza until I'm unconscious. He said, I think that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God. Oh.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Move on, Joe.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What Dude, not mad at you. What were you talking to the boss about?
Do you really want to know?
Yes.
You were a part of it.
Everything.
Now, before we get to that, Evan is a part of our team. We're family, right?
Barely.
And I hit the button, and I say, let's go, baby. That's like start the hoop game.
Sure.
And you look like, did you really do that? Like, what's your deal? That's camaraderie, man. Let's go. I'm feeling good. And you didn't like that. That's the difference between you and me,
I was
man.
just playing with you.
I know. But you want to know what I was talking to the boss about? So Evan gave me a no. September 19th at the Valkyries. It's a Saturday. Damn! September 19th, a Saturday.
All right.
The Warriors World Tournament will be at the practice facility of the Valkyries, old home of the Warriors.
Okay.
And Team 957 is back, Jack. I'll reveal the roster in a couple days, but we need a coach. And I talked to the boss about, do you think Steiny, it starts at 12:30, would be willing to coach us, and we just try to go shock the world?
Only if I have control over the roster.
But we got the roster. You would just have to coach us.
I need to see the roster.
No, seriously, would you? I had you,
listen.
Dibs, and I even asked Nahegan. He was kind of and I had Willard as a dark horse.
I mean, you must be mistaking me for a coach that's desperate for a job. I have my pick of the litter, and I need to see the teams.
And then you would get to see your boy who and control my minutes. Like, seriously, would you, Steiny? This is an invite.
Yeah, probably not.
Wow.
Maybe. September 19th.
Yeah, Saturday. Starts at 12:30. You'd be in and out. Well, hopefully we win.
Single elimination?
Oh, the boss asked that as double.
Okay.
And we lost Bonte to NBC Sports Bay Area.
They have a team?
Yeah, Bonte played last year and was actually hooping.
Who's on that team?
Well, they had some dudes. I forget the names, but they had some ballers.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Zaza, Kirk Lacob, all those dudes. Yeah, the former NBA players are not allowed. But anyway, what we got today? Football tonight.
Yeah, are you excited?
Yeah, I am, but
Adrian Martinez?
No, I'm not excited because nobody plays. And I understand that, but the margaritas are the price that they are in week one when it counts. The parking, what's it all for? Are we going to see Stribling tonight? I get not seeing Purdy and McCaffrey. But Steiny, are we going to see Stribling? What's tonight for? Because you can do position battles in the joint practices. Shout out Cheech and Chong. Yeah, we got confidence.
What's the question?
What's the goal for the preseason?
Not to get hurt.
For the NFL with
not to get hurt.
Cam Ward's playing.
Not to get hurt. That's the goal for the Niners. But that's when you get hurt,
Steiny.
Oh, you know what? That's what they say.
Dude, I love that.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Yeah.
You can play and be careful. But, I was thinking about this for a second.
6 p.m. kickoff. Yep.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, tonight.
It's late.
Fits on the TV call.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's him, Keena Turner.
What?
Goo. Goo, what is it about football that you like so much? Is it your favorite sport?
Well, remember, I'm a guy with 3 kids. I don't have a favorite child. And I'm a seasonal guy, Steiny, so I get offended and a little upset, not at you, at this question, but I've had a reckoning. The way the NFL is set up, it is my favorite sport because every week, there's only one game a week. And I'll ask you this just to back up my answer. What's the best championship we have in pro sports right now? I have my answer. I'll let you pick.
The best
NBA Finals, World Series, Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl. It's because it's game 7 without the series. So football, in essence, to me, is every week's a playoff game because you only get one. And the other day you said something like the Rams, they got I didn't like.
Oh, 17-game season. I
was over here dying, man. No.
The thing the NFL has going for them is that every game's important. So every game they add to the schedule means that the games become less important. That's why football's so special. That's why I'd like to go back to the 14-game schedule when the Miami Dolphins went 14-0.
But if you love something, Steiny, why would you want less of it?
Well, because too much of anything is not a good thing. And, one of the reasons nobody plays in the preseason is because the regular season's so long. If we're going to have this conversation, though, Goo, what I'm going to need from you is a little more honesty.
What happened?
I don't believe that's really why you love football.
Oh, I hope
you know why you love football.
Go ahead. The G word.
But 2 words, the G word and the F word. Gambling and fantasy.
See,
if they didn't have gambling and fantasy, you would not watch as much.
I've had passion. I watch football. I have memories with my father all Sunday long to where now it starts Saturday at 9 a.m. As I was telling Evan and you in the
NFL's
green room.
playing on Saturday?
No, college.
Oh, please.
Steiny, I love ball. Fantasy is, hey, do I love it? Yeah.
You gamble on college sports also.
Yeah.
That's right.
But the love started before gambling.
Did it?
Seriously, man. 6th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade. I'm going backward, 3rd grade. Steiny, I love ball. The passion was before the funds. And I think you know that.
Yeah, but that's the issue. The issue is that now the tail is wagging the dog. Don't you see? We used to love football. I loved football, all right? And then we started to gamble on football.
Okay.
And I used to play the old football ticket.
Look, I remember.
And then the bottom line is what happens over time is you gamble to keep your interest in football going.
Nah, not me.
And I know that's the category that you fall into right now.
No, but now I feel like we're at a seminar with Roger Goodell for the NFL. Has gambling and the fantasy component captured fair weather fans?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, yes. But you know, I am really, truly Bruce Willis. I am a die-hard. So when I say that, Steiny, I love when the Niners lost to the Redskins at RFK in the NFC Championship years ago, and they got robbed on the Ronnie Lott pass interference, phantom pass interference. I was too young to gamble. Right. That was because I loved the game.
Right. So basically,
it's more.
Right. What happens to people most of the time is,
Evan gave me a 4 for this.
Is that phrase? The phrase, when I was a child, I acted like a child, and then I forget what the other part is. But, it's time to be an adult. And so what happened, what the real issue is that, yes, you're passionate about sports and football at a young age and through your formative years and as a teenager. But as you grow into adulthood, you realize that there are more important things than sports. However, what you can do to combat that and to tip the scales back into your favor is to gamble on the games. And then that gives you that childlike passion anymore. It gives you that childlike passion again, though just realize it's not the same. The purity is now gone from your fandom. Just know that.
No, you're like, I hear you.
Nail on the head
No way.
Oh, I think I did.
Like, Steiny, the gambling fantasy component is an hors d'oeuvre, but the main course is the outcome of the game. And for us, we've been blessed.
Of the bet.
No,
it's the outcome of the bet.
That's a caveat. That's after, Steiny. You're talking to some people, and not me.
Well, you're in the room with me. I'm talking to you.
I'm a diehard, so that doesn't apply.
Goo.
I'm being for real.
Has your opinion of a player or a team ever been impacted by a bet you won or lost? And the answer let me answer that for you. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. And I'm not afraid to say, Mark Grandy is setting up the
he's the commissioner, the new commissioner.
The company fantasy football league. You know why I'm going to play? What? So that I am more interested in the NFL. Don't you see? But the tail, it's wagging the dog.
But I would say, and people listening, Steiny, it's not a bad thing. We know what you love. I would say you don't love it if you need that to get you over the top.
I think you do. That's what I'm saying.
If fantasy and gambling on games went away, I'm there. 10 a.m. to 8 at night, Sunday, eating Jimmy Dean sausage with potatoes in the morning, mimosas. That's a staple of who I am and who we are as a country.
And you know what else is? Fantasy football.
Like, I can't fight you on that.
Do you have your computer up when you're watching the games? Of course you do.
Like my phone.
Of course you do. Of course you do. So
what's your point?
It means that you're not really locking in on the game. You're more monitoring your monetary situation. It's okay.
You are the wettest of wet rags I've ever.
It's okay. All right, let me see if we can get some more honest answers from our listeners.
And you got to ask me about my sweatshirt. We got a new team of the show.
All right. No, but what is it about football? And it's funny because I think I said last year football has completely demolished basketball.
You're right.
In terms of the entertainment value.
And baseball.
No, well, that goes without saying. But what is it? Is it just the opportunity to win some chicken? Is that really what's fueling you?
I wish we real quick could go back in time where we didn't have that, and you're talking to a guy, we're having a conversation. You would just say, hey, dude, you really love ball.
Well, you wouldn't love it as much.
No, that's not me.
I'm
telling you.
Well, I'm telling you you're wrong. You don't know yourself. All right, we'll talk Vanderbilt on the other side. No, 888-957-9570. We just figured first hour or so we'll talk some football And the Niners play tonight against Tennessee, first preseason game. And, we do this every season, but it's always fun. Like, what is it about football that makes it the absolute king? The absolute king. And I know it has a lot to do with the fewer games, et cetera, but I've come up with a bunch of reasons why I enjoy watching football more than the other sports, at least at this point. All right, 888, you can tell us why, too. 888-957-9570. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to have Monty Poole, NBC Sports, Bay Area. Joe Lacob did a podcast with Tim Kawakami on the heels of Mike Dunleavy's press conference, and some very interesting things were said, and we'll play it all for you and get your takes on it. But 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you right willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson. Your life is worth the fight.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose
choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet. And then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
All 3 good decisions. You just got to look at his numbers and stuff. Got to be delicate with those calves. We weren't able to get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Like I said, you got to be delicate with those calves. You got to be delicate with Steph Curry. Seems to be the worry of the word of the offseason, or the word of the month, Goo.
Yeah, and I don't know how much you got. I know we're P1s of the morning show with the Morning Joes, but Pablo Torre did a podcast on some research on the substation, so they were heavy into that this morning. So I don't know what you make of that. I don't know what to make of it, but I just know the Niners have had a lot of injuries. Tonight they play their first preseason game. I'm telling you all I want, ask me what I want from tonight's game against the Titans, partner. What do you want? To see Deshaun Stribling, who, by all accounts and reports, Donnie, has been fantastic in camp.
You're going to see him probably with a 5th-string quarterback.
Well, Mac Jones?
I don't think he's playing.
Now, why wouldn't he play?
Mac Jones isn't playing.
He's starting.
I thought I read that he's not playing.
Read wrong. Bang,
no,
bang.
We need to double check that.
Evan just
he's expected to start.
Why wouldn't the backup not play?
Because he's probably as important as the starter.
You are.
No, I swear to God.
You're Russell Crowe.
I could have sworn I read that in Matt Barrow's piece.
He's
today.
starting. I'm looking forward to it.
I got to look at that.
Like if you were Kyle, you wouldn't have your backup quarterback?
Hell, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, he's out there.
Here's how I'm going to prove to you how important gambling is to you. And I'm going to give some credit to No on the chat. Let me ask you this, Goo. You think $1,000 is a lot of money?
It is.
Okay. If I gave you right now $1,000, I'll give you $1,000. But you know what? You can't use it to bet on football. And you won't be able to bet for the season. But I'll give you $1,000 right now. $1,000. But you cannot bet for the next 20 NFL games, the next 20 weeks.
Okay.
You would not take the $1,000.
Oh, you're saying I couldn't take it.
Told you.
Oh, well, these are 2 different conversations.
No, they're not.
Yeah. Dude, you got me thinking. He had Stotty's man, hand that thing over. But no, I love gambling. We all do. It's part of our world. I'm just telling you, at 56 years old, it's not why I love football and why I think football is the most popular sport and has been.
Well,
it's the one and done. And it's like the coverage. Let's just say the Niners get beat by the Rams week 1, or they win the game. That euphoria for the next 6 games stays with you. If you win
6 games?
6 days, excuse me. And that just means something to me, man. And I get what you're saying. There's so many now. But, man.
I mean, you cannot I don't know if you knew you said this, but you said gambling's not the reason. Gambling's part of the reason. Come on. It's part of the reason.
Well, it wasn't first because it wasn't.
But now it's enhanced your experience.
Now, what if I told you this, and you guys can laugh, but I'm being real. With this inception of fantasy, I'm watching other games and focused on the outcome of other games.
Right, because of fantasy.
Like now I have
Not
32
love.
favorite NFL teams.
Well, that's preposterous.
You know what I mean? No, the knowledge is growing.
Well, it's not a pure knowledge, though. It's a numbers. It's all about statistics.
Yeah, but
you lose it when you play fantasy football. You lose the feel of the game.
Oh, no, not me. Sonny, I watch games back during the week. You don't believe me? I don't need to sell
I don't believe you.
They have a thing now on the YouTube.
I'm sure they do.
NFL Sunday Ticket. You watch condensed games, 30 minutes, no commercials, and it's bam, bam, bam. I make it a point, get a life, I know, of every game that week I watch before the next Sunday. So you know what's going on.
You know what I've noticed about you and your fandom? Sometimes you get very defensive. Like you must prove to people that you are a great, great fan.
Yeah, because you can't have me like Nancy Kerrigan and hit me in the knees early.
If you're a great fan, do you really have to broadcast it?
No, you tried to take away my fandom to start the show, so I was defensive.
You are a fan of fantasy football.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, maybe more than real football.
But that doesn't
fine.
I'm mad. Shasky's not in our league. We lost him. Like, that doesn't bother you?
No.
The morning guy?
No.
Like, what?
I'll tell you what, it's a good thing.
I feel like he thinks he's better than us. Like, that's what I think bothers me. Evan, why would he not come back?
Probably because he finished in 16th.
That might have something to do with it.
Because he knows he's burning money.
That's true.
You guys are great, but man, don't leave, man. We lost Monte, but damn, now we lost Bud.
Let me just put the rat on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Have you paid yet?
Nobody's asked for any.
Mark Grandy sent out a group text. I've already paid him.
Now I think, like, you're overstepping your bounds. Like, seriously. Like, let me live my life. Why are you worried about my chicken, Evan? I'll take care of the treasurer. I'll give him the money. I like to do it right before the draft, Steiny. But, yeah.
You want me to read it to you?
I got it. I didn't. You didn't pay, did you?
I paid already. Seriously.
Well, you're the guy that doesn't know it's payday, and those days are Christmas for your boy.
Grandy caught me at a
good time, huh?
No, I got you, I got you, Shasky.
Oh, what did he say? Butch, I'm hurt. That's why. Tell me what Butch said, man. No, I'm hurt.
We're skeptical that you watch all 16 games. That's okay.
Can one bet on 16 games?
Radio is theater
of the
mind.
What about that part? Oh, you guys are great. I thought he had a fantasy update. I want Joe back. We still got time.
All right. You know what's funny is one of the reasons I think football is king is pretty much like honestly what you've just been talking about. And it's that because there's 108 million baseball games, you can't watch them all. Because there's 82 basketball games, and half of them don't seem to matter to the players, you don't really watch them all. But when you have 17 games, you watch all the games. So I have this theory that if you're watching football, you have a better opportunity to kind of be an expert on it or to really know the game. Because you are watching 17 games start to finish, and that's really all anybody can see, even people who are experts in the field. So because there's only 17 games, if you watch all the games, you know what you're talking about. Like, you know what you're talking about when you're talking football. If you're watching the Niners week in and week out, it's easy to talk football, and you're more likely to know more about the game. And anytime you learn more about something and you keep learning more about something, then you get more interested, and
there's the
then
word
you get more
right
committed.
There. Yeah, interested.
Well, what'd you think of that?
No, I loved it, and
because it makes like somebody, feel like they're in on the conversation with everybody.
Like Spadoni shared with Shasky. Shasky was me on his rebuttal. I don't know if you heard it this morning. He talked about his last few spouses. Spadoni, they didn't like football. And Butch is like, who doesn't like football? And I was with them. But that's a prerequisite for me if I'm going to have a spouse.
That's not true.
Stoney, that's a deal breaker. How can, like, we ain't on the same
So do your own thing on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's how.
She can do her thing on a Sunday.
Right. Yeah, it's the wrong thing.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
But there's nothing better than when your significant other is right up there with you in the blanket on a cold Sunday and you're watching the game or they're nervous because you're nervous.
Stop it. Don't do this. This is why I've got to call you out. I would rather be at Dana's house with a bunch of guys watching the game than with someone who I know doesn't really want to be there, like maybe a partner or a woman friend.
Yeah, get that. But I wasn't saying 17 weeks of you and the spouse watching game and no fellas.
How many games did you and Mia watch together last year?
I'll say about 4. About 4.
Can we get Mia on the horn?
No. She might get mad. It might be she's a fan.
All right.
Like, what did you want? No, seriously, what did you want the answer to be? 0? I'm just telling you, she tricked me in her.
I don't think I've ever watched a game with one of my partners.
See, and
they're not really into football.
And I'm not, Stoney, I'm not Dr. Phil, but imagine if you did. Wouldn't that be awesome?
No. That would be awesome. Like, it'd be different.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying I would hate it.
Yeah, throughout my life.
Yeah, but I like going over to Dana's.
I got you.
And that's the other thing. Like, no sports got more camaraderie. Like, you can actually watch a game. Nobody watches this. Hey. Want to come? Hey, Dana, you got a bunch of guys want to come over and watch the Warriors tonight? Nobody does that.
No, I'm with you there.
Hey, Giants. Hey, Giants, Astros tonight. What do you say we? What do you say we get some beers and watch the Giants?
No, you're right.
No,
you're
nobody
right.
does that. But you do when you're with your buddies on a Sunday.
Now, again, I don't want to take this show to relationships, but I have some friends that bring their spouse to Dana's.
That's fine.
And I have no problem. Like, it's awesome.
That's fine. That tells me that, well,
they got a great relationship.
Not necessarily. I mean,
to me, man,
I think you can have a great relationship and never watch a sporting event with your partner, or you could be season ticket holders with your partner and have a great relationship. And similarly, you can have awful relationships in either situation. Also, here's the other thing. One of the other things. The pace of the game.
Yeah, wow.
The pace of the game.
Talk to me.
So 5 guys, a couple women are sitting watching a game, and there's the play. And it's complete. First down, Niners. Okay. Then what happens? 2 replays, and you get to talk about it. Talk about it. Nice catch. Nice catch by Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
Yeah, Purdy didn't throw it on the money, but Bourne, look at Kendrick Bourne making that catch. Hey, did you see Trent Williams pancake that guy? Oh, next play. Lock in. There's the play. Uh-oh. Trent Williams looks like he's hurt. Boy, I had a feeling that was going to happen. Uh-oh, here comes the...
You got me ready for 6 tonight, man.
So...
Yeah. I love it.
I mean, think about this. Like, there's a play in football, and then you can have 2 replays before the next play. So you really see 3 of the same play, and then it's the next play.
Hello. And remember back in the 70s, I got to watch my verbiage. Technology wasn't where it's at today. You know, you'd be hard-pressed to get a replay, but you're right. That the plays now are like, you get 3 chances to kind of watch the play. But I do want to ask you about just you growing up, Steiny, because Norm kept me from going to church by watching football. If I said I was watching the game, moms and sister were off, I was with Pops watching the game, I got a pass. Is that how you grew up, you and Pops on Sunday watching the game, or you just fend for yourself, I'll watch it if I watch it?
I can't really remember sitting with Pops watching a game. I mean, there were times.
Right.
But we were, I wouldn't say we were an active family, but I was always somebody that'd rather play. Even go out in the street and play.
You told me that.
Play football, or go up to Riverview Park and play football. Remember we used to play tackle football.
So did we,
I used to
man.
be good at tackle football.
Yeah.
I knew how to.
Why you quit the game?
You gotta wrap them up low.
But why'd you quit? Like in high school, you didn't.
Because I wasn't big enough. Wasn't big enough.
McCaffrey's not the biggest.
Coach didn't
Size
like.
matters.
Coach didn't like me.
There we
That's
go.
that's what all losers say.
Like Stoney, did you have hands?
Yes, absolutely. I got great hands.
Well, you got big hands. I told you got boxer mitts.
I've got great hands and a feathery touch. I'm serious.
Well, that's basketball, the feathery touch.
I got a big ass. I also.
You could have been a running back.
1986, we won the F&M fraternity championship, Chi Phi. And
Come on, man.
Ronnie Kane at quarterback.
Where were you?
I was like a slot guy.
Largent?
I was. I don't think I had a drop my senior season.
Man.
You think I'm kidding?
No, I just love that you're lighting up like.
I ran.
How did it die,
dude?
Look at my man.
I ran precise patterns, and they were indefensible in college. I had two. Seriously,
man.
You know what? I kept it simple. I was. You know who I was like? Who was I like? I was like.
You didn't like the Largent comp.
I was kind of like Andrew Toney. All right, he has the ball on the perimeter, and if you gave him too much space, he'd hit a jumper in your face. And if you crowded him, he'd drive by and go to the basket. I was the same way, Goo. I had two patterns: the down and out, and the down, out, and up. And let me tell you something. I could beat you either way.
I wish we had footage. And I don't doubt it.
Ronnie Kane and I, what a connection we had. I mean,
we got to get him on the line. He's still with us?
That's a good question.
Ronnie Kane.
I'm not really sure. The only issue with football is not that they matter in the other sports, but, I mean, the games like tonight are just worthless. I'm sorry.
From
They're
a
just
fan
worthless.
experience, that parking, the dogs, whatever you buy is top. It's fraudulent, man. But I get it, and that place is going to be packed, Donnie. And I hope we get to see Stribling. And I'm happy you haven't got my ear and said Mac Jones will be out there. So there's that. But I understand.
You sure it's going to be packed tonight?
I would expect it to be.
They sell out exhibition games?
I know we got Fitz on the call and Haberman on the
that
TV
has
call.
nothing to do with the
Haberman
attendance.
on the radio call.
So you mean because Fitz is on the TV and Haberman's on the radio, people are going to want to go to the game so they don't have to listen to that crap? Is that what you're saying? Are you taking a shot at Haberman and
Look
Fitz?
at my eyes. They're rolling, and I'm rolling them at you. No, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Look, you're going to...
I'll be in the car at times, and then I'll be in the lab.
What do you got going tonight?
Milan's getting ready to go back to North Carolina,
that's
so
right.
we're going to see Spider-Man. 9:30 p.m.
Yeesh.
Ponte in
Have
for you.
fun tomorrow, guys.
Ponte's in. We'll be fast break. You know what he's in, Stotty, Loyola Marymount. We fast break.
Okay, so I must say, and I don't get envious much, that's a nice piece you have on today.
Oh, the Vanderbilt shirt.
Yes, it is.
Now
I'd like you to turn around to the people in the cat, and it says Bing 7. And it's a Vanderbilt basketball, right?
Men's basketball.
And it's pretty nice.
Dude, and I wore it and you weren't here.
Oh, okay.
And because of your daughter and her school, Tulane, you now have adopted Tulane University football program. Right. And you got merch. It's awesome. Yeah. So I've adopted Vanderbilt because my man Isaiah from Union City, California, his nephew is one Chandler Bing. And he was a freshman, averaged 4 points. And I love you. You brought him up on your computer. So he was at the Union reunion. They were. And he brought this to me. And I said, you know what? I'm a Commodore. Now that's.
Are you trying to one-up me?
No.
It sounds like you are. I mean, look, they're both academic schools. They're both in the South.
What?
Now, why have you picked Vanderbilt?
Because he happened to go there. Oh, look at you.
No, it's funny. You said.
Fences, right? Vanderbilt. Azili.
Yeah, and Jeff Turner.
Skip Bayless.
Yes, people. Guru's, what is it, nephew?
No, my friend's nephew.
Friend's
Isaiah.
nephew.
Yeah.
Yes, his name is Chandler Bing, and he plays for Vanderbilt. I checked it. And he was a freshman last year.
Average 4.
And of course, and not of course, but Chandler Bing, of course, the famous character on Friends.
You were out on your trip,
Friends.
and Evan brought this up because I wore it then. And what if I told you I didn't feel welcomed on that show? I watched Cheers and Seinfeld and all that. Just something about it. But now I see him on the reruns, Tiny. I'm like, I'm kind of in. A little,
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Want to be.
You know what I'm putting down.
You know who I couldn't stand on that show?
Let me guess.
I couldn't.
Everything.
Jennifer.
No, she's fine. Well, I mean, what's her name was awful. Courtney Cox or whatever her name was.
I always liked her.
But no, the worst character was Schwimmer. Schwimmer. He was awful. Ross. He was like he was.
Bad. He had a good
He was
career.
basically he was pathetic. He was pathetic.
But he went on to have
that's great.
A great career outside of Friends. Though.
But the character of Ross was about the weakest character I've ever experienced.
Oh, man.
Well, just little mopey.
So you seen every episode?
No.
Oh, so it ain't like your.
It's one of those I saw enough, and I was like, why does anybody like this shit?
Well,
it has some funny moments. But yeah, I mean, it was in the same era as Seinfeld, so wasn't really
greatest shows ever made.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I'll say this to you because it's football season. Where are you watching tonight?
I'm
Lab.
Well, I got a red eye.
Oh,
I'm out. I'm out.
Now you got your electronics to where you can watch a movie and possibly the game. Yeah,
it's a red eye.
But they got movies.
I'm sure they do.
Watch one.
Nope.
Michael.
By the way, I got a question for people. I got some information about the flight today. I didn't like it at all.
So do you have people booked for you?
Of course.
Ooh.
Why wouldn't I? Did people actually do that by themselves? I'd never book a flight. No.
Can you?
I have. About 30 years ago.
But it's not like the
when I was covering the Warriors
expense report that Evan taught you how to do, and you just 8 times, and you still haven't grasped it.
I forgot about that. We still got to do that one, Evan. You got to show me how to use the expense reports
That's
for
bad.
Something that happened 3 months ago.
Well, we have a new system, so.
Do you know it? Oh, we're not on Concur anymore?
Dude, get in the game.
Dude, you got to read an email. I swear to God, man.
He doesn't have the email access on his phone.
You didn't know that there was an all-staff meeting yesterday.
It doesn't matter if it's on during our show.
I didn't like that.
You said, who are all these people?
It was crowded in here yesterday.
Good old staff meeting while we're on the air.
Yes, that's
Nobody brought in tacos. They had tacos. You would think somebody would bring us a plate.
That's called a blessing. Did you hear how long that meeting was? Did you hear? By the way, is our regional manager still here? And do we know if he's downloaded the Odyssey app? Because if he hasn't, I'm going in on the meeting.
Oh, man. Oh, my man.
You better be careful.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right.
We got Monty Pool today, 1:00.
Yeah, and see, you do. Let me help you before I leave. You know, yesterday
I gotta stop smiling.
You made a reference to people are calling it a gap year. The Warriors.
No, that was on social media that got me upset.
No, that's what Monty Pool said it was going to be. So say like Monty Pool suggested that this is going to be. If it was Monty, it was Monty.
Okay.
So yeah,
we'll
Monty
get into that.
Monty Pool said it might be a little bit of a gap year for the Warriors.
One of my favorite stores growing up.
They'll be going to Amsterdam. They'll be traveling in Europe. They're not going to play basketball. They're a gap year. That's what you do in a gap year.
You don't have a gap year with Steph Curry.
Yes, you do. They had one last year. The gap is when he doesn't play. Don't you get it? There are gaps between the times when Curry plays. All right. Man, we're going to have some fun today because I'm out tomorrow and Monday.
Yep.
Yeah,
Evan and I Monday, Bonte and I tomorrow. Bonte sent us a text early.
About the substation? He sent us a text about the substation that says the one thing you won't be talking about with Bonte tomorrow is the substation. Yeah. I don't know if I want to get into that. Maybe we will.
You're not a doctor or a scientist.
No, but Pablo Torre did a lot of
I don't know why I'm out on that guy.
I know, because you know why? Because he's conscientious.
No, I feel like he
holds
thirsty.
people to account, and he's not a fanboy.
No, sums up.
Yeah, you don't like fanboys. I mean, the
Kawhi thing it's real, but I felt like it didn't hit like he wanted. He didn't sell as many records as he thought he was going to sell. So now he's got another album, and the album's the substation.
Not
That's
a
just
doctor.
me.
You don't like it when the fantasy sports world that you live in gets hit with a dose of reality. Oh my gosh, some of these guys aren't good guys. That can't be true.
That's pretty funny.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll get into Joe Lacob. And we also may get into a little bit about accountability. We need more of it in sports.
In the world.
And Monty Poole again at 1 o'clock. All right. Hey, our basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Imagine that. And there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim, because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they take over. They'll handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Cap off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, trick trucks, and more. August 21st through the 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, bladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jernavix.com.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2. I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I found what I thought was why I said Mac Jones wasn't going to play. I'm reading Barrows.
Okay, Matty.
And he went through the whole, he went through the roster and their depth chart.
Okay.
And he said, Purdy's the starter, backups, Mac Jones, Curtis Rourke, Adrian Martinez. And he says Purdy won't play Thursday, and there's no reason for Jones to either, though the veteran backup has not been that sharp at training camp. This is the Rourke show. Some have wondered if he might be the backup in 2027. I don't know. If Jones
we love
leaves.
Matty, and we do, son. He's great at his job. But I would just say this, that was his feeling. He reports, but he's not Kyle. So Kyle, if Matt is right and they haven't looked great at backup quarterback, all the more reason for him to be out there.
I mean, he didn't say Jones is not playing.
Okay,
he just said there's no reason for Jones to either, and I figured that must have meant he knew that.
I just want to get through these 3 weeks so Thursday will be upon us and the games will count. You know?
Yeah. So, got a little. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So I got to get on a red eye tonight, cross country. And I checked in today. I didn't like what I saw.
I got to stop laughing. What did you see?
I saw a number and a letter, and I didn't like either one of them.
So D or E? Where you at, D?
35F.
Ooh.
That may be the last row.
Before the bathroom.
Yeah, and I may not be able to recline.
So do you blame whoever you hired to do this for you, or had you done it yourself, maybe you'd be in the nines,
I guess it's what you...
That ain't first class.
I don't think so. No. But you know what? I'm a man of the people.
That's the last ass on the plane.
I've never...
You ain't a big...
I don't think I've ever... Well, I think I've flown business class like once or twice. Never first class.
Well, always first for me because I'm with Norm. So, when you got...
Well, I'm sure it's not first. I'm sure it's more like...
No, we're
business.
the first one on the plane.
Oh, that's fine. But... You're probably not sitting in first class. Like, I've never sat in first class.
I have.
Like, there's a difference between first class and business class. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I would always say first class, and as soon as somebody, no, it's business class. It's not the same.
Well, the first seat on the plane is the one most coveted, right?
Which cabin?
I've never been more lost than I am. Dude, the first one.
So.
Where the pilot is at, the cockpit.
Yeah.
Then you got that's first class. That's where first class starts.
Well, it depends how big the plane is. So you can have first class, then business class, then economy plus, then suckers.
Yeah, but I don't want anybody's seat in front of me, so that's why I always looked at where me and Norm are, Norm and I. Yeah, we can put our legs out, and he needs to.
It feels like you're probably just economy plus.
It's like you don't want me to be. That's too funny. Dude, who botched that for you? 35E, yikes.
I actually don't care. For that flight?
I'm sure there'll be a conversation, though. Whoever it is.
No, because later on this year, I am going to fly business class somewhere. I got to tell some people though first. We'll see.
You ain't got much time left, do you?
What do you mean?
Like,
in life?
No, it's just.
I mean, yeah, I'm wearing down. There's no doubt.
No, it's football. It's go time. Like, I've been out for medical, and then I went to the vineyards. You've been moving.
Okay, listen.
I would never. I ain't doing dibs counting your vacation, but
listen,
my man been traveling.
And listen, and if Dibley's listening, and Willie, listen. I've been in this business for a long time, okay? And here's something that we all subscribe to. Great coaches don't coach everyone the same. You know what I mean? Some guys need tough love.
That's real.
Some guys need a pat. And then there's other guys that don't need any coaching. And they're kind of like Andre Iguodala. They kind of do what they want to do. And let me tell you what's liberating.
I love that word.
Reaching that point in your career.
And life.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah.
Same for me.
I'm having some fun.
Oh, good. Good. And, the other thing is, though, if I'm 35F, I'm probably bored and late, and it might be tough to put maybe the overheads.
Yeah.
I don't want to check a bag.
I always borrow
It's too short
as
a
I
trip.
go down to the back end when I'm not with Norm.
I know what you do.
Yeah. If one's empty, I just park my stuff there.
Yeah.
Remember where it's at. Film on Mike text me, Steiny, to him, said we're on fire. Whatever that means.
Well, maybe because we haven't touched sports in an hour.
We just did a whole hour on
Yeah, I did most of it, and I was hoping for so it's fine. It's fine.
It's something else.
Yeah. Oh, I got a call. We got a call. Yeah, what the hell? Hey, Dwayne. Dwayne's in Stockton.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, my man?
What's up, What's up?
You got
What's
it?
good, homies?
All right.
How much?
Hey, so listen, man, I got a couple points. The first one is to the gambling community, man, there's a lock out there. You got to bet the 49ers under 10.5 wins this season. That's an absolute lock. They're not going to sniff 10 wins. I got the Niners going 7-10.
Wow.
Ooh.
Man.
So you think they're going to
so you got to take that.
You think the injuries are going to – you think they're going to get hurt?
I don't even care if they're healthy.
You just don't think they got it?
No, bro, Purdy ain't the man, bro, and it's going down this year, and this time he stays down. You know what I'm talking about?
All right.
Hey, now listen, I got a problem with what you said yesterday about Curry, man. I got to get at you,
me, is Steiny or myself?
I believe it's Steiny,
okay.
man.
Most likely.
I still got to get everybody's names right, but if you think that Curry can't get a package, bro, what have you been looking at the last 10 years? The dude is the biggest shot maker besides Robert Ory in the history of the game. He's going to space the court for other guys to be slashers and go to. I mean, he just changes the game. Desmond Bain fetched 4 first-round picks and some sauce. Mikal Bridges got 5 first-round picks and some gravy. You don't think that Curry can at least get half that? Hey, man, I'm out, man. Let me know what you think.
I think 2's asking a lot for Curry.
Oh, Steiny, I mean that's where it starts.
Then he's not going anywhere. I mean, you got to put yourself in the other team's shoes,
right?
Even if a team thinks Curry can put him over the top, I mean, you're trading for Curry for how long do you think he'll play for another team?
That
other team can't assume he's going to play 3 years.
But if they knew it was 2 or 3, then you understand.
What do you mean?
That package is that haul is coming. Like if I could tell you runner's knee is gone, you're going to get 3 to 4 years of Steph.
It's never going to go away. Like, guys, he's 38. He's going to be 39 next year. What team is going to give up 3 future firsts? 3 future firsts and a player, because they're going to have to send a player, for somebody who's going to play at most 2 or 3 more years. I don't think anybody's doing that.
And we're doing different math because you're taking into account, I guess I'll call it reality, because he does have runner's knee. Is he gone? We don't know. And I'm assuming if he didn't and it's gone away, which is not the case. But the bottom line is, I'm just telling you, Steiny, if I'm San Antonio or I'm a team that I think I'm close, I'm paying that price because I know for a fact, or I believe deep in my heart, that Steph Curry and that shooting would get us over the top. I mean, Steiny, you still got to double him, man. And again, when he doesn't play, you don't got to double him.
He's not doubled anymore.
Man, not when I'm watching, Steiny.
So I want you to just imagine something for a minute. You're a general manager of another team, and you give up 3 firsts and a starter for Steph Curry, and he plays 43 games for the rest of his career.
That'd be a disaster.
Right. You can't, no team can do that. They can't afford to do that. I don't think. The only outlier, I think, might be San Antonio because they got Wembanyama, and they're probably going to be good for a long period of time.
Right.
So maybe their first, they're willing to part with a few of them, maybe 2. 3. And here's the other thing. I get it. Curry has had a much better career than Desmond Bane and Mikal Bridges, but those guys were in their prime when those trades were consummated. So, I mean, the only team, who's the oldest player that a team gave up 3 picks for? What went in the Giannis deal?
I was going to say Kawhi when he originally left Toronto.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have that on hand.
But I'm sure Kawhi was 30 at that point.
I'm trying to be, let me just get this out. I'm trying to be positive about the Warriors situation. I know we were having fun yesterday and then some real conversation about, things going wrong. But we're talking about this extension, August 29th. It's all I'm thinking about in regard to Steph Curry. But I just can't shake the runner's knee and the thought. And I do wonder when they do sit down, Steiny, how much of that conversation is talked about in detail if either party doesn't know, that gray area. What if Steph doesn't come in here and ask for the max because of his situation with his knee?
He shouldn't ask for the max.
Yeah. I'm really how do you, and it's delicate. Not that nobody's mad, but it's this is the new normal. What does that mean?
Okay, so you're a GM of another team. Why would you trade for him? Nobody's going to trade for Steph if they've
at least
got
not
any
the
concern.
3 number 1 and a player.
Heck no.
But I was just man.
3 or 4 years ago, different story entirely.
There's 2 scoreboards for me, and I know it's football tonight, 6 p.m., Titans and Niners. But there's 2 scoreboards for the Warriors for me this season. One, obviously, the win-loss record. That's everything. But, Steiny, the other one, and I don't like it, is the GP, the games played by Steph.
Right. Nobody's going to trade 3 future first-round picks for somebody who's going to be 39 this year.
No, I got you.
I don't think. Maybe I could be proven wrong, but I don't think it's going to happen one way or the other. All right, so Mike Dunleavy, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Mike Dunleavy talked to the media a couple days ago, and yesterday, Warriors owner Joe Lacob talked to Tim Kawakami on his podcast. And I thought he echoed some of the same things that Mike said, but I want to go through some of this sound too, and I just want to talk about how people feel about what Mike and Joe are saying right now about this team, because my overarching view, Goo, is that whether they believe it or not, Dunleavy and Lacob feel a lot more confident about this team than a lot of fans and some media.
Yes, no doubt. And it's to the point, Steiny, where they're defending themselves. And maybe, one could say you don't have to, But I got a question just about, and I've been yearning to hear from Joe Lacob, but do you think it's a bad look for the GM to have his owner talk after he just held court?
I mean,
that came to mind. The timing of it.
I mean,
San Francisco Gate has a story now that was the worst press conference yet for Mike Dunleavy. You know, that's their opinion. And then the owner talks after that, and I'm just wondering to myself, you know, if Mike had knocked that presser or his version of that presser out the park, would Lacob feel like, okay, I don't have to clear or, you know, clean anything up?
I mean, we'll go through the sound. What did Lacob clear up?
Well, there were 2 trades they were in on.
Okay, so what's the difference between Joe Lacob saying there are 2 trades we were in on and Mike Dunleavy saying I'm trying?
I wonder why he felt more inclined to talk.
I don't know. Because he hadn't been talking in a while and he was probably getting itchy. This is the big thing for me. Lacob was asked why I'll play the yellow one first because that's a big one. Lacob doesn't understand some of the negativity.
I'm actually excited about our team. I don't understand what all the negativity is about. There are those out there that are very critical, of course, about everything. There are always going to be some of that. Look, it's sports. Everyone has an opinion. They have a right to their opinion. At least we're being talked about. It's better than not being talked about, right? But I like our team. We did try to make a few moves that you alluded to, that there are 29 other teams looking to do these things, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. We just got Jimmy Butler in a very big deal. What was it, 17 months ago? I mean, I don't know what it was. That's a big move. That's a max salary slot. Unfortunately, he's injured. That kind of puts a crimp in some of the things you might be able to do or not do. You certainly can't add another max salary. We don't have any cap room. We have the largest. We're right below the second apron, like tiny amount. We, I think, have the second highest payroll. One team is over in the entire league. It's not like we don't spend money. We spend every resource to be as good as we can be, given the circumstances, every year. And I think we also don't view this as a one-time. I know everyone does this summer, but sometimes it works out to get somebody in the summer. Sometimes it's at the trade deadline. You know, it's a continuous thing.
All right, I want to play the first part of it.
I'm actually excited about our team. I don't understand what all the negativity is about. There are those out there that are very critical, of course, about everything. They're always going to be.
All right, so what is the negativity all about?
The inactivity of what a lot of fans thought would be enhancements to the team.
Well, I think Joe Lacob is saying, why are people disappointed? We have the second highest payroll in the league. We don't have a max slot unless we trade one of our max players. And it feels like he's asking, why are people upset that we didn't add a big player when the reality is we didn't have the wherewithal because we didn't want to trade Steph, essentially, I'm reading into it, and nobody wants Jimmy Butler right now.
Well, let me ask you this.
What could they have done?
Yeah, let me ask you this then, like they did Joe, or TK did Joe. Why do you think Warrior fans are upset? Because it's out there.
Well, I think the LeBron thing, obviously, it was LeBron or nothing. And when they didn't get LeBron and they didn't do anything else, people are like, we won 37 games last year, and we drafted a player, and that's it.
Yeah.
So how...
That's a big part of it to me, too.
Right. But I also think what Joe's trying to say is, why would we make risky moves this year when we're already starting behind the 8 ball? And listen, I'm not defending Joe Lacob. I'm trying to put myself in his position.
But it sounds like they tried.
Great. But like Joe and Mike and Joe, you didn't have a good offseason. You just didn't. You added nothing to a 37-win team, but for an 11th pick in the draft.
Right.
Now, this is where I do part ways with some fans, is they did not have a great offseason, but I think clearly once they didn't get LeBron, they were like, that's it. We're not bringing anybody in here other than LeBron because we're not in love with anybody other than LeBron. So the bottom line is, I think they decided, rather than use that $15 million that was earmarked for LeBron on a guy like Simon, Sexton, or Hachimura, they said, look, where we're at right now, those 2 or 3 of those guys aren't going to lift us to the 3rd seed. So let's just bite the bullet. Like, I kind of get that, but
How about Jaylen Brown?
It doesn't make up for the fact that they didn't do anything. Well, okay.
And what if the other one was Giannis? What if they tried and they were like, oh, this price tag is what? Do you think fans would feel better had they said the names?
What player on the Golden State Warriors would the Boston Celtics possibly want for Jaylen Brown?
I hear you.
Like, they're not taking Jimmy Butler. They're going to try to compete.
And you know I love Paul George, Donnie, but it ain't Paul George in his prime. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But he's better than any Warrior player outside of Steph.
I mean, when he plays.
So do you felt like both Mike and Joe talked because they are flabbergasted as how much of the fan base, a majority of the fan base feels like, how could you guys just sit idle?
Well, yeah, and they're saying we didn't sit idle. We just we couldn't do the things we wanted, and we weren't going to do the things that we weren't crazy about. And so here we are, and now they're going to simply, run it back and hope Jimmy Butler can play and Moses Moody can eventually play. But I like when Joe Lacob said he didn't know Bob Myers was leaving, I didn't know whether to believe him or not.
That broke my heart.
And so when Joe Lacob says, I'm not sure what the fans are so negative about, I don't know if I think he's got to know why the fans are some fans are negative.
Okay,
right
but
now.
what if he doesn't?
Well, that's kind of an issue.
No doubt about it. And that's why I was hoping Kawakami or anybody would have asked, and you could be like, Guru, nobody cares. And you probably wouldn't even say that. But hey, Joe, I know you guys stand pat and you thought there was nothing out there to enhance the team, but what about a guy that was a big part of this organization helping the Sixers land Jaylen Brown and LeBron James? I would have loved for the Joe Lacob, I think I know, just to hear his answer. But Steiny, you're right. I'll never forget that day. Joe, alongside Bob Myers, it was almost like he didn't even believe Bob was leaving.
Yeah, I mean, that's
a big deal.
But the other thing is, fans were mad at Joe Lacob when he first bought the team. They booed him off the stage. So, I don't know how much he really cares, nor do I, how much should he care?
Well, I think
this is back to that same old thing about the Giants. It's like, what do you got to, we're dictated by the fans?
Well, we don't hear from their owner, the Giants owner. That's a different story. But I do know that Joe cares to the point, Steiny, he did this podcast. Like he we can feel how we feel about what he said, but he let us inside of what they're thinking. And my biggest takeaway, whether I agree with it or not, is he can't believe the fans are disappointed.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily think that he is surprised by the negativity. He's been around long enough. He knows that this team since 2022 has kind of been, idling a little bit. He knows that next year's not looking great. And they clearly made a calculated decision to push their chips toward next summer because they didn't think there was anything good enough to really go after this year. And the hope is that they'll use this year to hopefully, get their younger players as much playing time as possible. But, that's something I'm going to need to see to believe also. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to play this one real quick.
I'm actually excited about our team.
Not that one.
I don't understand what all the. I understand from a standpoint of the everyday fan, some of them anyway, why they might say that. I know that's the narrative, and I read everything too. But every decision we made was a dependent decision going, from one season to the next. Obviously, last year was very disappointing. I thought we were on our way to having a pretty darn good year when we sustained, unfortunately, 2 really devastating injuries basically halfway through the year. And Steph missed half the season too. So it was a really tough, year. And I understand that. But, these things do happen. As we all know, it's sports. From one day to the next, things can happen.
All right. So what I'm gleaning from this, and this I believe that they believe, is that they are not a 37-45 team.
Well, there's no doubt.
But how can they not be a 37 and 45 win team without Butler and Moody? I get it. You thought you were going to have a good year. Butler gets hurt. Moody gets hurt. Boom, 37 wins. But Butler and Moody aren't coming back for at least 40 or 50 games reportedly. So they're like, I get it. If they were healthy, they might believe that, but like they're not going into the season healthy. And that's the part I think Joe and Mike are discounting in terms of the way the fans feel about this upcoming year.
I know we're up. Okay.
888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob's not really sure why there's this much negativity. So if you're one of those fans out there that's really feeling negative about this team, why don't you let them know why? 888-957-9570. Hey, still making plans for September? We've got one for you. Great golf, great people, and an even greater course. Learn more about Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park on Friday, September 11th, benefiting the Autism Society, SF Bay Area. Here's where you go, PettinelliFP.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. Who wins the division? Who makes the playoffs? Who's lifting the trophy at season's end? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you could trade those predictions in a live market. Right now, the San Francisco team is set to win at least 10 games this season. If you think so, it's trading at a 54% probability, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $173 if they reach those 10 wins. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Go online to Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
No expectation. What? Somebody wake up! The hell we doing around here?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Hey, Evan, it's on there. It's the last one. Don't worry about it. I got it. It's the very last Lego.
It's radio, Steiny.
Yeah, I know.
People don't know what you're talking about.
I don't care. I'm not a real host.
Well, they're traditional.
No,
I was just saying real.
Oh, good. Okay, you know what? Good. These listeners can get a little taste of what goes on behind the scenes. And I was asking Evan about a piece of sound that I didn't see on the board. And then I saw it, and I said, I see it, Evan, actually. But we're not going to get to that yet.
Well, real quick, we haven't mentioned a big thing on Netflix today. Phillies, Twins. See, this is why I just want to strangle you. Steiny, it's the Field of Dreams game, man. And Barry Bonds is part of the Netflix coverage.
Is this the one where Reggie Jackson stole the show last year?
Yes.
Is he going to be there again?
I don't know.
He should actually do that every year.
That was a great candy bar. I remember. It was a Snicker ripoff, but it was great.
Well, I think that was a different game. That was at Rickwood.
Oh.
This is the Field of Dreams game in Iowa.
You know, I'd been on a roll, Evan, and that was kind of my heat check.
You steered me wrong because I was like, this is the game in Littleville.
My bad, man.
Oh, this is the cornfield game.
Yeah, Barry, they got him coming out the cornfield. Yeah, promo.
All right.
Thanks, Evan. I tried, Steiny.
I'm looking at some of these Lacob quotes.
Give me the one that I got mad.
No.
This is the one where now I'm concerned.
Which one?
Kaminga.
Oh, no. We got to save that.
Right.
That's small potatoes.
I couldn't sleep.
No, we can't do that.
That
can't.
He's gone.
We will not play that sound until 12:30. I love Kaminga. But I just think it's funny.
What?
We made cold calls. Does he really have to say that?
It's like anything. It's like any other trade. We have to make a good trade. We have to make a trade that makes sense. If we thought we had a great trade in front of us, and by the way, without talking a little bit too much, more than I should, about secret, dealings that went on in the offseason, we made at least 2 very big offers in the last 6 months. Let's put it that way. Between the trade deadline and the summer, at least 2, but were multiple draft choices. So it's not like we wouldn't move them if we thought it was the right thing to do. We moved one for Jimmy when we got him then. I can tell you that our offers that we did make were more than 2. They were a significant amount of draft capital. They didn't work out. The cost was too high to be justifiable, or we weren't selected. I mean, these things happen. I've told you guys, I've told all our fans from day one, we're always, we're going to go after pretty much anybody who's a good player and check it out. Check out the situation. At all times. We want to be as good as we can be this year. Okay, we're trying to be the best team we can do. We're trying to win an NBA championship. I think obviously we have a ways to go to do that, but we're coming off some big injuries. But the point is, we're always trying to be the best team we can be, and we're very aggressive about doing these things.
Okay, they were very aggressive.
That was good for Joe.
Yeah, it's okay for Joe to do that, but Mike not?
That was more than cold calls, but to hear him say he's willing, and again, these are words, to come off of draft picks, and they had, and I'm thinking he said the trade deadline, that had to be Giannis last year with Radio Row.
I think it's Kawhi and Giannis, one way or the other.
Okay.
I think it's Kawhi at the deadline and Giannis at the deadline, and maybe Giannis again this offseason.
That's different than cold calls to me. That was like, man, you're telling us Mike never said we were willing to come off future draft capital, and you could be like, Guru, what's that mean? But Joe said, like it was signed, sealed, and done, but the other team takes two to tango. So it's not about we're biting our nails and we're not willing to move any future number one. It sounded like he was locked and loaded.
I see no difference between Mike Dunleavy saying we tried to do a lot of things and I made a lot of cold calls, and Joe Lacob saying, hey, we had a couple deals that we were willing to do.
With some draft picks involved.
Exactly.
I think that's different. That's just me.
If you can't pull it off, you can't pull it off.
But now we got insight as to what they were willing to do, because when I heard Mike talk, it's not Mike's fault. I always thought the Warriors' future draft capital was Elliot Ness, untouchable. Joe just said we had something dialed up to where we had more than a couple first round. I was like, whoa, okay.
Right.
You went for it.
No, but they didn't. Who cares if they didn't get through? You know what I mean? Like
that part I
Joe
agree.
Lacob is doing the exact same thing as Mike Dunleavy, and he's saying, we're really active. We're trying to get good. We had stuff on the hopper. We had stuff in the hopper. It takes two to tango. Well, like Mike Dunleavy saying, I made a lot of calls. Nothing happened. So they made, okay, I'm willing to go down that road. Okay, you were super aggressive this offseason, and nothing happened. What does that tell you? Like, that tells me
what we already know.
That tells me that whatever deals they were putting together for and willing to include draft picks,
go ahead,
they didn't have enough good players,
no doubt, Stoney,
to do that.
Yeah, I'm not fighting you on that. I just love the fact that Joe was willing and moving forward, that it's not off limits to touch some future we're willing, if we think we can get it done. We didn't, but I like hearing that.
Mike Dunleavy has talked about those picks and balancing those picks in terms of getting a really good player in here now versus what happens down the line. You know, he's talked about how we got to be careful with those picks if we dangle them. Mm-hmm. I just see two guys, both on the defensive in a little way, saying, guys, we tried, we didn't get anything done, and now
why's everybody mad?
Now we're pushing it to next year. So, let's see. How about what do you think of this one?
All right.
Well, what do you want to get into with Lacob?
All of it.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Here's more.
Right,
here's
before
more
you
Lacob.
hit the button, can I just say something? You brought up something that I thought was very provocative. The Bob Myers, him leave the farewell presser, and we don't know if Joe really did know or was oblivious to Bob leaving or how serious that was. So we left that as and then we talked about what you just brought up with why are people mad? Does he really believe that, or does he, are those words? I think this JK thing is another example of Joe really believing what he's saying about. He didn't know Joe was leaving. I mean, Bob was leaving. That was the end. But to sit here and say to us that they didn't miss on Kuminga is just like, wow.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But okay, listen to this.
Mike is very aggressive about all this. I know he's getting quite a bit of criticism, and I'm sure I get some. And I just want everyone to understand we're always being aggressive. You can't just say, it's so easy, why don't you just do it? It's not that easy. It can be done, and we've been successful in the last decade at making some very big moves, whether it be Durant, whether it be Iguodala, whether it be Jimmy Butler, Andrew Wiggins. It doesn't happen every year. It doesn't happen every trade deadline, and doesn't mean it won't happen tomorrow. So I just think people need to be a little patient. Look at the long-term view of how well we've done, and I think We've done a really good job of being competitive. We owned the team for 16 years. I don't know any other teams that have won 4 championships during that, even the last 11 years. I don't know any that won 3 or 2 because nobody else has won more than 1. And so that's the fact. 6 finals and 4 championships. You got to look at the big picture here. And it doesn't mean we're not trying to do it in, quote, Steph's remaining years. We are. We're trying. We're trying really hard.
Yeah, not like
they're all saying the same thing.
Yeah, but and he's right. It's his prerogative. But the fact of the matter is, I guess they felt like the talk out there among the fan base was so negative that they felt compelled to kind of run down the resume and Mary J. Blige, shout out Mary J., and remind people of what they've done.
Listen, they're doing to a greater extent what I try to mention is that when Bob Myers left and even before he left and Mike Dunleavy took over, what were we saying? He's jumping off a sinking ship.
Yep.
Boy, Mike Dunleavy's got his work cut out for him. Boy, this core is getting old. This is the way I look at it. Anybody who really saw the writing on the wall knew that things were going to have to change, or they were going to have to make some bold decisions. Well, now here we are 3 or 4 years later.
Paying the price.
And they're still, kind of, figuring out where they want to go in the post-Steph Curry era. And what Lacob's asking for is, give me a break. Give me a break. We had a dynasty. It's going to take some time to get back on track. We have a player that's making $60 million who's 38 years old. It's like he's saying nothing lasts forever. And I think he and Dunleavy are a little bit, I don't know if perturbed's the word, but maybe frustrated that the fan base, some of the fan base, they think is completely unrealistic about where they're at, what they've done, and how to get to the next level.
Yeah, and I hear you, but also say this, just don't say runner's knee, Stoney, because we know it's there, but people look at Steph Curry and what's not around him, and people get mad. Fans are mad. That's how they look at it through that prism. But you mentioned Bob Myers, and I will say there were errors on his watch, and now that bill's coming due. And, I can, for the millionth time, bring up what they missed on, but I think a lot of where they're not at is because of those old errors. And right now, you just said it, shout out Morris Day. You need time.
888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob talked to Tim Kawakami on his TK podcast yesterday and, addressed a variety of different issues. But, the podcast starts with clearly the Warriors are feeling like they're getting too much criticism for sitting tight this offseason.
Right.
And they're saying, look, we didn't sit tight. We tried to make some moves. Trades are hard. We couldn't find a partner. And then rather than do what we thought weren't wise things, we're pushing some things toward next year. And I think the Warriors believe that they're not getting enough breaks from the fans considering the last 16 years under Lacob. Now, the question is whose point of view do you side with? I'll be honest, part of me definitely sides with Lacob and Dunleavy because I think Dunleavy inherited a brutal situation. Now, could they have done a couple things differently and maybe be at a different point? Yes. But unless you're talking about Kuminga and Wiseman, yes. If 2 and 7 would have hit or they could have gotten value for 2 and 7, yeah, they might be at a different place right now. I don't know that they'd be a championship contender.
What if you handled the Chris Paul thing a little better? That situation was a debacle. The Jordan Poole, Chris Paul. It didn't work out on the court and off.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. If Jordan Poole were on this team right now, I don't think you go any better than 37 and 45 last year. Maybe you go 41 and 41. I don't know, but I can only judge the player he is now, not the player he was in 2022, because it seems like he's a different player. But, to me, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy are, drawing a line in the sand. We're saying, like, kind of, are you with us or are you without us?
And remember what we've done.
Exactly. And
that I do.
So who's giving Lacob a break and Dunleavy a break, and who's looking at what they've done and said, no, they're behind. They're behind where they should be.
You didn't ask this, but I'll bring it up because it's how I feel. And I'm trying my best not to project or look forward. But everything that's going on in Warriors world, shout out Sheed, Steiny, tell me what you think. And some people eat pressure for breakfast. They love it. But I really, truly think the venom from the fan base is bothering Joe and Mike to where they held court, and that's fine. And I like to hear from them. But I'll say this. I don't know what type of year is upon us, but let's just say it's a gap year and they, barely make the playoffs, don't make the playoffs. You are inviting major, to me, pressure come this offseason when those books reset and now there is no restraint. They're not promising anything, but they're pointing out what we kind of know. Our hands are kind of tied. But, Steiny, when this season is over, and I know it's a whole guru, we're not there yet, man, they're putting themselves in a situation where now you got to come up roses.
Well, what if they make the playoffs this year? What if Lendeborg is a hell of a player? You got to let, I think they're going to have a challenging season. I do.
And I hope you're wrong, but I see how anybody could say that.
But that doesn't mean they can't have a successful season. It just means that they've got to, there's going to be challenges. They're going to play the first half of the year without Butler and Moody. That's going to be tricky. They've got some old players on the roster that if they start load managing early, that's going to be a little bit of trouble. Yeah. But, I allow for the possibility that they could be a little better than we think, and then Butler and Moody come back, and maybe they're better than that. But I don't know where it'll all end up.
Yeah, but I'm talking about once the season's over, and then now you can go shopping, and we were looking at, who's available, and, situations always erode. I always point to that in other places. But, man, the pressure on them to kind of go add to the team if you have a so-so year, Yeah. Because then it's going to be like, well, you had bread. Now it's about, do you have the people to close, the right mouthpiece or pieces?
Yeah, and it's got to be the right player, too. I mean, does anybody out there really have a problem that they didn't go after Simons, Hachimura, or Sexton?
I would just like more of a briefing on why those guys aren't Warriors.
I told you why.
I like all three. I'm not saying they're superstars.
Do you not believe me?
You said money.
They do not want a player on their books.
No, you did.
2 years from now that they're not convinced right now they want on their roster. And so do I understand that? Yes. Can it be criticized? Yes. But I also understand why they didn't do it. I'm not defending or ripping the guy. I feel like I understand where they're at. They're in a bad place. Okay, gotcha. They're in a bad place, and Joe and Mike are trying to tell the fans, we're not in as bad a place as you guys think, and we will be better once we have the flexibility that we've strategized for at the end of next year. Now, you're absolutely right. I mean, they can't get somebody next year. Then we got to figure out where we go from there. But I don't like.
A lot of people saying those three you just mentioned change nothing here.
I kind of don't think they do. And then do you really want them to be part of your team when you really do start rebuilding? If you do rebuild, they might think they could get a star in here and kind of, avoid that scenario. All right, this is Lacob being asked about Steph Curry and if he's sensitive to Curry's window fading. I'm not sure I know what sensitive to this fading means, but let's listen to Joe.
I am sensitive to it, and clearly he might be around 1 year, 2 years, although he could be LeBron and be around at 45. Mm-hmm. We don't know that either. He's one of those remarkably conditioned athletes. I wouldn't put anything past him. But having said that, yeah, we understand that, and Draymond's older as well. I mean, Clay, of course, is gone now, but It's going to happen at some point. People are going to be done or leave or whatever. But my point is that we are trying at all times to be as good as we can be. It's never acceptable not to be the best team you can possibly be for your fans, for the franchise, for Steph, for everybody. And we're always trying to do that. We really are. And I know that's not good enough for some people who apparently have only been watching for 4 years or something. By the way, we did win a championship 4 years ago. So it's not as if that hasn't happened in the last. I always hear this line, well, you've been so bad since 2019 with your drafting and your team development. We won a championship in 2022. We won the NBA championship in 2022.
I mean, you can't tell me he's not a little annoyed with
I got you.
What he perceives as a lack of patience.
Yeah. But after they delivered 4 and won just 4 years ago.
But listen, this is the first time I've heard all the sound. And I love the fact that we're just kind of reacting to what we're hearing. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, something stuck out again like a sore thumb. Why now? Why have Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob brought up he could be here just 1 more year? 2 more? I mean, that has got to be acknowledged. Listen, I get Steph Curry is a free agent at the end of next year, but the assumption is he wants a contract extension and they're willing to work with him on it. So if both sides feel super confident that Curry's going to sign an extension, why have both guys mentioned I could leave at the end of this year? Well, the only way he can leave after this year is if you don't lock him up this summer. And if you don't lock him up this summer, the question is, why not? So that has rung a bell in my mind. We've never, nobody before the last week, I don't believe, other than talking about hypotheticals, nobody's talking about, this could be Steph's last year as a Warrior. Like, nobody, where did that come from? And again, I get he's a free agent, right, but Steph Curry. Yeah. But that's now in the equation? Is that in the equation? This could be Steph's last year as a Warrior, or am I just completely out of bounds, even though both guys mentioned that maybe he'll only be here 1 more year?
Like, I don't have the power to say you're out of bounds, but I got 2 ears. And Steiny, I think because we got August 29th looming, it's real. They're stating the facts. And they also, Mike Dunleavy said it's Curry's decision. Now, my ears have perked a bit just from your take. Are they saying this, both guys, because they got some type of indication or incline that this could go a different way? But as far as just stating what's real, I know you're going to laugh at me, want to throw something at me. It's kind of it's so delicate, but it's kind of the respect thing to know that they know which way this could pop off. But everything that I've heard, Steph wants to be here. He doesn't want to leave the Bay. And it's like LeBron not going to Philly, but he went to Philly. I just can't envision Steph or any dollar amount making him okay with this team being a bottom feeder. But if that happens, I'm here, I'm at the games, but I just can't, and I'm probably doing too much. But Steiny, I don't think him saying that, and I could be wrong, we get Evan's take, but I think he's stating what the real is.
Well, and to me, you wouldn't even bring that up unless maybe you're not sure if you're going to be able to get something done with Steph. Maybe you have an indication that he may want to play it out. All I'm saying is I really, of all the scenarios, is always is going to end. Would you possibly trade him? I never had walking away at the end of this year and kind of going to another team. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I'm just kind of surprised at, I don't want to say how nonchalantly they mentioned it, but I'm just saying it kind of caught my attention.
And real quick here before the break, what did you make of, he was golfing with Jason Tatum and Twitter was going crazy. And I know they see that stuff with him in another uniform or, Kalshi, Steph's possible location if he were to leave. So my thing is, they see that stuff too, and that's not Curry talking, but I just think, a boss saying, hey, Steiny has an out is not hopefully an indication that there's been some rumblings.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd put that thought.
I can't wait for the 29th.
I'm not sure anything's going to happen on the 29th. That's just when they can start. That's just when it could first conceivably happen.
I thought that was the deadline.
No, that's the start of the deadline. Or that's the earliest he could sign a contract extension.
Oh, wow.
So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock. We're talking Warriors. Joe Lacob doesn't see a need for the negativity that he's hearing. What do you guys think? 888-957-9570. We'll be back to talk about it on the other side.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
It involved a couple of semis.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Go all electric with award-winning Honda style and a low summer payment. Choose the Prologue today. It's the right choice for summer at your Northern California Honda dealers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to cars4kids.org. That's cars with a K.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers in 9/13/2026.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. San Francisco, cloudy today, high temperature 65.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's not following the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock, NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll talk some more Warriors with him. And, I kind of like this discussion about where the Warriors are and how people think about it, and the fact that I think it's clear that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy are not only asking the fans for patience, but just for some understanding of where they are.
Can you do that and still be unhappy? Because if I'm Mike and Joe, I'm not happy.
Well, here's the thing.
Fans aren't happy.
Okay, this is going to be hard for me to. Okay, so the Warriors win 2 finals in a row, ending in 18. Yeah. Then in 19, they lose in the finals, and Durant gets hurt, and Clay gets hurt. Yeah. Okay. Then what happened the next year? Curry gets hurt, COVID, 15 and 50. All right, that just happened. It's whatever. Curry gets hurt, and you don't have Clay, and boom, you have a bad year. All right, then what happens the following year? Following year, you go 39 and 33, and you don't make the postseason. So at that point, I'm like, people are talking about the dynasty, and they're saying maybe this thing might be over. All right, then they win it in 2022. All right?
Incredible.
So now it's like the dynasty's still there. I mean, in 2022, they have a dynasty. All right. But they're getting up there. So I'm a firm believer in dynasties do not end well. My question to fans is, has the dynasty already not ended well, or are we really not truly at the end of the dynasty yet, and they still have some, what do I want to say? They still haven't hit their low point after the dynasty.
Well, I think the dynasty's had a funeral.
Okay. Because what I'm saying is this.
And I feel like this could get lower.
I do too. And I think rightfully so, it would be not okay, but I would understand if, let's say, they didn't make the playoffs for the next 2 or 3 years.
There's fear
I really would.
From the fan base.
So they win in the finals, okay? Then the next year they lose in the second round.
Lakers.
Okay? All right, made it to the semifinals. They don't make the playoffs.
Yikes.
All right, well, this thing's over. Come on, guys. I mean, let's move on. All right? We keep coming back. We get Jimmy Butler. We get to the second round of the playoffs. Okay. We're still doing fine. Butler gets hurt, and now they don't make the playoffs last year. What I'm getting at is if the Warriors this year, let's say they do or don't make the playoffs, I don't know. But let's say next offseason they make some moves, and the following year, Steph's 40, whatever, but you make the first or second round of the playoffs. And now you have a you brought in a player who's pretty good, right, in free agency. What I'm saying is if the Golden State Warriors are able to, like at the end of next year, re-elevate themselves into the postseason and then ascend from there, I'm here to tell you that there was no, like, that's about as good of a way for a dynasty to end as possible.
So the bottom didn't fall out.
Exactly. So you win in 22, you make 3 playoff appearances in the next 6 years, and then that 6th year you make the playoffs and you're kind of off and running again. Like, that would be almost, man, I would absolutely say, you know what? They did not do a bad job after that 2022 title. They kind of stayed relevant. They had a couple bad years, but now here it is, 2027, 2028. They got some action. Like, yeah. I think that would be impressive. I really do. Now, it may not go that way, but they're still kind of in the game, and I give them a little credit for that. Now, I give them credit for that more than a little. Anyway, that's kind of the way I look at it. Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. What's up, Dennis?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I mean, I can understand Lakeup being, maybe a little upset at the negativity of the fans. And, that's where fans go. And, but the thing is that Curry can't play forever. I mean, I wanted Montana to play for the Niners forever. I wanted Willie Mays to play for the Giants forever. And I've talked to you guys, I don't know how many times about this over the last few years. And I mean, you look at it, Steiny, you just said about, possibly maybe at the end of this year in the summer, they get a relevant player. But I don't think that's going to help them. I mean, you still got Steph at 40, who, if he's not able to be available, how do they win?
Right.
You know what I mean? Even if you bring a relevant player, how do they win? San Antonio bit the bullet. OKC bit the bullet, and they rebuild. Look where they are. We have to bite the bullet. I've been saying this for the last 3 years. Bite the bullet. Nobody wants to see Steph go, but it's time. Their time is over. When you have players that are making this kind of money, you look at the rosters that they had when they went to 5 finals in a row. They had Livingston on the bench. They had Iguodala on the bench. They had David West. They can't afford guys like that anymore because Steph's making so much money and Butler's making a ton of money. How are you going to build a roster? You can't. Look what they did last year. You go out. They were desperate. They signed a guy who can't stay on the court, Porzingis. That's desperation in my book. The guy can't stay on the court. And Steph is having a hard time staying on the court. So I don't think they're going to make the playoffs this year. I hope they do well. I hope the new guy, the rookie, comes in. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Lendenborg comes in and they have a great year and they make the playoffs. That's what I hope for. But realistically, I don't think that's going to happen. And moving forward after this season coming up, you've got to let Steph go. That's my whole thing. You got to let him go, and you got to rebuild. That's it. That's all I got.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Dennis.
And the $1 million question. I know we got Monty Poole coming up, NBC Sports Bay Area at 1 o'clock, Stoney. But to me, the $1 million question is, what's at the top of Steph Curry's list? And I'm assuming health. But obviously, does he want a chance to still win titles even if it's elsewhere? If that's the case, he might really look Michael Jackson, man in the mirror, and nobody's mad at anybody, but he might look at this team. We're not close. We're not close at my age and what I need to do for this team to battle and be, and to get me close. Look at the help LeBron has. And I know, obviously, that's Philly. And you could just, oh, man, he's got action at number 5. Can Steph say that about where his team is at right now? No way.
No, but
that might mean everything to him.
Steph can do what LeBron did. He can do exactly what LeBron did at the end of the season.
And I bring that up because of what you said before the break in regard to Joe bringing that up about the possibility of, his decisions, his options. Steph, that is.
So the other thing that I think some fans discount. Well, I won't say fans. Here's one thing this is why I worry about you.
All right, talk to me.
So I want you to name me some great players. And I'm going to do a little research.
Throughout history?
Yeah.
Karl Malone.
Okay, that's going to be a good one for you, by the way.
Kobe Bryant.
McHale. I'll just put Kobe. All right, I just thought of three stars and just real quick looked them up.
All right.
And this is where I think some Warrior fans and Curry fans missed the boat about what to expect the next couple years. And the idea that, 65 and he'll be fine. So I just looked up Steve Nash.
Man.
All right, Steve Nash's last 3 years in the NBA. He played 62 games, then he played 50, then he played 15, and he retired. I'm looking at Dirk Nowitzki. Last 3 years, played 54, then he had a 77-game season. Pretty darn good. Last year, he played 51, and he retired. Larry Bird's last 4 years, he played 6 games, got hurt, came back. The following year, played 75. Then he played 60, then he played 45, and he packed it in. So the notion that Steph's going to go from 43 games to consecutive seasons of 68 and 68, I just that's what, like, history isn't kind to thinking that's the way it's going to be. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and this the guru computer talking. Steiny, what if I lowered that number to, especially now with load management in the NBA like never before, what if we lowered that number to 60 and that would suffice, but he was healthy as you went into the play-in or playoffs? What if that number could get to 60?
Well, what I'm saying is,
in the era that those guys
might not
played
be able
in,
to. It just might not be able to.
You could be right, but do you give any credence to the fact that even Nash and Dirk, they were playing in a more physical NBA? But right now, Steph's playing against himself in that knee, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's his biggest opponent.
I mean, he's 38 and he's got a knee injury.
Yeah, so I just, you know me, man, I'm trying to fight the fight of positivity, but I just, and you mentioned August 29th blew me away. That's just the start of their discussion. But man, that's got, how much money does that uncertainty on both sides mean in this discussion of an extension?
And maybe that's what's also going on. Maybe they have talked about sitting tight this offseason.
Just wait and see.
Yep. And you know what? Maybe it actually is something that is a win-win for both sides. Like, the Warriors aren't saying, hey, Steph, we're worried about your knee, so we're not paying you. It's not that. But it's that, Steph, we're in no man's land here with where we're at. And we can't make any promises about success. Same token, you're getting up there and you got a knee injury. So why don't we keep all options open so that if you have a great year, we'll pay you. If we don't do enough for you, you can leave. But the only way that's going to work is if we table for a year, because then you'll be able to get out of here sooner if, hopefully it doesn't happen, but if it does. And then if we have a nice year, the bank's still open. Bank's not closed. Maybe that's kind of what they see coming, and that would explain some of Dunleavy and Lacob's comments. Not that he's going to leave after this year, but that it might be best for all parties to sit tight for a year, Steph included.
And you know what? Some people probably come down my road and laugh. I hear you loud and clear over there. But what the Steph that I think I know, let's just say they gave him 60, and then he found out he was only playing 27 games. People, Steph wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want to do the organization like that. And obviously you're doing it in blind faith, but that could be the energy or synergy around, Steiny, I know I feel bad when I'm not here. I know I'm not here a lot, but I feel bad. Yeah. I'm not at Club Med, but the Steph Curry I think I know, with all the money he's already made, you think he would want to, they maxed him out and then he gives you 27 games? He's probably still feeling bad from last year.
Maybe.
I know I would.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Matt in the city. Hey, Matt, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey. Doing well.
Yeah, I feel like I can't be the only Bay Area sports fan that is just really tired at this point of hearing the executives of all of our teams, really with the exception of the Niners right now. It's like, did you go to the, foot and mouth university of public relations? Does any fan base want to hear last week, we view this as a gap year, and this week we hear, we won in 2022, so what are you going to do? That's like, if I didn't get my wife an anniversary gift this year and I said, but I got you one last year, she's not going to care.
That's awesome.
This is pro sports. I don't care if you have a chance at winning. You are supposed to go to the microphone every time and say, this, like John Lynch is great at it, the standard is championships. You're the Golden State Warriors. You won 3 titles. You have Steph Curry and plenty of money. I don't want to hear, well, that should hold you over for now. Not for the prices at Chase Center. Not for what we're doing, around the city and the way they've built up China Basin for that team. That's not what we're here for. And then as far as Steph goes, if this is their legit take, Steph's done too much for this franchise in this area to be done like this at the end of his career. Let him walk and go play for a contender if we're going to play patty cake for the next 5 years. That's just horrible. I'm tired of it.
I love that analogy. But hey, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm reminding everybody again of what we've done, how soon the last chip was, and nobody's won more than one in the last 11 years, and we've done it 4 times. But, man, that analogy hit me. But still, does that make it okay today that, the parking's the parking, the drinks are the drinks, the food's the foods,
Well, the other thing that they have to balance is, yes, Steph is the bell cow, but the bell cow's got to play. The bell cow's got to play.
I can't wait to see how many games this year.
Just a couple other guys I thought of. Kobe Bryant, last 3 years, he played 6 games, then 35, then 66. He was done.
Yeah.
Shaq, 75, 53, 37, done. There's a natural trend to a lot of players who retire that they play less their last 2 or 3 years.
But when you look at Bron,
there's exceptions.
Yeah, Bron, Durant, and Steph. I don't know what Durant's last 3 years are going to be. I guess the warning signs, and he's missed time. He's had issues, but I guess the warning sign is those dudes are, basketball vampires in regard to, KD in the last couple of years doesn't have, how many games did he miss 2 years ago, like Steph
20.
This year? See, well, you would take that all day.
Yeah, but that was when he was 36. Curry's 38 rather. I just think we've got to brace for the fact that we're not going to see Steph as much as we have in the past. Unless he, I was going to say defies Father Time, but he's already defying Father Time, but you can only do it for so long.
All right, Stoney, I'm not going to kiss your butt because that's not what I do, and you don't like it. Well, but the bottom line is you covered the team. People love you. You're a legend out here. Let's just say for the sake of this exercise, I'm a writer, and I work for the New York Times, the Daily Review in Union City. The title of everything going on with the Warriors would read to me right now, you ran Steph in the ground because, that was too long. You ran Steph, what you had around Steph, I feel like has something to do with why he has runner's knee. And I think that's fair.
Okay.
And that's a whole nother 40 minutes of conversation or what have you. But the miss is, this was not by design. They thought they were getting the right guys, but you can't look at me, anybody right now, and tell me Curry's doesn't have runner's knee because we ran him in the ground with the inability to take some pressure off of him.
He's 38 years old.
Right.
He's played I got to get this.
No, I get you. I'm not fighting that, but Steiny, after Durant left, my God,
look. If they were playing Steph 40 minutes a night, I might agree to you there. But he's played 1,069 regular season games, and then this is the killer. He's played 150. Right. He's played almost 2 full seasons of playoff basketball. Like. He's
miss you with he's the offense.
Miss me with all of that. Like they ran him into the ground. Hell, the last 5 years have been about trying to keep his minutes to 32. I mean.
No, but I could make a case the last 5 years he's been everything. Everything's been on his. He's been carrying the piano back. He's been carrying the team and the offense. He's the only reason we've had a chance.
Okay, but
to me, that's too much wear and tear on a guy that's aging, a guy that is not big like a Karl Malone or a LeBron James.
Okay, So Steph Curry, if you look at his career, has played at a higher level later in his career than any other guard probably in the history of the game. So they've been running him into the ground? I mean
not on purpose. It's just out after Durant up until Jimmy, who has he had? That to me.
But it's
so
just
he's
minutes
been everything.
Played. I mean,
but it's more than minutes played, Stoney. It's how you're scoring. We've over-relied on him. You don't think that's too far-fetched? The Warriors, the last 5 years of Warrior basketball, it's been Steph and what? Up until Jimmy showed up.
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, okay, last year, but up until that point.
Okay,
it's been a colossal failure of adding young talent to Steph. And he'll never say it, but now we're here at runner's knee, and I get you what you're saying. Hey, but man, how long is it going to continue with him and no help? And when the ball tips
probably
late
till he
October,
retires because he's making $65 million.
But no, it's somebody's job to get some, and they went and got Jimmy.
See,
right?
and that's the problem. Joe
hurt.
Lacob's just telling you, what do you want me to do? I got 2 full salary slots. I can't acquire that player. We're right up against the second apron. I just, the other thing is, if you look at, he averages 34 minutes a game. That's pretty reasonable over the course of his career.
Man.
And if you're going to say, well, they didn't get him any help, okay, what about the 6 years when he was playing with Durant? Shouldn't that have been less wear and tear on him?
No, it was.
I just can't say the Warriors have run a guy into the ground when he's still performing when he plays at a higher level than basically anybody.
And I'm not saying they did it by design. I'm just saying there were errors along the way. And they don't look to be rectified. We got young Yaxel, though. We got Yaxel.
Okay. Let's, Evan Giddings, let's bring him in. The NBA's just released their schedule.
Yes.
Full schedule.
Oh.
Yeah, and the Golden State Warriors have 28 nationally televised games.
I'll take it.
So they are not in the top 5, as they typically are. That would be the Knicks, the Spurs, the Sixers, the Lakers, and the Thunder, with the first 4 having 34 national games. But the Warriors do have 28, and we officially know when and where they'll be playing for the next 6 months.
All right. Maybe we'll go through some highlights of that on the other side.
And they open up, if I'm correct, I was out with L.A., right? At the Lakers,
They're at Lakers, and we knew that they were also playing on Christmas against the Nuggets.
Okay. And that's here. Yep.
I don't know why, though. How come Denver doesn't get to host that?
They want to recruit Jokic.
They were better than the Warriors last year.
Bigger draw.
That's the shit.
We'll see if he plays.
Yeah, stop.
It's going to be. Tim Hardaway.
What was his? Give me his.
54, 14, 10.
Yeah, but when he had his, it was like, oh, man.
Well, Steph's got an injury, too.
Well, it's more of an itis.
But that might be worse.
Shout out Midas.
Just got to be careful. Got to be careful. 888-957-9570. It's in no man's land.
No, but there's 1 minute left.
Yeah, I know. That's no man's land. I can't play a cut. I can't deliver a thought.
You going to coach us?
No.
Okay, now we got to know. I'll scratch you. I'm asked dibs.
No, I don't,
I need an answer.
I don't want to be a part of that. How about that? It's as simple as that. I don't want to be a part of that.
I think you knew that in 10:01.
I did. I did.
All right, I'm asked dibs.
All right. Joe Lacob doesn't understand the negativity from the fans.
When are we going to get to the meat and potatoes of what he said? That makes me just, now everything that we talked about, Joe's just kidding. He doesn't really think that way. This is the scary one to me.
Well, I'll tell you this. How about this?
Then we can get go back to the football.
When we run out of calls, then I'll go to our bread and butter and our money in the bank. The guy who I know can carry a show. Now, he can't carry a team. Jonathan Kuminga cannot carry a team, but he can carry a show. Let me tell you. All right, 888-957-9570. Again, Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock. NBC Sports Bay Area covers the Warriors. And we here are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park, Saturday, September 12th in History Park in San Jose. Browse antique and classic vehicles. Join author Matthew Kilkenny for a discussion of his book, Detroit Steel Artists, and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Journavx suzetrigine begins. Journavx is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Journavx with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Journavx may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Journavx, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit journavx.com.
Looking for something fun for everyone? Join the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area for its 3rd annual Family Festival on Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Sunnyvale Baylands Park. Enjoy live music featuring JD and the Shout, arts and crafts, carnival games, a scavenger hunt with prizes, and special barnyard animal visits. Explore community resources and grab lunch, popcorn, or a snow cone. Admission is free. Bring your family, friends, and neighbors for a welcoming celebration of community and inclusion. Info at sfasa.org. Sponsored by Pettinelli Financial.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Dana from San Francisco. Alejandro and Alex did a wonderful job installing the MyQ garage door system on my extra tall 1906 24-hour delivery service entrance. I appreciated all your attention to detail. Thank you, R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust ATCO for the solution.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Hey, Steiny, he has something to say to you, though.
Oh.
Stop
Shut up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know,
Stop hating on the Warriors.
We're also neglecting a very real thing as it relates to Steph Curry. You know, everybody goes out in their own way. Some guys play as long as they can, but other guys who play at a ridiculously high level stop playing when they can't play at that high level anymore. So who's to say Steph Curry, if he doesn't think that he's the player that he once was, he may just walk away rather than try to get back to a level that maybe he doubts because of his age and his injury.
Well,
guys sometimes just walk away.
I know Barry Sanders did, but that was different. He was still at the top.
You know, if you know, this runner's knee is very inconvenient and he goes into next year and it's just like, man, it's just time.
Yeah.
It
happens. It happened.
You know, and I was, you know, it's funny because remember when we talked to him a couple years ago, I said, you're coming off the bench late in your career. And he goes,
you did ask.
That's actually interesting. I didn't think about that. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
but that assumes health.
Right.
You know, that assumes that he can, you know, play. But, you know, of all the superstar players, the one guy I could see playing off the bench and being really good is Curry if he wants to. I don't think, you know, Kobe wouldn't have done that. Jordan couldn't have done it. Bird couldn't have done it. But I think Steph Curry actually could.
Ray Allen did it.
Yeah.
But he ain't Curry.
All right. Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock. But all right, I'm going to get to it, Goo.
Schedule?
No, I love Kuminga. I'll get the schedule up and we'll get some highlights. But, I mean, this is the one that you...
Yeah. It blew me away.
And I've held off long enough. Kawakami brought up the past draft picks. Wiseman and Kuminga. And those two big mistakes. Or were they?
I hate to say this. I love Wiseman's a nice kid and everything, but the pick didn't work out.
we have to take responsibility for that. I would not say that's true about, as an example, we haven't had many picks in the top 10. Moody wasn't even in the top 10. He was a lottery pick. He's worked out by statistical standards. If you look at is he a superstar? No. Could you, maybe, is there someone that the history, certain players have gone at 15 and been stars? Yeah, all right. We didn't get that, but he's certainly a very good player. And until this injury, certainly accelerating in his career arc, if you will. I do not view Jonathan Kuminga as a mistake. I think we may have made some mistakes in how we handled it and how he handled it. Maybe he made some mistakes. So I'd say we blew that second pick. And unfortunately, that was the most important one. And I wish we hadn't, obviously. But we're not perfect. No means are we perfect.
All right.
Yeah, but I thought there was more to it. He said he was still in the league. He was explaining why Kuminga, he was still in the league, and I'm like, yeah, he's still in the league.
Well, he's not.
Well, he'll be on a team, but
will he?
We're not getting anything from him. But is there any way in your world, we can even remove Joe Lacob's name, just a team that drafted a guy at number 7, no longer on the team, fan favorite at times, and then just was, a divisive subject matter that is now not a part of your team. How can that not be an error?
Yeah,
that's just me.
Right. I think it's total semantics that he's playing. He's saying the pick wasn't bad, but we made mistakes after the pick, and so did he. Well, it's okay. Who cares?
Right.
It didn't work out
on our watch. And it didn't work.
It was a failure. It was just a failure. And I wrote down a few of these. I don't know if we get off on a tangent here, but when he says Kuminga wasn't a mistake, that's like Buster. To me, it's like Buster Posey saying, "I don't regret not getting a closer."
Gotcha.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
We don't believe that, and I don't think Buster believes that.
Yeah. So anyway, let's go to Akeem in Oakland. What's up, Akeem?
How you doing?
Hey. Doing well.
Yes, I'm a first-time caller.
Welcome.
Yes, I listen to you guys every day, and I'm really happy to finally give you guys a call. And the only reason, and there's a lot of reasons why I wanted to call, but this getting rid of Steph Curry, trading Steph Curry, I don't understand, why are we entertaining trading Steph Curry? Why are we even giving that thought? Why are we even talking about trading Steph Curry? I mean, it's just ridiculous for me to just hear that. And I'm also hearing that we had a disappointing season, and I don't understand how people think we had a disappointing season when if it wasn't for Steph Curry, we wouldn't even have got to the game versus Phoenix. And had we won versus Phoenix, we would have been in the playoffs and possibly took OKC to 7 games. And one last thing, if it wasn't for Steph Curry, we probably wouldn't have won that Clippers game. And then think about this. If it wasn't for Steph Curry, Kawhi Leonard probably would have still been on the Clippers and wouldn't even been traded to Toronto. So Steph Curry's impact changed the whole course of history. So I just want to say we do not need to trade Steph Curry. Steph Curry is not the problem. He's not the issue. And the Warriors have a really good team. And this rookie that we got, Yaxel, he looks very promising in the summer league. I know, it's just a summer league, but Yaxel looks very promising. And the Warriors are going to be good this year.
All right. Thanks, Akeem. Appreciate your optimism.
Positivity.
I want to be clear. Mike Dunleavy brought it up 2 days ago that, if Steph asked for a trade, I guess I'd talk it through with Joe Lacob and we'd figure it out. And
nobody's advocating for that.
Yeah, and then Joe Lacob's talking about, Steph could be here for 1 more year, 2 more years, or maybe he'll play till 45. But, I feel like Dunleavy and Lacob are smartly kind of leaving the door open because I don't think they're completely sure how it's going to happen. But goodness gracious. They were going to take OKC to 7?
Oh, that's what, hey. I was sipping some of that Kool-Aid a couple years ago.
Akeem, I love you, buddy. And I want you to keep listening.
Now, they would have took OKC to 7 before he pulled that hammy. I when they first got Jimmy, again, when they were going to beat Minnesota, because it was when I got to meet Stephen A. through Bob Myers. You remember that? I wanted them to get OKC.
Well, they couldn't get past Minnesota.
I understand.
Minnesota won 4 straight
Curry's
games.
hamstring went out, Stoney. And
So let me ask you this.
Kuminga had the best series of his life.
So if Curry doesn't get hurt in that year, and then let's say they beat Minnesota, but they lose to Oklahoma City, does that change where we're at today?
Well, that's a great question.
I don't think it does.
Well, if you're telling me Jimmy doesn't tear his ACL the following season.
That's 2 things we need to have happen. And then if Porzingis could play more.
And hopefully this year we get more Porzingis, man.
All right.
Like real quick about Porzingis. If I told you right now you got to make a bet, 50 games.
I'm not doing it.
For Porzingis. Evan,
no. My answer would be no.
Evan, how would you bet that? 50 games for Porzingis, right? You got to make the bet.
I would have to take the under.
And I know Rick Celebrini's a peach.
Yeah.
But here's why I would take the under. 42.
Oh, here we go. You got
32.
All right, facts.
17.
Right.
So he hasn't played 50 games in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. But those weren't with Celebrini. Half of one, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was an Iron Man under Celebrini once he got here. Good Lord.
Yeah.
All right.
Hakeem got me positive. Yeah.
This is Lacob, and they're hanging their hat on this also.
I think we're definitely poised. We have a lot of assets. But to be honest, we have to do a couple things here. We want to see just how good is Yaxel in the first half of the year. I'm really, and so are all of us, very excited about him. Could make basketball, one guy can make a big difference, and he's got a position of need for us. We want to see just how are Moses and Jimmy doing. We're all just assuming, or a lot of people are assuming, oh, Jimmy's not going to be the same player, or Moses is not going to be the same player. Hey, that's not necessarily true. Those guys work really hard. They could be back in January and look really good. Those would be great trade late deadline additions. So I just think people need to understand that we need more data here a little bit, and we're going to be continually looking. And if the right deal does come along, we're definitely going to pull the trigger. I want us, and we want us to be as good as possible, and we're looking at all things at all times.
Positivity. I get it. I'm a lightweight like Hakeem, but, man, you talk about Moody and Butler. I mean, you would take that all day, every day if you can get them back to what they were before they got injured. But, Stoney, and I know, man, when it comes to pro sports or just sports in general, you tend to lose something when you get hurt,
if you look at this team, there's only one. The only guy who could get him to another level would be Yaxel. And I think that's a lot to ask for a rookie.
Man.
I think he's going to be pretty good. All signs are that he's going to be pretty good. But this is where people be like, it's not a company man. Like, Lacob's right. Like, what if Yaxel's a rookie of the year? And it's like, this guy's the real deal. It changes everything. What if the year ends and the talk is, could this guy be a 1? Could he actually be a 1 on a team? Then everything changes. So I'm not. Now, that's asking a lot of a rookie, but you never know. The Warriors have had rookies come in here. It was a while ago, but Mullen as a rookie, Hardaway as a rookie, Mitch Richmond as a rookie. They did some things, So I allow for the fact that Yaxel Lendeborg could kind of change the outlook of this team if he's the real deal. Don't you?
Yeah, but and I know where you're going to go, and it's okay. I'm ready for you. This team's had Steph Curry, and we can't get out the play-in. So I could see a scenario to where Yaxel's a baller. We know he's got game, but it takes 4 other guys and more off the bench. So you are a product of what's around you. So I see a scenario to where the Warriors could have a record-wise bad season, and Yaxel could be the shining star, But it's going to take a village.
Well, I'm not I think the difference between you and me is I'm not focused on next year.
Oh, man.
I'm just not. I would rather the Warriors win 20 games next year.
Yaxel ball out.
Hell yeah. But we're like, Yaxel's the real deal. The thing is, if Yaxel's the real deal, they'll win more than 20 games. They'll win 30. And I know I'm not saying that to be facetious, but
where does that leave you? Okay, so we find out.
Then you have your guy legit after Steph. Isn't that what you've been crying about for 4 years?
No, I just remember what's my guy from Villanova that got Rookie of the Year that came into it, and I know he's not Yaxel.
Well,
but man,
you're gonna have to make your own judgments on Yaxel if he puts numbers up.
But my point is, and I'm not saying anybody's wrong, but is it going to be one season to where we're ready to say this dude's a one?
Well, again,
or future star?
Well,
I'd like
why
that
does
in
it have
one
to be
season.
See, this is.
What's how you said it?
No, but this is the problem. It's like I'm saying it could happen,
right?
But like here we go again. You're using Steph Curry's timetable like on Lendeborg. That's not fair. Like, that's just not fair. Like, Lendeborg
I didn't try to do it on purpose.
No, I know, but like, you know, even if Lendeborg struggles this year, but there are positive signs, it's like he ain't going to be the player you need him to be by the time Steph is, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm not really focused on next year because –
and I kind of wasn't using, real quick here, I wasn't using Steph as, I like how it sounded, as the barometer. I'm just like, we can't judge Yaxel on one season, regardless if it's a great one. Like, there's going to be more to where we find out what he is.
Okay.
And that's why I brought up my man from Villanova when he came in here. And obviously there was no Steph. And I'm talking, what's my man's name?
Listen.
Big Butt.
You might have been excited about Eric Paschall.
Yeah, good God, I'm getting old.
But come on.
No, but Steiny, I thought we had something. Not a star.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Big Butt Devers?
They were 15 and 50. They had nobody on the roster.
He was a college dude. He was mature, and he looked like he had
you know
something.
What, Goo? Then you got to be smart enough to tell the difference between a guy like Paschall and whatever Lendeborg turns into.
No, I already can, but I'm just telling you.
No, I hear you. I'm just.
I need more than 1 year to put a stamp on a guy. That's what I guess
let me tell you something. If he has a good year, you're not. Okay. So if he has a great year, you're going to be like, Steiny, I need to see more. No, you're not. You're going to be jumping through the roof. You're not going to be like, oh, what if you're going to be like, if Yaxel has a great year, everybody's going to be excited.
Yeah. I'll be one of them, but let's just say DeBonza or Peterson have a great year. I'm like, oh, everybody was right, you know?
But they never had a chance at those guys.
No, I get it.
Like, who knows? Maybe Yaxel will be Klay Thompson at 11. Yeah. And, you know, then we got a ball game. This is, all right, so this is back to the Curry extension, and this will give people, I think, a little more confidence.
I mean, we have to have that conversation with him. It's not the date yet. We're not at that point, but we're getting close. We'll have that conversation. We'll see what he wants to do, what his camp wants to do. Mike and our group will decide what's the appropriate thing from our end. But my guess is, Steph, I wouldn't worry about this too much. You know, Steph loves it here. We love him here. I don't want Steph to go anywhere. I really can't imagine a scenario where he's going anywhere. I think we'll do what needs to be done.
All right. And then the last thing.
You like that there, though.
I'm ambivalent, but that should make Warrior fans feel good. And then the last thing is the idea of Steph Curry playing elsewhere.
I don't think this is even a thing. This is just a clickbait thing from all these people that do this kind of thing these days, and there seem to be a lot of them. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that any of that's true. I'm very close with Steph. He lives right near me. He's incredibly happy, I think, with the organization, with his life. He's got a great life. His kids are very involved in schools and all that. I just don't see any of that. I've never heard a word about that, and I can't imagine it. And we certainly don't want him to go anywhere. That idea that somehow we want him to go, we do not want Steph Curry to go anywhere. Love Steph Curry, and we think he's a great player. I just think people are completely making a bunch of crap up. It's just totally not true.
And that's probably about the Boston thing.
Right. But I believe him every word, man.
Well, if I want to be condescending, no, not condescending, if I want to be contrarian, well, you also didn't see Bob Myers leaving.
No, right.
Apparently.
Yeah.
So.
But to your point, a couple a couple segments ago about why Joe specified, this could be 1 year, this could be Steph's last year. I do believe, that they are close, Donnie, that if he had any inkling that Steph was feeling frisky, he kind of would know, and he probably would share it with us, but he's feeling like nothing to see here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Did he know that Bob Myers was frisky?
Apparently not.
So, what was the other thing about Curry that he said on playing? Oh, yes. But here's the other thing. I would keep in mind that, do I believe the Warriors want Steph Curry to retire as a Warrior? Absolutely.
Right.
But don't forget, it's still Steph Curry's decision. So the Warriors are smart to make it absolutely clear. They want Steph Curry. We want him retiring as a Warrior. We want Steph. I can't see a scenario where he goes somewhere else. These trade things are crazy. So if Steph leaves, it's all Steph.
And Mike said that the other day.
So you set up the situation with the fans of saying, we want Steph back. Here's the other thing. It's one thing to say we want Steph back, and it's another thing, to pay him $60 million for 2 years from now. Mm-hmm. Maybe we do want Steph back. Not at 67. And who delivers that message?
Right.
I don't know.
With the runner's knee.
Exactly. Oh, man. Jaylen Brown or LeBron James? What do you want to hear about?
Jaylen Brown.
He hit everything.
All right, Jaylen Brown.
Were the Warriors in on Jaylen Brown?
Well, I was not, but Mike certainly had discussions. I think they canvassed, I think it's been reported, they canvassed the entire league, and they wanted a lot. And I think they, for whatever reason, made the decision they did, let's just put it that way, to a division rival, which is unusual. Can't really say much more about it than that. He's a member of another team, and he's a good player.
He's just a good player? MVP type.
Was he too old to be the answer? I'm asking you after Steph.
How old is he?
I want to say 30. I could be aging.
Actually, Evan brought up a good point.
What'd you say?
He may be relatively young, but he's been around for a while. He is 29, and
30.
he's played 10 years in the NBA.
I would say he's in his prime, though, right?
I'd have to believe.
Yeah. I don't think you didn't ask. I don't think Tatum, and I'm not hating on him, but I've chosen to be Team Jaylen. I don't think Tatum's going to be able to do what Jaylen did without him. So I'll be interested to watch the Celtics.
Yeah, I don't know, but he'll have Paul George and Derek White. He's got some pieces around him. All right, LeBron, why didn't he pick us?
We certainly were in that narrative and that discussion. I think if he would have been chosen to come to us, that would have been great. I think it would have been very entertaining for the world at large, world of basketball. Look at the Olympics, and him and Steph and all that stuff. But he chose to go a different route, and I can't really tell you why, because I don't really know why. Congratulations to Bob Myers, I guess, who I think is great at his job and surprisingly, perhaps to some, maybe convinced him to go there, or he decided. I don't really know the answers. I think it would have been very interesting, but we were never assuming that it was going to be the case. Well, certainly have plan A, plan B, plan C. I mean, we look at all the scenarios, and it would have been very interesting. I'll just say that. But it didn't happen. I can't really give you a good reason because I don't really know.
I mean, he wants to win, probably.
Yeah. Oh, hello. I think that's the winner.
Yeah. I mean, he went to the team, I think in his mind, that gave him the best chance to win a title.
I know I was younger, and again, nobody wants to hear this, but, Ricky Henderson was one of my favorite all-time athletes. He left the Bay. Reggie Jackson left the Bay. Joe Montana and Jerry Rice left the Bay. It can happen, but, man, there's no way the chef can get out of here, man.
Well, if he wants to, he can.
Well,
I mean, if he doesn't want to be here.
But you know what I mean.
Some guys, I mean, the other thing is, I talk about the Mullen thing a lot. And, Mullen was ready to, finish out his career here as a Warrior, and he got word. He got a call from Bird about coming to Indiana, and that was like, I can't turn that down. So who knows?
Wow.
Maybe there's something out there.
As quick as that is what you're saying.
Yeah, maybe there's something like that where something comes up and Steph says, you know what, that's kind of too hard to pass up.
Wow. Let's hope not.
Well, I mean, I know you call me crazy, but the best case scenario would be a super duper amicable parting of the ways for a year or two, and then he just comes back and is Steph Curry for the Warriors like Chris Mullin is for the Warriors, or any of those guys. But I know there's a segment of fans that would not want that to happen, but I think that same segment of fans knows that might be the quickest way to get the Warriors back on the map. All right, 888-957-9570. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we got Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty wrote a story about the Warriors, and he says next year may be kind of a gap year. And Guru did not like that at all. So I'm going to have Guru get in Monty's face about it.
The Guru in a little pain.
Why?
I'll tell you about another side.
Oh, no. All right. We'll find out what's going on with Goo on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Cruise on out for the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 classic Good Guys Autocross racing action, a huge automotive swap meet, and so much more. August 21st to the 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
If you have unpaid tax debt to the IRS that you can't pay, please hear this special notice. Specially approved IRS relief programs designed to aid delinquent taxpayers are now in effect that can significantly improve your financial situation. Depending on your circumstances, you may qualify to have your tax problem resolved in your favor and may even have your back taxes reduced by thousands or eliminated entirely. A relief hotline has been established by Community Tax for you to call and see if you qualify at 800-229-4150. If you owe the IRS back taxes that you can't afford to pay, don't let the IRS trick you into thinking you have no way out. Our highly accredited tax professionals will let you know what you qualify for and how much you can save. We may be able to stop all liens, garnishments, levies, and save you thousands. Call and see if you qualify for this taxpayer relief at 800-229-4150. 800-229-4150. That's 800-229-4150.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
America's favorite car show, the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals, returns to the Bay August 21st through 23rd in Pleasanton. Check out the coolest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, and more. For info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Good Guys Car Show, visit 957thegame.com.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Monty Poole in 10 minutes.
Monty! I can't wait.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
We got the, Field of Dreams game at 4:30. Preseason football Niners is 6. I can't. This is what I live for, man.
You know what else we have? Season 3 of The Last Alaskans.
What is that even on?
Absolutely, positively,
we got to get Vern on, too.
Phenomenal.
What?
The Last Alaskans.
So the first 2 seasons, I take it, went swell.
Unbelievable. It's the real
This
Arctic.
explains you, man.
Well, clearly there's a few of them left.
Only 7.
From how many?
Well, so...
And when did this start?
In parts of Alaska, they allow people to live in these cabins that they build. But their kids are going to be their last generation. It's an unforgiving land. It is. It's unbelievable. I would highly recommend it.
What's it on? Well,
you're not people that live in the Arctic.
No, Netflix, Prime? We'll find it.
Damn it.
Fubu?
Hey,
might be Hulu.
You know, I'm into this. If I set the over-under on murders in Alaska last year at 3, it's probably under, huh?
Well, you're not counting animals, right?
Well, no, I'm not counting animals. Seriously.
Alaska is kind of a renegade land, though.
Evan, it's not probably what?
Raise hell.
Yeah. This is where you ask me why I'm hurt.
Oh, yeah, what happened?
So Sunday, the men's hoop league.
Here we go.
Took a dude off the dribble. Somebody was waiting on me. I think little Daryl said he low-bridged me. I took a fall. Foul was called.
You have to jump to get low-bridged.
Split the free throws, but landed on my shoulder. And Steiny, the last 2 days, it was just as you were talking.
Might have broken it.
No.
Might have fractured it.
Strong spot on my body. But now I'm just getting a sensation from the shoulder down.
Tingles?
More of a sharp sensation. I'll be ready for the Warriors World Tournament.
You may need to see a doctor, and you may have a dystectomy infusion in your future. That's what I had.
I fell on the shoulder.
But now you're tingling in your forearm?
Yeah.
That may be a surgery. It's not a big deal, though.
Dramatic. Dude, stop. I said I just took a
tingling
fall.
in your forearms and hands.
Now you're making me use a different word.
Okay.
But anyway, I'll be all right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Let's go to Big Smoothie.
Our man.
He just,
was he positive?
Hey, let's talk about my show.
Oh.
And listen,
Smoothie!
The last Alaska.
Oh,
baby.
no.
I'm all in. I'm excited. Hey, Goo, if you watch it one time, you're in, baby.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like much, but when you watch it, you're gonna want more.
Hey,
and
Smoothie,
more and
real
more.
quick, is it on Netflix? Where do I find it? That's the start.
No, you gotta. It's not on Netflix. It's on it was Discovery. It's not on Netflix though.
Okay, all right.
It just comes right up on. When I go to YouTube TV, it pops up. I don't know.
Definitely. All right.
Discovery.
Gotcha.
But anyway, Goo, I stopped playing in our company league when I started having a pump fake 8 times. With nobody around me, brother.
Oh, Smoothie, they gave me real quick. They gave me a pass in the post and nobody was there, but I thought 3 dudes were there, and I didn't go up with it, and they were like, "Dude," I said, "I thought somebody."
Yeah.
Oh,
that's when it's over, baby. Your footsteps, you hear footsteps, and you're pump faking for no apparent reason. For me, that was it. I wasn't accustomed to being that low on the totem pole, so I'm done.
Oh.
But anyway, so listen, how come we don't ever think about, like, for example, Warriors' upcoming season? Wouldn't Podge be at least? I mean, Podge is not hurt. How come we're not looking at him to elevate, man? When do we get our ROI on Podge? Because we just consider the team coming back, running it back. Well, what about improvements? I mean, I'm assuming Podge is going to be better, which is going to make us better. I'm assuming Will Richards going to get better. It just doesn't seem like we talk about running it back, but what about running it back with new tires, new rims? Why would it be the same? That's what I just have a question about that. You guys have a great one.
Hey, Smoothie, I talked about that yesterday.
But not Pods in the.
Yes, I did.
We talked about the contract, but I like what he's putting down. I expect Pods to get better. Will Richard too,
and Santos. I said that yesterday. I was like, there's no reason these guys shouldn't be better. It's up to them. It's up to them.
And Pods is about to get new money. That's when I don't know, but it's coming.
We'll see. You know, that's another thing. We'd like to do something with Pods sooner rather than later. Okay, well, Pods wants $100 million for 4 years.
Yeah.
Well,
the Draymond.
You know, I guess we're not going to do it sooner rather than later. I mean, maybe they got a price point.
But they've invested so much in him.
What have they? They've invested nada.
I mean, minutes in trust. I just
to.
feel like Steiny, it's the payday's coming.
Yeah, we'll see.
If he's not ridiculous,
we'll see.
On what he's asking for.
We'll see. You're not exactly on a hot streak right now with predictions.
The Warriors too.
No, but like you, for example, like
I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Giants 90 wins. And then remember,
all right, listen. I got you.
And then remember, we also made a bet.
Giants would win 6 in a row. We're in trouble.
Yeah,
I'll bring it up today.
I said,
Randy too.
The Giants won't win 6 games in a row all year. I'm winning that one.
Did you see Adamish?
No, I didn't see him. Why would I?
Obviously not a good day.
Oh, by the way,
I got it on good authority. It's 50-50 with him coming back.
Who?
Vitello.
Well, you're a day late. You're a day late and a dime short.
How can me and it's not even done?
See Brittany Garoli's story today in The Athletic?
What a last name.
Garoli?
Yeah. I'll take a Garoli.
Ghiroli.
No, I missed it. Tell me.
It's not a cannoli.
That's what I was thinking. But go ahead, Snotty.
Vitello's coming back.
Yeah. I'm just telling you.
You want to bet?
I've been talking to some people.
I'm going to trust Garoli over the people you talk to.
Your partner of 9 years. Wow. Okay. Look, I'm hearing it could go either way, man.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
Well, I'm rooting for Tony.
You know what, Goo? That's gutsy. It was a gutsy statement. It could go either way. We're going to hold you to that.
I'm learning.
We're going to hold you to that.
I'm thinking of Butcher's comeback rejoin. Stotty, get off the fence and spit some of that real. Oh, my.
The take's not a hot take.
That one hurt me.
Let's go to Marv in Livermore.
Marv. Oh, he's coming for one of us.
Well, he says we're looking at Lacob and Dunleavy wrong.
Okay.
Hey, Marv.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Marv.
But Steiny, I think you're mailing it in. When's your retirement date? Because I usually listen to you to ask your probing questions when somebody says a statement. You are letting Lacob get away with saying, hey, we won 4 in 11 years. Bulls won 6 and 8 and haven't won since then. No team has won 2 titles in a row since the new CBA came in, so you gave Lacob no pushback. And then one of the bigger two is this Jimmy Butler garbage. No other team was going to give Jimmy Butler a 2-year extension at $60 million. Only the Warriors did because they were desperate. But you guys are making it sound like it's a positive that he's on the team. And if you check his stats, Steiny, you always go to pods, plus and minus. Check out Jimmy Butler's stats against Minnesota. He was negative 30 plus minus one game. So Jimmy has a max contract, but he's not a max player, and you did not push back on him. And then the fourth thing is on Mike D, saying we made cold calls. You know what that tells the truth about? Is nobody called us about our players.
Exactly.
So we don't have a good foundation. So how are you guys saying Mike D needs more time, he needs this or that, when no other team is
I'm not saying that,
more
Mark.
young players?
Yeah.
And so that's why I think he missed. I'd rather have Lauri Markkanen than Pods and Porzingis. Pods was a holdup to get Lauri Markkanen.
But real quick, Marv, I disagree with you on Jimmy. He changed everything and woulda, coulda, shoulda. Have Steph's hammy held up, we were going to give OKC hell. That's just me. So that trade worked, and we needed it.
It didn't work because you're talking regular season. When you look in the playoff, it's a different thing. Now, did Jimmy make the team better? Absolutely. I'm not saying that.
All right.
That would be ridiculous. But he's not moving us into the top tier, even when he was healthy. And the thing about the trade, though, is we gave him the 2-year extension when nobody else would. That decision was made because we had to show we were doing something. But now we're paying for it because, as Steiny says about Steph, who's going to trade for a 38-year-old player? Well, we traded for a 36-year-old player who had a history of not playing all the games anyway and gave him a 2-year extension at $60 million. That trade, did it make us better? Yes. But it didn't move the needle because we do not have a max player now, but we have a max contract. That's the issue.
I always love Marv.
Thanks, Marv. Yep. I mean, I'll tell you why Butler was a minus 30 against Minnesota. Yeah, play with Kuminga.
Who had a great series.
Yeah,
that
was
his
also
career
minus
highlight.
30. He scored 30 and was minus 30. That's why Butler was minus 30. I love Kuminga. Nobody wants to play with Kuminga. It drags down your plus minus to the nadir. I love Kuminga. Nah, I don't.
Dude, you said that.
He's going to have a big year in the Netherlands.
I'm actually thinking about this Alaska show. I can't believe Big Smoothie endorsed it, too.
You should. You should.
I got games to watch.
Anyway, Monty Poole coming on
You talking about?
Momentarily.
Looks like he won't be playing football this year, huh? Brandon Ayuk.
Who?
Ayuk.
Oh, that's who that was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Little ass boy. Man.
Poor guy.
No. He got money.
35F. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty good.
But you know what? They try to get healthy this weekend. I'm going to be on the road, no distractions. I'm going to see some buddies.
Well, you're going to be drinking.
And we'll see. We'll see. It's a celebration of life.
Yeah, pour some out.
Well, yeah, but when you pour some out, that doesn't mean you're drinking it. You're pouring it out.
Over under?
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, listen.
Because we don't know what happened in Edinburgh.
That's correct.
You didn't look hammered when you came back or haggard.
Now, the first day was trouble.
Okay.
The first day was absolute trouble.
I can't wait to talk to Monty.
You're not going to have to wait much longer. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors. And Monty, you know, the last 2 days we've heard from Dunleavy, we've heard from Lacob, and what's your overarching opinion on kind of where they were coming from in both of these interviews?
Yeah, well, I don't think they really had much of a choice in a sense that, you know, they can't come out and trash the team because they're the people responsible for the roster. And by the same token, they can't go all in on championship or bust either. So I think in Dunleavy's case, for sure, I just thought that, you know, some of what he had to say just felt off key. You look at the roster and where the team is and what he thinks it can accomplish. And, you know, I don't see it. I'm not sure many people do see it. And he made it clear that, you know, other people may not believe in it. He's a general manager. He's supposed to believe in his team. But when you break it down, in reality, the Warriors are not a first-tier team. They're not a second-tier team. If Jimmy comes back and is really good and they hold things together and they make another move, as Mike kind of insinuated they're willing to do, then maybe they can be a second-tier team. But the days, we all know that the dynasty has been gone for years. Literally left in 2019. The championship in 2022 was a whole own thing. It was a different thing. So they are slowly turning the page. And, at this point, I get it because their window to extend this thing opened wide when they had those 3 lottery picks. And they didn't get star players out of those 3 picks, not one. So they are where they are. They know why they are where they are. And we keep going back to those draft picks because that is really the floor of where this whole thing started to sort of fade away a little bit. And I know, Joe has always been a guy who wants to shoot for the moon. And now he sounds like a guy who was saying, well, you know, we're just doing what we can. You know, we're going to keep playing and we want to win, but sometimes you can't win, which is a reality, but that's not the Joe Lacob of 10 years ago. It's a different situation now.
Wow. And Monty, you always keep it real, and it is a different situation. One of my character flaws, and I'm sharing with Steiny, is I get fixated on something and I can't let it go. What are your thoughts? And it's kind of unfair, but it's what I'm thinking. August 29th, Steph can talk to the FO about an extension, but I can't shake this runner's knee. And I'm following Steph on IG. He's having a wonderful summer, doing different things. But every time I look at the picture, I'm being selfish, just thinking about, you know, nobody knows what this runner knee and how heavy it is and will it reappear. Your thoughts just on that and its implications on this possible Steph Curry extension?
Yeah, well, I talked to Steph last month about, you know, what's different now. And, you know, he's famous for being one of the most rigorous trainers in the NBA. You know, he would have guys would go train with Steph, and they would basically tap out. I'm done. See you. And so, but this changes that. And so he's got to be more conservative with his training to a point. And because runner's knee can linger. I mean, it can reemerge. You've got to be careful with it. From what he explained, it's like, yeah, he's training differently now, but still training hard. And so I'm curious to see what that means. But as far as the Warriors and a contract extension, if he wants it, they got to give it to him. It's pretty cut and dry. You know, I know in the past that there have been instances when guys were up for contract extensions and whatnot, and you know, Joe would try and, you know, negotiate a contract rather than just give a guy what he's earned. So, I mean, I've heard the stories. So, in Steph's case, though, I mean, is he the most underpaid guy in the league anyway? Probably when you look at his global reach, you know, and the things that he's done, not just for the team, but for the game of basketball. They can't pay him what he's worth. So there's no negotiation necessary. If he wants to be a Warrior, you just, okay, done deal, shake hands, and, you know, the contract will be in the mail or whatever, you know, and move on from there. But every indication I've gotten from him, from his family, and also from the Warriors is that, no, he wants to be here long term. And I know it's important to him to be in that same realm as your Tim Duncans and your Kobe's and your Dirks and those guys who stuck it out for their one franchise their entire career, and there's no debate about what they're going to, you know, when they go into the Hall of Fame, what uniform best represents that person. And so it's in Steph's case, yeah, if he wants to be back, and all indications so far that he does, then that should be a done deal. August 29th, why wait any longer?
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. So, like, nothing that's happened in the last week with what Lacob and Dunleavy said has given you the indication that, you know what, maybe he won't sign an extension this summer for whatever reason, and, you know, kind of allow each entity, both Steph and the Warriors, you know, to figure it out over the next year.
Yeah, it's possible, but no, that's not what the vibe I've been getting over the past few months. That's not the vibe I've been getting. So, I mean, again, everything can be changed because, you know, 2 months ago, we didn't know what this summer was going to look like. And here we are now in mid-August, and we're thinking, oh, this summer has not been as productive as you thought it might be based on the vibes we were getting in April and May. They watched how that team struggled down the stretch, and watched them get blown out in that play-in tournament, and they were done, and they knew the roster needed some work. But then when Steve Kerr decided to come back, you know, and around the same time, Mike Dunleavy basically said, hey, you know, we're going to fix some internal stuff, internal development. We're going to cut down on turnovers. Those are going to be the priorities. Like, whoa. What about the roster? And, yeah, we're going to work on the roster. If they didn't think they needed to fix the roster, why would they even be interested in a Jaylen Brown, a LeBron James? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would they even think about it in Anthony Davis? They knew the roster they had last season is not NBA contender caliber. And to try and spin it now to where Mike Dunleavy is saying there's a path to a championship, I'm like, what? You're not seeing what the world is seeing. And so that's where they are. And like I said, it feels like a slow turn toward the future because they're still holding on to those draft picks. And that's what they would have had to use to bring in another impact player.
Monty, my pockets are light these days. I can put Stouty on my taxes. You know, Draymond opted out, and I was in here saying he's getting multiple years. When it'll be announced, we're a couple days and hours away, and he came back on a one-year deal with no player option. Did that surprise you, or was that the standard and what you thought was going to happen? Because it shocked me a bit.
No, it didn't surprise me because Draymond did what he did in hopes of, you know, being enough to, like, give the Warriors an opportunity to get LeBron. You know, that was the deal. And so I think based on what I've heard since, it feels like there was sort of a wink-wink deal in place that, hey, if LeBron doesn't happen, we'll just do this. And Draymond was okay with it. And so didn't surprise me, but I think Draymond was hoping for LeBron, and so were the Warriors, and hope didn't materialize into reality. And so they just fell back to what they had decided they were going to do. I think even before Draymond opted out. So I don't think there was ever a threat or any notion that he would be going someplace else to play. First of all, because nobody was going to pay him that kind of money. You know, the Warriors can pay him $27. Yeah. But nobody else was going to give him that. And so I think had LeBron come, then I think you'd probably be looking at a 2-year contract with less money, with less annual than 27.
Monty, what does a 1-year extension for Steph look like?
What? Close to $70 million, I think.
So you think it's got to be the max?
Well, I tell you what. If you pay him what you think he's worth, yeah, it's got to be the max because that's the most you can pay him. Now, if Steph says I'll take 45, because what I think with Steph, I think the question would be, okay, why would I do this?
Right.
And he wants to win, but at this point, Steph says the right things. He believes in Mike in the front office, but at some point, there's got to be a little part of him going, what are we really doing here? Jimmy was a nice get, but beyond that, what has really happened over the last 4 or 5 years? And not a whole lot in terms of boosting the roster. Porzingis, again, another trade deadline acquisition. But as we all know, he's a big if. And so when he's on the court, fine. But if he's available, if he can play, if he's not sick, if he's not injured. And so there's been issues with both of the guys they brought in, Jimmy and KP, in terms of age with Jimmy and KP with his injury/illness history. So I think if you're Steph, you still want to be a Warrior for life, but I think there are limits to what he'll sacrifice in order to make this team better at this stage, because as he was not sacrificing anything before and there were opportunities to make the team better, markedly better, it didn't happen as well as people would have thought it could have and should have.
Monty, let me run this by you, and I guess the word is optics, but you know Joe Lacob as well as anybody. We work under Bob Myers. I got love for Bob, and he's done well here. But the fact that Bob Myers left the Warriors, and we'll just say had something to do with the Sixers getting Jaylen Brown and also LeBron James, however you see it. But I thought as a lifelong Warrior fan, for me, that kind of was bad optics. Do you think from the Warrior standpoint, do you think that's fair?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, when Bob left, part of it, I don't want to say he was burned out, but part of it was, the job of being the general manager of the Warriors comes with a lot of perks and also comes with a lot of stress, a lot of activity in and around that office. And Bob was able to handle that, be sort of like the connector between the coaching staff and players and Joe up top. And Bob did an excellent job of that, But I know that there were battles, he had to fight that he probably shouldn't have had to fight because Joe is very involved. And sometimes that can wear on someone. And I think now where he is in Philadelphia, well, not just Philadelphia, it's with the whole Josh Harris conglomeration, you might say. Bob Myers walking around at Commanders practices when he wants to. But it's one of those things where I think he's in a situation now where if something goes wrong, he's not going to fall on him as much as it's going to fall on Mike Gansey.
Right.
Back in Philly. And so I think with Bob, it's like, hey, I want to be involved. And Bob is very good with people. That's an asset. And Mike Dunleavy is a different personality. He's not as glib. He's not as easy to express his real emotions. With Bob, you knew how he felt pretty much all the time, whether it was good or bad. And so I think Bob was, as Draymond Green said after the championship in 2015 rather, can Bob Myers get some effing credit? And so I think for one thing, Bob is one of those guys who is hard to replace for that reason. A lot of franchises can do that. They have someone in place that can walk in any door in the building and get a warm reception. That would be Bob. And when those guys leave, it changes the temperature in the room, in the building. And I think the Warriors are dealing with some of that. I've seen it happen with other franchises. The Raiders had, they once had a guy like that. And when they let him go, then things changed. And so you see it happen. And I think, again, Mike has done a good job of trying to fend off the outside noise and of trying to navigate how to work with Joe But we all know, we can see that, there are some little conflicts there that have to be resolved before they can move forward. And so far, they've been able to do that.
Monty Poole, we appreciate it as always, man.
Love. Thank you.
All right, boys, take care.
Yes, sir. That's Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Golden State Warriors. The contract thing is interesting with Steph.
So he almost went blank check. He didn't, but that's like you got to pay him. I
just don't think he has a blank check. Now, I could be wrong, but I also don't think he's asking for a blank check. But so this is the part Monty didn't say this, but I get the feeling some people believe it, or maybe I'm off base.
Okay.
But so Curry's due an extension, and there seems to be the thought that, well, if he's like, man, what are we doing here? I don't think we're going to win.
Right.
That because of that, he would take the max. Am I reading that right?
That's why it's so, I'm fixated on how this is going to play out, because I don't think that would be hush money in a sense. Like, we're not going to win. We want you here. It'll look bad if you leave. So here's like, Curry's got too much money for that. So if Curry looks around to me and says, we're not close, then that's when that conversation jumps off and there's nobody's mad. But that's why I feel like I'm hearing Mike and Joe talk about, if you wanted to go elsewhere, obviously we don't want it, but that could happen.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Steph is let's say Steph's not satisfied with where the Warriors are.
Okay.
I think we can say that's true. And he wants to retire a Warrior, but he's starting to realize they're probably maybe not even a playoff team the next couple of years. Well, at that point, would he just say, well, you know what, I'll stick it out, but give me the max? I don't think he would do that. I really don't. I think if he has misgivings about the future of this franchise, then he'll be stand-up enough to say, I'm not taking 67 because that's not what I'm about.
Right.
And do I really want $67 million to play for a team that I know nobody believes in?
I got you. And he's, again, easy for a guy that, is crying when I pay my daughter's tuition. But the bottom line is, Steph's made a boatload of money, and 67 M's is a whole lot. But to him, with where he's at in his career, I got to believe that ain't suffice. He would rather have a chance on winning ball games, man. You know what I mean? And going on, getting to the offs, which they haven't done to it the last 3 years.
Let's go to Coach. Coach is in Vallejo.
Oh, man. Coach.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I know I'm a little late, but I do want to offer my condolences to the Don Nelson family, and I really enjoyed Don Nelson when he coached, because Don Nelson allowed his players to play. He wasn't as buttoned down and structured as Steve Kerr. Could you imagine, Goo, if Don Nelson had Kuminga and how Nelson left?
I just thought about it, Coach. I just thought about it.
Very careful, Coach.
I just thought about it.
Yes. I mean, think about the Run TMC and those type of guys. When Baron Davis and these guys were here, he let those guys play ball the way they know how to play ball. He did not try to change them to fit a button-down structure. And you know that, Goo. And like I say, I would have loved to see Kuminga and Nelson would have gotten along so well. And remember when Nelson came out and made the statement that his goal was to get rid of the big, white, slow white guy? He actually made that statement. He was a run, gun, free-willing. The players loved him. He let Manute Bol do his thing out there. I mean, so Kuminga and Nelson would have been great for each other. And I think that's Kuminga's fault. He came by a little bit too late, because I would have loved to see him under Don Nelson versus Steve Kerr. What do you think, Goo?
No, I love it.
Yeah, good thing you didn't say, what do you think, Matt?
No, you can share. Is he still there, or we lost him?
He's gone.
What do you think, just real quick here, that man?
I don't think Kuminga would have played a minute for Don Nelson.
No, what do you just think about him now?
Who?
JK.
What do you mean?
Like him just not having a team.
It makes sense.
Nah, he's better than that. That's what,
why? Okay, why isn't he in the league? Just bad luck? Buzzard's luck?
He could have had a chance to sign, and I think he would, again, it's his world, but he might be asking for two. People don't look at him as what the Warriors were paying him. You know what I mean? And by all accounts, the Lakers could offer him 2 for $20, and him and Aaron Turner. No, they could have, and
he can't get a deal.
Well, he will.
When?
I don't know when.
He's going to get a deal for like $3 million. Right? The ship has sailed for Kuminga. Take your L, all of y'all.
Stoney, you saying 3? It won't go that low.
I don't see how it can go higher. Nobody's got money. Here's the other thing. Coach, I love you, but I vehemently disagree.
Nelly?
They had a player exactly like Kuminga when Don Nelson was the coach, and he hated him, and his name was Anthony Randolph. Anthony Randolph didn't have a foundation. He thought he was better than he was. Jonathan Kuminga would not.
We'll never know. Yeah.
I love Kuminga. Don Nelson would not have loved Jonathan Kuminga.
I'm with Coach Stoney. I would like in world.
And what would he take advantage of?
No, it's not even that.
What's he going to use him at point forward?
I'm talking about the mental part. If he empowered him you can go be yourself, make mistakes, you're still going to play.
Right, so what you're saying now is the Warriors screwed him up.
In life. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Okay. And when Wiggins went on, I'm real quick. So when Wiggins went on that sabbatical and J.K. was playing his best best basketball, and they just snatched a run like that, you can look back now.
Why isn't he on a team?
See, I hate that. You're being sometime he put out a.
What is sometime about a 24-year-old who can't find a team?
You couldn't have said that like months ago, but you could say it now.
He was a free agent. Nobody wanted him for what he was asking. Yeah. He's got an inflated opinion of himself. He's got an inflated opinion of his game. His agent is on the same page, which is wrong.
Yeah.
He's not
I got nothing
good
for
enough.
You now, man.
He's not a good enough player to want what he wants because, come on. I mean, goodness gracious. So let me ask you this. When he averages 27 a game this season for a team in China, are you going to say, look, they got something out of Kuminga?
Somebody will get him.
This is...
But I got nothing for you now, man.
This is fait accompli. Yeah. The only person who can resurrect Jonathan Kuminga's career is Jonathan Kuminga. Period.
And you're talking about the money, like
he better be... He's going to have to play for the minimum. Yeah. He's going to have to play for $5 million. I don't even know. I'd like to look at a list.
I don't need you to pile on.
I'd like you to. I'd love to find a list of how much money actually teams have right now. Because I don't know that anybody's got anything.
Man.
Warriors have a roster spot.
Could you imagine? Maxwell said it. The great R&B singers.
What did he say?
He had a reunion.
Okay. Oh boy, some of you guys are funny.
Well,
really funny.
You were kicking my man while he was down.
He's not in the league
right now.
You know who he is right now until further notice? Eric Paschall. That's who he is.
Oh, man.
Now,
I want to throw something at you,
Jonathan Kuminga is going to have to take a low-money, short-term deal.
Now. Come on.
But then what's he going to do with it?
I don't know how he got out of Atlanta.
They didn't pick up his team.
I understand that. Damn, they were loving him early.
Yeah, we should get Dominique Wilkins on,
dude. Now that
see how he feels about how Atlanta traded a superstar. All right.
Oh man.
Hey, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And as you know, you only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need, and one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. If you sign too early, it's final. If you say the wrong thing, it's going to be recorded. If you take a low offer, you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, they'll guide you, they'll protect you, and they will make sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. BeamLaw has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call BeamLaw now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down. It's whether you get back up. BeamLaw, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
Hey there. It's Bonte, and I'm excited to tell you that summertime is a great time to discover the islands. River Islands, that is. They're located in Lathrop, right over the Altamont, and have become the best-selling lifestyle community in Northern California. Currently, there are 15 model complexes open for touring. This gives you all the choices you're looking for in size, location, and price. Take your pick from neighborhoods built alongside lakes, near parks and trails, or looking out on the San Joaquin River. This month, a brand new K-8 school is opening, the 4th built inside the community, and River Islands High School is welcoming students back for the fall term. Over at the Town Center, activity is everywhere at the Redwood Cafe, and a new community amphitheater gets closer to completion. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the $600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com and see for yourself how the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite's Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This
is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That was a stupid question, Steiny. Stupid.
A lot of people miss me.
Dub Nation, this is Will Richard, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Will Richard. Appreciate it.
He got off to a great rookie campaign early.
Go Warriors.
One more time for me, E.
Go Warriors.
That's better than quit hating on the Warriors. Dude, that energy. This your Friday, baby.
Yep. I'm excited.
We got to hit the cafeteria before you go. You got time?
We'll see.
No, it's already yes. Why don't you? But you want to tell the people as if you don't know. We're going already. It's done. It's booked.
I don't need people meeting us out today. These strangers that come show up when they know we're going out.
You got me thinking about Kuminga.
He stinks.
No, we could use him.
By the way,
yeah.
Somebody may as well tell Shane right now. Shane in San Francisco.
What you got?
He wants to. He's got it. Steiny's got to stop the Kuminga slander.
Bring him on now.
We ain't taking that call.
Can I hit a button?
If ever there was a time for the slander,
dude, we could use him now. That's a fact, Jack.
Yeah. All right. Oh, God.
I just don't know what happened to him.
What do you want to know?
No, Turner, is it? I mean.
So it's just all his agent's fault. Oh, my God.
I'm not giving up on him.
You got accountability issues, too.
Yeah.
All right, let's go, Shane. Let me have it. Let me have it. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's a birthday present because it's my birthday today.
There you go. Happy birthday. You know what, Shane? How about for your birthday, I'll give you every opportunity to just rip me.
It's not all you, bro, but as your official 95.7 The Game Kuminga correspondent, I have a responsibility to fulfill here. And usually I call in and I'm like, it's easy to just pick on Guru and pick out some of the absurdities and just be like, oh yeah, Steiny, I agree with you. But in this case, man, I got to be real. It's a bad look.
What is?
It's a bad look to pile on Kuminga now.
Okay.
Now it's a bad look because you're in the same camp as parroting the same loser mentality that Lacob and Dunleavy just did in their press conference of, we have a team. Yeah, it's a basketball team. It's an organization, but you guys stink. It's a horrible team. We got Porzingis for Kuminga. Okay, great job, guys. Good job there. Real talk. Did anybody watch the Knicks-Hawks series? Kuminga was the best player on the floor for at least two of those games.
I watched it, baby.
TJ McCollum made some miracle shots, and that was great. He was absolutely. The rest of the Hawks gave up. That team's weak. The culture there is weak. I don't know what's going on there. But Kuminga was the best player on the floor between both teams for two of those games. He won them 2 games against the world champion New York Knicks. And maybe that's not saying that much, but the dude can play. There's no doubt about it.
Why is he not on the team? I'm not even cutting you off. Go ahead. But why is he not on the team? Because I'm hurt that he's not.
He's going to be on a team, and maybe Steiny's right. You can, pile on him and say he's going to take a less contract and stuff. He's going to be on a team. The dude's a real ball player, and maybe the trend is just going to continue. He's never going to get his full chance, but the dude's going to have a career. So, all the jokes and stuff aside, what is it about Kuminga that makes a certain basketball watcher, analyst, fan, a certain type, unduly critical and almost hateful and spiteful of Kuminga when there's so many other personalities in the NBA that deserve the same criticism that don't get it? You know what I mean? So, I'm a Kuminga rider for sure.
I'm with you.
Guru had that in common. I respect that a lot. Steiny, you kind of rode the line for a long time when he was on the team, but now to see you drift into this space is a little disappointing.
Okay.
Not shocked, but man, Kuminga's a good player, bro, and he deserves respect. And I just don't like seeing him go out like this on the radio with you guys because
it's not
he's
over
a good
for
player, and that dude can go down.
All right, let me. Hey, thanks, Shane. Happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why, and I like to examine myself. I'm okay with that. So the question is, why am I unduly critical and unduly harsh
dancing on his grave a little bit?
You know why? Because of fans like Shane. That's why. Because you want to say Kuminga's okay? He's this, fine. Stop trying to shove a superstar down my throat.
It's hard
I'm done
right
with
now.
it.
It's hard right now.
Look, Kuminga, you want to talk about Kuminga in a realistic manner, what he's done in his career, what he could possibly do in his career, that's fine. But when people talk about Kuminga like he is significantly better than he actually is, then my defense mechanism is to say he stinks, which he doesn't, of course. But sorry, I don't see it with Kuminga. I just don't.
No. And right now, not that I think you are. Shane thinks so. I do too. Coach and Vallejo taking a victory lap, but it's a bad look that he's not on a squad right now. And
whom?
For him. And,
why if he was the best player on the Hawks?
He wasn't. They were up 2-1.
But if he was the best player in their 2 wins, why did they guys, they let him walk for nothing.
And what's worse to me, and Shane, just real quick, Stoney, he shared his views on the series. I'm just looking at how excited and, demonstrative I was, texting Bonte, calling him, about how it got off to a great start for him in Atlanta. Just with Dominique, and I know it was just Dominique, and the fans, and him on the court. And
do we have 2 idiot teams now, the Warriors and the Hawks? Are they just idiotic teams?
All I'm concerned with is there going to be a third. Because, man, you're right. He's going to have to bite the bullet in regard to, getting on and latching on a team, man.
Oh, boy.
But I stand down. We still can use him.
Gray Rabbit with an incredible call.
I want my 3 seconds back.
What?
Gray Rabbit goes, Steiny better hope JK doesn't end up in Minnesota.
Oh, that'd be a good spot for him.
Oh, God. I may have to, if he goes to Minnesota.
You would be on, cool.
Then I'd have to watch all the games.
Let me ask you this now. I'm putting you on the spot.
He won't play for Finchie. Couldn't handle him.
Who's the closest thing to Nelson right now in the league, in the association, as far as the coach and creativity and being who would you say? It's already a compliment to Nelly that it's taking a little while. Or do we have those guys?
Well, he was one of a kind. Even let me see. Teams. Celtics, Knicks, Mike Brown, no, Nick Nurse. No. Yeah, I don't see it.
What about Kerr?
Well, Finchie's got some Nelly.
Kerr?
No. Absolutely
Evan
not.
gave me that one.
I wouldn't say absolutely. No, you know what? Kerr installed an offense here that took the Warriors to the next level. So he's got an offensive mind. Nelly had an offensive mind.
Quick question, Sonny. Because people often come down Kerr's road for small ball. Did that ever happen with Don Nelson?
Definitely. Absolutely. There was a perception that he doesn't even want a big man.
Well,
everyone was like, well, Ewing was 60 at that time. But, there was always a belief, like Nelly, he was always looking for a big man. But he never found one. And the question is, did he just never find one, or he just never found one he liked?
Well, he had one with Webb.
Yeah, but he would.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, how did that work?
Yeah.
So Weber didn't like him. Ewing didn't like him. So, but yes, Evan, absolutely. He took some heat for playing small. But keep in mind that when a lot of the times when he played small, they were kind of underdogs anyway. And so it did kind of max him out, max the team out a little bit at that point. Yeah, how you feeling?
Not a lot of names, you know.
What do you mean?
Like those are big shoes to fill. Nelly or a D'Antoni, like, you know.
Yeah, D'Antoni's not a bad name.
Doug Moe. Like, Steiny, I remember as a youngster watching Doug Moe, like, Evan, they were scoring 150, 160.
I think Don Nelson was more creative than Doug Moe. Doug Moe kind of just took the brakes off. And although, I don't know.
Roll the ball out.
Yeah, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I don't know. I just, Nelson is really equated with being a brilliant offensive mind. I mean, Doug Moe obviously coached some teams that scored a lot of points.
Let's wrap it up with this. On a scale of 1 to 10, for Kuminga, how bad of a look right now is this for him and his representation that he doesn't have a squad? I think it's a 9.
Okay.
I'm shocked. And how many deals did they turn down? And less money, Kuminga, to get to this point? We don't know, but, I would have looked at it like, hey, I got to prove myself still. I got money from the Warriors. Maybe I didn't earn, so I can take a little less. But I'll be ready on their ass. And now you don't even got a team.
And this has nothing to do with Kuminga, but I don't know if I'd want Jonathan Kuminga on my team at $3 million with 7 guys making more money than him. And I don't know. I wish the kid the best. Nice guy.
Minnesota could use him.
No, they couldn't.
We could use him.
No, they couldn't. Anybody can go get him, Goo.
Well, now, Lacob didn't talk bad on him.
It's a difficult situation.
All right, crossover next. Tonight, the Golden State Valkyries are off. They beat the Chicago Sky last night. But, hey, it doesn't matter if they play here or not. Tonight, you can always catch them here on 95.7 The Game and on the Odyssey app.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Cap off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, drink trucks, and more. August 21st through the 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Cars for Kids, KARS.
for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Hey, social media, kiss my ass.
Don't talk about a guy's chicken or his mental.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, time for the crossover. Brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered, Bay Alarm. Steiny, Guru, Dibs, and Willard will be in here in a second.
Wow, this is second time being late. There you go.
Well, yeah. Speaking of crossover, you said something earlier about Tim Hardaway. You said Tim Hardaway, and then you threw out 3 numbers, and I didn't understand what the context was of those numbers. Okay. It was like 54, 14, and 10.
I love this.
We're talking about Steph and winding down a career, and you know how many games is he going to play? And I just started picking guys and going down the last 3 years and how many games they actually played. And Tim Hardaway was 54, 14, 10.
Now look at me.
Kobe Bryant was 6, 35, 66.
Yep.
Shaq was 75, 53, 37. I was
in Phoenix.
Steve Nash, 62, 62, 50, 15.
Okay.
Nowitzki, 54, 77, 51. So Larry Bird, 6, 75, 60, 45, bye-bye.
Did you have Duncan in there?
No, I didn't have Duncan. And I have Karl Malone was 82, 82, 82, 82, 82.
Yeah.
But just that some, and the other thing is about Steph is, like, we don't really know what he wants. Like, if the runner's knee is bothersome, some great players are like, yeah, if I can't play at that level that I had been playing at, I'm going to walk away. Like this, like a lot of superstars have trouble not being able to reach, that level. And some guys are just like, you know what? I don't want to wind down into becoming a role player. I was a great player. I'm done.
And it depends on the injury, because you mentioned Larry Bird, and I remember where he would come out of the game and just lie down.
Yeah.
He was one of the first people to just lie down. Like, don't go to the bench. You have to lie down, Larry, because you're hurt that badly. So, I mean, if Steph gets to that point, of course, he'll hang it up. But right now, I do think that it's maintenance. And runner's knee and you take the whole summer off and you play golf and hopefully he can, make it more than 43 games.
We just had Monty on. You guys didn't hear, but I guess he said with the new runner's knee and this new normal, he's working out, but he's working out differently to kind of not re-aggravate that thing.
Kind of like how the 49ers are doing training camp.
Yeah.
Do it a little different, right?
I hope Strickland plays tonight, but yeah.
I think he's supposed to,
okay.
right?
All right.
I mean, maybe I'm just assuming that. It's a rookie.
Stoney thought Mac was out, but he's playing.
But probably not a lot.
Yeah.
Probably just a little bit. Yeah, they said very few starters. But I don't know who's starting yet. Anyway, back to Steph. I'm glad your guys' ear caught the same thing that mine did with regard to Joe Lacob's thing yesterday with TK. When he said Steph, because I listened to it on the way home last night, and I'm driving. I think I was driving down Van Ness. I still remember exactly where it was. Where Joe's like, "Yeah, Steph might play. One more year, maybe two." I was like, "Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I thought 2-year extension, August 29th. That would be 3 more years." And maybe it was just a throwaway line, but that was interesting. That was interesting.
Yeah. It's the one thing that either nobody ever wanted to broach or wasn't realistic. And that's where maybe the knee, maybe they're all just, let's see about this knee.
And he could be one of them.
I kind of agree. I could actually see Steph saying, look, I'm not going to hang you out to dry for $50 million or $60 million 2 years from now. First things, I'll make sure that I'm right. And you know what? If I play 25 games, then give it to me then.
If we get to August 30th and he hasn't signed, there could be a myriad of reasons.
No doubt.
But everybody's going to lose it. It's just like, I don't know. I wonder if the Warriors they're as good as any franchise in terms of handling the media. I think we saw it yesterday. I thought Joe Lacob, that was a home run performance. Mike Dunleavy, not so much. But
do you think that's why he talked?
No, because I don't think the timing plays on that. In other words, for Joe Lacob to feel like he needed to go respond, that would mean that he called Tim Kawakami the night before and was like, emergency pod. Which I just don't, that doesn't.
I mean, it could be. And Tim takes the call, and Tim says, how's 11 o'clock tomorrow?
He could have done that, but it didn't feel like that to me. It felt very much like
State of the Union.
Joe comes on every couple of months, and we're doing this again.
I said this out in the green room, and I have to say it to your face because, you and I and Steiny, we did about 51 weeks together, and we had a thing where it'd be clean up on aisle goo. Remember that? Where you'd make a mistake or whatever, and I'd say, clean up on aisle goo. Yeah. And so to me, this is a clean up on aisle Mike Dunleavy, where Joe Lacob saw that and he's like, you know what? I need to get the mop. Somebody dropped a big jar of spaghetti sauce on aisle 6, and I need to go clean it up.
And SF Gate, I'm just using them because I read it with my own eyes. They said that was Mike's worst work as his job is the Warrior GM. So I'm like, that's heavy. Regardless if you believe that or not, that's not Guru saying that. And then I hear Lacob because I've been, where's Lacob? Where's Joe? It kind of feels like what Dib said, like, give me the mop.
I don't see it that way. And SF Gate loves to play that game. Okay. They don't write a story.
Shout out my boy Joe.
They love to come in with a gas can whenever possible and make something out of nothing. It's not the first time, won't be the last. Listen, Joe also said in this podcast, he heaped praise on Mike Dunleavy and said he's been extended without anybody knowing it. Like, he's got a contract extension, and then he went on and on about how smart Mike is and how good he is at his job. And sure, that's what he's going to say publicly, but Joe did not sound like he was doing damage control, at least not in an urgent sort of a way.
I think what he was really saying was, can you give us a little break? We've won 4 titles in, 11 years.
For sure he's saying that.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong about that either.
But he said 2 deals.
Right.
The Derek Jeter.
What did you think the other one was?
I think it's Giannis. It was Giannis and Kawhi.
See,
I didn't have Kawhi.
Well, I was kind of trying to search for the second player. We should back up. He said there were at least 2 times where they offered more than 2 first-round
Which
picks.
I like hearing.
So that means there could have been more than 2, but we all know number 1 was Giannis. What was number 2? And I was thinking about that, and then suddenly TK asked about Jaylen Brown. And the Jaylen Brown one to me was super interesting because his tone not only suggested, yes, the Warriors absolutely were in on those conversations, his tone suggested he didn't understand why Boston took the deal that it did.
Oh, man. And so maybe that's
it sound
it.
like the Warriors had offered more.
And that would have been incredible.
Offered more, but you're also offering Jimmy Butler. So
And there
like
it
you're
is.
offering an injured 36-year-old coming off an ACL, presumably.
We didn't have a Paul George.
Right. So, I mean, if you're offering more and you're down on Paul George, whatever, we'll see this year.
I don't know how that can be the linchpin of a deal.
It's not the linchpin, but would you rather have a guy who plays basketball or somebody who doesn't play basketball until January?
I would rather have a guy that plays basketball, but if I'm dealing a former NBA Finals MVP the first 3 months of the season of a 36-year-old versus the what happens after that with a different 36-year-old who, by the way, when we last saw him, was better than Paul George. To me, that would not sway me as like, that's the deal we have to do. The deal would be about the picks to me. But I don't know. Obviously, Joe also scratching his head as to why Boston accepted what they accepted.
Right.
You want couple little tidbits?
Sure. Is this Joe texting you?
Has
Or
he texted you?
He must have texted you by now.
No.
We tried to get him on the show before.
This is about so Don Nelson's funeral has just ended. The service.
Oh,
it lasted 3 hours. You want to know who talked?
First, where was it?
That's all right. Dallas.
Okay.
It was in Dallas. He flew to Dallas, I think, a week before his death because he knew.
How many speakers is the first question? Like his son, I'm sure Don with 2 N's spoke.
He wasn't on my list.
Okay.
Greg Popovich, Del Harris.
Yep.
The whole Run TMC group was
Awesome.
there.
Okay.
Sidney Moncrief, Paul Pierce, Mike Dunleavy Sr. Those were from the Bucks. Michael Finley and Steve Nash from the Mavs. Dirk Nowitzki's parents are not doing well. So Dirk read a letter from Europe. So the 3 teams, Warriors, Dallas, and Milwaukee, were all represented. However, the Knicks were not. There was a video message from Owen Wilson.
Any We Believe guys?
Willie Nelson was on the program, but he wasn't there.
Okay.
Monte Ellis was in attendance.
Nice.
Only We Believe Warrior.
No Matt Barnes or Stack, huh?
No. There you go.
No Baron Davis?
I guess not.
Okay.
No Biedrins?
He said there were a lot of other people in the crowd, but those are the guys that spoke.
Okay. That's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I bet that was I bet it was
Who's who.
Yeah. And I bet, I'm sure a tearjerker, but also I bet a lot of laughs.
Shout out We
bet
Believe.
a lot of celebration. Go ahead.
Donnie Nelson did a great job of being the MC. So he must have introduced everybody.
That's cool. That's cool.
Totally.
Who sent that to you?
Somebody was there.
I love that. I'm not trying to get too.
Hey, no, that's great.
You want me to give you some more?
No, I want the name of who sent it, but yeah.
People wearing everything from suit and ties to T-shirts and flip-flops.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
dope.
And cowboy hats.
That's dope.
What was the venue? Was it a church or was it like at a hall? Because I'm curious if people were able to indulge in the lettuce, the hippie lettuce that Don Nelson became such a big fan of.
No doubt.
I hope to get that answer for you right after
Please
the
do.
legal.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Have you thought about, thank you,
We
your
Believe.
funeral? Like, who will speak? I've thought about it to this extent. Like, I haven't thought about who I want to speak, but I know who I'm going to have not speak for sure. There's a list of people who will not be allowed to speak.
I don't know that you actually get a vote. If they want to be there,
but
you think about it.
What are you going to do? Hire security ahead of time to keep certain people out?
Yes, security. And when a certain individual who may or may not be my oldest brother.
He's definitely going to be there. He's definitely going to be there.
There they are.
Wait, who was it?
That's Kurt in Hayward Hills. There he is, the best corpse on town.
That's how we end each week. That's how you should end your life.
Well, last week we didn't
We
because
Believe was there. Monte was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah, I know, but I said, oh, no, we believe.
And then I said, Monte was there for me.
I have natural tune-out.
The best dead sports host on town.
Wait a minute. So who's...
Oh, yeah, Diaz.
We won't go too far into it, but...
I've had those thoughts, though.
Right.
Of who shows up.
Right.
That's all. Like
you might have played golf with the guy yesterday who will be forbidden to speak at my funeral.
He'll be there.
Well, he's on his way to one.
He'll be there.
Well, it's not a funeral.
Celebration of life.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm living your life, too, like it's mine.
No, it's great.
Like he's out tomorrow, but I'm bragging that he's going with his buddy. So, my bad.
Under, unfortunate circumstances, but we're going to make the best of it. Yeah. Like Chris would want.
Yeah.
Chris would want us to have a great weekend.
Yeah. Bonte will be in.
How old was Chris?
60.
Too young. Okay, that's all I like.
That was your buddy from back east who just hey, how you guys doing? And then 2 days later.
We started a text thread, and a day later he died. Wow. We were all going to get together, and then he passed. The next day, dropped dead in his kitchen. And then we said, well, now we've got to get together.
Yep.
So
it's real out here.
Anyway, will you speak?
No, there's nothing to speak. I mean,
you won't get up there and...
Well, there's it's just ceremony. 6 guys who were going to get together for a fun weekend of activities now are going to do it, but he's not going to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
I just was picturing you getting up there and like, we're in no man's land here. It's 12:10.
I hate that.
I have the venue.
What is no man's
I can't play a cut. And we're in no man's land here at the Celebration of Life.
I
almost crashed my car today at 12:10 where... we're in no man's land.
The venue was
not a traditional funeral.
Right, there you go. Just this.
9800 Preston Road. It was a church.
Oh, this is back to Nelly?
It was a church, and it says he found God about a month ago.
Okay.
There it is.
That's my kind of guy.
Yeah.
And his daughter apparently told a lot of stories about his last days, the last week or so.
All right.
I asked Steiny, was there a Nelly in the association right now? He was kind of tongue-tied to come up with a name, like a creator, innovator, or offense, like a D'Antoni, who was different than, but Nelly was, he was like kind of,
we've reached a point where I don't even think
like a Kyle Shanahan.
I don't even think people know who the coaches are in the NBA anymore.
That part.
There's like 4 guys who stand out. I mean,
somebody said Kerr. Somebody said Kerr, and I'm like, no. But then I thought, well, Kerr did install a different kind of offense after Mark Jackson, and it took him to another level. But
wasn't it kind of tailored to who he had, as opposed to a replicatable sort of a scenario?
Well, they both kind of played small.
Yeah.
Kerr took the small from Nelly, but I think.
What's the innovation right now in the NBA? Because you mentioned it, like Kerr, he comes in and he takes what Mark Jackson had done, which was get you to second base, and he brought you all the way home, and that was the innovation.
Man down.
Well,
I actually did my Mark Jackson for Mark Jackson. He liked it.
Kerr has to get credit for looking at that team and saying, what if we take the ball out of Steph's hands a little more instead of running pick and roll all the time? And he must have looked at those players and thought, Draymond can pass, Iguodala can pass, Bogut can pass. Steph just happens to be just as good off the ball as on the ball. Clay's a shooter. I think it'll work. And they took to it. And it's harder to guard if, 5 guys know how to play and what they're doing. And I think the biggest thing is Curry was like, cool. Doesn't matter to me. I can play off the ball. I can play on the ball. I just want to play.
I think one of the reasons a lot of longtime NBA fans are struggling with the game right now is because every team looks the same.
Definitely. There's no doubt.
Yeah. And so the innovation is no longer with regard to offenses. The innovation is with regard to roster building. The analytics of how to go about, like, which shot to shoot, and then we're just going to go find guys who can shoot that shot, rather than build an offense around who you have.
I think last year, and I'll run the numbers to confirm it, but I thought 42% of field goals were threes across the league.
God, is that real?
That is just...
I'll confirm it.
50%.
It was a super grotesque number of threes.
That's terrible.
Boston, I think, shot 50 threes a game.
I bet.
Damn near. And so like the innovation that Steve Kerr and company had when you had Steph and Clay and you did that, well, now it's all been copied. So I don't know what's the most different NBA team, Steiny, right now in terms of how they play. And I guess the zig was, let's play fast and shoot a bunch of threes. The zag could be, like, we have a bunch of great wing defenders and we're going to try to lock you down and slow it down, but no team does that.
I wanted to say Knicks, but they don't slow it down.
No.
Well, I mean,
they'll take some twos.
Like, this probably isn't what you're talking about, but like when I think of that Pistons team that won the title, they had 5 good players, maybe not and Brunson obviously is different. Like the Knicks had 5 guys, and they all were. Brunson was great, don't get me wrong, but like they all had equally important roles. Like they needed all 5 of those guys. But yeah, who plays differently now?
You'd be hard pressed.
I mean, it was the Warriors under Kerr when they started under Kerr for sure.
I mean, I'm trying to.
Yeah,
is it the Spurs? But that's dependent because they have a cyborg.
Yeah.
Not and even they have him out there shooting threes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 7'6".
I came in this morning.
41.5. Sorry, Goo. 41.5%.
That counts as 40
of shots. Yes. So, yeah, there you go.
Goo, did you ask?
About to.
Okay, go ahead.
What did you say? Yeah, you came in today. That's what you were about to say.
Well, there's 2 things. You're off tomorrow. Just stayed at 2:20.
Doing both.
All right. So, I got 3 kids, and my joke is I don't have a favorite.
Yeah.
And it's basketball, baseball, football. I'm seasonal. But I had a confession today and come to Jesus meeting. It's football. And I have the memories, I was asking Stoney, of my dad, and I play them in my mind vividly of different seasons and me on Tony Dorsett's 99-yard run against Monday Night Football against the Vikings in Minnesota, stuff like that. And now I'm almost in tears of how much I love football, and it is king, but I brought that up today because he goes, well, the gambling component is why you like it. No, I gamble. I love fantasy. But the essence of football was before gambling and the fantasy. So I say all that to say, gents, I am so happy it's back. But it's the best championship because it is a Game 7. And 1 week is like a playoff. And I believe the players and coaches feel that way. They might be like, but that's why football is the best. That's all.
Which one of your kids is football?
I did. See that?
Is that not the natural follow-up?
I don't have a favorite.
And one of them would be basketball, which I assume would be your second favorite, and that poor other kid would be baseball.
Would be the one, actually, but for me, but go ahead.
My parents had 4 kids, so inevitably one of the 4 of us had to be the NHL.
Yeah,
and I mean, there's no doubt
that's why you like soccer so much.
Mikey 2.0.
Yeah.
I was football for sure for my parents.
Wow.
Trouble-free, and here on the weekly, Mikey 2.0 at the time, Mikey 1.0, he was hockey.
Dude.
No
but the
doubt.
fact we get it once a week is why football is successful,
That's
right?
hilarious that you think we only get it once a week. It's almost every night of the week.
No, but one game for your said team.
No, it is. I think what you're speaking to is that both of these things are true. Like Steiny will say the gambling aspect. You're talking about.
And he's right.
Of course he is, and so are you.
But our love started our age way before that.
It is in 2026 and has been for a while. As we look at American sports content, it's perfect. It's just
Jamie
perfect.
Lee Curtis.
It's all at a time.
That's a damn 9.
Right? While everybody's trying to figure out how to keep ratings high and how to keep content going and how to get anyone's attention, the NFL has got all of the answers.
Is that Goodell or no? It's the game.
It's the game. It's urgency mixed with violence, mixed with gambling. Like, every game matters, and people are out there, like, lighting each other up, and you can bet on it. Like, and we all do fantasy and whatnot.
Yeah, but there's fantasy for all sports. It just works better.
Perfect.
It just fits. There's no fighting it. That's why I like you know what I mean? Like the NBA or not the NBA finals, but like the World Series will come around and they're like planning their games to not go up against football. It is their championship, and championship goes up against like week 5. Wow. Everyone's like, whatever, championship. I'll take week 5.
No doubt.
Dibs, you're talking about the kids and what sport they represent. And, in our family, we had 3.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like NFL.
We all have 3. You realize that, right?
But what I'm saying is, like, in our family, I was like volleyball. My brother was box lacrosse.
Okay.
And, like, my sister was track and field. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't have an NFL, an NBA, and a baseball.
You all were essentially periphery to your
Correct.
parents.
That's correct.
You were in
career.
To shout out Al Gore, you were an inconvenient truth.
Exactly.
If I may.
That's exactly right.
Yikes.
And I lived in an era where it wasn't about the kids.
The hell with the kids.
Kids.
Where'd that go?
We have you. Now you're on your own.
Pretty much. And I would love to do this off air. And I mean, you guys will probably never agree to it, but I think that I can nail for each of the 3 of you. If we did a truth serum off air, who's your favorite kid? I think I know yours, Goo, Willard's, and Steiny. I think that I could nail all 3 of your off-air private. Who's your favorite?
I would bet Powerball that you could not get me.
So, Willard, you have a ranking?
And yeah, I fight back against the idea.
I don't have a ranking.
You'd have to give me a subject matter because the answer will change depending on what we're talking about.
So you don't have a ranking.
Who's the
Dibs,
easiest?
I don't like it.
Who's the easiest might be a different answer than who's the most fun to be around.
But favorite is no.
Like it's different.
You get to ship 2 of them out, and you get $10 million apiece. Who you keeping? I know who you're keeping.
No, you don't.
I know who Goo's keeping.
you don't.
Steiny's is a layup. Steiny's is an absolute layup.
I don't like the premise. I'm uncomfortable
Of
with it.
course.
I'm with you.
You know what
The premise is bullshit.
Right.
You know what I don't like is the idea of all you cockamamie parents who don't think that you have a favorite. You've got a favorite.
I don't.
The love's
Whatever.
the same.
Sure, it's the same.
We love them the same.
Don't tell me what I like and what I don't like.
Oh, man.
They're basically, they have power rankings. It changes week to week. It can.
Right.
And subject to subject.
I got to do some reads, guys.
When I'm playing golf and Quest crashes his car and I have to leave the course, you plummet from 1.
You're mad at him.
Well, I mean, at the time he would be 2, but turns out he falls to 3 now. Sorry about that.
Number 3.
Mila's so far ahead of your boys, it's not even close, and it's not fair. She's 3.
Almost 4. And she has turned the corner, bro.
Oh, that's just today.
No.
You'll melt tonight.
She's turned a corner.
Yeah,
she's gone from goo goo gaga to like you can actually talk to this person.
Dibs, we need a coach for the World War Tournament. I asked Steiny. I knew he would say no. You were second. Right. Willard's third because he got the kids. Would you?
Wait, say that part again.
Oh, God, this is going to take forever.
No. This is 30 seconds.
I've got to do some stuff.
All right, go ahead.
Say that part again.
So we need a coach for Team 957. It's back. The Warriors World Tournament, September 19th. And I had a list. The bit was Steiny would be at the top, knowing he wouldn't take it.
Oh, so I'm out.
What happened?
He's at the top?
Because I
so
know
I
he
get
would say no.
Steiny's sloppy seconds?
He's pissed because you refer to how I have the kids, but he's got a 3-year-old at home.
Oh, well.
What he also has is he lives with a spouse. So that's different.
Wow.
But you know what I also have is coaching pride.
No.
He couldn't coach his way out of a
And
wet
I
paper
know
bag,
that.
and I've hung pennants
Coaches.
in multiple counties.
Coaches.
Yeah. So you coaching? No, I'm not coaching.
Oh, Will.
I'm out.
Hung pennants in multiple counties?
Yes, at Drake High School, 3 section titles, 4 league titles.
And where's the other
St.
county?
Joe's, 3 league titles. That would be a different county than Marin.
How about Alameda?
That would be Alameda County.
You got titles?
St. Joe's,
Look
Alameda
at him.
County. Bishop O'Dowd, also Alameda County.
Calvin Bird, St.
Didn't
Joe.
hang a pennant there.
What's
Got
sport?
upset by San Leandro.
What sport?
Boys volleyball.
Okay.
All right, I'm out.
You're talking about a basketball coach.
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Right. And
3-on-3.
Second.
Right. I'm out. Ask Willard.
All right.
He'll show up.
Well, he's got commitments.
Yeah.
You do too.
Yeah. I got stuff to do. All right. Okay.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Oh, I love Thursday. And this is a special one. A special Thursday.
Why, Mark?
Well, you probably think I'm about to say because the 49ers have a football game. But it's not really that. Because the 49ers don't really have a football game. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm excited about tonight. I always get excited about preseason football until I turn it on. And then I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. But yeah, like we got a lot to get to with regard to at least individuals and things like that. Jennifer Lee Chan's going to be on in an hour, which is super sweet of her to do because there's a game. And she's going to come on right before the game when she's busy. And so we're super thankful on that. And we'll do that. And the Joe Lacob stuff from the TK show, I think is really important. I thought he hit a home run. We're going to get to that too. But there's one place and one place only where we can start. Because today, for you and I, whether you agree with me or not, what we're about to find out, this is a momentous day for our show, for this station. I've never quite felt the way I do about this fact and story that we're about to share with you. Because I can't figure out, Dibs, if I'm supposed to be super proud of what we've achieved or completely and totally embarrassed that our names are associated with what we're about to share with you. Do you have one or the other that's sort of leading the way here, if you will?
It would most likely be pride because you and I have done this now coming up on 5 years. And when we have interviews, we don't just, talk about blah, blah, blah. We actually ask questions. And if it's a question of a former player, of a mop, current analyst or broadcaster or whomever, you and I take pride in the fact that we give a lot of effort in the questions that we're going to ask. And so when you have an interview and something pops up organically, I take pride in that because we put that guest in a spot to where they could say something that is actually meaningful.
The first text I received about this today happened at 4:55 a.m.
Jeez.
Uh-huh.
That's aggressive.
Well, some people work in morning radio.
Okay.
4:55 a.m. has kind of gotten into sports investigations, right? The Kawhi Leonard story, both ends of it have kind of come from the Pablo Torre pod. That was the first text I received today. I won't go through all of them. There have been a steady flow of you guys are on the Pablo Torre pod. You guys are on the Pablo Torre pod. And I'm like, why? And then they tell me why. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. We'll check it out. Obviously, it's not about us. It's not even about sort of technically the interview that we did, which happened to be with former 49er John Feliciano last year. We'll play for you here in just a second what we're talking about. But here's the factoid that I did not realize until today. This entire 49ers substation story, the entire thing started right here on this show.
Right here on this show?
And I didn't know that.
I never even thought about that.
I did not know that until today.
I thought it was a thing that was being talked about and we, kind of asked people about it. But as I've unearthed the timeline, I'm looking at it right now. There's a guy named Peter Cowan who gets credit for blowing the story up. And he had a viral post on January 6th of this year where he talked about low frequency electromagnetic fields. They can degrade collagen, blah, blah, blah. And that was 4 months after we interviewed somebody?
He launched into an investigation, a deep dive, if you will, which I thought you would appreciate the hell out of.
Totally.
He launched into a deep dive on this thing, all based on, because he's a Bay Area guy, all based on listening to 95.7 The Game, listening to our show, and hearing John Feliciano say something once upon a time. And like I said, I don't know, and I mean this genuinely, I don't know if I should be like proud or embarrassed. And the reason I say that is because I think the substation thing is absurd. I'll just say it. I think the substation thing is just banana land.
It's a bunch of hokum.
Thank you.
And if you listen to the Pablo Torre Finds Out entire episode, 52 minutes, as I did this morning, I put Mila in front of Bluey and gave her a couple of bonus episodes, and I listened to the whole thing, and they single-handedly, they go through and they debunk just about all of it.
All of it.
And even this Peter Cowan, who had the initial tweet that set the whole thing on fire, at the end of it, he's quoted as saying, yeah, there's still some more research that needs to be done on this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like at the end of the pod, the guest of Pablo Torre, who's from Australia, who has her own podcast, it's a Science Versus podcast. She actually circled back to the guy and said, hey, we found all these things that are kind of fraudulent. And he's like, yeah, more research needs to be done.
Pablo Torre Finds Out. This is about a minute and a half of what showed up on his pod today and helped us realize that the original first thought on this apparently came on this show last year when John Feliciano was visiting. They will play a clip of that, but also you'll hear the entire conversation that surrounds it.
This whole thing, I believe, started with a guy.
Yes.
The person, the human being who's actually behind the viral post and headline that has started all of this.
My name is Peter Anthony Cowan, and I run my own wellness business, and environmental health is really my focus. And right now,
Peter Cowan, as a matter of, I think, just journalistic rigor, I want to know what his deal is.
Yes, I did as well. So Peter Cowan, he grew up in the Bay Area, so he's always been a casual 49ers fan.
I don't know the names of the positions, really. I watch these beautiful angles and motions, and it's like ballet to me.
He starts seeing his beautiful prima ballerinas getting injured. The 49ers in particular are getting hammered with injuries, always having this trouble. And then somewhere along the way, Peter stumbles across a radio interview on a local Bay Area sports station that he likes to listen to. And it's an interview with ex-49ers player John Feliciano.
This is September 2025. It's 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and John Feliciano is the guest.
For 49er fans, where it seems like, and actually the data suggests it doesn't seem like, it's fact. Usually, and almost always, the 49ers are one of the most injured teams in the league.
And the hosts are talking about all of these injuries that the 49ers are getting.
And it's gotten to the point where people are like, it can't just be dumb luck. Like, there's got to be something to it.
We used to joke that it was the power plant behind the practice fields.
The power plant, which, by the way, is not what a substation is.
Correct, yep.
And they go on. Well, thank you, Pasta.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought I was great in that clip. Look good with my San Jose Earthquakes Mexico shirt on. Haven't worn it since. Only time I've ever worn that.
Yeah, what was going on there? You got to go look at the video.
I mixed it up with a little jersey.
I mean, it looked like you were headed to a World Cup party right after the show.
Or to a St. Patrick's party because the thing is so green.
I mean, you're like, it's tight. It's kind of tight in the arms.
That's snug.
A little bit of a gun show.
Yeah,
like
a little bit of a medium.
A Mexican soccer gun show. So good on you. But play that in with John Feliciano, and he jokes that it's the power plant next door. And you hear me like, because what goes through my head, sure, I'm sure it's the power plant next door. And off he went, and little did we know that Peter was listening that day. Peter, who knows, maybe you're listening today. Thank you very much for listening to our show. But that inspired him to go do more research. Slowly but surely, other people picked up on some things, and tweets started going out within the next 2 to 3 months. And then it circles back in January to where Peter launches into this in-depth investigation. Look, the bottom line, and I know you already said it, Peter at the end of all of this was like, sure, there's more research to do. Sounds like he is a real information hound. But the other side to it is, Like the quick answer is they found that it's absolutely, unequivocally not the substation. And there's tons of misinformation that still is out there today, which we should get into a little bit coming up next. But it's impossible for us sitting here not to sort of, I don't know, I have like a sheepish feeling about this. I had no idea that this story started with Feliciano right here.
It was a throwaway line, and you laughed, and I hadn't even thought of it. I didn't even realize there was a substation right next to the facility. So that was September 10th of last year. In October, Chase Sr., who's a 49er blogger, writer, guy who follows the Niners, he has a big following, and he's always on top of stuff. In October, he actually posted about the substation, and that went viral. And then in January, this Peter Cowan guy, not a scientist, high school dropout, great piano player, he had his tweet, which went super duper viral. And now the rest has been an ongoing long list of players chiming in and experts and national media voices and ownership and the GM and all the rest of it.
This is crazy.
You got to say it like Rick Barry.
This is crazy.
Thank you.
And trades are hard. Sorry, that's your bit. But
February 4th, Seahawks and Patriots avoid 49ers Super Bowl for the Super Bowl facility. Like all these stories that happened after. Bill Simmons discusses it multiple times. Joe Rogan on January 22nd.
All right. We got it. Okay. Jennifer Lee Chan in 45 minutes. We'll apologize to her and every 49er we speak to for the rest of the year. Apparently this all started here. I'm being completely genuine. I had no idea. I did not know that this started here. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety, 888-957-9570. There's a lot more to discuss here. It's Willard and Dibbs.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Hey, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey there. It's Bonte, and I'm excited to tell you that summertime is a great time to discover the islands. River Islands, that is. They're located in Lathrop, right over the Altamont, and have become the best-selling lifestyle community in Northern California. Currently, there are 15 model complexes open for touring. This gives you all the choices you're looking for in size, location, and price. Take your pick from neighborhoods built alongside lakes, near parks and trails, or looking out on the San Joaquin River. This month, a brand new K-8 school is opening, the 4th built inside the community, and River Islands High School is welcoming students back for the fall term. Over at the Town Center, activity is everywhere at the Redwood Cafe, and a new community amphitheater gets closer to completion. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the $600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com and see for yourself how the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominated Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
There's a lot of teams going into the Shanahan tree and the outside zone stuff. Shut up!
On 95.7 The Game.
My next text is going to have to be to Mongo Feliciano.
Shut up!
Does he know? I bet he, well, I wonder. Do you think he knows? It was an off backhanded remark. Now, we used to joke about it. And it has turned into this. The substation has its own Twitter feed. Pablo Torre finds out is doing, how many hours was it? Was this like over an hour, this episode?
52 minutes.
52 minutes.
Listen to the whole thing.
An investigation. Like all of the discussion. This has gone not just to the 49er locker room, it's gone to many locker rooms. Do you remember when Trey McBride of the Cardinals last year, I think it was in the lead up to the Super Bowl, was like, yeah, I would never want to play for the 49ers. I don't want to practice next to a substation. Both John Lynch and Jed York were all over Radio Row during the Super Bowl lead up with regard to talking down the idea of the substation. And thank you to everybody on the YouTube chat and the text line asking if what this is a substation sensation. I don't know if, have we not used that yet?
We maybe did.
I don't know.
I feel like we've exhausted almost all of them, but
holy crap.
Appreciate that from the text line. It's just looking at this from 49erssubstation.com, which is run by the aforementioned Peter Cowan, the guy who eventually blew the thing wide open. It's the Mongo interview, it's the Chase Senior post, and then in January, this guy posted his first essay on Substack. The next day, he woke up to 500,000 views, and he was gaining 500,000 per hour. And then 5 days later, George Kittle tears his Achilles, which is exactly the kind of injury that Peter Cowan was talking about.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the views on his post had reached 20 million. So in September, Chase Senior 6 weeks later, and then January goes boom, 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 and everything just kind of like ratchets up at that level where he gets 20 million views on his post and George Kittle tears his Achilles. You talk about a perfect storm for this guy.
Unbelievable. I'm floored by this. And in a way, we had everything to do with it and nothing to do with it. I mean, we're just sitting there having a conversation with our guy who used to play for the 49ers. He didn't have anything to do with it. He was like, yeah, we used to joke about that. And it's just a throwaway. Yep. So I thought at the time, and then we've spent a year. How often has this come up on this show without any idea that the birth of it had happened here? And that's why I say, and I'm not even kidding, it's great that I love that Peter listens to our show. I honestly, I whittle it all the way down to that. I'm honored anytime any of you listen to our show. Hope you enjoy the show. Hope it makes you think, sometimes makes you mad, makes you happy, whatever, gets you thinking, talking. All of that stuff is great. So I love it from that perspective. But the subject matter, as I detailed to start off this week, I'm actually kind of frustrated by it, to be honest with you. So the idea that it was born here is a very weird feeling, because there has been, and here's what bothers me about it. I have no problem if people want to go do an investigation and check everything out. The 49ers have been hurt a lot, so sure, knock on every door and check on everything. Information is power, and so if people want to go out and get more info about this, great. But I think people have, and then once you get the final analysis of all of it, people don't believe the answer. This has been debunked by multiple scientists now, and people don't want to buy it because, A, it's sort of like the retraction on page 5. Like, no, it doesn't matter. Perception's reality, and it's already out there, and people can debunk it, and it doesn't matter. Plus, I think there's distrust. People don't want to believe that it's been debunked because the 49ers are financially involved in not wanting it to be a thing, right? So there's also this distrust. But I'm sort of frustrated by the subject because I've also watched so many people try to take advantage of this situation. And they use it. They use it for their own clicks.
And they misuse it, is what they do.
Completely. And they do it with misinformation. Listen, if you want to drive people to your site, great. That's what so many are trying to do. But not by lying. Not by screaming in the streets fire when you know damn well that it's not there. And so that part of it bothers me a little bit.
I get that part of it, and this is why I'm so glad I watched the whole thing with Pablo Torre, because there's a lot of information that they put out in this podcast that I think is helpful. For one thing I learned today is the measurement is called a milligauss. A milligauss, G-A-U-S-S. So
what do you mean by the measurement?
The measurement. So Peter Cowan, the guy who eventually had the Substack post that took Chase Senior. So let me walk you through it. John Feliciano.
I'm struggling with his name. I'm sorry, because it sounds too much like Peter McGowan. Okay, Peter Cowan. Got it.
I believe that's the man's name. And
you're right. I know that you're right. Anyway, I'm just struggling with it because, anyway, go ahead.
So Feliciano, throwaway line.
Yes.
6 weeks later, Chase Senior puts a tweet out, and maybe that's where Peter Cowan actually found it. Maybe he listens to us. Maybe he follows Chase on Twitter. I don't know. Chase Senior in October puts out a tweet that goes viral about the very thing. And so Peter Cowan, the guy who is a scientist, quote unquote, he goes to investigate, and he's got his little meter and he gets a reading of 8.8 milligauss.
Okay.
The EMF radiation is at that. And he also says in his post, like, I went out here and an underground wire has a 50 milligauss.
Okay.
And Pablo Torre's like, that's an absolute bleep ton. Well, come to find out, until you get to, I think it's 20,000 milligauss of the emission, that's where it can become harmful. So
dangerous. Got it.
is there electromagnetic frequencies being released? Well, yes. And as I learned in the podcast today, your cell phone, your computer,
absolutely,
the overhead lights, everything that is electronic has the same, sort of emission, and it's not harmful at that level. The only other thing I learned is they looked at childhood leukemia as it relates to people who live near these substations.
Yes.
And the rates are higher, but microscopically higher.
Okay.
It's not like you live within 100 yards of one of these, you get cancer, you die. The incidence, the rates are slightly higher than it would be if you don't live near one of these.
And I don't want to diminish that by any stretch. However, that is irrelevant when it comes to adult football players.
Right.
You said childhood leukemia. Very, very serious, but irrelevant in terms of the way that it has been discussed publicly.
Yes, and I think that they were just looking at the effects, the efficacy of these, rays, these frequencies. If you live near one of these substations, could you get cancer? I mean, you might, and the likelihood is maybe 0.001% more likely based on your proximity.
That could be just happenstance.
It could. And they did a study in Germany, and I don't want to bog everyone down with my research, but they found that in Germany, of all the cases that year, six of the, I think, 130,000, 6 of them could be traced to maybe this exposure.
Maybe.
Right. And again, you don't really know.
No. Of course. And believe you me, of the two people sitting here on this show, you know a lot more about it than I do, simply because you did whatever you did this morning or last night. Milligauss. It rhymes with Christian cost. That's that way my brain works. I don't know a damn thing about this. And maybe I'm naive and gullible, but this is the way I lean. When studies are done and scientists speak, I tend to put some credence into that. That doesn't make me right. It doesn't make them right. 510 just texted in. How has this been debunked? By having one guy look at it? Come on, man. Why should we believe Pablo? Well, my answer to that would be a lot more than one guy has looked at it. First of all, his research is his research. The 49ers also, and I believe them, but you don't have to. The 49ers spent money on actually doing some studies, their own independent hirings of studies about this, and they too came back with the exact same findings that this is not a thing. Now, I think this one's important for 49er fans to know, because you'll hear a lot of people say, all right, the injury poor luck started in 2016? Something like that, right around when Shanahan took over. But the Niners have been practicing next to this thing since the late 80s. So people will go, why would you blame it on the substation if the injuries didn't start until 2016? Well, somewhere thereabouts, 2014, 15, 16, there's this story that started to percolate this year that, there was a big expansion.
Upgrade, yeah.
There was a big upgrade of the substation.
Facts.
And that is spitting out a lot more of all of that voodoo that you do. And there have been a lot of content creators who have grabbed that fact and run with it with sirens, criticisms, and all kinds of clickbait. Hey, Dibs, tell everybody about the expansion of the substation that happened about 10 years ago.
It was 2014, Mark, and I remember it well. I wasn't consulted on the construction project, but it was the Mission substation, which is down there in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And having watched the entirety of the Pablo Torre, Pablo Finds Out thing today, what you realize is the substation that got upgraded is a mile away.
Oh, Let that sit.
It's a mile away.
So it's not the one that's next to the stadium.
No.
Okay.
It's the one that is, as the crow flies, it's a mile away across town. That's the Mission substation. The one that's right next door is like the NSC or something. I don't have it memorized, but the one that is right there was actually not upgraded. That's like creepy. That was really good.
Why do you even have that? What is that, Paz? Why do you have that?
I got it like 2 seconds ago. It's the substation sound.
Good Lord.
That thing's about 8,000 milligauss.
Sometimes y'all are in there and you've just got this button at the right time. I'm like, how do you even, where the hell did that come from? Wow. Yeah. All right.
So,
Anyway.
the substation got upgraded, but it wasn't that one.
Okay.
And this is something that, they brought on a guest in this podcast, and the guest was like, I did this deep dive and all this, and I found out that, it's not even that substation.
Thank you. So when you are out and about, and I just think this is, look, if you want to think this sounds like, I don't know, snooty patootie or whatever, then you can think that. But a lot of what is out there in 49er content land, and this isn't being a traditionalist or anything like that, but, you've got beat writers, people who are actually tapped in, and I think there are a lot of people that do great work on YouTube who are sort of in that non-traditionalist world, covering all the teams. And the 49ers have a big, growing portion of people who do that, and I think a lot of them do it well, and I think their content is worthwhile and all of that stuff. And then, there are others who, for instance, rhyme with Ant Bone, who give you out-and-out lies directed at pissing you off, and then they profit off of it. And so when you wonder why that stuff ticks me off so much, that's why. It's a bunch of bullshit. Now, this does not suddenly make the 49ers innocent. And maybe that's even the wrong word to use, because a very, I think, a rational person can go, okay, boys, if it's not the substation, if we can just move on from that, then what is it? Why is it 10 straight years of injuries? Fair question. And I can't answer it. I can do the dumb luck thing. Tim Kawakami came on and said the Niners take chances on players with an injury history.
Yep.
I don't really know who the hell's in football without an injury history, but these are all questions that you can ask, and I think that is a completely fair conversation. And you're watching the 49ers, as you've pointed out a couple times today, they are doing it different this year. So they, too, are involved in the analytics of player health and realizing that for whatever reason, what they are doing has not worked. Is it their fault and they're doing? I don't know, but that's a fact. They've had more injuries than others. But this substation thing, to me, is a profitable distraction for a lot of people out there.
Well, to me, Mark, it just highlights the nature of what we have become as an American society as far as our information. So Feliciano with a throwaway line, you laugh, and I didn't think about it again. 6 weeks later, Chase Sr. with a big post, 4 million views. Like, wow, it was a cool post with an overhead picture of the facility, and it was like, all right, yeah, man. And then January 6th, the Peter Cowan, he comes out with his first post, and then by the 12th, Kittle gets hurt. So it was a little bit of a perfect storm of throwaway line, one tweet that was popular, it died down, this guy investigates, boom, Kittle gets hurt. 3 days later, multiple players amplify it. That same day, the Post, ESPN, the Chronicle, they all publish coverage of it. And so now this thing is building momentum. 3 days later, it's Bill Simmons. Then it's The Athletic. On the 22nd of January, the most popular podcast in our country, Joe Rogan, he mentions it. And once it gets to Rogan, now you're reaching people who have no clue about sports. Yep. And then it's Scott Ostler. And then the NFLPA announces that they're monitoring it as a potential workplace safety issue. And so the snowball, the old snowball rolling downhill, it picks up more snow. And by the time you get to March, John Lynch has to go out there and dismiss it. They had to hire their own experts to debunk it.
Right.
And if you go back to the Lynch sound, and I'm sure we have it, he mentions in there, the levels needed to be harmful is about 40 times what we currently have there. And that is perfectly in line with what the scientists on the Pablo Torre were saying.
Yep. Exactly right.
This is the snowball effect.
Oh, by the way, quick aside. We have to let everybody know, and this is courtesy of Casey Schmidt and something he said on our show a while back. You have to understand and be prepared on our show. We will now use the last name Schmidt whenever we want to say the other word in a way where that way we don't have to have it. Because someone just texted us and goes, LOL, they didn't bleep you out when you said that, Mark. No, Bull Schmidt. We're allowed to say that.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Thank you, Casey.
That's how it started.
So just, if you've got kids in the car, I know it's summer, just explain to them, Casey Schmidt got a torn meniscus, but his last name and then the word bull in front of it is something that we are going to freely use right here on Willie and Dibby on 95.7 The Game. And you can let us know if that causes a problem for you, and we'll take that into account.
It potentially might, and summer's over for some districts. I know that my wife's a teacher, and she's on day 3 of being back to school, which is, I find it to be a bunch of bullshit, quite frankly, if I may.
I hate it.
If I may borrow that. Yeah. And, I do think as you look at the snowball, February 11th, George Kittle reveals dead trees were cut down, and he wants an investigation. And so players chiming in and, national media people and this whole thing took on a life of its own.
Look, I don't blame anybody. We don't know what we don't know. Why would we know? Like if somebody had said to me a year ago, because again, Mongo called it a power plant, but if somebody had been like, accurately, it's not a power plant, it's a substation. Do you want to know what the first thing I would have said is? What the hell's a substation? I don't even know what that is. Substation.
Right.
I remember actually a few months ago, I confused it with Substack, which is actually a platform.
Mark Stein.
Yes.
Ethan Strauss.
Ethan Strauss is like
Peter Cowan apparently also.
Don't do my show on a substation. I do it on a Substack. I didn't even know what the hell that was. I understand what you're telling me. I'm like, the wires and the bars and all that stuff next to the Niner. Sure. Yeah, I got it. But like if you would, what the hell does that mean for people standing next to it? It never would have occurred to me. And it will continue to not occur to me every time I go to a practice at the 49ers facility for the rest of my life. Does that make me right? No, I'm not an expert on this stuff. But I believe the consistent number of studies that have now been done on this that are pretty freaking definitive that is not the culprit. What is it? Still don't know.
Well, you mentioned 3 of the 6 things I think that are culprits, and part of it is drafting players with injury history. And it's not just like, I had an ankle sprain in junior high. They had like Kentavious Street was the guy they took coming off an ACL. They've done a lot of guys off ACLs. I think that Jalen Hurd was a guy who came back after his injuries and he never played. I do think it's the training and the medical staff. They take some responsibility. Kyle Shanahan's approach, clearly, it's been changed. So you didn't change it just because you want to give guys a little bit of a breather. No. I think they changed it because what they've done in the past has led to maybe some problems in camp.
Maybe, but it also doesn't mean that they definitively think that's the issue. And I would add in that they're doing this now because a lot of those players that maybe 5 years ago were 27 are now 32 and, are dealing with more injuries. It's not like the 49ers are out there. Sure, they're doing the jog through, but it's not like they're out there telling their first and second and third year players you could take every other day off from practice. I think they're load managing Mike Evans, Christian McCaffrey, maybe to a lesser degree Nick Bosa. I think he's actually dealing. And, he and George Kittle are coming back from major injury. They've done this with Trent Williams all along. It makes sense to me. It's a different approach. Does that mean that they definitively decided that was the problem? No. But even if they think it might have been a contributing factor, sure, why not try something different? So, I believe all of those things. And you'll never get me to leave what I do believe is the number one factor in all of it. Stupid luck. Dumb luck. That is definitely one of your 6.
For sure.
It has to be.
Well, that's what...
I mean, it's football.
That's what Pablo kind of concludes his whole thing with, which is, it's not a sexy answer, but the answer is randomness. And the randomness of injuries. And, I was looking earlier at the adjusted injury numbers, and last year the Niners had the 5th most injuries. They weren't number 1. I do think that part of what we deal with in this story is a false narrative. They aren't the most injured team year in and year out.
That's another important one.
They're just not.
Yeah, but that doesn't get people going.
That's a stat.
We got to get people going.
What's up, brother?
Red and Gold Summit is back again this year. Man, we can't wait for this. Thursday, September 3rd, Jack's Restaurant and Bar, Pleasant Hill, which was lit last time and expected to be even better this time. We'll be there from 2 to 6, all the hosts from 4 to 6. And then NFL Network analyst, our friend Baldy, is going to be there in person as well. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, the number. Jennifer Lee Chan in 20 minutes. It's Willard and Dips.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, FlexCar. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
FlexCar is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-856-4300. That's 800-856-4300. 800-856-4300.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
So you ever do this? This is a good question for you. You ever get cut off in traffic? And hold on. And then there's a, right? Then there's an and. And then the person who cut you off doesn't know that they cut you off. Like they're just, Sunday driving. And you're like, you're hanging a bird out the window. You're trying to like wave. You're giving them the palms up, the pods after a foul call.
Iguodala.
Praise hell. And that person's just driving along like, and it drives you nuts because you want them to know the problem that they just caused. Can you relate?
A little bit.
Okay.
Like, I can refer you to about 2 hours ago, and I didn't get cut off, but it was one of those classic, like, long line of people waiting to turn right off of Howard onto 3rd, and Karen, we're going to call her Karen because I think she was a Karen. She's in her Ioniq, and she doesn't want to wait in line.
Talk to Susan.
So she's mid-block.
What's wrong with an Ioniq?
She's mid-block trying to, like, blink her on. I'm going to cut in because I want to go right. I don't want to wait 14 cars.
I see.
And so she's waiting to come in, and I do the inch. No, I give her the nonverbal Mutombo.
Yeah.
So she gets in behind me, and now she's middle fingering me, and I'm looking in the rearview mirror, and I'm basically like, come on then, come on. So there's a guy next to me.
Wait. Come on. Like what? Get out of your car. You're going to go fight me?
You've given me the middle finger. What else are we going to do? Like, is it going to be an escalation sensation? Probably not. So middle finger me all you want. I'm in front of you. You're behind. Meanwhile, there's a guy next to me in a truck. And so we start going back and forth. I'm like, this Karen, she wants to get in. He's like, yeah, people, right? I mean, I can't believe it. The light turns green. He's like, watch this. He zooms up and cuts in front of all of us from the second lane over and just makes a right turn illegally from the middle lane.
Wait a minute. So he kind of was like, I'm on your team,
Completely.
buddy. And then cut you off?
Didn't cut me off, but he said, watch this. And I watched him, and he goes, and he just cuts all the way in.
Actually say, watch this?
Yes, and
I watched it. Did you roll your windows down and start talking to each other?
Yes, because I was like gesturing I was like, gesticulating in the mirror, and he sees me. And so now we have a conversation.
What are you talking about?
I'm not done. So he does the full-on, like, middle lane zoom ski, and I'm like, this guy, he's a beauty. So whatever, I eventually make the right turn, and I pull up, and, well, there he is. And so I see him, and he looks over, and I roll down my window, and he's like giving me the, hey, I told you. And I said, you know what? At least you didn't inconvenience anyone. You made a wildly illegal, dangerous turn, but you weren't cutting in front of me and making me wait. So, yeah, good on you. You did what you did.
You just liked him because he commiserated with you about 2 minutes earlier.
I liked him because, I mean, this is your thing every day. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Yeah.
He called his shot. Watch this. And, yeah, he did the thing.
See, I don't even mind what she did. What she did wrong was get mad at you after. She wanted to nudge in. You said no.
Right.
You got to deal with that if you're the lady. Like, shoot your shot. That's all you got. It didn't hit. Now you got to try again with the person behind Dibs instead of cutting in behind Dibs and now firing birds at him.
You'll pay for this, Dibs.
Yeah, just, you know what I mean? Like,
there were birds.
Yeah, exactly. And I have reached the no bird portion of my life. We're not birding people on the roads.
Selective birds?
No birds. No birds. It doesn't do anything.
Pick your spot. It's all you got.
It doesn't do anything. It
does a lot.
I disagree.
When you go full horn and a double bird, it's like a release. Okay?
For you.
Exactly. So it does something for me.
Okay, then that's fine. It does nothing for me. I don't get anything out of the bird. I do think that it's funny that you get so mad at people, for instance, for scootering because it's not safe. But like you'll just bird and horn people you don't know who may get out of the car and assault you. Like, I don't know. I don't want to get into this with people.
Right.
It's just like if you're dumb on the road, okay, I'm going to do my thing, you do your thing. I'm not going to try to escalate the situation. By the way, it's not why I asked at all.
When it comes to
I had a reason for
when it comes to the honking bird, I'm Floyd Mayweather.
No, that's fine. That's you.
Undefeated.
Well, you should honk and bird me sometime when we're leaving the building because you will win that one too. Because I'm just going to be like, I'm
just honking bird you.
Just in here listening to the crossover.
You're the guy sitting there letting everybody through.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, I am not demure on the roads at all. But I'm
Hence
not.
the multiple accidents this month.
For crying out loud. Make sure you let everybody know. Neither one at fault.
You've gone 5 days, I think, without a car crash.
Don't say it. Well, now I'm in the rental car, so let's not do that.
I thought that we could put up a sign in here.
I don't, yeah.
You know when you go to a workplace, it's like, there's been 12 days since we've had an industrial accident. It's kind of where you are.
Yeah.
But anyway, you asked me that question for some other reason.
Because I feel like, okay, so again, the premise was, and I would bet some of you can relate, maybe not Dibs because he chases people down and tries to assault them in cars. But you know, sometimes when somebody cuts you off and you're mad at them, but you can't even get them to know that they did it, like they are just Sunday driving. It's just like beepity boppity boop, and they're having a great day. And they ticked you off, and they don't even know that they ticked you off, and that ticks you off even more. Because you're like, look, if you're going to do this, at least know that I'm mad. The analogy is I feel like that's who we are in this whole substation thing. This thing has been now 1 year of, quite frankly, what I think in the end maybe started out as a fair question, but has arrived at ridiculousness, but only grown. There is much more substation talk now than there was last year. Because again, what was the Mongo appearance on our show was what, September?
September 10th, Chase Sr., late October.
Okay.
And I'm wondering, like, in that 6-week period, how did it go from a throwaway Feliciano line to a Chase Sr. viral Twitter post?
No, I don't know.
Did Chase hear about it right away and he like did his homework in the lead up?
There had to be other little buzzy conversations about it somewhere. And especially because of the way Mongo said it. We used to joke about it in the locker room. I think that's what kind of really sent it going because it made it sound like, oh, the players talk about this. And this is their livelihood. Their bodies are their world. So, but I don't know because I didn't know that we were the one. So we were the driver who cut someone off it ticked them off to hell, and we just went on with our day not even knowing that. Because this has been a thorn in the Niners' side, for sure.
Yeah.
How much did they have to spend on a cockamamie study so that we could come up with, yes, the substation that has been there and unchanged since 1988 is now the reason that George Kittle tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
Like, that's super annoying. And we had no idea that we started it.
Right. And in the...
I mean, not on purpose.
In the Pablo Torre finds out, they actually show the Dre Greenlaw where he does the split step, the negative step, and blows out his Achilles heading onto the field for the Super Bowl. And not that they were tying that in, but just the Niner injury thing, it's a thing. And just looking at this timeline of, once this guy puts out his first essay in January, it's like picked up nationally, and it's national podcast, players reacting, NFLPA reacts. Now the owner, Jed York, has got to confront it after a month. This thing, it feels like Anchorman in the fight scene. Oh, God. That escalated quickly.
Yes, it did. And no doubt, by the way, like, this is the visual in my mind. Let's take Jed York on Radio Row. And he's out on a McAfee show or something like that. And he's like, really appreciate the question. And we've done a lot of homework on this. We have to take everything at face value. And look, we're all about player health and safety, and this matters to us. So we did a number of studies. We hired an independent group in order to go out there and check this whole thing out. And the data suggests that this is not a thing. And they answer it straightforward like that. Soon as the lights go off, can't you imagine York walking over to Lynch or something and being like, can you believe this crap? Can you believe this freaking story that is out there in the world taking on a life of its own that is completely bananas? Jed York has got to be sitting there going, my family's been owning this team since before we even went to that facility. And the likes of Joe Montana and Jerry Rice and Steve Young, and we can go on and on and on, all practice next to this thing. And nobody ever said a damn thing. We had a dynasty, the back half of it next to this thing. We won 3 Super Bowls next to this thing. And now I got to go on a national media tour to tell people that this is junk, and we spend millions of dollars to prove that this is junk, and it's not going to get people to stop. That's definitely how it sounds. He does have a good evil laugh.
Yeah, especially,
he does.
Maybe he knew. Maybe he knew what he was getting started when he threw it out, and he had that nefarious laugh. He's like, I'm going to drop a substation blast on these fools.
Dude, how Feliciano's not doing voiceover for like Spider-Man movies or something? Like how? How is he not? That is one of the greatest evil laughs that I've ever heard.
Yeah. It was February 4th, Jed York on the Up and Adams podcast at Media Row.
Yeah, with Kay Adams.
He had to come down to Media Row and sit there with Kay Adams and answer questions about Milagos and the substation.
Yeah, Kay, we really appreciate the question. And he's thinking to himself, you've got to be bleeping kidding me right now. For sure. We just went 12-5 with half of our players hurt. Instead of getting a pat on the back, we're getting a, hey, what are you all doing next to that power plant?
If you didn't have the plant there, you probably win the Super Bowl. You beat Seattle, am I right?
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Jennifer Lee Chan, live from the substation, joins us next. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select chicken boneless, skinless breasts or thighs value packs, just $2.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. Fight night is here, and there's no better place to trade the action than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Coming up, it's the Makhachev fight against Machado Gary. And right now, Makachev is trading at 74% to win that bout, meaning a $100 trade pays out $180 if he's able to take down Machado Gary. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, 1B, and get $20 when you trade 20. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Your daily commute could pay you back. With a rewards credit card from Stanford Federal Credit Union, you can earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026. Enjoy low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question. Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm excited about this. We haven't had her on in a while.
It's been a long time.
Damn other shows keep calling her first.
Since before we even knew what a milligauss was. Now we know.
I still don't. You know that there are certain words you use that I mean...
It's a unit of measurement that's being emitted by the substation.
Okay, you can continue to describe these words
and
to me.
And I'm going to.
And I will continue to have that information not sink in.
Okay.
I don't have room for milligauss.
Well, you just said it, so now you do.
No, I don't, because I still don't know what it is.
That's all right, brother.
Like, I can puppet the words that you say. Sure. I don't know what they mean. Again, I know Christian Koss. I don't know milligauss.
Right.
I don't know.
And Troy Gloss, of course.
Oh, yeah.
And Kevin Millwood.
Troy Gloss. That was unfortunate. He got one of those big hits in that 0-2 World Series.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That was off of Rob Nett, I think. Didn't Gloss hit one out over the center fielder's head?
I can't even believe you said that.
Anyway, I don't want to remember that. I want to talk to Jennifer Lee Chan. River Island's guest line. How awesome is JLC that she'll come on right before a game? There's a game in less than 3 hours, and she is live inside the wires of the substation as we speak, getting ready to talk to us here on 95.7 The Game. Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm good. I'm glowing because I'm near the substation.
Yeah. Did you have? Okay. I'm sure you're super busy today, and this is. I don't want to make it about this. We're having a weird day because we did not realize the Pablo Torre podcast investigation came out today, and apparently the wee infancy stages of this entire story came from a side remark from John Feliciano on our show 11 months ago. We had no idea that started here, and I'm kind of embarrassed about it, to be honest with you.
So it's all your fault.
Totally.
It's all your fault.
And I didn't, I want nothing to do with this, but it's on us.
Wow. Now we know the origin story.
Sorry, Jennifer. Sorry.
Wow. I don't know if I can be on the show again anymore.
Well, you can be, but just send us your doctor's bills after we're done.
Okay.
How you doing, and how do you see the 49er injury story? Because I hear a lot of people on the inside say, look, some of these injuries are not injuries, they're load management. What do you think?
I mean, I think they're being safe with all the guys, right? They obviously had one major one. That was Ricky Pearsall. Knee came back, and he just posted video or photos of him, successful surgery. He had his family with him, so he's in the hospital room post-surgery, giving the thumbs up. So that's positive. It's just going to take, about a year for him to get healthy. And, it's like all these other, and Tim Ryan's walking by me right now with a shoulder sling on.
Oh, gosh.
On Willard and Dibs. Oh.
Stay away from the substation, Tim.
Man.
Jeez.
They're saying it's the substation. They're right.
Yeah. They're right. There it is. Man. Tim Ryan, ladies and gentlemen, confirmed.
T-Rock in a sling. Boy. It's tough.
Oh, Lord.
Just perfect timing. Perfect timing.
Gosh.
So, I mean, it's just this whole substation thing, and I don't know if you've, been somebody who believes that it's a thing, but Pablo Torre, I think, kind of debunked it. Is there any chatter about that among the players or anybody else that you talk to down there?
No. I mean, actually, everybody kind of makes fun of it. It's like you take pictures of the players, and right behind them, the background is the substation. So, I mean, everybody jokes about it, but honestly, it's Ricky Pearsall is the one seasoned ender, and the rest of the injuries that are being dealt with are nicks and bruises and strains and pulls. And, it's about guys moving in football ways, and they haven't done it since February. I just saw Mike Evans walk through. He had just gone through a workout. The starters aren't playing today, so they were out there on the practice field doing their workouts. And then now they're kind of coming into the locker room and, showering up because they're going to be on the sidelines during the game. So a lot of the starters out on the practice field near the substation working out before the game starts. But you're going to see a lot of backups playing, a lot of rookies. So, Kyle Shanahan said none of the starters are playing. Now, Christian McCaffrey, just some tightness. They don't need to have him play during the preseason. Nick Bosa's never played during the preseason. So these guys, they just don't do that. And yes, they're being safe with him, but it's all strains, some pulls, but nothing major that's going to keep a guy out for a long time.
Jennifer, okay, if no starters are playing, do we know in every case who the starters are? Like, what about the guys who are competing for starting spots? And then obviously throw Dejon Stribling into that question as well.
Yeah, I would think the rookies play. So even though Dejon Stribling probably is going to end up getting a lot of reps, I don't know whether he'd be like a locked-in starter. I mean, at this point, probably with Ricky Pearsall out, but I would think that he'd get some snaps. Probably some of your D-line guys that are younger will probably play as well. But, the guys that are veterans like Mike Evans, Christian McCaffrey, those guys wouldn't have played anyways. Nick Bosa wouldn't have played anyways. So Trent Williams is going to be on the sideline, probably Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw also watching from the sidelines. But, the guys that are competing are probably going to be out there.
Is there any sense that there's much of a camp battle at any spot outside of maybe left guard?
Safety isn't locked down. Malik Mustafa has been out with a hamstring strain, and then it's been Marquise Siegel and Jair Brown in there. So they're trying to figure out, who's going to start next to Malik. So there's that. Bernardo Green, there was question about whether he was going to be the guy next to Demo, but he's been playing really well. It's been like a new Bernardo Green. He's talked about how being in Raheem Morris's scheme has really helped the defensive backs. And they're all talking about playing faster. And I think it's honestly the most improved position on the team right now is defensive backs, safeties.
Jennifer, what are we seeing from Mac Jones tonight? How much time is he getting?
Maybe a series or two. I mean, he's played a lot during practice. And, the most important part of this week for the 49ers was their joint practice with the Titans. Brock Purdy had an excellent day. I mean, he completed a ton of passes, touchdowns to Demarcus Robinson. Debo was out there. I don't think he plays either. But just a really, really solid practice from Brock Purdy. I think Mac Jones, maybe a series or two just to make sure that receivers like Dejon Stribling, Jordan Watkins get play with the guy who has been a starter out there. But I don't think he's out there for too long.
And looking at like Demarcus Robinson, I would imagine that he wouldn't play. And I'm just a little concerned about the running back room. And we know that the top three guys estimated on the depth chart won't go. Is it Patrick Taylor Jr. getting 27 carries tonight?
There is going to be quite a bit of that, I think so. Patrick Taylor Jr., it's Sincere McCormick, Khalil Herbert, and they just signed Kazir White yesterday. So you're going to get, I would assume that he's probably going to get some snaps, even though he was just signed yesterday, just because they need bodies out there. It was funny, during the practice, I was on the 49ers offensive side and the Titans defensive side, and the Titans must have been jawing to Mike Evans and saying, hey, you guys can't run against us. And Mike Evans, I don't know what they said, but Mike Evans' response was, hey, man, we got no running backs right now. So, there is a general knowledge that there are, the top four guys are out, and four if you include Isaac Grenda, who's an IR still.
Jennifer Lee Chan is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Jennifer, how has that affected what we're going to see in theory come week one? Like the setbacks for Kaelon Black and Jordan James mean what for them early in this season?
I think they'll still get used. I think they'll still get out there. Kaelon Black looked really good on the field. He's got a lot of burst. He can run the same routes like Christian McCaffrey does. Not saying he is Christian McCaffrey, but a lot of those things that they ask Christian McCaffrey to do, Kaelon Black can do them as well. And high praise from Bobby Turner, who does not give compliments lightly. He said before the injury, he was doing a good job. So that says a lot from Bobby T.
Christian McCaffrey has led the league in touches twice, and each subsequent year he's gotten injured. Have you gotten any sense that they're going to kid glove him or bubble wrap him at all this year, or are they just going to let him run hog wild again, JLC?
I mean, the thought is that, Deebo Samuel's arrival will kind of take some of the pressure off him because he's going to do some jet sweeps and end arounds, and we've already seen it. Deebo's been running out of the backfield just because Christian was out of practice for the last 2 or 3, and then the other 2 guys, Jordan James and Kaelon Black, those guys have been out. But I think once they get healthy, week 1 is still a ways away, so they could get healthy before that. I've seen them both running on the side field. Christian McCaffrey's been out there. He doesn't look concerned. He was just out there kind of doing some agility stuff, movement stuff on Tuesday when we were out here for the joint practice.
Jennifer, I know we still haven't seen a whole lot of Christian Kirk, but that's a veteran guy. I'm assuming that'll get better at some point. So we're so interested in the receiver room. So Evans, Deebo, Kirk, Demarcus Robinson, and obviously Dejon Stribling. That's 5. Who else makes this team at that position?
I mean, Jordan Watkins is a guy who's gotten a lot of reps during camp. He's looked pretty good, and he's a possibility for a returner. I think whoever wins that punt return job has a chance to, that's how they get on the 53. Jordan Watkins has been doing that, but also there's Will Pauling, who Leonard Hankerson called one of the most physical guys in the room. So Junior Bergen was just released. He had an opportunity to do it through punt returning, but maybe they brought in the running back because they needed one for this game for the preseason, and maybe Junior Bergen comes back. He's the guy that they drafted, last year that they thought would be their returner. Jacob Cowing is another guy who's dealing with, I think, a groin issue, adductor, and so when he gets healthy, he also has a chance to be on the roster as well.
Yeah, has Cowing just gotten hurt maybe one too many times here? I feel like this weight is probably starting to get frustrating for the team.
I'm sure it is, but I mean, every time he's been healthy, he's looked really good. So I think they're just waiting for that time. It's always a little something where it's, the hamstring was really bad last year, and he had the hamstring issue the year before. This year, he just had an adductor strain, I believe. And so, I think they really would like to give him a shot. They'd like to see him out there for a few games to see what he can do. But yes, he's got to stay healthy first.
Tight end's a big question mark because of George Kittle's status. If Kittle's not able to go come week 1, how do you see that position shaping up?
I mean, Luke Farrell has been so much better this season. I think it's, just his second season in the system, but also Braden Willis. I mean, Braden Willis and Jake Tonjes have both had a ton of catches. The other day it was kind of funny. Fred Warner was kind of baiting Brock and kind of talking some smack to him because he always does. And Brock was kind of dishing it back a little bit. We couldn't hear what Brock was saying, but then Brock continually hit Luke Farrell in the middle of the field right next to Fred Warner. So there's that little cat and mouse game. But I think all 3 of those tight ends are very capable. Luke Farrell's known for being a better blocker. Tonjes has great hands. And Braden Willis has had a really, really nice camp. He's been out there with the 2s and 3s, but he's been making a lot of catches out there.
Jennifer, I think one of the real curious spots is the change at defensive coordinator. How do you feel the defense will look different in going from Robert Saleh to Raheem Morris?
I think they started it last year. It wasn't just a 4-man front. It was 5, and, they were doing some different things, switching it up, and that's what Raheem Morris is doing. I also think, like I said earlier, the biggest difference is how quickly and how much more fast the defensive backs can play. He's taken a lot off their plates. He's made them learn all 11, which seems basic, but it's what Bobby Turner does on the other side of the ball as well. So for those defensive backs, know what everybody's doing, trust that their help is going to be there on whatever side it needs to be, then what the receiver that they're covering, the options that they have to cover are much more limited. So they're able to play faster. It's not as much analyzation. It's really just playing ball.
Kyle Shanahan has been through it, obviously, from the accident and now coming back. Where would you put him as far as the normal activity that you're used to seeing Kyle Shanahan do at a practice?
Pretty normal. He's not calling plays, so he doesn't have the walkie-talkie, but he's got the play call sheet in his hand. He's watching the practices. I mean, honestly, if you didn't know that Kyle Shanahan had been in an accident and you went to a training camp, it'd be exactly the same as it was the last 9 years. It's running like it always has. And I think that, his presence and the people around him that have normally been running things have just done a really nice job. So Chris Furster has been a longtime coach. Clay Kubiak's been as offensive coordinator for a long time. It's just, Brent Boyer has been a special teams coordinator for quite some time. So it's really not a huge leap. They've just been, running like as normal.
Just one follow-up. What do you think of the mustache?
Pretty funny. I think he said the other day he's like, yeah, everybody's joking that it saved his life because a little extra padding there on his face. But it's funny to see him with the mustache. He said, sometimes he usually cuts it off before he gets to training camp, but it's lasted a little longer this time. But eventually he said he's going to shave it off.
Jennifer Lee Chan, everybody. Hey, Jennifer, this might be a weird question and maybe you don't know the answer, but I thought I'd try. Do you have a sense of what the 49ers have put toward, in terms of resources, these studies on the substation? How much have they spent, for example?
I don't know how much they've spent, like, monetarily, but I do know that before owners' meetings, John Lynch told him that they brought in a scientist who did his own studies, and they likened him to Christopher Lloyd in Back to the Future, who is very, very peculiar and but very intense. And, when they were asking him about it, do you want the long answer or the short answer? And so he was very intense and said that it's basically the same amount of frequency as there is inside the building. Sometimes in certain places inside the building, there was more because there was more machinery. He said out by the practice field and in the weight room, there really wasn't much. So, I don't think they're trying to cover anything up. I think they try to do everything possible to make it as healthy as an environment as they can. They just blew out the backside of the locker room to put in more hydrotherapy. They've hired more physical therapists and massage therapists, acupuncturists. They needed more one-on-one care for the players, and that's what they've done. So I don't think the Niners are, going to skimp on taking care of their players and making sure that they're as healthy as they can be.
And did this guy had like hair going in different directions and arrived in a DeLorean or what? Like, what?
I didn't see him, but that is how John Lynch described him to us.
Okay.
So that's the immediate picture is like, crazy hair, lab coat. And so he kind of likened into that. So, he probably takes his job very seriously. I wouldn't think he was trying to, BS his way through that. So,
and it's all our fault.
Man.
Don't
gonna really make me second guess coming on your show again.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, just will you send us a picture of your health insurance card, please, before you head to the game? We're gonna need it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Jennifer, it's always fun to hear your voice. Thank you.
Good to talk to you both.
Jennifer Lee Chan.
Yep.
NBC Sports Bay Area. All her work on the Niners, phenomenal. Game in 2 hours and 23 minutes, and she came on with us. That's awesome.
And the game it's exciting, and you kind of, I think, encapsulated the feeling that I have for the most part on the first preseason game. I am so stoked, and then the ball gets kicked off. It's like, football is here, yes. And it's like, who are you?
Who's number 112?
Totally.
Who is that guy?
Right.
But, let's check it out. Mac Jones will be out there. I'm sure it sounds like she thinks Stribling is going to play. That is, to me, obviously the lead story to see how he looks. But I just don't know in the end of these things what your real takeaway can be. Because it's like, okay, how do I assess a receiver who's going against a second-string DB who's working with a second-string quarterback who is behind a second-string offensive line,
going up against a second-string corner and a second-string pass rush.
I don't know how to assess that, but I hope it goes well.
Right, and you also don't know how to assess it because Kyle Shanahan, he's not calling plays, but Clay Kubiak is probably going to have about 10 or 11 plays, not the first 10, but you're just going to run the most bland milquetoast, like, run 7 steps and then cut to the middle. You're not going to have any of the exotic pre-snap motion and the trick plays and all the other hijinks that you're going to save for later. You're just going to run your basic stuff, and so are the Titans.
Yeah, but then again, just seeing the uniforms on and out on the field with an opponent on a Thursday night, come on, like it does. Just from the perspective of it's going to happen, that provides kind of all the feels. It is very much like when you go to a concert and there is an opening act, you're like, whatever. But the anticipation of, like, my favorite band is about to be out there on the stage.
Right.
That's kind of what this feels like tonight.
And the anticipation is even more ratcheted up because you have that Thursday night game to start your season, and it's 4 weeks, Mark.
4 weeks from today.
Yep. 4 weeks from today. The actual regular season starts in 27 days with the not-so-traditional Wednesday opener. You got the Seattle and the Patriots on a Wednesday, and then you've got Australia on the Thursday.
It's getting more traditional. The Wednesday thing, like from COVID to Christmas to now because of Australia, the NFL has figured out the cadence of this, which means watch out. Once they figure out the cadence, how long is it until they sell it to a network? Usually not long.
No, it's basically going to be sold. And I think when you get to 18 games, which will probably happen in the next collective bargaining agreement, that you get to 18, you'll probably build in a second bye for every team. You'll stretch this baby out even a little bit more, and you'll probably get into some Tuesday or Wednesday night football.
I don't know that there will be Wednesday night football every week. I'm not saying that, but they know how to now tuck this in when it fits. When it fits over the holidays or at the beginning of the season, or if there's, for some reason, a game gets postponed or whatever, whether there's weather or, a DeMar Hamlin situation, like all kinds of reasons and whatnot. But, they've figured out how to do it. I don't know how, but that's what they do.
Well, I mean, it's not that hard. It's like if you look at the top 50 rated television programs every year, I think 47 of them are pro football games.
Completely.
And you throw in like the Oscars and, there's usually another one-off that's in there, but football is everything. And so football is kind of like the schoolyard bully, and every other sport is just that poor kid who gets his lunch money taken. And
just stay out of their way.
The NBA has got this neat, fancy little thing on Christmas, and it's like, this is so good. I hope that NFL bully doesn't come over here. Dude. The NFL's like, whoa, hey NBA, give me your lunch money.
The NBA went from we own Christmas to we are now something that people watch at halftime of the NFL games on Christmas.
Oh, no.
Sorry, NBA. That's how it goes.
NBA, give me your lunch money.
Okay.
Here you are, sir, NFL.
Hit me. We have not gone through the Joe Lacob sound yet from the TK show. And I found it to be beyond fascinating, educational, and just from a media standpoint, I thought Joe Lacob walked up to the plate in a very clutch moment, and he hit the ball over the fence. Which we'll explain to you coming up next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You are welcome to call this show, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. Also, it's Willard for Habas Law. When you get injured, you are not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust them, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I move mountains for a living. Literally.
That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cruise on out for the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 classic Good Guys Autocross racing action, a huge automotive swap meet, and so much more. August 21st to the 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Looking for something fun for everyone? Join the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area for its 3rd annual Family Festival on Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Sunnyvale Baylands Park. Enjoy live music featuring JD and the Shout, arts and crafts, carnival games, a scavenger hunt with prizes, and special barnyard animal visits. Explore community resources and grab lunch, popcorn, or a snow cone. Admission is free. Bring your family, friends, and neighbors for a welcoming celebration of community and inclusion. Info at sfasa.org. Sponsored by Pettinelli Financial.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You'll pay for this, Dibs.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I love this text. Hey, hello 916. Thank you for hey, yeah, 916.
Okay.
I'm a big sports fan, but it is ridiculous how much I'm willing to watch any other NFL game, even if my team is not playing, more than any other sport. If it's basketball or hockey, I only watch my team. NFL, I'll watch any of it. And that's part of the point I made on the crossover about how right now, for better or for worse, and this isn't brand new by any stretch, but content has become very, very challenging in America, right? People have cut the cords, and there's so much stuff out there, and it's all on demand, which means we've talked about this before. The ratings used to be a thing where it was like, go back to, remember what they call it, must-see TV or whatever, like Thursday nights when Seinfeld and Friends were both on, and that was it. It was like Thursday night. And now it's like it doesn't matter what night it is or what you want to watch. You just hit the button, and there it is. So it's so much harder to track things. But I would argue, outside of very few exceptions, there is one thing that we consume in terms of content that still matters when it is and still kind of matters what it is. And it's perfect. And it's because you're entertained by it, because you have a fantasy team, whether you have a gambling interest, whether it's a team interest, whether it's just because it's such an event, because there's only 17 of them all year long. It is the NFL. And our texter in the 916 is not wrong. Tonight is Thursday, but it's only August. A month from now will be the Niners and Rams. But let's say 6 weeks from now, it'll be Thursday night, and it'll be like the Dolphins and the Jags. And I will be like counting down because I might have Parker Washington or something on one of my 5 teams. It's just, that's how it is. It does not matter who's playing. It's part of why, and you get so mad at me for best day of the week. For a third of the year, Thursday means the start of the NFL week.
Right.
And I love it. I can't get enough of it.
And the pick is in. And to your point, though, about a standalone game, and I'm looking at the schedule right now for Thursday night, week 4. Thank you. Week 4, Steelers at the Browns. Okay, I mean, Steelers at the Browns, Aaron Rodgers, and against fill in the blank. That's probably not that sexy of a game, but 5:15, Amazon Prime will be watching, and then we'll zip home to catch the rest of it. And the majority of the game's pretty good. Seahawks and Broncos in week 6.
Yeah.
That's a juicy Thursday night.
Let's go, Denver.
Patriots Bears in week 7.
Bears.
That's pretty sexy.
Bears are winning that game.
We could talk about the Bears. I've done some deep diving into last year, and the Bears are a team that is prime for a regression.
But so is the team that you just said they're playing that night.
Well, if you want to get into it.
Do it for a second. The New England Patriots, to me, based off of the ease of their schedule.
Okay, yes.
And also some of the nature of what had them into the Super Bowl. For example, a driving snowstorm and Jarrett Stidham showed up when they had a playoff game, and they ended up in the Super Bowl. They're a good team. So are the Bears. I'm not saying otherwise, but I don't think that they belonged in the final game. So I think both of those teams are my 2 favorite regression candidates this year.
And if you look at the AGL for New England, which is the adjusted games lost due to injury, shout out Aaron Schatz, I always forget. I do it wrong every time.
I think it's Schatz.
I think it is Schatz.
I think it's Schatz.
I believe they had one of the least injury seasons since he's been tracking this. So they had the easiest schedule, one of the easiest schedules in history.
Yep.
They had unbelievable injury luck, and they went on the road and faced a team without their starting quarterback.
Correct, yeah. Now do the Seahawks. Do you have that all in front of you, the games lost thing for the Seahawks? Because this isn't fun. Nobody likes to do this, and it makes it sound like we're saying whoever wins the Super Bowl is lucky. But the Seahawks and Patriots, I thought, last year were 2 of the most fortunate injury teams in the NFL, which is why both of them, as the season went on, appeared to look so strong, or that much stronger as the season went on. Part of it is what was falling apart around them. Part of it. Not all of it. I'm not saying these are very good teams. Don't get me wrong. They're very good teams, and they deserve the credit. but they had a lot of injury breaks last year.
The best team as far as fewest amount of games lost due to injury, according to FTN Fantasy, New England, then Philly, then Seattle.
There it is.
So Seattle had the third fewest adjusted games lost due to injury in football. And it's interesting because if you look at the most injured teams, you've got non-playoff teams, Arizona, Detroit, Washington, Miami, and then the Niners.
The Niners.
The Niners were fifth in most injuries, AGL, adjusted games lost due to injury, and their quarterback, and their linebacker, and their edge rusher, and they went 12-5.
They went 12-5, but I think people would be like, how are they not number one in terms of injuries? But it wasn't just that they were fifth from the bottom or the top, whichever way you want to look at it, is also who. Like, you can lose games and it's like, yeah, that's our whatever, that's our nickel corner or whatever. But no, the Niners lost Bosa, Warner, Kittle, Purdy, boom, 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 like just all of the star players. Yeah.
And the way he does the metric is it's a game lost if you don't play, but also if you're not playing 100%, he factors that in as well.
That's interesting.
If you're questionable all week and then you gut it out and you play through it, I think that is also calculated in here. But the majority of these teams, and if you look at the adjusted games lost due to injury from the previous year, the Niners had the most.
Yep.
They were number 32, which means they had the most injuries in that season, and he even breaks it out by side of the ball. Last year, the Niners were 27th in games lost due to injury on offense and 28th on defense.
Yeah. See, and then there's look, I get it. 3-6-0. Willard, the Seahawks had the highest point differential of any Super Bowl champion this century. Great. And they also had a lot of injury luck. I know when you use the word luck, people get super triggered. I am not discrediting the Seahawks. I am stating a fact that the Seahawks and Patriots, as you just detailed, were number 1 and number 3 in terms of injury fortune. I don't know. Does that help if I use a different word? Like, that's great. They get credit for it. Part of being good is being available. Like, yes, give them credit, but ask me if I think that those two teams are going to repeat these performances next year. No, I don't. There's two things I look for in terms of the repeatability of a solid season. There's two things that I look for. One of them is, did you have a ton of injury fortune? And both of those teams did. And then the second one is what you and I turned into a dinner last year, which is,
oh yeah, baby,
which is, are your wins fakakta, basically? Like, did you have a bunch of weird stuff happen at the end of the game and you won by one because a ball bounced off of a helmet and flew across the field and landed in the, like, if you've got games that feel like the Immaculate Reception every week, are you going to come back and do it again? And it's why you and I thought the Chiefs were a paper tiger last year, and they were. And now last year, I thought it kind of went the other way for the Chiefs, which is everything that could go wrong went wrong. And I think the Chiefs will be a lot better this year than they were last year. But all I'm saying, the Seahawks are good. They are a force to be reckoned with. They are a worthy champion. Do I think that they are automatically rocking 13 wins again this year? Hell no. Hell no. I tell you right now, if you asked me on paper how I think the NFC West goes this year, I'll go Rams, Niners, Seahawks, Cardinals. That's how I would predict the division to finish.
Yep. It's
that's how I feel.
Yeah, and you can feel that way. And I just was looking at the schedule. I do think that the schedule stack for the Niners in divisional games is a little rough. You face Seattle here when Seattle is off their bye. So that kind of mitigates the home field advantage to an extent. You mentioned the injuries, and Seattle was, last year they had the third fewest injuries. The Chiefs had the fourth fewest. We all look at Mahomes like, you lost Mahomes, devastating. Yeah, it's your quarterback. It's important, but they had the fourth fewest injuries. Yep. The other thing I look at for regression candidates, and this is why I'm fading the Chicago Bears, it's turnover margin. Mm-hmm. Last year they were number 1 with a plus 22 in turnover margin. So, I mean, are they good at taking it away? Absolutely. And you mentioned like Kansas City 2 years ago with some of their fakakta, your words, wins. Go back to the Bears season last year when they're pulling rabbits out of hats week in and week out.
I mean, Caleb Williams is like, all right, let's run the play where I run the other way, 26 yards, close my eyes, and huck the ball into the corner of the end zone. Ready? Break. Yeah, sure, dude, do that again. So, look, these are good teams. These are good teams we're talking about. I think they're going to win their fair share of football games this year. But we're not wrong in that every year is different. Every year I feel like we come back and people regurgitate what they saw last year and think it's going to happen again, and it never, ever does. It doesn't. All of these teams are good teams. The NFC West has 3 really good teams, and I think all of them are going to have their chances and their wins this year, and we'll see. We'll see what their injury situation is. We'll see how they handle the big moments. As you and I have also talked about, sometimes the difference between 7-10 and 11-6 is like, those 4 field goals at the end of the game. Did they hit the crossbar or did they go in? And that determines whether you go to the playoffs or whether you pick 8th in the draft.
Right.
It goes that way. So the margins are so slim. These are all professional teams, every one of them dangerous. So I just don't see things as being that repetitive. It doesn't change that the NFC West and the NFC North, by the way, I think both have 3 really good teams.
Yeah.
3 real. That's how I see this one going.
And that's just makes it boil down to how healthy are you when you play your divisional opponents, and when do you play them? Are they off a rest and all the rest of it? And that becomes, I think, more of a subtlety of the schedule. And, last year, the Bears played 13 one-score games, including the playoffs. They went 8-5 in those games, which is good, and it's clutch, but it's not necessarily that sustainable. And you mentioned 4 plays, and you look at the Niners, and we've done this a bunch where it's the tongue just catch, and it's the Rams not getting it on 4th down on a stupid play call, and you go through
Upton Stout against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yes, they apply to this as well. No doubt about it. I'm not saying that they're immune to this conversation.
No doubt. And if you look at the metrics, the 49ers last year were, I believe, 26th in turnover differential. They were a -6 and they went 12-5.
Yeah, see, I think they'll be much better on that this year.
Well, because they were dead last in sacks.
Yeah.
And they had 20 sacks. You didn't generate turnovers, and your defense was basically, we're going to be out here for a while, but we're going to try not to let you score. And you mentioned something else a second ago, and I actually found the stat last year, and you're like, I can't believe that's actually a thing. Field goals against.
Yep.
Their field goals against, they were number 1.
Crazy.
Teams just didn't make field goals against them.
They were terrified. They were terrified of the Niners' special teams unit and the substation. That should be their nickname, actually. The substation. They should just come out on the field. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, let's move into the second half of the show here. And the reason I say it that way, I want to start by saying this, and it'll be more true as we move toward 5 o'clock. But anybody, especially, look, this applies to anybody no matter where you're going tonight. But if you're on your way to Levi's Stadium, open invitation to give us a call and let's talk some Niner football in a predictive and sort of a preview kind of a way. Whatever it is you want to talk about, whatever it is you're excited to see, who knows, maybe you're just heading down there for a hot dog tonight. Whatever it is, open invitation for anybody who is braving the freeways to head to Santa Clara and the substation tonight. 888-957-9570. We'd love to talk to you. We also definitely want to get into the Joe Lacob commentary on with our friend Tim Kawakami, the TK show. That got released yesterday, and for me, it was, what's the right word? Eye-opening. It was definitely informative, and in a general sense, and I think we'll use some of the comments to explain why. This might sound weird because it's an interview, but maybe this is just my media brain. Joe did a great job. He did a great job at a time when the Warrior organization needed somebody to go out publicly and do a great job sort of explaining the state of the team.
I was in need of my owner.
Not bad.
It's me doing pasta doing me.
I was going to say, that's you doing you.
I was in need of Joe Lacob. It's me doing him doing me, which, it's easier to do because it all comes back to me, but yeah.
At a certain point, if y'all keep doing this is just going to grind all the way down into the most gravelly, sort of a cartoon voice that we could ever imagine.
Regulatory. Thank you for the Kalshi tag right there. /regulatory. Anyway, I think Mike Dunleavy was in need of an owner. He was in need of a closer, and he got it.
That was a clunky situation. And listen, I'm not telling you that just because Joe Lacob came out and said it, that I necessarily agree with his stance on everything. There's an umbrella thing I think we can say. Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, at least publicly, sound like they like this roster more than we do.
Right.
And that's fair and maybe obvious or predictable. Joe thinks this is a playoff team on its surface right now as it looks. I don't know if I agree with that. Pretty sure I don't, actually.
Depends on one thing he did say in there was, if we can get Jimmy and Moses back in January, if you can get Jimmy and Moses back in January and they can, between then and April, be some facsimile of who they used to be, well, then, yeah, I do think that you've got a certain amount of action at that point.
Joe Lacob, TK Show.
Our best player, one of the best players in the world, is older. One of our other great veterans, Draymond is older. Al Horford is older. We've got some older guys. We also have some really good younger guys. But my point is, would I put us right now, if I'm being an objective fan, would I put us in championship contention with, let's say, an Oklahoma City or San Antonio? No. I think we have to probably add to our team, and some things really have to happen for that to happen. Some would say it won't happen, but I'm not so convinced of that. I do think that we're better potentially than a lot of people think. And, this idea that we have all great teams that have won have some older players and some younger players. It's never all young. San Antonio probably comes the closest. Mm-hmm. The three key players are all so young this last year. First time we've really kind of seen that. But most teams have a mixture of players on their team. The Knicks, a mix of players. And I think we have a mix. Again, health is so important to all these teams. If San Antonio loses their wonderkind, they're in trouble. It's just basketball. Injuries play a big role, especially in the playoffs. I think you have to understand that. So you do have to stay healthy.
Don't get it twisted. I didn't agree with his stance on everything. That doesn't matter. We're say stuff, we talk about it, we agree, we disagree. That to me is all totally healthy. But from a professional standpoint, doing media for as long as you and I have, I'm just telling you that Joe spoke very, very clearly on all things facing the Warriors right now and made sense of it and then put it out there where you can disagree or disagree. I'll give you 2 points that I know a lot of the fan base disagrees with. 1, he thinks the Warriors are poised to be really good this year. 2, he thinks Mike Dunleavy is one of the smartest, best GMs in the league. Now, I know the fan base doesn't agree with all of that. I don't necessarily agree with him in terms of what they're poised to do this year. You know that I think pretty highly, right now at least, with the job that Mike Dunleavy's done. I'm not going to say he's one of the best GMs in the league. I think the jury is still out on that. But he's drafted well. I very much feel that. He's made one trade. I'd make it again. I don't really count the Chris Paul one because his hands were completely tied behind his back. There's one thing that I hear a lot, and I even heard Guru say it today, and Guru, I hope you're listening. He called it an overwhelming failure. Like he was talking about how the Warriors don't have any young talent that the rest of the league wants when it comes to trade discussions. And he called it an overwhelming failure by the Warriors to not have more young talent on the team. And I kept thinking to myself, when the hell were they supposed to get that?
When they had the number 2 pick.
Okay, so that's one pick, which Joe, I thought appropriately last night, completely took accountability for. He said, we have to own what we did with Wiseman. And we whiffed. And it happens. And I accept that. Now, he does not think Kuminga was the miss that some people do.
He said that there were failures on all sides.
Right.
Like, they failed Kuminga failed himself, he failed them, whatever.
But he's not like a bad NBA player. Like James Wiseman is not going to be in the league. That was a complete and total whiff with the number 2 pick in the draft, and he owned that. Outside of that, like, I'm not going to come down his road because Moses Moody at 14 is not a star. And the Jonathan Kuminga thing obviously took on a life of its own. But even that's 3 picks. And that was 5 years ago. So this idea that, like, you don't have a bunch of young studs on your team, could they have done better? Absolutely. But when exactly, with a lack of lottery picks for a 5-year period, when were they supposed to do that? They haven't had the picks in order to do that.
Right. I mean, and when you do well and you have a first-round pick, it's going to be at the end of the first round, and those players are not usually going to be certifiable stars. But, yeah, you look at it's the Wiseman and it's the Kuminga. Moody at 14, I still think is a solid pick, the injury notwithstanding. But those are the players, and then fans would even go further and say, well, the Jordan Poole thing was botched because he didn't have his back when he got knocked out by his teammate, and so he eventually had to be gone. And so it becomes more than just the one time you had the number 2 pick. And I think that that's something that frustrates fans. And once you realize that Wiseman's not the guy and Kuminga may not fit, then you started to shovel old players, more old, old money after the new.
No doubt. I get it. What about this?
It's like anything. It's like any other trade. We have to make a good trade. We have to make a trade that makes sense. If we thought we had a great trade in front of us, and by the way, without talking a little bit too much, more than I should, about secret, dealings that went on in the offseason, we made at least 2 very big offers in the last 6 months. Let's put it that way. Between the trade deadline and the summer, at least 2 were multiple draft choices. So it's not like we wouldn't move them if we thought it was the right thing to do. We moved one for Jimmy when we got him then. I can tell you that our offers that we did make were more than 2. They were a significant amount of draft capital. They didn't work out. The cost was too high to be justifiable, or we weren't selected. I mean, these things happen. I've told you guys, I've told all our fans from day one, we're always, this, we're going to go after pretty much anybody who's a good player and check it out. Check out the situation at all times. We want to be as good as we can be this year. Okay, we're trying to be the best team we can do. We're trying to win an NBA championship. I think obviously we have a ways to go to do that, but we're coming off some big injuries. But the point is we're always trying to be the best team we can be, and we're very aggressive about doing these things.
Who do you think that other player was? And he said at least, which means maybe it was 3.
Yeah.
Giannis was one of them, obviously.
Makes sense that was the case.
Who else?
Probably, Kawhi Leonard, I think, makes the most sense. Wouldn't be LeBron because he was a free agent. And beyond that, like Lauri Markkanen was 2 years ago. And
was it Jaylen Brown?
It might be Jaylen Brown. And
was it somebody who didn't get moved at all? Was it Trey Murphy?
Possibly, but Trey Murphy, that would be probably a couple of first-round picks that you would offer for Trey, and maybe that'd be Draymond in that deal. I don't fully know, but it feels like if it was Kawhi Leonard, we know that the Clippers don't really want to deal with the Warriors. Steve Ballmer and Joe Lacob, I don't think that they necessarily have that working relationship. And, Kawhi goes to Toronto, and if it was Jaylen Brown, I still think that if I'm Boston, I'd rather have a guy who can play. And you're not high on Paul George, I get that, but right now he's a better player than Jimmy Butler.
Don't forget, Kawhi has not gone to Toronto yet.
Right.
Like if he had been traded here, that whole thing would still be completely on hold. And the Warriors might be acquiring a hot mess. Segment is sponsored by Alameda County, 888-957-9570. There's more for you to hear on Joe Lacob. Wait until you hear what he said when Jaylen Brown's name did come up. I thought this was one of the more fascinating things from the conversation. So we've got that, and we're getting closer and closer to the Niner game, an hour 45 minutes away. If you're heading down to Santa Clara tonight, give us a buzz at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Looking for more than just a paycheck? Consider a career at Alameda County and make a real difference. Enjoy career growth, flexible schedules, and superior retirement plans. Apply today at acjobs.org. That's acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about my favorite thing, and it's my favorite bank. It's Fremont Bank, family owned, and you know it's got that family owned feel. They've been in business now for more than 60 years, and they set out to build a local ecosystem around relationships with people, businesses, home ownership, philanthropy, and all the rest of the good stuff here in the Bay Area. And they keep the money local at Fremont Bank. When you deposit it, they reinvest it into businesses, as I mentioned, and all the other activities that make our Bay go strong. And that is all a part of the circle of life at Fremont Bank. And their clients also keep their money local as well, which does create that roundabout of money that stays here in the community. And also, Fremont Bank designates 5% of their earnings for charity, and that happens right here in the Bay Area as well. Go into one of the branches. They've got 20 in the Bay Area and one in Carmel by the Sea, and you'll see exactly what I talk about with a good local bank. Not a big box bank, a local bank, and a great bank at that. I've been banking with Fremont Bank for more than 5 years, and you can bank on the fact that I'm not going to be leaving Fremont Bank because I bank on their quality customer service. Do me a favor and check it out, Willard. Go in there and see what a real bank is all about.
I'm going to count the banks next time you do this.
It's Fremont Bank, Mark. Here for you and here for good.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Do you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Cloudy skies in San Francisco with a low of 59.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th Annual Charity Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com. That's a great question.
Dub Nation, it's Jimmy Butler. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
A little bit later on this hour, I want to read exactly what Ricky Pearsall wrote on Instagram. I think important for everybody to hear. It was really cool. We'll get more into Niner football a little bit later on. It's 4:20. The game's at 6. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. Okay, so my observations briefly, I kind of bullet pointed it from the Joe Lacob conversation on the TK show. We were just talking a few minutes ago about how Joe said they made major offers for at least 2 different players. At least. I don't know why he said at least. It's like, if you're going to say that, then just give us the number, Joe. Was it 3? Was it 4? Or was it just 2? But it was more than just Giannis. So who was that other player? Was it Jaylen Brown? We'll get into that in just a second. Joe Lacob quietly has extended Mike Dunleavy's original 3-year contract and also said that he thinks Dunleavy has done an absolutely fantastic job so far and thinks he has become one of the best GMs in the league.
Okay. I mean, he can think that, and he's entitled to the opinion, and he's the guy who hires him and pays him. I do think that the jury is still kind of out on that for the most part.
I agree with that, but I think he gets more criticism than he deserves to this point. Don't you agree with that?
I would agree to the extent that, you know, fans are really, really down on him. And you mentioned the draft. This is the first time he's had a lottery pick, and I think that he might have nailed it. We don't really know yet. And he did acquire Jimmy Butler, and whether or not he tried to do big things at the deadline and in the offseason and couldn't, it doesn't mean that he's a failure, because trades are hard. We know that.
Here's what Lacob said about Dunleavy.
I don't know if we've disclosed it, but he's one of the best right now. I don't care what anybody says. This guy's one of the best GMs in the league. I love him. I think he's great, really smart, incredibly hardworking. He's done a great job with the draft, you know, since he's been here. From what I can see, second-round picks that have been certainly shot above their weight, if you will. Yaxel looks really good, was a Summer League MVP. He takes a great interest in the organization as a whole. Mike's really good, and I'm really happy to have him as the guy making the basketball decisions on our side.
Okay, so, I mean, for whatever anybody thinks about Mike Dunleavy, I'm with you. I'm not ready to just be like, okay, he's one of the best GMs in the league like Joe just did. But I'm absolutely willing to, at minimum, say I think the criticism is ahead of itself. It's ahead of itself. If you want to get mad at him for the Chris Paul trade, to me, that's unfair. It happened days after he took over, and he inherited a crap situation with regard to Jordan Poole that he did not create. That's number one. Jimmy Butler trade, he got hurt. I think it's cherry picking to the people who are like, I knew Jimmy Butler was going to get hurt. No, you didn't. Is it a risk that you take? Well, sure. All of these things are risk. Jimmy Butler was good when he played and made the Warriors a lot better. I'd make that deal again because here's the other thing. They barely gave anything up. So there's that. And then I've said what I've said about the draft picks. Like just about every draft pick has overperformed his draft spot. Is that not fair?
I suppose. I mean, you get to TJD, and he was a late second, and he played, he made the team, right?
Yeah, if you're late second and you're in the league, that's a win.
Right, you're not here anymore, but I guess you look at Pods, and I think that he's outperformed his draft spot, and Yaxel we don't yet know, and the rest of them are second rounders, so, okay, you took a guy in the second, and Will Richards 1 year in, has he outperformed being a second-round pick? Probably, but it's still too early.
He had this to say. This was kind of fun to go back in time and listen to him talk about the Steve Kerr conversations as to whether or not he was going to stay and how they arrived at the situation they're now in.
Steve was trying to figure out what he wanted to do. We also were looking at the situation, and I think they were incredibly productive discussions and a meeting of the minds. And, you just don't let go of a Hall of Fame coach just to let go of a Hall of Fame coach. I mean, just to make change. And I was very impressed in our discussions that he felt he could have done a better job last year. We certainly can do a better job too at some of the things we do, but he wanted to evaluate it in great detail and really talk about the near term and what he wanted to get out of it, what we wanted to get out of it. And I think they were just very productive discussions about how to go about this next year. I think you're going to see a very energized and invigorated Steve Kerr this year.
Energized and invigorated. I'll tell you what, with regard to the whole Steve Kerr thing, even he has made a lot about how he feels he could have done a lot better job last year. He's coming back with obviously a lot of the same players and then a rookie. And he damn well knows the reputation he has for not necessarily wanting to go all in on rookies. It's a different time. I happen to believe that he will give Yaxel a very big runway, but we'll see. I am intrigued to see if things look different from Steve Kerr this year.
They have to look different, and you're right that they automatically, I believe, will look different. And it's not so much that, Yaxel's a rookie and therefore he's not going to play. I think it's because Yaxel is 24 years old and therefore he's going to play. I think that Steve has had a reluctance in the past of playing rookies who just are young and not ready. Yaxel Lendeborg played 6 years of college basketball, 3 in JC and then 3 at D1, and he just won the national championship, and he's kind of a grown man already. So he gets treated differently than the majority of rookies, and everyone who wants to say that he doesn't play young people, those are the same people who think that Pods sucks, and he played Pods a ton as a rookie, if we can all remember that. And so, to me, you can't have both of those beliefs, like Steve doesn't play young people, and Steve played Pods too much. Well, he played Pods a ton as a rookie, so maybe he doesn't hate rookies.
Now, you've joked, and maybe I should ask if you're actually joking. What was it? Clean up on Isle Dunleavy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mean that, by the way? Do you actually think that Joe was setting out to clean up Mike Dunleavy's press conference from the day before?
I don't know if it was coincidence that that he happened to appear on Tim Kawakami's podcast, but the way he answered that, to me, felt like, not that he had to go out and clean it up, but he did. And I don't think that Dunleavy necessarily made a huge mess of it, but the way he answered questions, I thought was eyebrow-raising at the very least.
Here's the biggest one. If you want to go down that road of Lacob cleaned up something from Dunleavy, I don't think Dunleavy made a mess here, but here's one thing, and you and I did a lot of the show on this yesterday. So in listening to Mike Dunleavy the day before, he was talking about the Steph Curry extension, and I think he accurately was like, this is up to Steph, but then maybe gave a little bit too much credence to two things. And I don't think he did this on purpose, but just the way he spoke about it sort of opened the door to two things that maybe he didn't want to open the door to. One of them was the idea of Steph wanting to leave. And the way Mike talked about it was kind of like, hey, if he asks, we won't be happy about it, but we'll do it. And then the other thing he did was talk about Steph Curry's health. And that was the one that I thought gave me a whole lot of pause, because listen to just the tone of this and sort of the way it makes you feel with the idea of, yeah, we're going to extend this guy and we're going to continue to make him a centerpiece of the whole team.
With the knee, other injuries, and then his age, it's definitely something we have to manage. My hope would be he plays more than 43 games last year. I hope he plays more than that this year. We expect that, but you can't, you take nothing for granted. So it's on the radar. It's something we have to be mindful of. And this thing's delicate. It's delicate for him, but it's delicate for the rest of the guys on our team. Injuries move a lot of the needles in this league in terms of success and who wins and who loses. And you can't run from that. It is what it is. And we got to do our best to try and stay healthy, build depth, and hope for the best.
So it does not, hope for the best does not inspire a lot of confidence. And that follows this comment about a potential extension.
Obviously, he's eligible for an extension coming up at the end of this month, and we'll talk through all that stuff and can't speak on it much right now. But yeah, I'm pretty confident Steph will finish his career here. But ultimately, it's his call, his decision, whether that's allowing his contract to run out and move on, or look, if he comes to me and wants to be moved, Joe and I will talk it through it. We wouldn't love it, but he's earned the right to where he wants to do those things. So, but as far as the messaging or any idea that he would be anywhere else, that's not a thing we're looking at or he's looking at.
Okay. So again, it's not like a bad answer. It just felt to me, there's quirks here. It's a lot of time spent on, if he wants to go, we'll do it. We don't want to do it, but it's totally up to him. And then they get into the knee and they're like, yeah, the knee. And it just made everybody feel like, hold on a second. Are we really is this really on the table? And I thought Joe did a really good job of turning that portion of the conversation around in the other direction.
I don't think this is even a thing. This is just a clickbait thing from all these people that do this kind of thing these days, and there seem to be a lot of them. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that any of that's true. I'm very close with Steph. He lives right near me. He's incredibly happy, I think, with the organization, with his life. He's got a great life. His kids are very involved in schools and all that. I just don't see any of that. I've never heard a word about that, and I can't imagine it. And we certainly don't want him to go anywhere. That idea that somehow we want him to go, we do not want Steph Curry to go anywhere. Love Steph Curry, and we think he's a great player. I just think people are completely making a bunch of crap up. It's just totally not true.
Okay, so he's just making up a bunch of crap.
And he actually just kind of distilled Dunleavy's answer down to what should have been said in the first place, which is we don't want him to go anywhere. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to go anywhere. And Dunleavy, hope he plays more than 43 games. And geez, if Steph comes to us and says, that he wants to be elsewhere, Joe and I wouldn't want to do it, but we would, we'd have to take a hard look at it. And so Joe Lacob did a great job of, we don't want him to go. And he didn't even get to the part where, but if Steph asks, but I think the two of them both collectively and individually basically said, if this ever were to come to pass, it would come from Steph, not us. And that's where I think, not that Joe Lacob needed to do this.
No, but it's smart.
And it's smart, and the way he answered it was much cleaner and tighter, as opposed to, I hope he plays 43 games. And, because I think the sense of the Dunleavy one is, if he doesn't play 43 games, ... maybe we don't extend him. At least that's what I took from it.
The tone, see, so much of this is tone. And that's why I'm telling you, I thought Joe Lacob did a great job yesterday with his conversation with TK. This isn't saying rah-rah, the Warriors are going to win it all this year. I just mean when you walk away from these interviews, how do you feel? What's the tone that was set? I can't sit here today and promise you that Steph Curry's never going to wear another uniform, but when I walk away from the Lacob conversation, he makes it sound kind of ridiculous. Steph Curry leaving and the substation are the same thing. Ridiculous. This is preposterous. I don't even know where this is going to go next. And your point is well taken, which is that it's smart by the Warriors to very much paint a very fine picture. If Steph Curry ever wears another uniform, it's because Steph Curry wanted to wear another uniform. Hell, we're going to do this. But I'll add that, It doesn't feel to us like Steph Curry has any interest in doing that either. And Steph has indicated the same thing. And so set that tone. It's like I'm not going to go on a podcast and say there's no chance that Steph ever leaves. He doesn't want to do that because he's not Steph. He doesn't want to speak for the guy. But set the tone that he's like, look, anything in this world is possible. But I'd like to let you all know that to us, this sounds preposterous. Preposterous.
Right.
There is no scenario where we would willfully have Steph Curry ever wear another uniform, number one. And there has been literally zero indication from him that he ever wants to do that. So the fact that the conversation is even where it is it's laughable to them. And that's setting a tone. That's perfect.
Exactly. And he's right about the clickbait nature of it, but I don't think that Mike Dunleavy helped to tamp down the potential for that clickbait by saying things like, boy, I hope he plays, 43 games and, we have no plans to trade him. But if he ever came to us now, honestly, if he ever came to us, we definitely, Joe and I would have to talk about it and we'd have to consider it.
Well, do it.
But he was the one who put that out there. Mm-hmm. And so if you are one of these clickbait people or clickbait sites and you hear that, it's like, would Steph Curry come to them and ask for a trade? Where might Steph go? What are the 5 best fits for Steph Curry?
Not going anywhere.
He's not, but
I
don't think that Mike Dunleavy did.
No, I agree with you.
He didn't do any favors to tamp this down.
He made it feel, he didn't mean to, but he made it feel more real than it needs to feel, at least right now. Look, if this were to come up in the future, all right, you deal with it then. In this moment, this is preposterous.
But on August 30th, if he doesn't have an extension, it becomes less preposterous, a little bit less.
I think the perception of it absolutely will. I don't think necessarily the reality does.
Agreed.
That's part of what I was talking about yesterday. I actually think it might be really smart for both sides to just sit and wait. There's as long as you're all on the same page, there is no reason to worry about just saying, let's handle it at the end. We will not take any of your dollars and let's handle it at the end. And they're big enough people to realize that the world will run with that and they'll freak out. It's no different than all of the people who were like, how many people, and I haven't seen enough of you raise your hands yet, who were like, you know what, this Draymond opt-out thing, these two are playing a game of chicken with each other. And Draymond actually might want to just follow LeBron. And the Warriors let him opt out so that they know they can just show up at his house one day and be like, ha, tricked you. We're not signing you back. You're gone. Or this, that, all of this stuff that people do. No. The Warriors and Draymond looked at each other and went, just opt out so we can try LeBron, and if not, opt back in. Good, cool. See you tomorrow. That's how I'm very confident it went. But people's minds will wander, and they will run with stuff, and the same thing will happen if Steph does not get an extension. But I could equally make the case that if you pull your emotion out of it, a guy with runner's knee getting 2 more years for max money on top of next year is probably ludicrous, even for Steph. It's money, and that's great. There's something he doesn't need. You know what I mean? Sure, he wants it if he deserves it, but I don't know why. Why would Steph, if he has the promise of that max money, provided that it's appropriate at the end of the year, why would he feel like that helps him win? And that's the right thing to do if even he doesn't know if he can get through a full season on his leg anymore.
Depends on what his ultimate motivation is. If his number one motivation is to win, like LeBron seems to be, my family, I need to be close to my family. I'm going to Philadelphia, 3 time zones away. It's clear that he was more interested in trying to win another championship. And if Steph is in that mindset and the Warriors aren't in a spot to do that with him making $67 million on an extension, then yeah, he might go out there and take less.
Can we go back to the Jaylen Brown thing?
Sure.
Check this out. This was the moment of the pod where I went, it just got a little awkward. So TK asks Joe, were you guys in on Jaylen Brown? And listen to, again, the tone. Listen to the way he answers this.
Well, I was not, but Mike certainly had discussions. I think they canvassed, I think it's been reported, they canvassed the entire league, and they wanted a lot. And I think they, for whatever reason, made the decision they did, let's just put it that way, to a division rival, which is unusual. Can't really say much more about it than that. He's a member of another team, and he's a good player.
I mean...
There's so much there. First of all, even just the way he ended it. Hey, he's a good player. They canvassed the league. They wanted a lot. And then he was like, and for whatever reason, they took the offer that they took. That spoke to me. Because when that news broke, and you know this, Grandy and I were sitting here on the air, and I still to this day, I cannot understand that that's all they got for Jaylen Brown. And it sounds to me like Joe Lacob feels like, whether it was from the Warriors or someone else, there were better offers out there that the Celtics did not take, or they saw this offer that they did take as better than those. And Joe's like, you'd have to ask them why they took that offer. Got no idea.
I wonder how much of this ever gets to be personal, where Joe Lacob used to be a part of Celtics ownership. Joe Lacob has gone out and won 4 championships. He's light years ahead. And if you're another owner and you have competing offers, and maybe the Warriors offer was better, maybe it wasn't, but if you're looking at offers on balance that are very similar, you may want to just go inside your own conference as opposed to doing Joe Lacob a solid. I don't know.
It does happen. We always hear that Mark Davis would never deal with the Niners. Yeah, relationships matter. And you know what? That's a good observation on your part. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe that's it. Hey, it's time to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by Jay Vineyards. Kayla Charles came up big during last night's yet another win. Valkyries 91-71 against the Chicago Sky at Chase Center. Charles with a season-high 15, one away from her career high. Throw in 5 boards and 3 steals, and you got yourself a night. The Valks posted a franchise-high 16 steals, 8 players each recording 1 or more. The victory is Golden State's 24th of the year. That eclipses last year's total of 23. Remember when you asked me if the Valkyries would go over or under 22.5?
Yeah.
There's a long way to go, and that's already in the rearview mirror. Damn, dude.
They don't lose.
Fade.
24-9?
I think they've won 14 of 16.
Whoa. Let's raise a toast to Kayla Charles. Jay Vineyards is proud to be the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. So, Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at our winery in Healdsburg for an exceptional wine tasting experience. Jay Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle. Okay, coming up next, your phone calls 888-957-9570. Ricky Pearsall's post on Instagram deserves our time. And oh, by the way, after what happened on the Pablo Torre podcast that was released earlier today, I texted John Feliciano, and John has texted back.
Mungo!
You're going to want to hear what he said.
I cannot wait.
Okay. You still making plans for September? We got something for you. Great golf, great people, and a great cause. Learn more about the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park Friday, September 11th, benefiting the Autism Society, SF Bay Area. Go to PettinelliFP.com for info there. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here. If you're looking to upgrade your property and beautify your home, Golden State Lumber and Showroom is ready to work with your contractor or designer to bring your ideas to life. Planning to add a patio or deck? Golden State is proud to offer Trex Refuge, which features the natural look of wood. Trex is engineered to endure decades of foul weather and foot traffic and is backed by a 50-year limited residential warranty. It cuts and installs like wood and requires very little maintenance. Trex Refuge PVC decking is innovative and is the result of changing fire codes and conditions. It's ignition resistant and designed to meet strict fire standards while delivering the beauty that you desire. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and look for Trex under brands. Talk with your builder or contractor, then visit the Golden State showroom near you. Helping you build better since 1954. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Cap off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, drink trucks, and more. August 21st through the 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion, they send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller. Every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yay! I mean, we reserved that for football is here, and it's just about here. We are 1 hour and 11 minutes away from sort of a 49er football game. Isn't that exciting?
Very.
I mean, bring it on, man.
Yeah.
It is a 49er football game. They're going to play football, and there'll be people in 49er uniforms trying to tackle the other guys.
Correct, but they're not technically 49ers yet. Like, some of them are just borrowing a helmet. You know what I mean? They made the team. You got to make the team.
Yeah.
So, but some of the people who are going to play tonight are 49ers. Some of them have already been 49ers, and some of them will be 49ers. Some of them won't. You get the idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, you want to know what John Feliciano said to me?
How many swear words in the text to you?
Okay, let's set this up correctly because I don't want to assume by any stretch that all of you were with us off the top of the show, nor do you know exactly what has happened today that has sort of shaken the branches of the Willard and Dibbs experience here on 95.7 The Game.
Dateline September 10th, 2025. We're doing our weekly interview with John Feliciano. And you asked him a question, and he gave an answer. And you chuckled, and we were on to Cincinnati.
Exactly. And somehow today, starting at about 4 a.m, this led to text messages on my phone because the Pablo Torre podcast, which is called Pablo Torre Finds Out, a bit of an investigative reporter with ESPN. He's got his podcast now. And I start getting text messages, oh, my God, you guys are on the Pablo Torre podcast. And I'm like, what do you mean we're on it? Like, I've been on podcasts before. I wasn't on that podcast. They're like, no, your show is on the podcast because of the substation. Long story short, we here at the Willie and Dibby Experience on 95.7 The Game, neither of whom believe that the substation story is anything other than a total fairy tale. It turns out the entire timeline of the substation story started here on this show, and we didn't know it.
Right. It's much like the Big Bang Theory where something happens, and then however many billions of years later, you've got a planet with 7 billion people on it.
I truly had no idea. I mean, when we go back in time, I do remember the interview. I do not remember, nor did I know, that this entire substation story originated with that interview. And we're not wrong, because we're not even the ones saying it. Here is the entire clip that was played on Pablo Torre Finds Out earlier today, establishing the timeline of the investigation into the substation that started because of a John Feliciano appearance on this radio show.
This whole thing, I believe, started with a guy.
Yes.
The person, the human being who's actually behind the viral post and headline that has started all of this.
My name is Peter Anthony Cowan, and I run my own wellness business, and environmental health is really my focus. And right now,
Peter Cowan, as a matter of, I think, just journalistic rigor, I want to know what his deal is.
Yes, I did as well. So Peter Cowan, he grew up in the Bay Area, so he's always been a casual 49ers fan.
I don't know the names of the positions, really. I watch these beautiful angles and motions, and it's like ballet to me.
He starts seeing his beautiful prima ballerinas getting injured. The 49ers in particular are getting hammered with injuries, always having this trouble. And then somewhere along the way, Peter stumbles across a radio interview. on a local Bay Area sports station that he likes to listen to. And it's an interview with ex-49ers player John Feliciano.
This is September 2025. It's 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and John Feliciano is the guest.
For 49er fans, where it seems like, and actually the data suggests it doesn't seem like, it's fact. Usually, and almost always, the 49ers are one of the most injured teams in the league.
And the hosts are talking about all of these injuries that the 49ers are getting.
And it's gotten to the point where people are like, it can't just be dumb luck. Like, there's got to be something to it.
We used to joke that it was the power plant behind the practice fields.
And there it is. That simple. That little off remark from Feliciano. We used to joke that it was a power plant. And
Careful doing your Feliciano. He's a big guy now.
We used to joke. And then I'm like,
yeah,
that was it. And look at where we are now off of that comment, because the gentleman was listening to that show. Feliciano made that comment, and off he went to launch a huge investigation that has taken on a complete life of its own, despite the fact that multiple investigations have found nothing.
Well, it took from that interview, that throwaway line, and Chuckles McGee over here laughed at it, which it was, I mean, I didn't really know what to make of it. And yeah, power plant, substation, turns out it wasn't a power plant. But 4 months later, the wellness guy who was featured in that clip as well,
Peter,
January 6th, which is a date that will now live in different infamy, because that's the date where he posted his first essay on the matter. So maybe he heard the interview and immediately set about trying to figure out what's going on with this substation. But it took 4 months before his big post got all the attention.
Yeah. So that started this entire thing. So first of all, we talked earlier about how we're both honored. Actually, I don't want to speak for you. I'm like, I don't know whether I should be honored or embarrassed. Because
I'm not embarrassed at all.
No, and I say that tongue in cheek. Do you know what I mean? Like, the substation thing I find to be debunked and ridiculous, and now having taken on a life of its own. And it was complete. I had no idea that it started on this show. I had no clue either until today.
And just hearing the clip that they played on Pablo Torre Finds Out, it was such a throwaway that I don't think either one of us followed up. Like, John, seriously, like this power plant? Like, do you feel the power coming off? Is this like a Homer Simpson Springfield thing where, it's like a nuclear reactor? What are we talking about here?
The Homer Simpson thing now where all of us are backing into the weeds like that little gif because we're like, sorry.
Excellent.
Sorry that we started this whole bleep show. Anyway, with all of this going on today, I hit Feliciano during a break, and this is what I wrote to him. Yo, dude, how you been? Did you hear all of this stuff today? The Pablo Torre stuff about the substation? Did you know that your comment on our show started all of that? I personally had no idea. And a couple hours later, we've got a response from John Feliciano.
I'd love to hear it.
Mungo.
Yep.
He says, haha, I haven't seen the stuff from today, but I do know that some of the people over there weren't very happy with me last year.
Gotcha. Last year.
Now remember, Mongo was also hoping for a phone call from the 49ers.
Yeah, for a while, early in the year.
He wanted to play. He wanted to get back and play with the 49ers. That was very, very clearly stated. So I don't know if this had anything to do with it at all, but he did not get a phone call. And I'm sure this didn't help. No, and just the way he casually throws that out there tells you that more than just he and maybe one other person in the locker room were joking around about that. So you're out there at practice and at OTAs and all the rest of it, and you see this, power plant
which is not really a power plant, of course, but you've got the situation, and if players are talking about it, and it's a thing in the locker room, but it never really gets to reporters, it never gets out into the public, and then John Feliciano has a kind of casual, offhanded remark about it, which turns into this whole controversy, then yeah, I can see where the team is like, for crying out loud. Like, it's not a real thing, but now you spoke it into existence. Chase Sr.'s tweet had 4 million views.
Wow.
This quote-unquote scientist has his little Geiger counter thing out there and counting milligauss.
Who are you?
And the whole thing took on a life of its own.
Yeah, but
and still does.
No one's fault. Again, I mean, Mongo, all he said was, we used to joke about it. He said it was a joke. To me, it would be completely different if Feliciano was like, we used to joke about it. And I tell you what, I used to sit out there in the practice field and stare at that not a power station. And I went, hey, you power plant, you're an evil being. I mean, he didn't put any belief into it. He said we were joking.
Right.
And here we are, dude. This has become an absolute national standby story.
Global.
Everywhere.
No, it's global because Pablo even asked, and I can't remember the lady's name who hosts Science Versus. I'm going to start listening to the podcast, the Australian lady. And Pablo's like, yeah, this is a big story. And I think it's even landed on your lap. And she's like, yeah, it's a thing here in Australia. So that thing has wrapped all the way around the globe. And I'll make this prediction, Mark. When the Niners go to Australia and they spend their 8 days there before the game, you bet they're going to be asked about this substation ad nauseum by these reporters down there.
Substation, absolutely.
It's not bad.
Yeah, no, it's not good. But anyway,
it's not bad.
No, thank you.
Down under.
Yeah,
better than that.
It's not. That's all right. Bobby, shrimp on the Bobby. Anyway, yeah, you're not wrong. Of course, they're going to be asked about it, and I wonder how long is it going to go that we're still going to ask about this, even though multiple science experiments have been conducted. Nothing has come of this. And even now, like, I think what's unfortunate now is that this thing has taken on a life of its own, and here's what I mean by that. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Football coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Check this out. Watch how sometimes perception outweighs reality. So check this out. 49ers struggle with injuries, right? Right?
Yeah.
So what do the 49ers do? What does Kyle Shanahan do during training camp this year?
He mixed it up. He didn't go 3 hard days in a row. He went 2 and an off day, and then he threw in a jog through, and he mixed it up.
And what else did he do?
He said if you've got even the slightest twinge of an anything, you're going to sit.
So what does that do? If you've got a slight twinge of anything, you're going to sit. And the next thing you know, the list of injuries on the 49ers report is longer than any other team's. Why? Well, at least in part because the 49ers are sitting dudes out for load management rather than them actually being serious injuries. You cannot tell me that Mike Evans actually had what qualifies as a quad injury if he is on the side field running full speed the whole time. He's not hurt. They are simply being very cautious with him. So the Niners react appropriately by saying, let's be more conservative about this. And all that does is feed the animal even more with, the Niners have 5 more injuries than anyone else in the NFL, when they don't actually have 5 more injuries than anyone else in the NFL, and cue the substation talk, and it gets regenerated and regurgitated all over again. And now this animal is on a complete cycle of I don't know what. Perception beats reality yet again.
Almost always. And like we can go back to how far you want to go with, when facts no longer are facts when something is believed. If it's believed by enough people, then even if it's not true, it becomes reality because the collective thinks that that's the fact. And so if players are out there believing that the substation is a thing, and one of the elements of this Pablo Torre finds out, and I encourage everyone to go out there and watch it, he actually used a clip of Christian McCaffrey talking about how every night at home he turns off his Wi-Fi. He just turns it off because the Wi-Fi is emitting these EMFs, electromagnetic frequency waves, and this is actually a thing where people will just unplug their Wi-Fi when they go to bed. That way it's not running and emitting these waves.
Yep.
Even though it's probably about 4 milligauss, as I've outlined before, you need about 20,000 milligauss to be harmful. Some people are just really precautionary about this.
Do you have your phone next to your bed?
Yes.
Yeah, so do
I do.
Do you carry your phone in your pocket?
All the time.
Yeah, so do I. I think you're not supposed to do those things, but I think it's also people, like that's being, in my opinion, I guess overly cautious. Then again, I'm no expert. Nothing bad has happened yet, but it might. I don't know.
Yeah, it's peace of mind. And I live with a lady. She goes by the moniker Supper.
Oh, good for you.
And Supper is super aware of things like...
You are choosing your words so carefully right now.
I feel like I'm doing a little bit of a John
Miller. You sound like Lakem talking about players on another team. You're like,
the couch is hard. Not that I'd know. Got a house with a guest bed, but
you got to get out of the guest room to get to the couch.
I feel like John Miller measured here, but
wow.
I will say this: she is hyper aware of things like plastic. So we've become a mostly plastic-free household, and our pans. We used to have a set of Teflon pans, but the Teflon will occasionally flake off and it's not very healthy. So we've upgraded to a better non-Teflon, non-stick sort of cookware. And so, again, I eat out of plastic. It doesn't matter. I'm drinking a soda out of an aluminum can right now. Don't tell my wife. But people are...
Is that not good for you?
Aluminum cans.
What the hell else do they put soda in?
Nothing is good for you is the point.
Right. Like do we have another option? There's a bottle, but a lot of the bottles are plastic. That's worse, isn't it?
Yes.
I would think.
And so anyway, I'm not doing this to impugn my beloved who...
We're talking about this.
She might be in the car now, so this is high-risk radio right now.
You ever use a plastic fork?
I did earlier today, but not in her house.
You're totally going to die.
Yeah. Seriously. But exactly. Anyway, long story short...
Pasta's got one right now. And it's a plastic fork that's still in a plastic wrapper. Oh, my God. I don't even know if he's going to be here on Monday.
Yeah, it's risky.
Good luck to you, Pasta.
It's over. Yep.
Oh, God.
That's right.
Oh, no.
It just, if you feel good that you unplug your Wi-Fi because you don't want 4 milligauss of electromagnetic frequencies, then good. Make yourself feel right. My wife, she feels better about what's going on when there are certain safeguards in place.
Yeah, but if she feels that way, then she's right.
Right.
Do you know what I mean by that? It doesn't mean it's right necessarily for you, but I'm just a big fan of go with your gut and do that for you because peace of mind and comfort are actually maybe even more important than the nuts and bolts of the thing that you're talking about. Do you know what I mean by that?
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter if the plastic fork actually hurts you, to hell if I know. But if it gives you confidence, peace of mind, and comfort, boy, those things I know are valuable.
Without a doubt.
Right?
And,
okay.
It goes beyond that where we've got a detergent that we were using and we researched the detergent and now we're not going to use it anymore because it's got some toxic elements to it. So now we get the super fancy, triply expensive detergent because that's all natural, and that makes us feel better about washing our clothes.
510, the DBs on Fox Radio that come on after the best of the game. The DBs come on at 7 o'clock?
It's the bags.
Oh,
Boosh.
Got it.
So not defensive backs.
I was going to say, I think that Plaxico Burress and LeVar Arrington do a show, but they're not DBs.
The first word rhymes with
Got it.
boosh. Boosh bags.
Those are my friends. That's Jason Smith and Mike Harmon. They're not DBs.
Jason Smith has hot takes. He comes 7:02. He's coming out hot.
Shout out Sunday afternoons.
Listen, I don't agree with a lot of what they say. They're good dudes, though. They really are. Nice guys. But yeah, they say some stuff. Anyway, the point you're making, 510, is a good one. He goes, the DBs on Fox Radio that come on after the best of the game call the practice field Chernobyl. It is a misinformation sensation, which is a buck. And yes, part of the inspiration for the rant that I went on the other day about injuries, it wasn't even so. I'm driving home and same thing. I had to make a stop or whatever. I get to the other side of Best Of, and my friends on Fox Sports Radio are totally yak, waka, 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 making fun of the Niners because of two things. One, they practice next to a substation that is emitting basically is shooting lightning bolts into the players at all times. And then he goes, and the Niners receiving core is so old, I think Jerry Rice is out there with, I'm like, okay, you guys, you signed Mike Evans. He's really good. He's 32. Go ahead. The rest of the receiving core is super old in what form?
Well, Debo is he 30?
No.
29?
Not 30.
Mileage,
Not 30.
Got mileage on there.
Okay.
Christian Kirk is probably 28.
And also not even one of the people who's a part of the process right now.
Demarcus Robinson is 28.
Not that old.
Right.
And there's Dejon Stribling and Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing, and we can keep going. And I'm like, I just think the 49ers lead. You want to know what they lead the league in? Not injuries. Misinformation. Miscalculation. Basically, narratives that don't exist. They lead the league in that for sure. That's how I see it.
And especially when it comes to the injuries. And Pablo put up a graphic that he found from somewhere, which is, I think, the last 20 years, the injury rates. They did a full graph of all the injury rates. And this is just total injuries. This is not adjusted for starters. It just means how many games lost for guys that you have that are injured. And the Niners are never the leader in that metric. And as it goes up, theirs goes up as well, but they're not the one that is like the outlier on the graph.
510 Willard always presents his opinions as if they are facts. How do you know Evans is factually not hurt? I don't know. You think maybe I know anybody down there? Anyone?
Well, again, you're not...
Like, you know what I'm saying?
But what you said is based on observation.
Thank you.
Which is you have a quad strain and yet you're on the side field running sprints.
Running full speed.
Right.
So does that make... So let me ask it as a question. That way you won't feel like I'm being a snob. Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you that somebody, your best wide receiver in theory, your highly paid investment, with a quad injury, is running full speed more than a month before there's a game? Does that make any sense to you?
It makes sense to me that he's probably not, he's not injured. He might be a little hurt, but it's August.
Yeah. To me, that does not make any sense. If he was actually suffering from a real injury. And then the other side to it was, I will go ahead and confirm for everybody listening, yeah, we have conversations with people who are there. I didn't talk directly to Mike, but yeah, we have conversations with people who are there. And I think that is, again, there are no absolutes in life, but the indication is that the 49ers are being very, very cautious with people who have had their 30th birthday and have achieved all things in the NFL. So go ahead and apply that to Mike Evans and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams, et cetera, et cetera. That's the way they're handling things. And I believe, based on my conversations, that to be a fact.
And I think that they're doing this year and this time because, in part, you've got an offense that has some older players, but also the narrative of you get hurt more than other teams, it's based, in fact, in many ways. And I think that's why Kyle Shanahan has mixed up the approach to training camp, and he's also become a little bit more conservative when it comes to having the vets go out there. And tonight, game 1 of the preseason is a good example. Now, you don't normally play a lot of your guys in game 1, but it seems like they're not playing any of them other than the rookie.
Why, and why would they? You know what I mean? The Rams have been doing this for years. And quite frankly, the Niners have too. I'd have to look back on it. Did Brock Purdy play in preseason game 1 last year?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. You know, I mean, what on earth would Fred Warner or Brock Purdy or, gosh, who else could we even think? I mean, Mike Evans. Why? Why would you go play football a month before you have a football game?
Even like Greenlaw and Dominic Pooney.
Totally.
And, the rest of the offensive line. McKivitz. Why would you play these guys?
I appreciate that the 49ers, on some level, I guess, whether you want to say they're reacting to it or not, but everybody's been so up in arms about injuries the last couple of years. How would you feel if the Niners did trot a bunch of people out there tonight? You would if one of them got hurt, you would call it malpractice.
Yes, absolutely.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
And at some point, you have to play a little bit in the preseason, but honestly, not that much
Not
at
a
all.
lot.
And if you're Brock Purdy, you probably get a series next game, maybe 2 or 3, and then you don't play it all in week 3. And that's just the way that goes.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose who wants to weigh in. Hi, Joe. Thank you for calling us. What's going on?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for all the reporting about the substation sensation. I think that's
nice work.
Good stuff. But seriously, we got preseason game 1 tonight. You guys did a piece a couple weeks back about the Niners O-line, where you were going down and you were ranking the O-line guys, and you were reporting on where they were individually ranked amongst all the O-line guys for the equivalent positions.
Yeah, that was not fully our work, Joe. There was some work done out there based on deep analytics of offensive line play that came up with those rankings, but I do remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was a really good piece. I really enjoyed listening to it because I was not in the know on some of that stuff. I didn't know McKivitz and one of the other fellows were kind of middle of the road in the stats compared to the positions, because I'm pretty down on McKivitz myself. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because, with all of the injuries and everything that we have, nothing's going to tank our season more than if we lose Brock, right? I mean, your quarterback goes down. We got a great backup to help us out, but that position's obviously the most important in football, the quarterback. So my question is, given the grades of, you got a great and a good and then 2 average, which is basically what it was down the line for those guys, do you really think the metrics and the stats really live up to that? Is that a true reflection of the solidness of our O-line? Because I got to tell you, I'm afraid. I'm worried that we're going to lose Brock again this year. I'm worried that something's going to happen. I'm also concerned about Bosa on the other side of the coin. I don't, with him not practicing and all of this stuff, I mean, do you guys honestly think that if Bosa himself doesn't have a good year this year, is he on a hot seat? I mean, that's another question. Anyway, just some thoughts. I wanted to just talk about the O-line a little bit because I think it's a pretty glaring hole in our team. So, anyway, thank you.
Yeah, Joe, thank you. I mean, those are fair questions and concerns for sure. The Bosa one, let's address that first. If Nick Bosa either doesn't stay healthy or doesn't perform, how can the Niners defense hold up? I think it's very much a lesser version of itself is what I would say. You got a new defensive coordinator and some new personnel around Bosa. I think they would perform better this year than they did last year without him, but it would be a tremendous loss. And I don't know if I would refer to it as the hot seat if things don't go well for Nick this year. But I do think his guaranteed money is running out soon. There are some who believe that what is happening right now is not an injury but a hold-in. I can't confirm or deny on that. But could the 49ers, if this year is some sort of a bad year, could that affect their relationship with Nick Bosa going forward? Absolutely it could. But I will say this. The Niners and the metrics believe that when Nick Bosa has played in the last 3 years, he is a lot better than the fan base sometimes thinks. And Cosell talks to us about that all the time. The fans go to the sacks number.
Right.
They look at the sacks number, and then that's the wrap. Oh, he's not performing. Well, the analytics and the football people don't agree with that because it's deeper than that, because he's getting a lot of attention from the other team's offensive line.
He's getting double teamed. He's getting a chip and then giving the tackle time to try to slow him down. So if you have Bosa out there and he is at full health, well, offensively, you can't just put your left tackle and occasionally it's the right tackle. You can't really have them go one-on-one against Bosa on 40 dropbacks. It's not going to be something that goes your way. And I was looking at the numbers, Mark, as I was poking through Niners defensive coordinators, how often do they blitz, etc. And then I looked at sacks. And Bosa's rookie year, 9 sacks, and they went to the Super Bowl. The next year, he played 2 games. They blitzed more than they ever have before because they didn't have Bosa. The next year, he comes back, 15.5 sacks, NFC Championship game. 18.5 sacks, NFC Championship game. 10.5 sacks, you lose in the Super Bowl. Then he had 9 sacks in 2024. Last year, he only played 3 games, and you were dead last in sacks. When he plays and he gets after the quarterback, you usually go very far in the playoffs.
Yeah, and don't forget, one of the games he did play was against the Seattle Seahawks in Week 1. The 49ers won the game. He closed the game out with a sack fumble, and the eventual Super Bowl champions, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, only scored 13 points. Was that the what was the final score of that game?
Sounds about right.
7 something?
6-13, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was. So, anyway, that's the Bosa part. The offensive line, okay. The question was, is the individual rankings of said offensive linemen an accurate portrayal of the offensive line as a whole? In general, I would say yes, except for there is a sum of the parts sort of a conversation there. I think that offensive linemen work as a rock band. They work in concert with one another. So you can give individual ratings, and it doesn't always perfectly show what the group will do, because those ratings and that performance, they need to work together. The other side to that, though, because Joe is expressing a lot of concern about the offensive line. He doesn't like McKivitz. He doesn't like the group. Again, the 49ers and the stats tend to look more glowingly at the offensive line of the Niners than the fans do. Here's my quick, and this is super, this is not very in-depth, but the offensive line last year, if your concern is about Purdy getting hurt, I would say release some of your concerns. The offensive line last year performed, to me, very well as a pass blocking group. As a run blocking group, they were less than extraordinary, for sure. And so you have to kind of, to me, you have to break it apart to different pieces of the whole thing. But, Pooney, I think, played hurt last year. He's healthy this year. At least right now he is. There's going to be some new personnel. There's a left guard competition going on that we got to see how that all works out. Trent's got to stay healthy. But I don't think overall it was a poor performing group last year. I think there's room for improvement, but that's more in the run game than the pass game, if you ask me.
Well, if you look at just, the game logs from a run standpoint, they weren't very good. 77 yards against New Orleans on the ground. You won it. New Orleans not very good. You had 73 yards against Arizona. That's also a win. I think this year you're going to need to do more on the ground. And you look up and down, 67 yards against Tampa, you lost. 48 yards against Houston, nasty defense. You lost that one. 74 against the Rams the second time around. You lost that one, and that was one where you fell behind and you had to throw. But I do think your breakdown is a good one. Pass blocking, they were really solid run blocking. And all the people we've talked to around this, they say the same thing, which is a lot of the run plays, just one thing didn't go your way. So you talked about like an orchestra or 5 guys on a string. If one of the 5 gives up half a shoulder to a defensive player or makes a tiny mistake, well, then the whole thing breaks down, especially when you're doing a zone scheme where everybody's moving together in one direction.
No doubt. I think that's something to keep in mind. But look, it feels like, a little Golden State Warriors-ish, right? Like, we're just bringing back the same group and they weren't good enough. We'll see about that. We'll see. Like, there is a left guard competition. I think your right guard is going to be better this year than he was last year, even though he's the same guy. Let's start with that. I think Dominic Pooney is at least primed for a really good year. Let's see him do it. Let's see him stay healthy. All of those things. I think it's a little bit of a deeper group. It can be a better group there. Are there still question marks? Absolutely.
And I think the main guy in all this, 2 of them, the center, Brendel, and McKivitz, the right tackle, the experts in the analytics think a lot more highly of those 2 than 49er fans. Yep. And I think that McKivitz is the guy who's kind of been the pincushion for Niner fans because, we watch football, and if a guy gets to the quarterback and sacks him and you watch the replay and it's like, oh, we went right around McKivitz. Okay, we're going to blame McKivitz. Well, as we learned in the Super Bowl, when that one play got broken down and we all were blaming one guy, and it turns out he just went the wrong way. It was somebody else's fault on that play.
And I believe it was the aforementioned Mongo Feliciano who went on Twitter and kind of called out his teammate.
Right.
Spencer Burford. Hey, check this out. I want to read this to everybody. I thought this was great. And look, if this doesn't do anything for you, I know some people look at sports and they don't want to hear they don't want to hear the milk and cookies. It's just perform, right? So maybe this doesn't do anything for you, but I thought this spoke very well of Ricky Pearsall, who apparently yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, 12 hours ago is when this was posted, but I would bet these pictures in the post came a little bit after. So I think yesterday Ricky had his surgery on his PCL. So there's a group of pictures that get posted. The cover picture is Ricky in the hospital bed surrounded by some of his closest people. And here's what Ricky wrote on Instagram after the procedure. Quote, "Nothing to be disappointed about, no regrets, no what ifs, just peace in the midst of yet another trial, knowing I did everything I could. I gave myself time to disconnect from the world, process everything, and shift my focus toward what's ahead over these next 9 months. All I've ever known is football. I've never missed a game because of a football injury in my entire career." Hold that sentence. We'll get back to it. Back to his quote. "So when I got the news, it was hard to wrap my mind around the fact that the same injury I had been fighting through, the one that was supposed to be all right, was ultimately going to require surgery and end my 2026 season. Just like that, face to face with another challenge. But now it's time. Time to completely shift my mind. Time to hone in on every aspect of myself, mentally, physically, and spiritually. Time to lock it all in. And there's a different kind of peace that comes with knowing you did everything in your power to prepare yourself, fight through it, and keep going. At some point, you leave the rest to God. So that's exactly what I'm doing. The road back starts now. I'm ready for every part of it. Every early morning, every setback, every small win nobody sees, every step that gets me closer to stepping back on that field. Thank you to everyone who supports me, and even more to the ones who doubt me. I love you all. Now it's time to prove exactly what I know I am and become everything God gave me the potential to be. 9 months, mindset, God bless." That's from Ricky Pearsall after his surgery yesterday.
Yeah, love it. Love it. Go in there, get the work started, post-op, and you go ahead and start the rehab right away. But 9 months is what he's looking at. That's a stretch.
Did that make sense to you when he wrote, I've never missed a game because of a football injury in my entire career?
I don't really understand how you can say that when you had a football injury, when you fell on your knee and you hurt your PCL and you missed a handful of games.
So maybe he's referring to, because this is the same injury as that one. I think maybe he left a little bit out of the sentence. Maybe prior to this PCL injury, he feels he has never missed a football game or a game because of a football injury. Obviously, he missed some games in his rookie year when he was shot.
Okay.
Not a football injury.
Right.
Can't speak to the college situation, though his college coach, remember now, came on our show. So you got to protect him from himself now. And he said that, but that very much could be off-season talk. Ricky missed time in OTAs. Ricky missed time in training camp. But all of those are not games. Not a game.
Right.
So that was eye-opening to me, because I'd have to fact-check this. But if Ricky Pearsall, who is being branded as highly injury-prone and frustrating in terms of his time missed, had he never, prior to this PCL last year, had he never missed a game because of a football injury in his entire career?
A football injury.
That's interesting to me.
Well, that's, I guess, not a training injury, which is what has happened to him going into camp a bunch, where he comes in and he's got a soft tissue thing, which is not a football injury. It's a running injury, I suppose.
No, but he didn't miss a game. He never missed it. Like, I think that's the implication. Sure, OTA injuries, training camp injuries, even if those are football injuries, but he didn't miss a game. He was ready to go last year, week 1. And in fact, was really good out of the gates last year. And then the PCL injury, and he was never, even when he did come back and play, he wasn't right. That was clear.
Yeah.
And then this is the same injury. So maybe that, I can only assume that's what he means. And if that's the case, then I do have a little compassion for him with regard to this label of how constantly injured he is. If this is literally the same injury that's going to take a season and a half away, and the previous games he's missed were because someone shot him at Union Square.
Yet I'm looking at his game log as a rookie, and he missed the first 6.
That was the shooting.
Correct. And then he played the rest of the way. And then last year he played the first 4 and didn't play again until week 11.
Yep.
And that strikes me as a football injury. So I'm not sure.
I think that's the one he's referring to, is what I'm saying.
So, yeah, I mean, until now, I guess would have been the better way to say that.
Right. I think
until now, I've never missed a game because of a football injury.
Clunky delivery, yes. But I think that I have to translate it that way. And if that's the case, I don't know, that kind of blows my mind. I didn't know that about Ricky Pearsall. You mean before week 5 of last year, he's never missed a game because of a football injury in his career?
I mean,
that's wild.
Yeah, and it's hard to really pick through it and parse through it. I'm looking at his college log right here, and he played 13 games as a freshman. He played 4 as a sophomore, 2020. I don't know if that was a COVID thing or did he miss games with a non-football related injury. Maybe he cut himself with a knife as he was, slicing up breakfast or something. And then the next 3 years, it was 13, 13, and 12. So that seemed like full seasons to me.
408. Really, Mark? Dude got shot. Lay off of him. Are your ears filled with crap? Have I ever gotten on Ricky Pearsall in his entire career as a Niner? Dibs,
no,
go ahead.
You love Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
I've gotten on you for not getting on Ricky Pearsall.
Just listen to the show, please. I love that you're texting. Thank you for listening to the show. But Mike, you're missing every single thing that we're saying right now. I think the larger point of all of this is I think there's a decent chance that this injury is A, a bad one, and B, has lingered in an unlucky way. And Ricky Pearsall has been branded as highly, highly injury prone, and maybe that's not the case at all. And I think that happens a lot. I'm not saying a 49er fan shouldn't be bummed and frustrated by this. But you even heard Cam Inman come on our show a few weeks ago, and he almost sounded ticked off that people were labeling Ricky Pearsall the way that they have. Because I think Ricky's point is I've been pretty healthy throughout my career. This is one injury that's now dogged 2 different seasons. Outside of that, the only time I didn't play was when I got shot. And I think everybody's got a lot of room and compassion for that one. So, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks if that's the label he's getting and it's basically one injury.
When it's the narrative part of all of this where, you can look at his career and now you look at 3 years as a pro, and this one only counts because he's not going to play it, but it actually doesn't count for him to get credit for a year, so he still will be 2 years under contract after this season. But you look at 51 regular season games, and you could look at how many of those games he played, and you can deduce he hasn't played half the games, therefore he must be, quote, injury prone. And I'm just staring at his college log, and he's played in every single game. He played.
Damn.
Well, as a freshman, he had, let's see, he had 1, 2, 3, 4. He had about 8 catches on the year.
Okay, but yeah,
he's a freshman. He's in uniform. I don't know if he played every game, but he was available. Sophomore year, COVID. He went 4 for 4 in that year because it was a truncated season.
Sure.
And then he racked up 1, 2, 3 full seasons, including at Florida. I don't think they went to a bowl.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either. Well, I didn't know that Dominic Pooney had played every snap in 2 years.
Every snap.
But a lot of this is narratives, and these things take on a life of their own. And you hate in football the injury-prone label because they're all injury-prone because it's football.
All of them. All of them. So actually, with this information that I didn't know, I'm going to completely push back on anyone calling Ricky Pearsall injury-prone. I think that sucks. I think you're blowing off a lot of facts and grabbing the frustration of the back of his football card, if you will. This is one injury, and it has gone horribly, horribly, horribly wrong over a year and a half. It is a frustrating injury. This stinks for Ricky, but this is one injury that is now robbing him of a full season and a half. But outside of that, I'm out on the shooting being looked at in the same sort of a way. And anybody kind of coming down Ricky's road for his availability. That's no good on my front.
It's not, and I'm just a little bit troubled by this injury. And I know doing all my research on the PCL that you usually don't do surgery. You hope against hope that you can rehab and get it better. And I'm sure he put in the work and did that. And then it flared up, it got swollen, and now it's like, okay, now we got to do the surgery. So it cost him 9 months, but I believe, based on what we've heard from all the people who know him well, he's going to work his tail off to get back.
Okay. We're going to have a little fun a little later in the hour. It's Thursday night football, and we have a little tradition in August on this show, and so more on that coming up in a second. However, Dibs, we have a special caller on the line.
Okay.
We have referenced a number of times today what happened on the Pablo Torre podcast. Pablo Torre finds out, and because we found out that almost a year ago, John Feliciano was on this show, made a joke about playing next to a power plant, and next thing you know, this whole thing has taken off and become the big substation story. And you remember the name of the guy who was apparently listening to the show, right?
Peter Cowan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Peter Cowan, who has called in here on Willard and Dibs. Peter, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
We're doing fantastic. We just got to know your name today because, honestly, we had no idea that the origins of this whole thing started on this show and with you listening to it.
Man, I'm sorry, because I tried calling you guys last year, and I must have got the wrong person and just didn't get through.
Well, no. You may well have called and got on, but the story at that time was not what it's become. Can you believe that at least in part through your curiosity and your work, that this story has become as big as it did?
No, it's kind of unbelievable. It's taken over my whole life. It's amazing, though. I mean, I'm grateful for every opportunity that's come from it.
I mean, I thank you for educating me on milligauss. I was watching I was watching it today, and you were showing 8.8 milligauss, and it's 50 under the field, and so trying to figure out exactly what that meant. And so, through all your research, what has been your determination about the overall risk of this substation?
I still believe that it's risky to the players, and I think there's some really solid evidence behind it. Specifically, I don't want to bore your listeners with scientific details, but everybody knows that football players take a lot of antibiotics, especially when there's MRSA outbreaks, and some of those antibiotics are fluoroquinolone antibiotics, and they are known for degrading collagen. The same mechanism is at play from low frequency magnetic fields, and I've talked directly to the doctor who got the black box warning on those fluoroquinolone antibiotics, and she agrees.
Huh. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Peter, you've done months and months of study. It's come up almost conclusive that there's no issue, but you still think there's an issue.
Now, why would you say it's come up almost conclusive? Who are you going from? The independent scientists? The 49ers won't say his name, and they won't release the report?
No, I'm also going by what at least has been reported that you found. I mean, that's what was being reported on Pablo Torre's pod today. Is that not accurate?
What specifically on the pod are you referencing?
Well, okay, Peter, so I'm not going to be able to, what's the word, milligauss? Yeah. I'm not going to be able to science out with you. You know what I mean? I'm not educated on this stuff. I'm telling you that they did an hour show based on your work, and their conclusion was that there's kind of nothing to see here.
Yeah, I agree that was the conclusion that they laid out on the show.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Is that not your conclusion?
That is not my conclusion, and is not the conclusion of the 4 or 5 scientists that I referred them to, that I know they talked to, and I know what those scientists for the most part said, and those scientists were supportive of my theory, and those scientists were not put in the episode.
Okay, but what is your theory, Peter? Can you just explain that to us?
Yeah, the theory is very, very simple. It's that EMFs create oxidative stress in tissues. Oxidative stress is known to degrade collagen. It's a very simple mechanism chain, and the fluoroquinolone antibiotics that I mentioned create oxidative stress and break down collagen in the tendons.
But what level, and this is where I have the biggest question about, what level of EMFs will lead to this oxidated stress in the cells?
So here's the thing about EMFs is that they don't work like normal environmental exposures, which they're like the toxicology dose response. Like if you a small amount isn't harmful, and then a larger amount is more harmful and more harmful. And then you have other things that are what we call hormetic stressors, where a small amount is good for you, but then at a certain point it stops being good for you. EMFs are considered non-monotonic, and it's not just the power, it's the frequency, and it's the direction, and it's all these other factors. Sometimes lower powered magnetic fields are more harmful than the higher powered ones.
Huh.
So you can't approach this from the same way that you approach, let's say, hexavalent chromium coming from, PG&E's cooling towers from Aaron Brockovich's work. You can't approach it the same way.
Okay, so Peter, we have to run, but real quick, you keep calling it a theory. Is your theory coming from data and research that you found, or are you just kind of based on conversations with scientists, you sort of feel this way?
No, I mean, it's documented on my Substack. People should go to my Substack. It's all documented.
Right, but what is it that you document? You found actual specific, do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's studies showing oxidative stress from ELF magnetic fields. There's studies showing collagen degradation from oxidative stress, and there's many links between all of those. And I've talked to many scientists who specialize in oxidative stress and electromagnetic fields who think it's biologically very plausible and that it needs more study.
So
that's the whole point, is that it's
our
plausible and we need to study it.
Not to interrupt, Peter, our show doc, the guy who jumps on with us a lot, the great Doc Pandya, just texted us and said he's listening. The risk of Achilles rupture with antibiotics is in patients over 60, not elite athletes. What's your response to that?
Okay, fine. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. We actually just need to study more.
Yeah.
Okay. But does he disagree with the mechanism of what causes the degradation of collagen?
I don't know, Peter. Again, I'm not trying to put you on your heels by any stretch. I'm just like, this stuff is totally over our head.
All good.
Yeah. But Peter, okay. Hey, thank you for
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, thank you for calling in, and appreciate your work.
Hey, and I appreciate your show too. I have a question for you though. Do you have one more second?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely, Peter.
When I first listened to that show, after John Feliciano made a joke about the substation, everybody laughed. Then I swear to God, he went on to say, there's very high-level players in this organization who take this seriously, and they think it affects their thyroid. And he went on to talk about how they were doing things to mitigate against the harm. And then when I went back and found it on YouTube, that whole segment was cut off.
Man, I think when we played it back, that segment had about 11.7 milligauss, and so we felt that it was harmful to the audience.
Peter, I can promise you that there's nothing nefarious there. The government didn't come in and take that down. Peter, thanks. I don't, honestly, Dibs and I, we've got nothing to do with how things get cut and put up on YouTube. I don't even know how that works.
I'll see if I can go back and find it. I think it was September 10th. And, Skills and Vallejo, who has a recording of every second of this station ever.
Yeah.
If Skills, if you're out there and you have it, then go ahead and pass it along to Peter and I.
Okay.
Real quick, on behalf of the producing,
Yes, pasta, ladies and gentlemen.
Here, on behalf of the producing group here, I don't think we collectively are smart enough to go in and cut something off because we think that it's false. I'll go double check.
I think you're very smart.
Thank you.
All right.
Love that interview, by the way. Great stuff.
That was illuminating.
Yeah. Oh, boy. So is the Warrior schedule's out, Mark.
We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety. Let's have some fun coming up next. All right, Willard and Dibs.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. We're to Caltrans on the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Poly Market app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey there. It's Bonte, and I'm excited to tell you that summertime is a great time to discover the islands. River Islands, that is. They're located in Lathrop, right over the Altamont, and have become the best-selling lifestyle community in Northern California. Currently, there are 15 model complexes open for touring. This gives you all the choices you're looking for in size, location, and price. Take your pick from neighborhoods built alongside lakes, near parks and trails, or looking out on the San Joaquin River. This month, a brand new K-8 school is opening, the 4th booked inside the community, and River Islands High School is welcoming students back for the fall term. Over at the Town Center, activity is everywhere at the Redwood Cafe, and a new community amphitheater gets closer to completion. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the $600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com and see for yourself how the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, wow. That was a live rejoin from Pasta Risotto.
It's really good.
And this, sorry, YouTube, this is the Thursday night football theme. Dan Dibley, where do you rank it? 1 through 3, Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night.
Man, it's a tough one, but
man,
honestly, I think I probably would have it third.
Oh,
yeah, there's something special to me about da-da-da-da, and that one for me, just because it's time honored, will stay at the number 1 spot.
Do you know you don't have to make the noise yourself? You could just ask Pasta to play it.
Pasta, would you play it? That's game show music. I was looking for na-da-da-da, ska-da-da-da. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say something. This is like when people go, hey, where's your favorite pizza from? Because I'm like, I like all the pizza. You can get it at that place.
Yep.
That's A. But over there, that's 1A. That's 2A. That's 3A. It's pizza. It's awesome.
Hey.
Oh, what's your favorite donut shop? Are you kidding me? It's a donut. So Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, inject all of them into my veins.
Which one haven't we played yet? Sunday?
This one's classic, but it's also Monday, which by definition is not as fun as Thursday.
Well, we're just talking themes.
I know.
And
No, totally fair, but the mood you're in when you hear it. Monday, I'm like, I got 4 more days of work.
But the mood that puts me in it reminds me of being a kid.
Nostalgia.
The only time I could ever leave the dinner table during dinner was when Howard Cosell, when he would do the halftime highlights. I was allowed to leave the table and watch Howard Franco Harris and do the whole thing. So it's nostalgic. It's personal.
Is this Sunday?
This is the Amazon one.
Oh, this is
Thursday night.
Thursday night, but not the original Thursday night. This one is, to me, a tier below.
It's about 4 tiers below.
This is tier below.
Right.
The other thing, though, about Amazon is they'll bring in a huge musical act to also, like, have a Thursday night theme. Shabuzi did it last year, and it's a great track, actually. I love that track. Carrie Underwood used to do it, I think.
She would do the Sunday one, right?
Oh, maybe she was Sunday.
Yeah.
Do you have the
Waiting
Sunday
all
night?
day for a Sunday
Waiting
night.
all day, that's a good point. Do you have the current Sunday night theme pasta risotto?
Just trying to do it as Cosell.
Okay,
It's a close second.
now I'm in the mood.
It's a close second.
I'm in the mood, honey.
Yep.
I'm in the mood.
And it's coming up, Thursday Night Football. Get excited.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk it all out tomorrow. I got Dejon Stribling for 3 touchdowns tonight.
We've got higher or lower, and I have done a deep dive in the Warriors' schedule.
Oh.
I got the Warriors going 44 and 32. Ooh. Ska. This is the fox with the robot, right?
Yeah. Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-ba. The only thing you didn't play, and we could do this tomorrow, is the lead up at 9:59 of the Red Zone channel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. You want to talk about watching my kids dance around the living room. They are out of their mind when that music comes on. All right. What's coming up on the radio? What's about to happen here, Pop?